A year after his unexpected journey, at the brink of a life-and-death crisis, the synthesis system finally completed its loading process. In the Lord's mansion of Meng City, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? If young Master Meng Qing fails to take that crucial step, he will be stripped of his status as the heir to the lordship. Indeed, the underground palace he resides in was originally a storage for sugar, and it is said to be teeming with ants. The dignified young lord must endure such a pitiful existence. I heard that young Master Meng Qing's fiancée recently broke through her barriers and has caught the attention of a senior elder, set to become an inner disciple. Chill. Lower your voices. How can you speak of such matters so openly? Several maidservants whispered, glancing towards the dark palace not far away. As their chatter dwindled, Meng Qing, seated upon the stone bed of the underground palace, slowly opened his eyes, transmigrating into a waste of a body, with the system loading. What a cliché plot to unfold in my life, he sighed, gazing at the system interface persistently stuck on loading in the upper left corner of his vision. Having crossed from the Earth Star to this martial arts-dominated world for a year, he found himself occupying the body of the young lord of Meng City. Although his status appeared lofty, his innate constitution was appallingly poor, resulting in an agonizingly slow cultivation progress. Thus, over the past year, he had not only failed to reap any benefits from his title as young lord, but had even descended to the point where maidservants could openly discuss his shortcomings. A heavy tread interrupted his thoughts, drawing his attention. A boy of similar age entered, looking down upon him with a mocking grin. Oh, isn't this my dear elder brother? After half a month, you still haven't made it past the initial stage of spirit opening? Surely, no one can be so inept as to not even reach that level. Meng Qing, the most powerful and esteemed among the younger generation of Meng City, stood at the pinnacle of spirit opening. The journey of martial cultivation began with body refining, followed by spirit opening, blood refining, primordial awakening, and finally, the celestial realm. Spirit opening marked the commencement of one's martial path. Meng Qing glanced at his cousin, who had reached the peak of spirit opening, and replied nonchalantly, Brother, you are disturbing my cultivation. Meng Qing's father was the lord of Meng City, while Meng Ke's father was the elder, making them blood relatives. Witnessing his once inseparable cousin morph into this arrogant figure evoked a peculiar sentiment within Meng Qing. Meng Ke chuckled derisively. Typically, one begins cultivation at 15, achieves spirit opening by 16, and reaches its peak by 18. My dear brother, you are precisely 18 and still have not opened your spirit. And now you say, I am disturbing your cultivation? Is there any room left for you to decline further? I know what you are thinking. If you have come today still yearning for the position of young lord, you might as well turn back now. Meng Qing's expression hardened. Meng Ke laughed mockingly. Why are you so ungrateful? Who in the 3 city domains does not know you are a waste? How about this? From now on, you serve me as a subordinate. Make me comfortable, and once I become lord, I might help you find a way to open your spirit. What do you say? Meng Qing closed his eyes and gestured towards the door. You may leave. A flicker of malice crossed Meng Ke's eyes as he lightly clapped his hands. A heavy panting echoed through the chamber, and a massive tiger, its fur a fiery red, stepped into the underground palace. This was the Red Tiger, Meng Ke's beast companion. Among formidable martial artists, possessing a powerful beast was a mark of pride. The stronger one's spiritual foundation, the higher the rank and strength of the beast one could command. Instantly, the temperature in the underground palace surged. Meng Qing opened his eyes, and upon seeing the red tiger with a bull's head in its jaws, his expression shifted dramatically. The tiger's eyes glared at him with open hostility, blood dripping from its mouth, sending a chill down Meng Qing's spine. My dear brother, do you find this familiar? Just moments ago, while visiting the Lord, I happened upon a first-tier Xian water bowl. My red tiger was hungry, so it devoured it. You have no objections, do you? Meng Ke laughed wickedly. Meng Qing clenched his fists. That Xian water bowl had been a gift from his father, intended for him to form a bond upon successfully opening his spirit. Yet now, it lay consumed by Meng Ke's beast. Do not be angry. The Lord did not reprimand me. Perhaps he thought giving the bowl to you would be a waste. Better to fill my red tiger's belly, Meng Qing continued, seeking to provoke Meng Qing. You have gone too far. Meng Qing's face darkened as he glared at Meng Qing. Is this what they call impotent rage? Don't fret. Allow me to share a piece of news. Recently, the Lord spent a great sum to secure a position for a servant disciple in a major sect. Soon, that position will be mine. Meng Qing persisted. At his command, the red tiger crept closer, breathing heavily, sparks of fire flickering about, raising the temperature once more. Meng Qing instinctively sensed something was amiss, and spoke in a low voice. What do you intend to do? This is Meng City. The Lord is not far away. Meng Qing remained unfazed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Oh no, the elder took the Lord outside to Xuanjia Mountain, where something intriguing has occurred. They likely won't return anytime soon. Don't misunderstand. I only wish to assist you, considering how long you've struggled to break through. You wouldn't want me to be blamed if something were to happen to you, would you? Meng Qing suddenly laughed, a hint of mockery in his tone. So, you went to such lengths to draw the Lord away just to kill me for the position of young Lord and that servant-disciple slot? If you truly desire it, I could simply give it to you. Meng Qing waved his hand, impatience evident. Too late. Your existence is merely an obstacle. By the way, when you are gasping for breath, I will reveal a great secret. Red Tiger, attack. Flames swirled, and the temperature in the underground palace soared. Ants poured from cracks in the walls and scurried about. The air thickened with the scent of char and sweetness, fraying Meng Qing's nerves. The Red Tiger advanced with each step, looming like a mountain bearing down upon him. Meng Qing's face turned pale as he scanned the palace for an escape. This place had once served as a sugar storage, with excellent sealing. His strength was at the peak of body refining, but the only exit was blocked by Meng Qing, who stood at the pinnacle of spirit opening. The Red Tiger was agile, its strength nearing the first-tier zenith, making it a formidable opponent. He had nowhere to retreat. What should he do? As he continued to back away, his back pressed against the wall, the Red Tiger was now less than a yard away. A swarm of ants gathered in the only area not engulfed in flames, some even crawling up Meng Qing's clothing. Meng Qing taunted, "They say the weak gather to seek warmth, and it seems to hold true. My dear brother, rest easy and embrace death." The Red Tiger was mere inches away, and Meng Qing could smell the blood on its breath. Was this truly how it would end? He could not die. He was unwilling. Ding. Loading successful. Infinite synthesis system activated. Meng Qing's body jolted as the system activated. The host can place 2 or more items of any quality into this system to obtain corresponding synthesized items based on the quantity and quality of the materials. Any item? Meng Qing stared at the gaping maw of the tiger, his mind racing with thoughts of potential synthesis materials. His skin itched, and the swarm of ants grew ever larger. Ants. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He swiftly selected the ants in the underground palace as the synthesis material. Ding. Detected 100,000 unranked ants. Proceed with synthesis. Yes. Congratulations, the host has successfully synthesized 100,000 ants, obtaining a 4th-tier spirit beast, the golden armored ant of the celestial realm. Would you like to sign a beast contract? In an instant, a dazzling violet light, akin to the brilliance of the sun, radiated forth, exuding an overwhelming pressure that felt as though a colossal mountain had descended from the heavens, rendering those beneath it breathless. The subterranean palace was instantly shattered into fragments. From a distance, a beam of violet light surged upwards, soaring straight into the sky, resembling a pillar that upheld the very fabric of the universe. Simultaneously, all the formidable beings in Meng City opened their eyes in unison, gazing in horror towards the direction of the underground palace. What an alarming pressure. How can there exist such a terrifying spirit beast within the 3 city domains? Why has this fearsome entity suddenly graced Meng City with its presence? Are we to consider it a foe or a friend? In that moment, the powerful beings hastened towards the underground palace. Chapter 2. Opening the pinnacle of spiritual awakening, yet Meng Qing remained enraptured by the shock that the purple light had bestowed upon him. 4th tier? What does this signify? The classification of spiritual beasts corresponds closely to that of martial artists, with the 4th tier aligning with the realm of Dantian. Such a level is virtually non-existent across the entire Tri-City domain. As the purple light dissipated, Meng Qing finally discerned that the Dantian golden armored ant was merely the size of a fist, its body reminiscent of bamboo segments, exuding a formidable strength. A black insignia flickered incessantly on its back, while its small, dark eyes, akin to soybeans, glimmered with a chilling brilliance, and its 2 antennae radiated a sharp, cold light that sent shivers down one's spine. Dantian golden armored ant, 4th tier, renowned for its hard physique and agility, albeit small in size. Special abilities, Golden Armor Shield. Touch of Dantian. It is said that when a beast tamer and a martial artist enter into a contract, the skills bestowed upon the beast depend on the qualifications and potential of both parties. These 2 skills, one defensive, the other offensive, are indeed commendable, Meng Qing mused. Can a duck that has landed on my lips be allowed to fly away? Contract signing. In an instant, he felt as though a new limb had sprouted from his being, entirely under the control of his mind, manifesting as the Dantian golden armored ant. Soon after, a warm current coursed through his body, his bones cracking audibly as every inch of him became infused with a tumultuous power, causing his very realm to surge. Early stage of spiritual awakening. Mid-stage. Late stage. Ultimately, his realm stabilized at the pinnacle of spiritual awakening. This was the reciprocal boon of beast taming. When a martial artist signs a contract with a beast, It is akin to two vast oceans connected. Whichever party is weaker shall reap the benefits. And now the Dantian golden armored ant surpassed Meng Qing by 3 substantial realms. The pinnacle of spiritual awakening was merely the beginning. Meng Qing lifted his gaze, suddenly realizing he could perceive objects clearly even 10 zhang away, including the ants scurrying rapidly upon a nearby tree. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, he could even sense the flow of the air around him. This was an entirely novel experience. From now on, I shall call you Ant Queen. For the sake of convenience, Meng Qing sought the opinion of the Dantian golden armored ant, as they would undoubtedly act in concert henceforth. A lengthy name would be cumbersome to utter. The Ant Queen nodded gently in agreement. Subsequently, Meng Qing turned his attention to Meng Ku, who was now utterly immobilized, bewildered by the transformation. How could Meng Qing, who had been so easily manipulated moments ago, suddenly attain the pinnacle of spiritual awakening? And what of that terrifying ant? The red tiger on the ground let out a mournful whine, and soon an unpleasant odor wafted from beneath it. This was a stark contrast to its previous aggressive demeanor. Meng Ku ventured cautiously, "Brother Meng, what on earth is happening? How could your cultivation and this beast tamer be so formidable?" Meng Qing remained silent, gesturing towards the red tiger, his finger moving ever so slightly. The Dantian golden armored ant darted forth and returned moments later, leaving a blood hole in the tiger's forehead, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meng Ku gasped, his face paling instantly, trembling as he pointed accusingly at Meng Qing. You killed my beast? And what of it?" Meng Qing replied flatly. "Once a martial artist enters into a contract with a beast, should the martial artist perish, the beast shall also meet its demise. However, if the beast is slain, the martial artist will suffer grievous harm." This was precisely the effect that Meng Qing sought to achieve. Meng Ku's current strength had reached the pinnacle of awakening, having recently entered into a contract with his beast. The consequences of his demise would be unfathomable. Perhaps, from this moment forth, he would be unable to progress in his cultivation. Just as he was about to turn away, the sound of air swirling around him reached his ears, and he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, a testament to his formidable prowess. A smile crept onto Meng Qing's lips as he realized that the powerful figures from the city lord's estate had arrived. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, gazed at Meng Ku, who lay sprawled on the ground, then turned his attention to Meng Qing, who appeared utterly unfazed. The astonishment within him was beyond mere words. What on earth transpired? "Kur, where did that formidable aura vanish to? Were you injured by him? How could your beast have perished? Did you sacrifice it to protect Meng Qing?" Such a choice was not worth the cost. The impact of a wounded beast was far too significant. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane and bearing the marks of age upon her face, spoke with a heavy heart. Her surname was Jean, and she was a venerable figure within Meng City, one of the few who fervently hoped for Meng Ku to ascend as the young city lord. Though the other elders remained silent, their anxious expressions betrayed their stance. Trembling, Meng Ku pointed at Meng Qing, his eyes betraying a hint of panic and fear. It was him. The expressions of the surrounding elders grew peculiar as they exchanged glances, scrutinizing the seemingly indifferent Meng Qing. Finally, they confirmed, "Kur, are you claiming that it was Meng Qing who harmed your beast? But isn't Meng Qing devoid of any cultivation?" Before Meng Ku could respond, Elder Jean erupted in anger. "You, Meng Qing, as the young city lord of Meng City, dare to conspire against Meng Ku's beast? Individuals like you are unworthy of holding such a position. Once the city lord returns, I shall ensure that your title is stripped from you." Meanwhile, the elder who had initially spoken suggested, "Why complicate matters? With all members of the city lord's council present, if over 70% agree, even the city lord cannot overturn our decision. I propose we revoke Meng Qing's title as young city lord right now." At last, Meng Qing moved, stepping forward with an air of disdain. "You wish to strip me of my title? Are you truly serious? How ridiculous. Do you think we would jest with our words? On the contrary, it is you who should bow before us, given your inferior cultivation." The elderly woman interjected once more, her tone still aggressive. An elder chimed in, "Kur, do not be afraid. We are here for you. As long as you assert that Meng Qing intended to harm you, we will see to it that justice is served." Meng Qing chuckled, realizing that these individuals were resolutely intent on placing the blame for this incident upon him. This was fortuitous, with the Ant Queen now at his disposal. He had been seeking a means to confront them all at once. Meng Ku opened his mouth, about to speak. But when he caught sight of Meng Qing's increasingly mocking gaze, he involuntarily shuddered and obediently fell silent. The elderly woman observed this exchange, a fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes, before extending her hand forward and declaring fiercely, "You, Meng Qing, not only conspire against Kur, but also dare to defy authority. Today, I shall act in the city lord's stead to strip you of your title." As the hand drew ever closer, Meng Qing gently nudged forward. The Ant Queen's antennae flickered with a violet luminescence, slicing through the air like an exquisitely sharp blade, instantly severing the old woman's hand, then her arm, and ultimately her entire body. With a dreadful crash, Elder Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. After a horrified scream, she shattered like a collapsing edifice, a scene of utter brutality. It was at this moment that the elders of Meng City finally laid eyes upon the Ant Queen. What manner of creature is this? The elders, stricken with fear, instinctively wished to question but found their mouths firmly shut. There was no need for words. Elder Jin's strength surpassed that of most. Lying on the ground, wailing in agony, her eyes filled with malice and terror, Meng Qing, you little wretch, how dare you raise such a ferocious beast? Do you wish to rebel? She had suffered a grievous blow. Even if her injuries could heal in time, her status in Meng City would inevitably plummet. In a flash, she had weighed her options. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted from behind, the air slicing with a shrill cry aimed at the back of Meng Qing's head. Yet before it could close the distance, the Ant Queen's antennae moved once more, conjuring a rune-embellished golden shield that materialized to protect Meng Qing. With a resounding thud, the shadow collided with the shield, shattering like an egg against a stone. It was a spirit beast resembling a sparrow. Another scream erupted, and Elder Jin's face turned ashen. That sparrow was her tamed beast, intended to ambush Meng Qing, but was instead slain by the golden shield. With her beast dead and her injuries compounded, she was dealt yet another devastating blow. Do you fancy yourself a master of ambush? I had intended to spare your life, but you failed to appreciate that. Thus, you shall meet your end. Meng Qing's expression was frigid. Had it been his former self, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to such a tactic. When faced with those who sought his life, there was only one response: kill. The Ant Queen's antennae shimmered with violet light as Meng Qing lightly waved his hand. No. A desperate cry echoed from afar. The next moment, blood splattered. In Chapter 3, Kneel Before Me. The second reprisal, Elder Jin's head rolled forward, ultimately coming to rest at the feet of the two newcomers, Meng Xiantian and Meng Xiantong. The city lord and the Grand Elder both stared at the lifeless Elder Jin, her eyes still open in death, and felt a sense of surreal disbelief. Meng Xiantian regarded the composed Meng Qing, then surveyed the shaken elders of Meng City, momentarily at a loss for words. As the city lord, he was certainly aware of the covert actions of these individuals. However, he had never anticipated that their maneuvers would unfold so swiftly, nor could he have foreseen Meng Qing's astonishing response. Worrying, he carefully considered his tone. Qing, what on earth has transpired? Meng Qing replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. Meng Ku attempted to kill me, and in a fortunate twist, I broke free from my shackles. Coincidentally, there was an Ant Queen within the tomb, and I forged a pact with it. Inadvertently, I ended up slaying the Red Tiger. And when Elder Jin came at me without discernment, I had no choice but to retaliate for my own survival. With a darkened expression, Meng Xiantong swiftly approached Meng Ku, assessing his injuries, his voice as cold as iron. Do you take us for mere children? Even if you have succeeded in your cultivation, how could your realm suddenly elevate to the pinnacle of the opening spirit stage? Upon uttering these words, he cast a wary glance at the Ant Queen, whose aura was entirely restrained. Even he could not discern her true level. Meng Qing had no intention of elaborating further. He merely stated, then I am at a loss. To borrow a phrase from Meng Ku, I had kindly assisted him in his cultivation, yet he was unable to withstand the rigors of the art. Elder, you would not hold this against me, would you? Meng Ku bowed his head deeply, regretting his earlier provocation against Meng Qing. Meng Xiantian smiled. Brother, Qing meant well. The beast tamer's failure merely indicates the inferiority of the creature. Perhaps you could accompany him to Xuanjie Mountain another day to select a new one. He remained indifferent to the sentiments of Meng Xiantong and others, as Meng Qing's inability to cultivate contrasted sharply with Meng Ku's emerging talents. The underhanded maneuvers of Meng Xiantong and his cohorts had caused him to harbor a grievance, and with Meng Ku now rendered powerless and Elder Jin slain, he could hardly contain his delight. Meng Xuantong's face darkened, along with the expressions of the elders present. The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers. I shall remember this incident, Meng Xiantong declared, preparing to leave. Wait, Meng Qing halted their departure. In previous instances, his words might not have even garnered the attention of the lowest servants. Yet today, an inexplicable force seemed to hold the elders in place. Qinger, do you have something to say? Meng Xiantian inquired at the opportune moment. Meng Qing stepped forward slowly. Earlier, when Meng Ku was injured, the powerful figures of the Meng City Lord's manor not only failed to act impartially, but sought to overstep the authority of the city lord to strike me down. How can such individuals be trusted to serve the city lord's manor wholeheartedly? I propose that all those elders be dismissed, and that the city lord appoint truly dedicated individuals to crucial positions. What do you all think? The atmosphere instantly froze at his pronouncement. Such a bold move. In recent years, Meng Qing had gradually lost prominence, and the key positions within the city lord's manor had been predominantly occupied by those close to Meng Qing. With all of them present today, Meng Qing's action could be seen as a complete usurpation of Meng Xuantong's authority. However, many began to shake their heads. Meng Qing was still young. The factionalism within Meng City had been severe, and although Elder Jin had just been murdered, Meng Qiantong was at the pinnacle of the initial stage. A formidable opponent far beyond the capabilities of the former. Meng Qiantong had only recently reached the peak of the initial stage himself, and as the city lord, he approached these matters with utmost caution. The smile that had just graced Meng Xuantian's lips nearly froze in place. Meng Qing had indeed taken a colossal step. Meng Qiantong looked at Meng Qing, nearly laughing in anger, regarding him with the eyes of one observing a fool. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Not even the city lord would dare utter such words. At this moment, Meng Xuantian's expression darkened. What my father would not dare to say, I shall proclaim. What my father cannot achieve, I will accomplish. A fierce determination glimmered in Meng Qing's eyes as he pointed forcefully ahead. Boom! The golden, armored ant burst forth, its aura unleashed. In that instant, the expressions of all present transformed dramatically. It was as if a colossal mountain had suddenly descended, its weight so terrifying that it pressed down upon them, nearly suffocating their breaths. Meng Qiantong stood upright, though startled. He deftly channeled his spiritual energy to resist the overwhelming aura. Kneel before me, Meng Qing bellowed, and the pressure around them surged instantaneously. In a hazy moment, it seemed as though the heavens had sent forth a tendril, crushing down towards their location. In that fleeting instant, even Meng Qiantong found himself kneeling, while others of lesser strength coughed up blood. The onlookers were likewise affected, collapsing to the ground like limp shrimp. Meng Qiantong attempted to resist, but Meng Qing showed no mercy. His palm pressed down, nearly embedding him into the stone floor. Elder, you have but one chance to respond. Will you agree to dismiss these elders, or not? Meng Qing's voice was calm, yet it sent shivers through everyone present. I agree. Meng Qiantong gritted his teeth and replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than the pressure dissipated. As the defeated individuals slinked away, Meng Qing surveyed the surrounding spectators, who promptly scattered like startled birds. Meng Qiantong hesitated for a moment before finally asking, Qing'er, with such terrifying strength in beast taming, will it have any adverse effects on you? Of course not, father. Rest assured, Meng Qing replied cheerfully. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer regarding the signing of the beast taming contract and the details of their current power. Though Meng Qing did not elaborate much, nor did Meng Qiantong pry further. As the news spread like wildfire, he remained unconcerned and returned to his original dwelling. This was a vast house covering over 1,000 square feet, a gift from Meng Qiantong during his time in the body refinement stage, intended for his training. However, upon returning after such a long absence, it had become overgrown with weeds towering to knee height. The infinite synthesis system indeed appeared to be as it was described. On the way, he became acquainted with the system's usage and precautions through the novice manual, grasping the basic methods. Reflecting on the events of the day, Meng Qing frowned slightly. His formidable strength was entirely due to his prowess in beast taming. Thus it was prudent to elevate his cultivation level swiftly. Although Meng City boasted many spiritual herbs, most were of the second tier, and many of the high-quality ones had long been hoarded by the elders for their private collections. It would be wiser to rely on the system for synthesis. Observing the rampant weeds, Meng Qing suddenly had an idea and commanded the Ant Queen, go. Gather all these weeds and pile them up. The Ant Queen nodded, her antennae glowing, and with a gentle motion, she swiftly harvested vast patches with remarkable efficiency. After estimating the time, he entered a small house at the center of the weeds. At this moment, his spiritual energy was exceedingly active, signaling the onset of the second replenishment after signing the beast taming contract. Meanwhile, Meng Qiantong, with a dark expression, entered a dust-laden storage room and lightly tapped a floorboard, revealing a hidden compartment. A stoic servant emerged. Inform Lord Blood, the plan has been expedited. Chapter 4, Spirit Herb. The beast tide approaches. Half an hour later, Meng Qing awoke from his meditative state. The spiritual energy circulated within his body, completing a full cycle, and with a deep exhale of turbid air, it felt as though the impurities dwelling inside him had been largely expelled, leaving behind an indescribable sense of comfort. He had reached the initial stage of blood refinement. The second regurgitation from the Ant Queen had elevated his strength yet again, advancing him to the nascent phase of blood refinement. Initially, he had estimated that the spiritual energy from the second regurgitation could elevate him from the early stage of spiritual awakening to its pinnacle 10 times over. Yet, Such a formidable surge of energy had only propelled him a small step forward, and even the residual power accumulated by the Ant Queen had seemingly dissipated. Strangely enough, he noted to himself that his reservoir of spiritual energy was even more abundant than that of an average practitioner at the late stage of blood refinement. What could account for this? Meng Qing mused, having often witnessed the martial prowess of blood refinement experts in Meng City, thus acquiring a certain understanding of the spiritual energy reserves at various stages. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and opened the door, intent on observing the fruits of the Ant Queen's labor. With a crash, a vast shadow fell, burying Meng Qing beneath it. The fragrance of fresh grass mixed with an overwhelmingly rich, earthy scent nearly caused him to choke. Irritated, Meng Qing exclaimed, "Are you trying to bury me alive? Revolting against me?" Hearing this, the Ant Queen flew to his shoulder, bowing her head in a gesture of apology, her antennae twitching in acknowledgement. All right. Let us consider this a one-time occurrence, but your efficiency is rather alarming," Meng Qing remarked, his gaze shifting to the once lush green grassland now entirely stripped bare, causing him to gasp in astonishment. The Ant Queen proudly lifted her small head, exuding an air of triumph. Meng Qing accessed the system, selecting these weeds as his cultivation targets. Beep. Detected 100,000 weeds. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized 100,000 weeds, obtaining a third-tier spiritual herb, the transformation herb. This herb was a vibrant green, its leaves glistening as if freshly picked, adorned with numerous crystalline droplets. As the spiritual energy coursed through it, an ethereal charm emanated. The spiritual energy within him seemed to respond, bubbling with fervor. Meng Qing was elated. This was indeed a third-tier spiritual item. The classification of spiritual items is tiered, with the first tier being the lowest and the fifth tier the highest. Beyond that, they are referred to as the kings of herbs. To his knowledge, there was a third-tier spiritual herb in Meng City, held by Meng Qing, coveted by many over the years, yet no one had succeeded in acquiring it. Meng Qing was certain that this third-tier herb, in both quality and other aspects, far surpassed the one in Meng Xuantian's possession. It was unlikely that a second such herb could be found in the entire Meng City. Ant Queen, guard this for me. I must swiftly refine this herb, Meng Qing declared before retreating into his chamber. The Ant Queen nodded, her antennae vibrating continuously, standing alert like a sentinel, ever watchful of her surroundings. Inside the room, Meng Qing trembled with anticipation as he gently plucked a leaf from the transformation herb, meticulously dividing it until it was reduced to the size of a fingernail. Then he paused. The leaf dissolved the moment it touched his tongue, and an overwhelmingly rich wave of spiritual energy surged forth, flooding his entire meridian system, assisting him in refining his essence. Within 10 breaths, the turbulence of the spiritual energy gradually subsided. Meng Qing grasped a second leaf and placed it into his mouth. Half an hour later, the last trace of the herb's spiritual energy was absorbed completely. Meng Qing attuned himself to his own aura. An overwhelming elation surged within him. He had reached the pinnacle of blood refinement. In the mere span of half a day since he entered the initial stage of enlightenment, this astonishing rate of progress was sufficient to leave even the most prodigious talents utterly humiliated. Boom! A terrifyingly dense spiritual energy erupted from every part of his being, coalescing into a radiant beam that shot skyward, illuminating the pitch-black night like a dazzling firework display. Simultaneously, the formidable figures within the Lord's Manor of Meng City were roused from their meditations, gazing in bewilderment at this spectacle. What has transpired? What is this phenomenon? Yet, before they could scrutinize further, the beam vanished without a trace. Meng Qing, glancing towards the somewhat familiar direction, was about to investigate when his expression abruptly shifted. Turning his gaze towards the outskirts of the city, the mystic realm mountain seemed to have ignited, resembling a myriad of lanterns flickering in the dark. This scene sent shivers down the spines of many citizens of Meng City. Those were the eyes of the spirit beasts within the mystic realm mountain. In an instant, the air was filled with the roars of beasts. The ground trembled, as if a colossal creature were charging forth, the suffocating aura drawing near from the mystic realm mountain. This was dire. A horde of spirit beasts was in a frenzy, swiftly advancing towards Meng City. Attention all units, prepare bows and crossbows, a beast tide is upon us. Meng Qing pivoted and made his way directly to the city gate. In that moment, all the formidable warriors of Meng City hastened towards the gates with remarkable speed. Meng Qing, who was about to continue his cultivation, furrowed his brow in concern. Something is amiss. Why is there a beast tide? That beam of light endured for less than 5 breaths. Even if the spirit beasts perceived it, such a commotion should not ensue. The Ant Queen squeezed through the portal. Perching upon Meng Qing's shoulder, her antennae intertwining as if whispering. Meng Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that there are aggressive auras within Meng City?" The Ant Queen articulated her confusion. Being a mystic Ant Queen, she possessed an innate sensitivity to auras. Her revelation captured Meng Qing's utmost attention. "Can you discern the locations of these auras? I require their precise whereabouts." Meng Qing's countenance darkened. He harbored a persistent suspicion that the emergence of the beast tide was inexorably linked to the aggressive auras within Meng City. At the city gate, Meng Xuantian's face was as dark as thunder as he surveyed the mass of spirit beasts surging forth, rendered speechless. The Grand Elder, Meng Xiantong, appeared anxious, pacing like an ant on a hot stove, expressing his concern. "My lord, how could a beast tide arise so suddenly?" Immediately, another elder chimed in. "Prior to the beast tide, a strong light flickered briefly in a certain part of Meng City. Could it be related to that light?" The atmosphere grew palpably tense, soldiers moved cautiously, and when the elder spoke, they naturally listened intently. With this revelation, contemplation ensued among them. Soon after, a soldier clad in radiant armor approached, visibly distressed, reporting to the Lord, "All the spirit beasts surrounding the mystic realm mountain have mobilized, and the soldiers sent to probe ahead have all perished." Meng Xuantian's expression darkened further. At this moment, the vanguard of the beast tide was less than 200 paces from the city gates. The traps surrounding the city appeared utterly ineffective against such a vast horde. The dense forest flattened, and deep ravines filled in, a truly terrifying sight. An elder suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. "Lord of the city, I must speak, even if it brings your ire." Meng Xiantian closed his eyes, yet his tone was chillingly cold. "Speak. This beast tide is fraught with suspicion. Its sudden onset and vast numbers suggest that it has been summoned by a powerful spirit beast." The elder spoke steadily, as if his words had been refined through countless repetitions. As he uttered this, a profound silence enveloped the city gate. The sudden emergence of a sufficiently powerful spirit beast pointed to one individual, Meng Qing. Chapter 5. Do you also wish to perish? Blood flowed upon hearing this. Some soldiers, though still gazing ahead, had their expressions shift. This calamity was initially none of their concern. Whether it was indeed Meng Qing's doing no longer mattered. Their desire to survive led them to almost instinctively accept this assertion. Before Meng Xiantian could respond, Meng Xiantong suddenly shouted in anger, "Preposterous! In such dire straits, how dare you sow discord among the ranks? By law, you should be executed." Turning to the Lord, he continued, "This man harbors ill intentions. I, as an elder, propose his removal to bolster our troops' morale." With that, he raised his hand, gathering a surge of spirit energy, seemingly preparing a lethal strike. "Enough. With the great enemy at our gates, how long do you intend to engage in infighting?" Meng Xuantian's fury erupted, his sleeves swirling as a formidable aura swept across the assembly, akin to invisible hands calming the hearts of those present. Hope rekindled in the eyes of many soldiers. They still had their lord. At that moment, the vanguard of the beast tide was less than 50 paces from the city gate. Meng Xiantong interjected, "Lord, the disparity between our forces is vast. Morale is perilously low. If we do not eliminate the instigator of this turmoil to uplift our soldiers' spirits, how shall we confront the enemy? I advise that we remove him." The atmosphere in the gathering grew tense once more. Meng Xiantian clenched his fists tightly. He could discern the implications behind these words. The elder had spoken with a wretched smile. "Lord, I have been stripped of my position and possess little strength to aid you. If my blood can invigorate our troops, I am willing to sacrifice myself." The expressions of the soldiers shifted once again. Meng Xuantian's tightened fists suddenly relaxed as the spirit beasts drew near, their roars echoing ominously. "Ah, indeed. Your blood could invigorate morale. Go ahead. I am curious to see how you plan to meet your end." Just as Meng Xiantian was about to speak, a dispassionate voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Everyone turned to discover it was Meng Qing. Under the gaze of the crowd, Meng Qing sauntered to the forefront, keenly observing the elder who had just spoken. "I believe it would be more morale-boosting for you to leap down from here and shield us with your body against those spirit beasts. Go on, do it." The elder's face turned a shade of dark liver, especially when he noticed the Ant Queen's antennae flickering with a purple glow, causing his legs to tremble, and he promptly collapsed to the ground. Unable to move? "Here, let me assist you." Meng Qing chuckled, lifting the elder as if he were a mere chick, channeling his spirit energy, preparing to toss him outside the city. "Meng Qing, what do you intend to do?" Meng Xiantong became agitated, questioning in a hushed tone. Meng Qing abruptly turned, his eyes glinting with icy resolve, and admonished, "Do you seek death as well?" With a thunderous roar, the Ant Queen's antennae quivered, emanating the oppressive aura characteristic of a fourth-tier spirit beast, causing the surrounding air to nearly freeze in place. Meng Xiantong's expression darkened. He opened his mouth, but uttered not a word. Meng Qing gathered his energy, and, with a force akin to tossing a sandbag, hurled the elder out of the city. A vividly patterned tiger lunged forth, and before the elder could react, it severed his neck and dragged him into the tide of beasts. In that moment, both Meng Xiantian and the ordinary city guards were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Meng Qing, Elder Wang has served Meng City diligently for many years. Yet you cast him into the beast tide, truly disheartening for us. An elder bellowed quietly, his eyes reflecting a readiness to face death. Upon hearing this, Meng Qing snapped his fingers, and the ant queen surged forth, its antennae glowing with a violet light, instantly piercing the elder's brow. Meng Xuantong's face turned ashen as he demanded, Meng Qing, with the imminent threat before us, how can you not unite all available forces, and instead resort to such ruthless measures? Do you truly deserve the title of Young City Lord? The moment these words escaped his lips, the expressions of the guards and the elders supporting the city lord, including Meng Xiantian, shifted to one of discontent. He was uncertain of Meng Qing's motivations. But without a reasonable explanation, Meng City would be in peril. Just as he prepared to speak, Meng Qing preempted him. Before that, allow me to present something to everyone. He retrieved a cloth bag from his waist, a Qianquan pouch, which contained its own space capable of storing spirit artifacts or elixirs. Even within Meng City, few possessed such pouches. This was the spoils after vanquishing infiltrators. Meng Qing reached into it and let fall a bamboo segment the length of his finger onto the ground. Instantly, an overwhelming stench of blood permeated the air, enveloping the scene. Meng Xiantian's demeanor grew grave. Other elders showed confusion, while the expressions of Meng Xiantong and his companions turned ghostly pale. Blood flute? Qing, how did you acquire these? Meng Xiantian asked solemnly, contemplating a dreadful possibility. Meng Qing remained silent, stepping before the elder slain by the ant queen, extracting his Qianquan pouch. With a shake, the scant contents tumbled to the ground, with the crimson blood flute standing out starkly. The bewildered elders, not comprehending the unfolding events, inquired, what is this? How could Elder Wang possess such an item? At that moment, an elder, trembling with fear, recalled, I remember now. This is the blood flute. Within 1,000 miles, only Blood E possesses such a thing. It is said to be a token of Blood E, only held by his subordinates or trusted confidants. With this revelation, the countenance of those present shifted once more. Blood E, a figure whose very name instilled terror within 1,000 miles, rumored to reside in the Cave Heaven realm, notorious for his brutality and bloodlust. With a penchant for slaughtering cities, Meng Qing gently spoke, before my arrival, I sensed a murderous intent within Meng City. After eliminating all threats, I made my way here. To instill confidence in certain individuals, I brought forth these tokens. Furthermore, I have learned that even within the city lord's mansion, there are elders who have become confidants of Shui. His words trailed off as he deliberately surveyed the numerous elders present. Meng Xiantian felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that those within the upper echelons of the city lord's mansion have also aligned themselves with Shui? Not only Meng City, but also Qifeng City harbored such treachery. This beast tide was orchestrated by these very individuals, with the intent of city slaughter. Meng Qing cast yet another heavy revelation. The city guards were thrown into disarray. Slaughtering a city? Connecting this with Meng Qing's earlier statements, they began to piece together the sequence of events. However, this only deepened their sense of dread. Meng Xiantong, with a stern expression, retorted, on what grounds do you make such accusations? In the face of a formidable enemy, do you think to sow discord among us with mere words? It is you who has remained hidden, and yet in these past days, your cultivation has surged inexplicably. Not only have you acquired a formidable beast to command, but you have also undermined us, even slaying 2 elders of Meng City with a mere flick of your hand. In my view, you are the most suspicious of all. Upon uttering these words, the breaths of numerous guards grew rapid. After all, Meng Xiantong had been the Grand Elder of Meng City for many years, and his words carried considerable weight. Chapter 6. The Trusted Ones of Shui. Meng Qing smiled. He turned his Qianquan bag inside out, spilling its contents onto the ground, and then stated, as subordinates of Shui, leaving the nurturing of the blood flute means only a path to death awaits you. Thus, you must carry this item with you at all times. Do you wish to prove your innocence? Then reveal your Qianquan bags. At this declaration, many elders' expressions shifted dramatically, and one rebuked, nonsense. As elders, are we to be searched at your whim? What of our dignity? Some began to act, turning their Qianquan bags inside out for all to see. Discontent arose among the onlookers, but upon seeing one individual, they panicked, saying, City Lord you. Meng Xiantian concluded his display, slowly putting the bag away, and stated, I trust Meng Qing's judgment. If you wish to prove your innocence, then follow suit. After all, I too wish to see what lies within your Chinkoan bags. Meng Qiantong pointed towards the beast tide, now stirring once more, and clenched his fists, saying, City Lord, should we not unite against the external threat? We carry the lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens of Meng City upon our shoulders. Worried about the beast tide? That can be easily resolved. Meng Qing replied with a smile, signaling to the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen radiated a brilliant purple light, resembling a great purple sun rising into the sky. In an instant, a pressure akin to a colossal mountain descended, leaving those present gasping for breath. Outside the city, the spiritual beasts sensed danger and frantically retreated, while those low-level spiritual beasts unable to escape were trampled, some even forced into the ground. The beast tide significantly withdrew to a distance of 100 zhang from Meng City. Some high-ranking spiritual beasts growled lowly, caught in a dilemma. Now, do you have any reservations? May we take a glimpse into your Chinkoan bags? Meng Qing spoke with ease. In the vicinity of Meng Qiantong, no one stirred. Their gazes were fixated on the former, eagerly awaiting orders. Meng Xuantian's expression sharpened, and an aura, unique to the pinnacle of Taichu, emanated from him, akin to a mountain pressing down with formidable force. Soon, an elder relented, revealing his Chinkoan bag. One after another, more followed suit. And as the number of those disclosing their bags increased, Meng Xuantian's countenance brightened somewhat. So far, there was no sign of the blood flute. Whoosh! Suddenly, an elder executed a swift movement, channeling spiritual energy as he shot toward the distance. With a fierce cry resembling that of a raptor, he soared several dozen feet into the air with astonishing speed. Attempting to flee? Impossible. Meng Qiantian extended his hands, his right hand swirling with spiritual energy, pointing upward with a deliberate gesture. A lion's roar reverberated, and simultaneously, a crimson phantom surged forward, resembling a fireball erupting from the ground, striking the retreating shadow with precision. The phantom returned. It was a lion, its fur a fiery red, perpetually ablaze. The flame lion, Meng Xuantian's beast companion. As the elder's Chinkoan bag was unsealed, a blood flute clattered to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, more elders moved, those who had previously kept their Chinkoan bags concealed. However, their paths did not lead to escape. They split into two groups, charging toward Meng Qiantian and Meng Qing. In an instant, the air was filled with the roars of beasts, powerful auras bursting forth one after another, compelling those of lower cultivation to shut their eyes against the overwhelming pressure. A smirk graced Meng Qing's lips as he raised a hand, commanding, golden armored shield. A shield materialized, enveloping him like a protective barrier. The elders attacking him possessed strengths at the pinnacle of blood refinement or higher. Realizing that his spiritual energy foundation was more robust than that of the average person, Meng Qing felt a surge of eagerness. Yet before he could make a move, Meng Qiantian descended like a tempest, cloaked in flames, the flame lion roaring, decapitating all the elders in his path. When Meng Qing beheld his father's blood-red eyes, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. Over the past year, regardless of the covert schemes these elders had concocted, he had never witnessed Meng Qiantian this enraged. Coming to his senses, he realized that all the elders had been slain, and each of their Chinkoan bags harbored a blood flute without exception. At this moment, only Meng Qiantong remained without revealing his Chinkoan bag. Noticing the gazes of Meng Qing and the others directed at him, Meng Qiantong sighed helplessly and unveiled his Chinkoan bag. Aside from a wealth of cultivation resources and various spiritual herbs, it contained a plethora of mundane items, devoid of any blood flutes. Meng Qiantian visibly exhaled in relief. Now do you believe me? He questioned. Naturally, since Meng Qing possessed the capability to contend with this beast tide, it was all the better. In truth, I too find it astonishing. These individuals, who claim to have been by my side day and night, turn out to be such people, truly disappointing the faith I had placed in them through my guidance. Meng Xuantong's expression soured. The former's demeanor inevitably turned somewhat awkward. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely questioned his own brother. As the latter prepared to depart, Meng Qing clapped his hands, exclaiming, I truly did not expect that as the Grand Elder of Meng City, not only do you possess formidable strength, but your acting is also first-rate. You nearly deceived even me. Meng Xuantong's expression immediately shifted, and he questioned, Meng Qing, what exactly do you mean? Must I die before you can believe I am not in league with you? Meng Qing smiled softly and replied, Blood can easily manipulate those who are expendable with the blood flute, but for true confidants, there must be other arrangements. After all, cultivating a true confidant is far more challenging than dealing with mere trifles. Meng Xuantong's countenance darkened, and he instinctively took a few steps back, seemingly aware of his loss of composure. He cleared his throat and asked, What are you trying to convey? As the Grand Elder of Meng City, having grown up alongside the city lord, How could I possibly become a confidant of a rogue like Bloody? Meng Qing gently shook his head, stating, "That is not for you to decide." With a raised hand, the Ant Queen advanced, its antennae shimmering with purple light, binding Meng Qiantong as if with a long whip. Meng Qing stepped forward, slightly tightening his grip, causing the purple light to intensify around the Ant Queen's antennae, altering Meng Qiantong's expression. From an initial calmness, he became frantic, as if foreseeing something dreadful. "Brother, save me, boom." His plea for mercy had not even left his lips before his body suddenly stiffened. Whoosh! A white shadow lunged forth, targeting Meng Qing's neck, exuding a chilling intent to kill. The Ant Queen shrieked, releasing a beam of purple light that struck the white shadow, sending it crashing to the ground, lifeless. It was a pure white fox, the Tianling fox, Meng Qiantong's beast companion, which had sensed the impending life-threatening crisis and fought valiantly. Yet as a mere third-tier spirit beast, it was like an egg striking a stone before the Ant Queen. Meng Qiantong's skin erupted in large patches of crimson, followed by a terrifying scent of blood that surpassed even that of the previous blood flute. Meng Qing did not hold back, allowing the Ant Queen to slay him. The atmosphere fell into silence. No one had anticipated that the Grand Elder of Meng City was, in fact, a confidant of the nefarious Bloody. Recalling the recent beast tide and the other elders who had been slain, even Meng Qiantian felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Just as they were filled with gratitude towards Meng Qing, they noticed him methodically collecting the possessions of the slain elders. These individuals had held high positions in Meng City for many years, accumulating considerable wealth, which was precisely what Meng Qing needed at this moment. Meng Qiantian opened his mouth, tacitly consenting to this action. Meng Qing quickly organized everything, but then he performed an unexpected maneuver that astonished everyone present. He leapt directly off the city tower. Meng Qiantian exclaimed anxiously, "Qinger, what are you doing? The beast tide has not dissipated, and the crisis remains. Those responsible for this beast tide are behind these spirit beasts, and I must root them out." Meng Qing's expression turned icy. Just as Meng Qiantian was about to say more, he instinctively fell silent upon seeing the Ant Queen. Even he realized that if he followed now, he would likely only hinder Meng Qing. Chapter 7. Is this truly the genuine strength of the young city lord? Boom. As Meng Qing approached within 100 feet of the vanguard of the beast tide, the spirit beasts began to stir uneasily. The lower-tier spirit beasts were thrown into a state of panic, their claws frantically scratching the ground as they emitted restless roars. As for the second-tier and a few rare third-tier spirit beasts, they wandered about, their gazes towards Meng Qing oscillating between sharpness and fear, as if caught in a constant struggle. Speaking to them, Meng Qing softly declared that he held no interest in them, only in those who controlled them. If they chose to depart now, they would not be held accountable for past actions. The Ant Queen nodded, her antennae flickering, and then let out a low growl. A throng of lower-tier spirit beasts fled in a frenzy, and the tide of beasts descended into clear disarray, lacking substantial intelligence. They had come here merely driven by higher-tier spirit beasts, and when faced with the threat of death, fleeing was instinctual. Amongst the second and third-tier spirit beasts, some opted to escape, while many others let out low growls. Touch of the celestial realm. Meng Qing did not hesitate, encouraging the Ant Queen to unleash her power. A burst of purple light radiated, strikingly vivid against the night sky. Those observing from the city towers saw a purple tentacle seemingly descend from the heavens. Boom. It was as though a divine finger had descended, the force coalescing into a singular strike that landed squarely upon the spirit beasts. Sensing the impending danger, they attempted to flee, but it was all too late. A deep pit emerged at the center of the field. The soil mixed with the flesh and blood of the spirit beasts, the air thick with the scent of gore. Rather than exhilaration, the bloodthirsty beasts felt an even greater surge of fear, the survivors fleeing in a frenzy, indifferent to the threats from behind. The air trembled as several third-tier raptors, which should not have been present at the outskirts of the Mystic Realm Mountain, flapped their wings, desperately trying to retreat deeper into the mountains. The Ant Queen moved again, her antennae quivering, a purple beam shooting forth, claiming lives with a single strike. Meng Qing surged forward, his spiritual energy coursing down to his legs as he sprinted towards the depths of the mountains. The Ant Queen perched on his shoulder, her antennae quivering with each movement, each tremble resulting in the demise of a spirit beast. On the city tower, Meng Qiantian and others found themselves momentarily speechless, swallowing hard in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, an elder stammered, "Could this truly be the genuine strength of the young city lord?" Half an hour later, Meng Qing came to a halt. At that moment, he felt his blood boiling, sweat soaking his garments, and large plumes of vapor rising from his body. After a prolonged journey, even his robust spiritual foundation began to falter. All second and third-tier spirit beasts had been vanquished, Based on the Ant Queen's gestures, Meng Qing deduced that the one orchestrating the beast tide was nearby. Suddenly, before he could ponder further, a sharp sound of rushing wind sent chills down his spine. The Ant Queen screeched, conjuring a golden shield before him. With a crisp clang, the incoming projectile shattered upon impact. Before he could process the situation, the Ant Queen darted forward, emitting purple light that shot forth like lightning. The sounds of screams intertwined with the rattling of crossbows echoed through the night, creating an eerie atmosphere. In less than 20 breaths, the battle concluded. Meng Qing approached the spot where the purple light had ceased, only to discover 5 individuals lying upon the ground. Their cultivation levels ranged from the peak of blood refinement to the early stages of primordial beginning. Yet Meng Qing found it peculiar that their beasts were nowhere to be seen. Curiously, why would these individuals venture here alone, devoid of their spirit beasts? What confidence did they possess? Meng Qing mused that even with beast taming, there could be no absolute assurance, and driving away a tide of beasts was even more precarious. As a martial artist, they could not be oblivious to the fact that once they perished, their tamed beasts would also meet their demise. A brief search of their bodies revealed no spatial bags, nor even defensive weapons. Just as Meng Qing turned them over to inspect their backs, 5 blood flutes fell to the ground. The Ant Queen, slightly agitated, twitched her antennae. Had Meng Qing not restrained her, she might have succumbed to the urge to destroy them. Unlike ordinary blood flutes, these 5 were adorned with intricate patterns, likely the source of their strength. Crack! The sound of a branch snapping echoed through the woods, prompting the Ant Queen to dart away. Spare his life, Meng Qing shouted urgently. With a piercing scream, the fleeting purple light dimmed once more. His words, regrettably, were a moment too late. The ones seeking escape had also lost their breath. Meng Qing found himself in a quandary. He had hoped to extract some information from them, but now what could be done? The Ant Queen, initially feeling a twinge of guilt for acting first, lifted her head at his words, her antennae twitching incessantly. Meng Qing was taken aback. You can search souls? The Ant Queen nodded, leaping onto the body of the recently deceased, her antennae pressing against the ground, enveloped in a serene aura of purple light. After a stick of incense had burned down, Meng Qing's expression darkened. He had come to understand the unfolding events. These 2 were not subordinates of the Blood but hailed from the nearby cities of Qi and Fong. The place they inhabited was known as the 3-city domain, where for many years, the cities of Meng, Qi, and Fong had maintained a delicate balance of power, with Blood often operating many thousands of miles away from the 3-city domain. However, not long ago, Blood had arrived here, allying with the cities of Qi and Fong to incite a beast tide aimed at slaughtering Meng City. The root of this calamity lay in Meng Qing's recent cultivation of a technique that required a copious amount of blood as a catalyst. As for further details, due to the lowly status of the deceased, no more information could be gleaned. Qi City and Fong City. It seems I must pay a visit to ascertain the true nature of this blood. Meng Qing murmured, pivoting on his heel. After subduing a second-tier wind wolf for transportation, he surged toward Fong City. In Fong City, atop a Tianzhong-high wall, numerous soldiers patrolled diligently, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the Xuanjia mountain. Taking advantage of a shift change, one soldier inquired of an elder soldier, "Tonight, I saw a multitude of spirit beasts heading westward. Is something amiss over there? That direction leads to Meng City, does it not? Could tonight's increase in guard strength by 20% be related?" The elder soldier paused, then shot him an incredulous glare. "Who told you such nonsense? Stop spreading rumors and go get some rest." The soldier, feeling dejected, turned his gaze and caught a glimpse of a purple light flashing through Xuanjia Mountain. As he rubbed his eyes for clarity, he found the area still shrouded in darkness. "Have I been overly suspicious?" he muttered to himself, hastening back to his quarters. Outside the city, Meng Qing concealed his presence, taking a moment to rest while observing the situation in Fong City. He then turned to the Ant Queen. "Have you sensed danger?" The Queen Ant shook her head and informed him that the only dangers within the square city were the Lord and his beast, and that together they could not withstand even a single strike from her. Thus, it seemed that a direct assault was the most prudent approach, Meng Qing mused. With that thought, he raised his hand and gently pointed toward the sky. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted directly above the city gates, unleashing a torrent of purple light. A tentacle, stretching dozens of yards, descended from the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down one's spine, sweeping forward horizontally. In an instant, the gates of the square city shattered like tofu. Chapter 8. Does your lord enjoy chicken? Soon after, the city walls, resembling haphazardly constructed structures made of tofu, began to collapse inward from the edges of the gates. Some guards, caught completely off guard, were buried beneath the rubble before they could comprehend what had transpired. A few quick-witted guards bellowed, "Quickly notify the lord, We are under attack. The tentacle advanced further, cutting through the heavily guarded territory as if it were an uninhabited land. Moving straight ahead, Meng Qing followed behind, unfazed by the surrounding roars of anger and wails of despair. Were it not for the system, he might have perished amidst the beast tide, along with the hundreds of thousands in Meng City. He was no saint. He could not extend forgiveness to those of the opposing camp. Some guards glared at him, and although a few sensed that Meng Qing's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of blood refining, they dared not step forward to obstruct him due to the tentacle's presence. Not long after entering through the gates, a dozen formidable auras above the primordial realm locked onto this location. Bold thieves, daring to trespass in our square city. Regardless of who you are, you shall pay the price for this transgression. Some elders, quick to react, arrived on the scene. And though the aura of the tentacle instilled terror in them, their anger surged upon realizing that Meng Qing's cultivation was merely at the blood-refining stage. A smile graced Meng Qing's lips. He was curious about the source of their confidence. With a flick of his hand, the queen ant's tentacle radiated light, resembling a long whip as it swept around, causing beams of light to rain down like dumplings. After smashing through the gates of the Lord's mansion, the tentacle expended its final strength. From above, it appeared as if a colossal giant had delivered a punch to the mansion, leveling everything in its path. Boom! A black phantom soared into the sky, where a middle-aged man with a fierce brow and wild hair stood, clad in martial attire. His eyes glinting with a chilling, killing intent as he fixed his gaze on Meng Qing, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Fong Ding, at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, controlled a Xian Shui turtle. Who is this impudent junior, causing chaos in my square city? Do you comprehend the consequences? Fong Ding's voice thundered, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Meng Qing retorted, what a farce. Come down here. The queen ant acted, her tentacle quivering as the purple light expanded forward, resembling an invisible hand that grasped upward, directly yanking Fong Ding down. Just moments ago standing in midair, Fong Ding now caught a whiff of the earth's fragrance. Feeling as if the situation were surreal, the others in the Lord's mansion looked equally as astonished, as if they had encountered a ghost. The Xian Shui turtle growled softly, attempting to rise, but the queen ant's roar halted its struggles, causing it to retreat into its shell. Meng Qing stepped forward, crouching down to extract a blood flute. Do you recognize this? Fong Ding's expression suddenly shifted, illuminated by the light. He finally discerned Meng Qing's face and was taken aback. You are Meng Qing? This is impossible. How could you possess a blood flute? Meng Xiantong is dead by my hand. According to his confession, all his actions during the beast tide were under your direction, including contact with Shui. Tell me, where is Shui? Meng Qing resolved to deceive him. A look of horror flickered in Fong Ding's eyes, yet almost simultaneously. He lowered his head. I do not understand what you are saying. As for you, ever since you began to wield that thief's belongings, you have been speaking nonsense. What is it that you truly desire? Meng Qing smiled, whispering, do you know? Prior to this, Meng Xiantong said the same. As Shui's confidants, you are undoubtedly competent. Now, I am curious to know who among you is more formidable. Upon hearing these words, Fong Ding visibly swallowed hard, but chose to continue feigning ignorance. I do not comprehend your words. What Shui? We martial artists. Meng Qing did not allow him to continue. The queen ant descended, its antennae shimmering with a cold radiance. A flash of purple light appeared, and Fong Ding's arm was severed. Fong Ding's complexion turned a ghastly shade, akin to that of a pig's liver. However, before he could utter a sound, the queen ant's antennae pressed against his wound. Under Meng Qing's command, the purple light surged into Fong Ding's internal organs through the severed veins, resembling a multitude of violet ants incessantly scurrying beneath his skin. Fong Ding's pallor transformed from ashen to a bizarre crimson, akin to Meng Xuantong's. It was the spiritual energy left by Shui within him, now sensing danger and instinctively defending its master. Soon after, those purple specks began to burrow upwards, as if two extreme forces were engaged in combat. The agony, akin to a myriad of ants gnawing at his heart, drove Fong Ding to the brink of collapse. In less than 10 breaths, he capitulated, wailing, I will speak. Just make it stop. With a gesture, Meng Qing commanded the queen ant to withdraw its assault, and the scarlet energy swiftly dissipated. You have but one opportunity. Cherish it well, Meng Qing stated with a calm smile. If I divulge everything, will you release me? Fong Ding's eyes were filled solely with terror, sensing something far more dreadful than Shui emanating from Meng Qing. Not at all, but you must understand, there are myriad ways to meet your demise. The words you choose to utter will determine your fate, be it slow torture or a swift end. The decision lies entirely with you. Cherish it, Meng Qing replied slowly. His visage, while not exceptionally striking, exuded a comforting aura. Yet, in Fong Ding's eyes, he appeared more terrifying than a demon from the depths of hell. With a bitter smile, Fong Ding divulged all he knew. Both Qi Yuan and I are confidants of Shui. Though my standing is not on par with Qi Yuan's, all operational commands must come from him. This assault on Meng City follows the same pattern. Tomorrow morning, Shui will depart from Qi City, where I will receive an opportunity along the way, before proceeding to Meng City to cultivate. Having received the desired answer, Meng Qing nodded slightly and inquired. When I arrived, those who dispersed the beast tide, although possessing certain cultivation levels, did not bring their respective beasts. What is the reason for this? Fong Ding let out a bitter smile, realizing that the prohibition against carrying beasts was merely a ploy by Shui, who had no intention of allowing their return. The blood of those spirit beasts was far more valuable than that of the warriors. Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback, silently acknowledging the ruthless nature of Shui. He then turned with a smile and said, "Very well, I am quite satisfied with your answer. You may depart now." What? Just as Fong Ding was about to plead for mercy, the Ant Queen's antennae pierced through his brow. The Xian Shui turtle let out a mournful cry before losing its breath. Meng Qing spared none of the formidable beings above the Tai Chu level within Fong City, having the Ant Queen carry out the execution of them all. Subsequently, accompanied by several guards, he collected all the treasures from the city lord's mansion for the larger items. He instructed them to be packed and sent to Meng City. As he prepared to leave, a hesitant young soldier guarding the city said, "Actually, our city lord has an enormous chicken farm to the east." Meng Qing paused. "Your city lord enjoys chicken?" The young soldier appeared somewhat perplexed. "It seems so." "How large is that chicken farm? How many chickens are there?" Meng Qing inquired thoughtfully. "At least 10,000. Quickly, lead me there." Chapter 9. The Birth of the Heavenly Fowl, the Golden Rooster. Aiming for Qi City. A quarter of an hour later, Meng Qing arrived at an expansive flat area. It was a plot of land covering 100 acres, dotted with low shrubs, where spirit chickens with bright red combs, vivid plumage, and gleaming claws were pecking about freely. The Ant Queen released a slight aura, causing the previously leisurely chickens to become agitated and dash frantically towards the depths of the shrubs. Meng Qing observed that these chickens possessed very low cultivation, barely qualifying as the lowest tier of demon beasts. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was their sheer quantity. He glanced at the guards and declared, "Well done. From this day forth, you shall be the commander of Fong City. Do your job well, and do not disappoint me." The young guard was instantly overjoyed, and, displaying keen insight, asked, "Should we pack these chickens to send to Meng City?" Meng Qing shook his head. "No need. Attend to your own tasks, and ensure no one approaches this area." The guard quickly complied and departed. With a thunderous sound, Meng Qing commanded the Ant Queen to release her pressure, gathering all the scattered chickens into a corner of the wall. He accessed the system to scan for nearby synthesizable materials. Beep. Detected a total of 10,000 ordinary chickens. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Yes. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing 10,000 chickens, acquiring a fourth-tier spirit beast, the heavenly fowl, the golden rooster. With a flash of golden light, it was as if a great sun rose in that 100-acre space, casting everything in a brilliant golden hue. The scene appeared extraordinarily sacred, and the heavenly fowl stood majestically within, akin to a three-legged golden crow. The golden light soon dissipated, revealing before Meng Qing a rooster with golden plumage, standing tall, its claws seemingly adorned with drifting clouds. The Ant Queen sensed the presence of an equally formidable opponent and, with her antennae flickering rapidly, appeared ready to charge forth and engage the heavenly fowl in battle. The system prompted once more. "Would you like to sign a beast-taming contract?" Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback. In this world, warriors take great pride not only in their own cultivation, but also in possessing formidable beasts to command. Some exceptionally gifted warriors can even wield 2 or more beasts. However, having multiple beasts demands that the warrior's own spiritual energy and soul be immensely powerful. Yet, he seems to have shattered this limitation. At least, in his experience, he has never encountered another soul possessing 2 beasts. Upon forging a contract, the celestial golden pheasant concluded its standoff with the Ant Queen, and Meng Qing felt as if a new facet of himself had emerged. Boom. A surge of dense and potent spiritual energy suddenly flowed into Meng Qing's body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Crack, crack. His cultivation began to surge, and within less than 30 breaths, he broke through once more, ascending from the pinnacle of blood refinement to the initial stage of primordial realm. Simultaneously, information regarding the celestial golden pheasant materialized before Meng Qing's eyes. Celestial golden pheasant, a 4th-tier spirit beast, renowned for its absolute control over spiritual energy and agility, though its command over flames is somewhat lacking. Secret techniques: celestial golden flame, celestial eye. Upon seeing these 2 secret techniques, Meng Qing could hardly contain his excitement, especially at the latter. The celestial eye is a form of ocular technique. Truly, he has stumbled upon a treasure. Secret techniques vary in rank and rarity. For instance, while the celestial golden flame possesses great lethality, it is not particularly rare, whereas this ocular technique is undoubtedly a 1 in 100 rarity. Meanwhile, the Ant Queen continued to snarl, her antennae twitching in a provocative manner towards the celestial golden pheasant, and Meng Qing had already made his decision. Ant Queen, cease your antics. Henceforth, it shall be your half-brother, both my beasts, and you must not engage in internal strife. Do you understand? Meng Qing resolved to reason with the Ant Queen. He felt helpless. During his initial cultivation, he would need to rely on both spirit beasts, so neglecting either would not do. Celestial golden pheasant. That name is rather cumbersome. You are a male, so let us call you Brother Chicken. Meng Qing addressed the celestial golden pheasant. Brother Chicken nodded in agreeable compliance. He then turned his gaze eastward, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Let us proceed. I am eager to discover the true identity of this blood easy. At the far eastern edge of the 3 city domains, before a towering Tinjiang High Gate, resplendent in crimson and inscribed with the characters Qi City, numerous guards patrolled anxiously. Each guard bore a pallid expression, their eyes bloodshot, akin to startled birds, each one filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a purple light materialized in the sky. This purple beam resembled a blade cleaving through heaven and earth, striking straight towards the gates of Qi City. Enemy attack. A sharp, hoarse shout snapped everyone back to reality. As the purple light descended, the gates crumbled instantaneously. Those guards who managed to evade the strike realized that the purple light was, in fact, a tentacle formed from condensed spiritual energy. After slicing through the gates, the tentacle pressed onward, targeting the city lord's mansion of Qi City. Someone approaches. An elderly general suddenly shouted, pointing outside the city. A young man clad in white, hands behind his back, strolled forth slowly, exuding an air of serenity and composure, making his way directly to their front. It appears that you two have fallen victim to the machinations of Shui. My purpose here is to eliminate him and the Lord of Qiqing. Those who are not involved should refrain from intervening. If you wish to accompany them to their graves, you may step forward to obstruct me. As Meng Qing swept his gaze over the soldiers, he discerned the underlying issue with a single glance. These warriors exhibited a waning vitality, most bearing scars upon their wrists, leading to an obvious conclusion when considering Shui. In front of all present, Meng Qing advanced into the city gates, and strangely enough, some of the soldiers bore an aura similar to his, yet none dared to impede his progress. Arrogant. To eliminate the lord of this city? Do you truly believe that your nascent realm cultivation is sufficient? Young man, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Boom. A formidable aura suddenly erupted from the lord's mansion of Qiqing, and a vague, ethereal hand materialized, striking at the protruding appendage and shattering it. Having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, Meng Qing looked up to see a figure suspended in the sky. This individual emanated the peak essence of the nascent realm. His voice tinged with an air of antiquity, yet his visage resembled that of a refined scholar, hair a faint shade of red, undeniably peculiar. Arrogant, do you know? Fang Ding once spoke in a similar manner. I am now somewhat curious if Shui has indeed lost his wits in his training, surrounding himself with you. Mere hidden talents. Meng Qing replied with a faint smile. A flicker of malice appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes as he growled. Do not conflate me with that useless wretch. Since you have uncovered these secrets, you shall not be permitted to live. Prepare to die. Despite the arrogance in his words, Qi Yuan's strike was decisive and ruthless. His palm raised to deliver a crushing blow. Meng Qing, wishing to avoid further banter, slightly clenched his fingers. The Ant Queen struck, violet light radiating forth, extending the appendage outward, resembling a colossal hand that seized Qi Yuan, dragging him down and pinning him to the ground, rendered immobile. The latter's techniques were disrupted, causing chaotic spiritual energy to surge wildly, resulting in him spitting blood. Astonishingly, the once smooth visage of the refined scholar became marred with numerous wrinkles. Qi Yuan's eyes were filled with terror. How is this possible? What grade is your beast control? Meng Qing did not respond, but instead looked off into the distance. How much longer do you intend to remain hidden? If you do not emerge soon, your confidant may very well perish. Qi Yuan's face suddenly contorted with rage. Do you think this is the end? Assassination Falcon. Kill. Whoosh. A blur zipped past. A fierce gust of wind targeting Meng Qing's neck. Chapter 10. Mud will never support a wall. Brother Ji takes action though this may seem lengthy. From the moment Qi Yuan finished speaking to the arrival of that fierce wind, it all transpired within a mere few breaths. Meng Qing's lips curled into a smile as he gently raised his palm. A shield materialized behind him, appearing thin yet more resilient than the city walls. Boom. The blur collided with it, producing a crisp, shattering sound akin to an egg striking a stone, jarring the senses. The assassination falcon is a third-tier spiritual beast, renowned for its unparalleled speed coupled with sharp killing techniques. Yet the golden armored shield, a fourth-tier defense, was impervious to its assault. With the demise of his beast, Qi Yuan felt the backlash, letting out a muffled groan. His face not only paled, but also became riddled with new wrinkles in an instant. Meng Qing maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze still fixed on the distance. How much longer will you hide? Should you not emerge soon, your peace is destined for demise. As the words fell, a sound reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against wood echoed from afar, inducing a feeling of visceral discomfort. Trash is merely trash. No matter how much effort you invest, mud shall never support a wall. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled gently, as if a heavy object were shifting upon it, revealing two glowing orbs akin to lanterns. They were, in fact, a pair of eyes. A great ape adorned with a coat of crimson first stood before them. From the moment of its appearance, the air was saturated with a nauseating stench of blood that enveloped a radius of 10 feet. The king blood ape, a fourth-tier beast under the control of Blood E. Shifting his gaze to the left, Meng Qing beheld a robust man whose skin mirrored the same shade of red. Standing a towering 8 feet tall, his musculature solid and formidable. Yet beside the king blood ape, he appeared somewhat diminished. Hearing Blood Yi's words, Qi Yuan immediately bowed his head in shame. Curiosity stirred within Meng Qing. Having frequently heard of the notorious reputation of Blood Yi, I find myself intrigued. Your domain extends over a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Although the three cities' domain is populous, the overall caliber of warriors is rather low. What draws your attention here? Blood Yi chuckled sinisterly. You, a mere child yet to sprout your first hair, need not concern yourself with such matters. You are but a novice, yet you possess a beast mastery equivalent to the celestial realm. I am aware of you, Meng Qing, the so-called son of Meng Xintian, deemed a failure. However, it is known to me that merely 3 days prior, you were at the peak of body refinement. I find myself curious as to why your cultivation has ascended so rapidly. With an unperturbed tone, Meng Qing replied, if you choose not to speak. I possess numerous methods to discern your thoughts and secrets by defeating you. A smirk curled upon Blood Yi's lips as he regarded Meng Qing's calm demeanor. A flicker of doubt surfacing within him. After traversing this realm for years, how could this youth appear even more villainous than he? I shall observe. Relying solely on a fourth-tier beast, what other trump cards you may possess? Blood Yi roared, his eyes narrowing to a crimson hue, and his very breath harmonized with that of the king blood ape, as if they shared a symbiotic bond. With a mighty leap, Blood Yi propelled himself forward. The king blood ape mirroring his movement, akin to a cannonball soaring into the sky, aimed directly at Meng Qing's landing spot. Meng Qing, refusing to underestimate the threat, summoned his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his calves, and executed a light jump, while simultaneously propelling the ant queen forward. Its antennae radiated a purple luminescence, slicing through the air, generating a series of sonic booms. Boom! The blood ape shattered the purple light emitted by the ant queen, creating a pit over 10 feet deep upon landing. Blood Yi howled, his speed ferocious as he charged towards Meng Qing like a predator on the hunt. Golden armor shield. Touch of the celestial realm. Meng Qing, unable to evade in time, summoned a shield that materialized before him just as the blood ape descended, its massive paw crashing down with tremendous force. In an instant, Meng Qing was launched like a projectile, obliterating every structure in his path. Bloody looked up, a single antenna descending from above, crashing onto the blood ape's back. The creature's defense shattered, and the immense force drove its leg deep into the earth, leaving Blood Yi pale and shaken by the unforeseen consequences. Meng Qing emerged from the rubble, his golden armor appearing exceedingly vague, its surface marred by numerous cracks. Resembling a fragile shell on the verge of shattering, Bloody rose, shifting his shoulders with an air of self-satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, now I understand. Your journey to this point is solely due to your formidable beast mastery. Qi Yuan's defeat is not without reason. But what comes next? After battling through Fengcheng to arrive here, you must be weary, correct? Once your beast loses its strength, what can you do but await your demise?" Meng Qing raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Await death? Why not try it and see for yourself? But do tread carefully, should you choose the wrong path. It may very well lead to your end." Blood Yi chuckled heartily. "To be honest, at your age and level of strength, everyone I've faced has trembled in fear. You are the first to speak so boldly to me. I shall grant you a complete corpse, which is the greatest favor I can bestow." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than Blood Yi lunged forward, the hair of the diamond blood ape bristling, its blood energy swirling violently, as if it bore countless crimson serpents upon its back. Bloodblade. The blood energy coalesced from the ape's fur into a sharp blade, slicing through the air. Aimed directly at Meng Qing's neck, the sheer force sending chills down his spine. Meng Qing closed his eyes, stowing the ant queen into his pocket, and softly said, "Chicken brother, it's your time to shine. Heavenly decree, golden flame." Without warning, a golden orb of light erupted from a corner not far from the two, radiating brilliance that surpassed that of the sun despite its modest diameter of less than 2 feet. Bloody panicked, "What on earth is that?" No one answered him. Chicken brother approached Meng Qing, exhaling a beam of golden flame that shot forth like a pillar, its speed astounding. The blade and the flame clashed, disintegrating upon contact as if a blade had struck molten lava. The golden pillar surged forward, crashing into Blood Yi's chest. A chilling scream echoed. As if he had been struck by a high-velocity projectile, his body hurtling backwards, collapsing a nearby building, and becoming ensnared within the rubble. Meng Qing quietly opened his celestial eye and began to advance. As the flames dissipated, the air was thick with the mingled scents of roasted flesh and blood. He raised his hand, and Chicken brother unleashed flames once more. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of piercing air was incessant. These were poison darts. Under the watchful gaze of the celestial eye, Blood Yi's furtive movements were no secret to Meng Qing. Following this, Meng Qing pointed in a direction, silently counting down in his mind. As 3 seconds elapsed, Chicken brother expelled fire again, striking down a fleeing silhouette with another shriek of despair. It was none other than Bloody. In a desperate bid for survival after being struck by the heavenly decree golden flame and tumbling into the debris, he had instantly drained the blood of the diamond blood ape and shot forth a poisoned arrow. He had intended to slip away unnoticed, never anticipating that Meng Qing had cultivated a technique of ocular mastery. Chapter 11. Crimson Flame Cauldron. At this moment, all formidable practitioners within Qi City were drawn to the commotion unfolding in this vicinity. The area was densely packed with formidable individuals, layers upon layers. From Kai Ling to Tai Chu, the surroundings were eerily silent as they witnessed Meng Qing's defeat of Shui Yi in its entirety. Many found it hard to believe the reality of the event. To them, it felt as if they were caught in a dream. Ever since Shui Yi arrived in the 3 cities domain and sought out Qi City, a sense of dread had permeated their every moment. Everyone yearned for a powerful figure to eliminate Shui Yi, yet they never anticipated that this person would be Meng Qing. Many leaders of various factions felt a sense of unease, for they had often disparaged Meng Qing and even Meng Xiantian due to their differing city affiliations. Under the gaze of the crowd, Meng Qing approached Shui Yi, who was engulfed in flames, desperately attempting to extinguish the blaze with his spiritual energy, albeit with little success. Meng Qing knelt down and said, "If you divulge the reason for your arrival in the 3 cities domain, perhaps I can grant you a swifter demise. After all, witnessing oneself turn to ash is a most unpleasant experience." Suddenly, Shui lifted his head, spitting out a thick, blood-tinged phlegm. Meng Qing narrowly avoided it, exclaiming in frustration, "Good grief, do you have no sense of hygiene?" Shui smirked ominously, trying to extract information from me. "Boy, you are far too naive." With that, his spiritual energy erupted violently, producing a sound that sent chills down spines. In a decisive act, Shui shattered his own meridians, leaving Meng Qing no time to intervene. Furrowing his brow, Meng Qing inquired of the Ant Queen, "Is it still possible to search his soul?" The Ant Queen leaped down, extending her antennae, only to shake her head slightly. Meng Qing sighed, rummaging through his belongings until he found a Qianquan bag. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. The bag contained a space equivalent to 10 cubic units, filled with various jars and vials, each housing spherical substances. They were all medicinal pills. Upon closer inspection, Meng Qing realized that most of these pills were incomplete. Taming beasts required a strong soul, and the more powerful the beast, the greater the soul power needed. Some warriors, hindered by their innate talents, struggled to advance in soul cultivation, while alchemy also demanded a robust soul. Could it be that Shui intended to use this method to break through his soul limitations? Meng Qing pondered aloud. Though his understanding of the soul was limited, he had encountered similar accounts in literature, hence his familiarity with the concept. Turning around, he noticed that everyone in the crowd averted their gazes, lacking the courage to meet Meng Qing's eyes. "Let us proceed with our tasks," he declared, then made his way towards the Qi City Lord's residence. Upon reaching the chamber where treasures were stored, Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback. The items were scarce, predominantly consisting of spirit stones and medicinal pills, with not a single spiritual herb in sight. Seemingly sensing his confusion, the guard who had escorted him explained, "When Shui arrived in our city, he was reportedly injured and seized all of the city lord's cherished spiritual herbs. Anything of value was exchanged for materials to refine these pills." Meng Qing nodded and gathered all the items in one go. Just as he was about to leave, a pressing question struck him. Where was Shui Yi's alchemy facility? The guard was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion as he replied, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. But it seems he rarely departs from this place. Meng Qing nodded in understanding, instructing him to await outside while he activated his celestial vision. As he surveyed the surroundings, he quickly made a discovery. He approached a remarkably clean area devoid of any clutter, placing his palm above it as his spiritual energy quietly circulated. At a precise moment, Meng Qing unleashed a punch, striking a seemingly ordinary section of the floor. With a thunderous rumble, the ground quaked, and that segment of the floor collapsed, revealing 5 large cauldrons, one significantly larger than the others. These cauldrons were arranged in a manner where the smaller ones encompassed the larger one, regardless of size. Each surface was intricately engraved with unsettling human faces, and faint wisps of spiritual energy hovered above them, emanating a crimson glow that rendered the dim space eerily ominous. Meng Qing furrowed his brow. After all, he now considered himself a legitimate martial artist. He reflected on his moral standing, acknowledging that he might not be a virtuous individual and that his future spirit might encounter constraints. Alchemy could serve as a valuable fallback. While blood ease had alleviated his concerns regarding the cauldrons and elixirs, he feared that these rather unsightly artifacts could be misconstrued if taken outside. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Qing accessed the system and began scanning his surroundings. Ding! 5 second-tier alchemical cauldrons detected. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Yes. Due to size discrepancies and limited quantity, the synthesis process will involve random reconstitution. Would you like to continue? Proceed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized 5 second-tier cauldrons into 1 third-tier crimson flame cauldron. As the announcement concluded, a brilliant light burst forth from the system, shining like a star in the dim surroundings. Crimson Flame Cauldron, 3rd-tier spiritual artifact, capable of refining up to 4th-grade elixirs, infused with a hint of murderous intent. Its flames possess formidable and terrifying power. This characteristic can be effectively harnessed for rapid elixir production. Overwhelmed with joy, Meng Qing seized Blood Ease's spatial bag and meticulously packed all the items within the room. He then retrieved another spatial bag to stow the Crimson Flame Cauldron before departing with a sense of satisfaction. Outside, the guard waited anxiously. Upon seeing Meng Qing emerge with a smile, he exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly approached, asking politely, Might I inquire, sir, if the precious items from Qi City need to be packaged for delivery to Meng City? There are also several lords outside seeking an audience. Meng Qing glanced outside. At this moment, most of the leaders from various factions in Qi City had realized the situation and were respectfully waiting outside with their offerings. After surveying the guard, Meng Qing inquired, Are all the lords from Qi City present? The guard nodded affirmatively. All have arrived. Excellent. Collect all the items they have brought. Additionally, how much paper is currently available in the city lord's residence? Meng Qing asked. The guard struggled to comprehend the latter part of the inquiry, but, noting the seriousness in Meng Qing's demeanor, quickly replied, I have not kept count, but the military documents are typically stocked with 100,000 sheets. Very well. Bring in all the leaders from the outside and instruct each of them to write down 3 different martial arts techniques. Meng Qing commanded. Is there a requirement regarding their grade? The guard hesitated slightly. Similar to spiritual tools and artifacts, martial arts and techniques also possess different ranks. The lowest tier is known as the incomplete techniques, while the higher level is referred to as complete methods, and the most advanced are termed spiritual laws. Incomplete techniques are exceedingly common, whereas complete methods are rare by a factor of 100 or more. As for spiritual laws, they are so scarce that within the entire Tri-City domain, there are seldom more than a handful. Once a warrior has acquired the ability to tame beasts, they may comprehend 2 techniques based on their innate talent and strength. However, many find that both techniques they grasp are either defensive or rather ineffective. In such instances, the true power of martial arts becomes evident. The reason the guard inquired was that if Meng Qing were to claim that all 3 techniques were spiritual laws, it would be better for the leaders of those factions to meet their demise directly. Chapter 12. Come seek me. Spirit-controlling armor-breaking technique. Meng Qing waved his hand dismissively. Rank is not a concern. The battle with Shui Yi could at best be described as a narrow victory. Had it not been for GGE's timely intervention, he would have found himself in peril. Shui Yi was correct. Currently, he could only rely on the strength of his 2 spirit beasts, which may suffice in the short term, but would inevitably reveal shortcomings over time. To forge iron, one must first be strong. He must leverage the synthesis system to enhance his own power. The guard complied and departed to carry out the orders. In less than a quarter of an hour, a remarkable scene unfolded outside the residence of the city lord of Qi. Dignitaries clad in luxurious attire were either perched on small stools or leaning against walls, all fervently scribbling. This spectacle resembled that of elementary students punished to copy lines for failing to complete their homework. Some powerful individuals murmured, "Why are we being made to transcribe martial arts? With no rank restrictions, is this merely to humiliate us? Stop pondering and write swiftly. Perhaps this is a test for us, as leaders of factions. Who among us does not recall a few techniques?" Others, upon reflection, agreed, and soon individuals began to slyly incorporate their treasured martial arts into their transcriptions. Thus, a silent wave of competition quietly commenced. Within the span of 15 minutes, a pile of papers was stacked before Meng Qing. The guard presented a series of spatial bags. "My lord, there are many sheets here. It would be better to place them in these bags for your convenience and transport." Meng Qing considered this. Should he arbitrarily use the system for synthesis, such a vast quantity of papers would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Although no one in the Tri-City domain could currently challenge him, caution was always prudent, so he instructed the guard to proceed. Before long, an unassuming spatial bag was handed to him. At this moment, the sky was beginning to lighten, casting a pale glow. Meng Qing directed the guard to package all the significant treasures of Qi City for delivery to Meng City before embarking on his return journey with his two spirit beasts. Whoosh! As he surged into Xuanja Mountain, a figure clad in simple white robes, with a demeanor reminiscent of an ethereal being, slowly emerged from the mountain several miles away. Observing the ruined gates of Qi City and the remnants of battle, he sighed softly. Having traveled to so many places, it is always a cycle of conflict. Truly, the world is ever-changing, and human hearts have grown cold. As Meng Qing beheld Meng City in the distance, the sun had risen high in the sky. During this journey, he refrained from using spiritual energy, relying solely on the strength of his physical body to traverse the distance. At this moment, he was filled with fervor. His body ablaze with heat, sweat evaporating like mist, while a layer of dark grime clung to his skin. This was the result of impurities within him. His rapid breakthroughs in cultivation, coupled with a lack of exercise, had led to this phenomenon. Before he could even enter the door, Meng Xiantian rushed over, disregarding the filth, and anxiously asked, "Qing'er, are you all right? What is this dirt on your body? Are you injured?" Meng Qing deftly evaded. Her demeanor relaxed as she replied, "Do not worry. Father, I have already annihilated the two cities of Qifeng and slain Shui. There will be no further disturbances." Meng Xiantian repeatedly uttered words of praise, only to suddenly realize something was amiss, hesitatingly confirming, "Qing'er, did you just say that not only did you destroy the two cities of Qifeng, but you also killed Shui?" The elders of Meng City, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were taken aback, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment. While the two cities of Qifeng lacked formidable experts, Shui was undeniably a genuine powerhouse at the Cave Heaven realm. His prowess, along with that of his beast-taming skills, allowed him to traverse a vast expanse with terrifying might. Yet now, Meng Qing claimed that this individual had been slain. Had they not witnessed the moment Meng Xiantong was defeated, they would have deemed it utterly unbelievable. However, Meng Qing was reluctant to elaborate further. "Father, is there hot water available? After a night of battle, I wish to take a bath and then rest. As for what I just mentioned, you will soon find out. I have already issued orders for the guards of Qifeng to send all the valuable items from their cities." Meng Xiantian promptly replied, "Of course there is." Although he was astonished by his son's deeds, the well-being of his child remained paramount. As Meng Qing immersed himself in the bath, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The water infused with unnamed medicinal properties. It felt as though countless tiny mouths were eagerly absorbing the essence of the bath. Leaning against the edge of the tub, Meng Qing intended to rest a moment longer before rising. Soon, sounds of commotion erupted from outside, resembling the crash of heavy objects falling to the ground, colliding with the structure, threatening to bring it down. Meng Qing furrowed his brow. Could it be that careless servants had broken something? After drying himself and dressing, he stepped outside, only to freeze in astonishment at the sight before him. Where was he? Before him sprawled an unimaginably vast desert, the horizon tinged with a dusky hue, stretching into the distance as if converging into a straight line, a spectacle beyond words. Glancing back, he discovered that the door had inexplicably vanished, leaving him alone in this expanse. It was an incomprehensible emptiness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded from the heavens, and the world transformed dramatically. A blurred visage loomed in the sky, its eyes twinkling like stars, radiating a light that seemed capable of piercing through all. What was this entity? Meng Qing felt a chill of dread. "Come seek me," the face intoned, its voice booming like thunder, nearly shattering Meng Qing's mind. Shaking his head, he turned to look ahead again, only to be abruptly enveloped by a wave of frigid air. In a moment of haste, he opened his eyes, only to find himself still submerged in the bathtub, devoid of any desert or colossal visage that seemed capable of obscuring the sky. It was as though everything he had previously experienced was but an illusion. Meng Qing rose to his feet, his head still throbbing with pain. He was certain that what he had seen was no mere figment of imagination. Yet, what could it possibly be? Why had it manifested within his dreams? Meng Qing was perplexed, finding the matter utterly unfathomable. Shaking his head, he momentarily set aside his thoughts, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Dressing swiftly, he retrieved all the martial arts techniques stored within his cosmic bag and promptly accessed the system. Ding! Detected the possibility of synthesizing 100,000 residual techniques. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized 100,000 residual techniques. Acquiring the spirit technique, spirit manipulation, and armor-breaking technique. At the sound of the synthesis notification, Meng Qing could hardly contain his excitement. A spirit technique? What a tremendous gain. Spirit manipulation and armor-breaking technique. A spirit technique requiring practitioners to harmonize with spiritual energy, capable of penetrating the fur of opponents or tamed beasts, thereby achieving a lethal blow. This technique is exceedingly fierce and demands a high level of spiritual energy. Beginners must exercise extreme caution. Setting this spirit technique aside, he then produced another cosmic bag, this time containing elixirs. Ding! Detected the possibility of synthesizing 1,000 low-grade elixirs. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized 1,000 low-grade elixirs, acquiring 1/4 grade elixir. Essence Cleansing Source Elixir. Essence Cleansing Source Elixir, 4th grade, upon consumption. It can purify the user's meridians, allowing martial artists to refine their essence and marrow, thereby enhancing their cultivation aptitude. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Qing took the Essence Cleansing Source Elixir and swallowed it whole. Chapter 13, Essence Cleansing Source Elixir. Menu boom. In an instant, Meng Qing felt as if he had transformed into a volcano. The swallowed Essence Cleansing Source Elixir surged within him like the very core of the earth. A terrifying torrent of spiritual energy racing through his body. If one were to envision his meridians as the land, then the flowing spiritual energy resembled the mighty Yangtze River. In a daze, Meng Qing sensed his consciousness being pressed into a confined space by an invisible hand, filled to the brim with exquisitely pure spiritual energy. At a certain moment, this energy surged towards him like countless hammers, relentlessly refining him like uncut jade. Though this process was painful, its effects were immediate. As the first wave of spiritual energy coursed through him, he felt reborn, expelling a multitude of impurities from his body. Soon, his consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Yet this transformation was far from complete. Meng Qing felt as though his abdomen had become a reservoir, while his meridians resembled narrow and low-lying channels. Should the remaining spiritual energy erupt, he risked becoming incapacitated. By sheer fortune, he directed the majority of the residual spiritual energy from the Essence Cleansing Source Elixir into his body, further refining his essence and marrow. For convenience's sake, he shed his clothing and seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, surrendering to the guidance of the spiritual energy. As the energy refined his essence and marrow, Meng Qing's expression would contort in agony, yet once the process concluded, it would be replaced by sheer delight. Pain and pleasure intertwined. This process did not last long. Once Meng Qing felt that his meridians could withstand the onslaught of spiritual energy, he relinquished all restraints. Boom! The ethereal energy coursed through his entire being, simultaneously refining his flesh and propelling his ascension in cultivation. While still in Fangcheng, due to his pact with Brother Ji, his cultivation had advanced to the initial stage of the primordial realm, and now, he was directly propelled to the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Compared to the initial stage of the primordial realm, his reservoir of spiritual energy had increased tenfold at the very least. Furthermore, his soul had been meticulously honed, allowing him to perceive everything within a radius of 1 mile with unparalleled clarity. In his awareness, Meng Qing was bustling with activity. Warriors arriving from the Qi and Fang cities were busily transporting various goods. Several usually stern elders were now beaming with joy, scurrying about to count the items. As Meng Qing withdrew his perception and realized the effects of the cleansing essence source pill had been nearly exhausted, he concentrated his energy into a single point, unleashing a long, resonant howl that shot upward like a beam of light, piercing the heavens. This spectacle instantly captured the attention of all the formidable beings in Meng Qing. What an overwhelming presence! This aura was even more formidable than that of the city lord. Was that direction the city lord's manor? This aura did not belong to the city lord. What was happening? Confused murmurs arose among the crowd, and just as they contemplated approaching to investigate, Meng Xiantian stepped forward in a timely manner. Everyone, remain calm. This is the young city lord in training. Anyone who dares to approach the young city lord's residence shall face merciless consequences. The crowd halted, their thoughts gradually settling. Yet they couldn't help but recall a terrifying realization. Many had witnessed Meng Qing in action the night before, and at that time, he was still far from Meng Xuantian's level of strength. How could he have transformed into such a formidable presence in such a short span? While the crowd pondered the reasons behind this transformation, Meng Qing emerged from the grand doors. To be precise, he had escaped. The cleansing essence source pill had facilitated a significant metamorphosis throughout his being. As it was a process of purging and refining, the impurities expelled were considerable, and the sensation was quite intoxicating. Meng Xiantian stood guard outside, and upon seeing Meng Qing emerge, he was momentarily taken aback. He felt as if his son had undergone a complete transformation, yet he could not quite articulate what had changed. Meng Qing approached with a smile and asked, "What is the matter? Can't recognize me?" Meng Xiantian did not conceal his thoughts. "That is not it. In just a few days, your cultivation has already surpassed mine. From now on, Meng Qing will rely on you for protection." Meng Qing chuckled. "Let us not put it that way, father. You are the pillar of Meng Qing. Still in your prime, with such a solid foundation, should you break through, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds." Meng Xiantian sighed slightly. "It's too late now. In our youth, we could not venture out. In our middle years, we scorned the idea. Now, in old age, we dare not step outside. In this trifling domain of 3 cities, where could there be opportunities for breakthrough? One never knows," Meng Qing replied, shifting the topic. "Speaking of which, it's time. The people from Qi and Fang cities should be arriving with the goods, right? Let us go take a look." "Very well." Meng Xiantian nodded. Before they even reached the city lord's manor, Meng Qing was already awestruck by the treasures scattered about. For instance, second-tier spiritual herbs, which had once been absolute treasures in the former city lord's manor, were now casually placed in the courtyard like mere potted plants, indicating their overwhelming abundance. "What is the meaning of this?" Meng Qing inquired of a busy attendant nearby. Upon the return of the young city lord, it was reported that numerous unplanned areas surrounding the city lord's residence had been acquired at a substantial price by the formidable powers of the Qi and Fang cities. The attendant replied. Meng Qing nodded, increasingly awed as he ventured further outward. To his astonishment, he observed several major forces hastily commencing construction of houses around the periphery of the city lord's estate. The various factions, occasionally glancing toward the city lord's gates, were invigorated upon spotting the 2 individuals and eagerly immersed themselves in the building efforts. "Qing'er, what are your intentions regarding the Qi and Fang cities?" Meng Xiantian inquired with a smile. Understanding the implication behind his words, Meng Qing replied with a grin. "The reason the 3-city domain is thus named is merely due to the balance of power among the 3 cities over the years. Now that the Qi and Fang cities have been vanquished, it is time for the 3-city domain to be renamed as Meng Domain." The news of the impending renaming of the 3-city domain to Meng Domain spread like wildfire, and the once remote Meng city rapidly became a bustling hub. Within merely 3 days, all notable factions from the former 3-city domain relocated to Meng city, and towering structures began to rise at an astonishing pace. In less than 5 days, Meng city was completely transformed. The former Tinjiang city gate expanded to 15 zhong, crafted entirely from gilded materials, with the name Meng Domain prominently displayed at the top. On the 6th day at noon, 2 elderly men, temporarily hired, were cleaning the city gate. "Old son, how much longer can we do this short-term work?" one asked. "1 spirit stone a day can sustain my family for a year." "Oldly, do not worry. Isn't your ancestral home not far from the city lord's residence? Have those nobles not been seeking you out these days? I hear your old house is worth 100 spirit stones." "What? Is that true?" No. The young city lord is now a great sage. We cannot sell it. We old folks still wish to bask in his fortune." "You are mistaken. The young city lord is now the young domain lord. It matters not whether the distance is great or small. Someone came by yesterday and offered 40 spirit stones for my old house, and I sold it. Living freely is the true way. Ah, look over there. It seems there are 2 dark figures. What could that be?" "What dark figures? Are you seeing things?" "Let me take a look." "Those are 2 people." Quickly, informed the young domain lord. In less than 100 breaths, an elderly man and a young girl arrived at the gates of Meng Domain. Chapter 14. Annulment of Engagement. Better to feed chickens. The leading figure was a young girl, with flowing long hair, fair skin, and striking features. Her attire accentuated her figure perfectly, but most notably, it was the aura she exuded with every gesture that rendered her unforgettable. With a hint of disdain, she cast a scornful glance at the gates of Meng City and remarked, "Has Meng City fallen so low as to lack the resources to adorn its gates? It is quite amusing to see such a multitude of commoners in such a remote place." The elder behind her surveyed Meng City, instinctively sensing something amiss. yet unable to articulate what exactly was wrong. He finally said, "Allow me to handle this, Mississippi. Such trivial matters need not trouble you." With that, he swept his sleeve, releasing his aura. An earthly realm practitioner. I was wondering who graced us with their presence. It is none other than Qing Yun. Why not come in and have a seat? Meng Qing floated into the air, laughing heartily. The elder spoke once more, his tone neither warm nor cold. "There is no need for that, Meng Qing. Do you know why I, along with Qing Yun, have come here today?" At that moment, Meng Qing stepped out from beyond the city gates, leaning against them with an air of calm detachment. He recognized the young lady before him. She was none other than his fiancée, Yu Qing Yun, the daughter of the Lord of the Five Peaks domain. In Meng Qing's memory, she had always been exceedingly proud, looking down upon him since childhood. And after he had stagnated at the pinnacle of physical cultivation, she had unilaterally severed all ties. Meng Qing maintained a smile. "Ling Weizi, are you not here to reminisce with me?" "Reminisce?" Ling Weizi scoffed. "Surely you have heard that Qing Yun has recently achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, revealing the cold moon body upon entering the initial stage of the Tai Chi realm. She has now been accepted as a trial disciple by a prominent figure from the Yunxiao sect." Ling Weizi deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that everyone in Meng City could hear him clearly. Their ostentatious visit was impossible to conceal, and the onlookers quickly gathered around the city gates, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Ling Weizi's proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What is the Yunxiao sect? Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the three-city domain is undoubtedly regarded as a lower-tier realm, part of the larger Daxian kingdom. Countless factions similar to the three-city domain abound on Daxian's land. Yet, even the Daxian kingdom pales in comparison to the Yunxiao sect. Even the royal offspring of Daxian take pride in being able to train within the Yunxiao sect. Most importantly, the sect offers only 10 cultivation spots to the Daxian kingdom each year. In the eyes of the populace in the three-city domain, being accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Yunxiao sect foretells an astonishing future filled with limitless potential. Meng Qing paused in surprise, gradually retracting his smile. "Is that so? I must congratulate Qing Yun, my dear niece. However, old friend, spare me the riddles. What brings you here today?" Ling Weizi slowly clasped his hands behind his back and replied softly, "You surely recall the marriage contract that existed between Qing Yun and your son, Meng Qing? Now that Qing Yun has become a disciple of the Yunxiao sect, do you truly believe your worthless son is worthy of her? We have come today to dissolve that engagement." Given his standing, he need not have made this journey for such matters, but with Yu Qing Yun now an elder's disciple of the Yunxiao sect, her future prospects are boundless. Coming to Meng City served not only to instill awe, but also to curry favor with Yu Qing Yun. As these words left his mouth, the expressions of many powerful figures from the Meng domain turned peculiar. Worthless? The onlookers, glancing at Meng Qing leaning against the city gate, could not help but swallow hard as they recalled recent events. If he is deemed worthless, then what does that make them? Those who could secure a position within the city lord's residence in such a short time were no ordinary individuals. As some began to grasp the discrepancies in information that led to misjudgments, their expressions shifted to one of intrigue, eagerly anticipating the direction in which events would unfold. At the city gate, Meng Qing's countenance turned frosty. He slowly stepped forward into the open space, fixing his gaze upon Ling Weizi. Meng Qing, his face as solemn as water, pondered for a moment before stating, "I wish to know if this is the will of the Lord of the Five Peaks domain or the intention of Yu Qing Yun herself." Decades ago, the former Lord of Wuyue City was pursued relentlessly. Were it not for the intervention of his father, none of you would exist today. In pursuit of a resurgence, your former Lord borrowed substantial resources from Meng City, establishing this marriage contract as a means of repayment. Now that both former lords have passed, do you believe that your dominance in Wuyue domain grants you the liberty to renege on such agreements? Upon hearing these words, both Yu Qing Yun and Ling Weizi's expressions shifted dramatically. They were not oblivious to these past events. In fact, it was Yu Qing Yun's own desire to be present today. Though strength reigns supreme in this world, should this matter become public, the reputation of Wuyue domain would undeniably suffer. Lord Ming need not worry. Qing Yun is acutely aware that this issue could harm Meng City. Thus, she prepared a gift in advance, knowing that Meng Qing could not cultivate. She sought remedies far and wide, ultimately acquiring a single washing marrow pill, a third-tier spiritual elixir. Though its potency is immense, it is exceptionally gentle, capable of cleansing the meridians and bones of the user, undoubtedly aiding Meng Qing's cultivation. Gritting her teeth, Yu Qing Yun retrieved a porcelain vial from her cosmos pouch and gently pushed it forward, allowing it to float gracefully before Meng Qing. The onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, yet remained silent, attentively observing the unfolding events. Meng Qing remained taciturn. Ling Weizi surveyed the surroundings and scoffed. In such an isolated place, how could they grasp the value of this item? For such a waste to consume, it is akin to feeding chickens. With a flourish of his sleeve, he unleashed a fierce gust of wind, striking directly at the city gates. The gilded doors shattered instantly, sending a large chunk of masonry plummeting towards the two elderly men below who were watching the spectacle. A figure dashed into the fray, followed by a resounding crash, enveloping the area in dust and debris. At that moment, even the onlookers felt a surge of animosity. This was an affront too great to tolerate. Do you truly believe that Meng Domain fears Wuyue Domain? Meng Xiantian summoned his spiritual energy with full force, the temperature in the vicinity soaring dramatically, accompanied by a lion's roar. A fleeting glimmer of apprehension flickered in Ling Weizi's eyes, soon replaced by disdain. Meng Xiantian, it has been many years since we last clashed. I am eager to witness your prowess. Father, there is no need to be angry. Allow me to handle this old curmudgeon. Meng Xiantian was poised to strike when a calm voice interjected, halting his movements. As the dust settled, Meng Qing emerged slowly. An ant the size of a fist perched on his shoulder, accompanied by an extraordinarily remarkable rooster. Ling Weizi's tone dripped with scorn. Handle me? You lack the ability. Yet your bravado is impressive. Are you part of the ambience team? Meng Qing, buoyed by the strength of his two spirit beasts, levitated into the air and pointed forward delicately. Though you stand tall and see far, it easily blinds you to your own limitations. It would be wise for you to descend. The two were perplexed, unsure of how Meng Qing had ascended. In an instant, Ling Weizi was struck as if by lightning. A long antenna reached down from above, striking his back and sending him crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, stirring up a cloud of dust. Deprived of Ling Weizi's support, Yu Qingyun also descended, yet fortunately, her cultivation was adequate to prevent her from appearing overly disheveled. Meng Qing stood above, gazing down at her. You are right. Such a quality elixir is hardly worth more than feed for chickens. With a flick of his finger, the cleansing pill arced through the air, swallowed whole by the chicken brother. Chapter 15. Bamboo leaf green. Blood stains the sky. Crack. Crack. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers nearly ground their teeth in frustration, their hearts bleeding. That was a third-tier elixir. If it were to appear in a more prestigious auction house, it could easily fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones, a sum that represented the entire profit of many mid-tier factions in Meng Domain for a whole year. Yet now, it was consumed in one gulp by Chicken Brother? While everyone present understood that Meng Qing's strength had greatly increased, such wanton waste was simply beyond comprehension. Even Meng Xiantian felt a bit dazed. His son was undeniably extravagant. In the midst of the crowd, Chicken Brother swallowed the cleansing pill and let out a slight burp. The spiritual energy coursing through its body surged violently for a moment before quickly stabilizing. As a fourth-tier spirit beast, a third-tier elixir could hardly bestow upon it significant benefits. Meng Qing slowly approached the fallen Ling Weizi, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Meng Domain had only just been established. It was a critical time to solidify their foothold. Ling Weizi, in his ignorance, had delivered himself right to the doorstep, perfect for making an example. As for the Wuyue Domain, it was rumored that Yu Qingyun's father was merely a late-stage cave heaven realm warrior. Though Meng Qing was wary, he felt no fear at this moment. What level of spirit beast is this chicken? Swallowing a third-tier elixir should surely cause some reaction. Ling Weizi felt a wave of panic. He had previously underestimated Meng Qing, showing little interest in his cultivation. However, when he attempted to gauge their depths now, he found himself utterly unable to discern the profundity of either Meng Qing or Chicken Brother. Immediately, he waved his sleeve, and a slender azure spirit snake, no thicker than a chopstick, shot forth. As it emerged, it radiated a fierce aura that caused Meng Qing to halt in his tracks. This was the bamboo leaf green, a rare spirit beast said to hail from the bamboo leaf kingdom, known for its lethal poison and cunning greed. As the spirit snake appeared, someone in the crowd promptly explained its nature. Yu Qingyun finally regained her composure and sought to soothe the emotions of those from Meng Domain. Meng Qing, I admit I misjudged you earlier. The destroyed gate will be compensated, and Ling Weizi can offer his apologies. However, my purpose for coming today remains unchanged. Meng Qing turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh right, you wish to annul our engagement, correct? Very well. He retrieved paper and pen from his cosmic bag, reciting as he wrote, I, Meng Qing, hereby unilaterally declare the annulment of the engagement between Yu Qingyun and myself. From this moment forth, she shall have no further ties to Meng Domain, nor shall the debts owed to Meng Qing by Wuyue Domain require repayment. As he set down his pen, Meng Qing carelessly tossed the paper, which fluttered to rest at Yu Qingyun's feet, its stark black ink against the white paper striking and undeniable. Yu Qingyun stood momentarily stunned. Crouching to pick up the paper, Disbelief etched across her face. You annulled our engagement. Unilateral annulment. What did this even mean? She had been cast off by him. Not only her, but Ling Weizi, now standing, was equally taken aback, while Meng Xiantian trembled, staring blankly at Meng Qing. The other formidable figures, particularly the lords of great powers, were also rendered speechless. Regardless of the scale of their operations, reputation held paramount importance. The daughter of the esteemed Lord of the Five Peaks domain has been cast aside by Meng Qing. Should this incident become public knowledge, the Five Peaks domain would undoubtedly become the butt of jokes. While this act might seem gratifying in the moment, what awaited Meng Yu could very well be calamity. At this juncture, nearly everyone believed Meng Qing had lost his sanity. Ling Weizi pointed at Meng Qing, his eyes reflecting disbelief and a tinge of pity. Young man, are you truly certain about this course of action? Qing Yun has already been taken as a trial disciple by Elder Wu of the Yunxiao sect. Are you not afraid that he will obliterate your Meng family? This was both a warning and a plea. After all, should this matter spread, Ling would not escape blame as Qing Yun's escort. Meng Qing responded with a light-hearted tone. What? Weren't you all quite furious when you arrived? Why is it acceptable for you to impose conditions upon us and even destroy the Meng family's reputation, while we, the Meng family, cannot retaliate? If you lack shame, why fear the whispers of others? His words left both of them momentarily speechless. They could not refute him, for he spoke nothing but the truth. Yu Qingyun finally spoke. Elder Wu of the Yunxiao sect holds me in high regard. He even mentioned the possibility of accepting me as his formal disciple. We will compensate for the losses incurred by the Meng family. Meng Qing, do you truly wish to escalate matters to this extent? Her demeanor, though not lacking in beauty, now appeared pitiable, evoking sympathy from many present. Meng Qing chuckled in disbelief. Am I being extreme? Yu Qingyun, I urge you to recall how you and your companion have looked down upon us since your arrival at the Meng family. I am merely returning the treatment you have bestowed upon us. Your dignity is worthy of respect, yet is mine not. The people of your Five Peaks domain are human, while those of the Meng family are not. The last sentence he nearly shouted. Ling Weizi was startled by Meng Qing's reaction. Positioning himself protectively in front of Yu Qingyun, as he regarded Meng Qing, his eyes betrayed both caution and mockery. He remarked, this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. Elder Wu's cultivation is formidable. Even if you, Meng Qing, were to train for another decade, you would not catch up to him. I advise you to swiftly destroy that paper, allowing us to treat this incident as though it never occurred. Meng Xuantian's fists clenched until they turned pale, his eyes reddening with fury. He felt a deep resentment. If only his strength were sufficient. How could Ling Weizi act so brazenly? The venue, filled with thousands, was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Though many of the Meng clan's strongmen harbored hatred, a greater sentiment of despair loomed. The Yunxiao sect, with its overwhelming presence, was indeed terrifying. In full view of all, Meng Qing slowly raised his head, addressing Yu Qingyun and her companion. What does Elder Wu amount to? My words carry weight. Before that so-called Elder Wu arrives, I will eliminate you first. In that instant, Ling Weizi even questioned the clarity of his own hearing. What did you say? He could not help but confirm. Meng Qing stepped forward, his spiritual energy swirling around him, nearly reaching a boiling point. Well said. That Wu Shun is of no consequence. Suddenly, a voice interjected, interrupting the flow of the moment. A beam of light burst forth from Meng City, revealing an elderly man with snow-white hair and a countenance imbued with an ethereal aura. Although he approached through the air, Meng Qing sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. Ling Weizi furrowed his brow and, out of courtesy, inquired, while you may be a venerable figure, it seems inappropriate to speak ill of Elder Wu, does it not? The old man did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze to Meng Qing. Your words earlier have deeply moved me. Now, you may pursue any endeavor you desire, whatever it may be. I shall stand as your unwavering support. Meng Qing frowned slightly but strode forward with determination, channeling as much spiritual energy as possible. Simultaneously, Ant Queen and Chicken Brother unleashed their oppressive force, akin to a mountain collapsing, overwhelming everything in their path. At that moment, Ling Weizi's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. 2 beast tamers? Both at the 4th tier? What is your origin? Zhu Yeqing trembled in fear, curled within Ling Weizi's palm. Upon sensing Chicken Brother's aura, it felt as though it had encountered a natural enemy. The touch of the cave heaven. The heavenly inferno of golden flames. Boom. A tendril, as if directed by the heavens, extended forth, a golden deluge sweeping forward like a catastrophic flood. Its momentum terrifying beyond measure. Ling Weizi exerted every ounce of strength to flee into the distance, realizing that remaining here would lead only to his demise. Yet, before he could escape even 10 lengths, flames and tendrils descended simultaneously, claiming his life and staining the sky red with his blood. Chapter 16. Elder Jean? A sensation having completed his task, Meng Qing turned, his expression tranquil, as if he had merely crushed an ant. The multitude of onlookers in Meng domain stood in stunned silence. Here was a formidable figure of the cave heaven realm. Just days prior, one could not be found throughout the entire three-city domain, and now, he had been slain at the gates of Meng City? This was utterly insane. Yu Qingyun was somewhat dazed. She had intended to leverage her status as a trial disciple of the Yunxiao sect to dissolve her engagement, believing herself to be in a position of power. Yet, upon arriving, she discovered the reality was far different. First, Meng Qing, once unable to cultivate, had grown exponentially strong. Then she had been cast aside, and now, a figure who could dominate even in the great Xian kingdom had been publicly slain. She felt like a marionette, stripped of the ability to think. The old man standing aside regarded Meng Qing with approval and approached, saying, "Such spirited youth is indeed rare these days. You are Meng Qing, correct?" Meng Qing nodded slightly, awaiting the elder's next words. Meng Xiantian, keenly aware of the elder's exceptional nature, quickly stepped forward, saying, "Junior Meng Xiantian pays his respects to you, esteemed elder. May I inquire as to the purpose of your sudden visit to our Meng domain? My son is somewhat lacking in decorum. I hope you will forgive him." The elder waved his hand. "Rummaging through a bag of holding before producing a token, I wander the world, and during my recent travels, I chanced upon a beam of light ascending to the heavens. Today, I have learned it was your son's doing. I wish to take him as my disciple and bring him to my sect for training. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Meng Xiantian immediately took the token, while Meng Qing cast a casual glance, his expression turning peculiar. The golden token bore the words Yunxiao sect prominently inscribed upon it. Simultaneously, Yu Qingyun and the onlookers craned their necks to see what was transpiring. A well-informed and influential leader exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens, it is indeed Elder Jinzi of the Yunxiao sect. This individual is a true heavyweight." At that moment, an uninformed bystander inquired, "Elder Jinzi? What does that signify? Is it akin to a core elder?" The powerful leader, seemingly eager to impress in the presence of such a figure, patiently elucidated, "This position surpasses that of a core elder by far. It is said that the elders of the Yunxiao sect are classified into ranks, the lowest being guest elders, followed by ordinary and core elders. Elder Jinzi stands above these three, second only to the guardian elder." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Reflecting on the old man's previous remarks, they began to comprehend. It was rumored that the elder who accepted Yu Qingyun as a trial disciple was merely a guest elder. Naturally, Elder Jinzi had the standing to dismiss him as inconsequential. As they recalled this, their gazes turned towards Meng Qing, filled with envy. This was the opportunity all prodigies yearned for. Meng Xuantian's breath quickened, his chest rising and falling dramatically, and after a long pause, he remarked, "This matter is beyond my authority to decide for Qing'er. Let her choose for herself." Although Meng Qing was surprised, he was not astonished. In his memories, Meng Xiantian had never compelled him to do anything. The old man looked at Meng Qing with a cheerful demeanor, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyun stood alone, entirely overlooked. Meng Qing weighed his options internally. When Ling Weizi destroyed the city gate, he had already harbored murderous intent. With Chicken Brother and Ant Queen by his side, he would have acted similarly even without the old man's appearance. As the news spread, the Five Mountains domain would undoubtedly be enraged. Personally, he was unafraid of the Five Mountains domain, but Meng domain was a different matter. Initially, he had contemplated ambushing those powerful figures en route to the Five Mountains domain, or at least issuing a warning. However, becoming the disciple of this elder appeared to offer him a more advantageous position, regardless of the circumstances. The identity of Elder Jinzi from the Yunxiao sect carried immense weight. Even in the worst-case scenario, if he found himself uncomfortable within the Yunxiao sect, he could always leave. After considerable deliberation, he stated, "I may agree, but I will not be heading to the Yunxiao sect immediately." Why? This time, the elder appeared intrigued. Ordinary disciples would be eager to fly to the Yunxiao sect at once. Meng Qing replied with neither humility nor arrogance, "The world is vast, and I wish to explore it." Meng Xiantian. His expression soured. What kind of absurd reasoning was this? Were it not for the presence of others, he would have liked to slap Meng Qing, truly believing that the martial world was filled with treasures everywhere. The primary concern was that Meng Qing needed to strengthen himself swiftly. Currently, the Ant Queen and Chicken Brother were at the fourth tier, which certainly allowed them to dominate within the three-city domain, but they would likely fall short at the Yunxiao sect. It would be wiser to seek materials to see if he could facilitate further breakthroughs for the two spirit beasts. Of course, since arriving in this world, he had indeed grown exceedingly curious about it. The elder chuckled heartily, retrieving two items from his robe, a black token with a golden border and a bracelet-like object. I came in haste and have little of worth to present. Consider this a small token of goodwill. As for this token, upon arriving at the Yunxiao sect, it can be displayed to naturally gain my audience. Meng Qing received it with gratitude, expressing his thanks to his master. Inside, Meng Xiantian pondered. This young lad truly needs a tangible offering before he will amend his words. In truth, Meng Qing was merely acclimatizing to the identity of the elder. The back of the token bore the inscription of the Yunxiao sect, while the front displayed the name Shiyu, presumably the elder's appellation. Meng Xiantian seized the opportunity to suggest, "Elder, the journey is long and arduous. Although Meng Domain is humble, might you consider resting for a moment?" Shiyu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am accustomed to a carefree existence. Residing within four walls is somewhat disconcerting. I shall not impose." With that, he turned and, with a slight elevation of his pace, vanished beyond the horizon in mere breaths, his speed astonishing. The people of Meng Domain swiftly entered the city, leaving Yu Qingyun standing solitary. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Casting a glance back at Meng City, she offered a self-deprecating smile before turning away. The three cities had been renamed Meng Domain. Yu Qingyun found herself dismissed, while Meng Qing had slain Ling Weizi and was accepted as a disciple by the illustrious elder of the Yunxiao sect. These tidings spread through the surrounding domains with unprecedented swiftness. Upon hearing this news, the initial reaction of many was disbelief. Ling Weizi, a guest elder of the Wuyue domain, possessed exceptional prowess, capable of commanding beasts with remarkable skill, even able to slay foes across realms. Yet now, he lay defeated at the hands of an obscure junior? Soon, subsequent intelligence confirmed the reports, with some even capturing the event on a recording stone, disseminating it wildly across the neighboring regions. When the gathered crowd beheld Meng Qing's two formidable spirit beasts, they were left in awe. Many seasoned warriors lamented, "Ling Weizi met a just fate. Had it been me, I too would likely have perished." Speculation about Meng Qing began to circulate. A once deemed worthless individual had, within a mere 10 days, ascended to the level of slaying an opponent of the Cave Heaven realm. Such claims were hardly credible. Meanwhile, within a grand hall of the Wuyue domain, a crash resounded. A delicate cup shattered upon the floor, fragments scattering, a testament to the fury of its destroyer. The lord of Wuyue domain, Yu Tian, wore a countenance so grim it seemed as if water could drip from it. Who can elucidate this matter to me? Chapter 17, Seeking Peace. Departure. The vast palace lay shrouded in an oppressive silence. The decision to terminate the marriage engagement with Meng Domain was tacitly approved by Yu Tian and the higher echelons of Wuyue domain. They had envisioned that bringing along a powerful figure from the Cave Heaven realm would not only resolve matters elegantly, but also instill fear within Meng City, deterring them from causing trouble. However, the moment the subsequent news returned, they were nearly rendered speechless. The external world buzzed with tales of Yu Qingyun's dismissal, and the accompanying Ling Weizi had been publicly slain. The leverage they believed they possessed had transformed entirely into stepping stones for Meng Qing. Even more unfathomable was the revelation that Meng Qing had been accepted as a disciple by the esteemed elder of the Yunxiao sect. Now, they found themselves devoid of any means to retaliate. All present were senior officials of Wuyue City, capable of standing their ground, yet in the face of this situation, they found themselves utterly powerless. At the end of the seating arrangement, Yu Qingyun's eyes brimmed with tears, her fists clenched tightly at the hem of her garment, turning pale from the sheer force of her grip. "In my view, we are left with but one final course of action." A young yet formidable being of the Cave Heaven realm spoke slowly. "What do you propose?" Yu Tian inquired patiently. "To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. Since this matter arose from Qingyun and Meng Qing, it would be prudent for Qingyun to extend an apology to Meng Qing. Though it may be a loss of face, it could restore Qingyun's reputation. We can merely declare to the outside world that all was instigated by Ling Weizi," the elder suggested gently. Yu Tian hesitated, glancing at Yu Qingyun. An elder voiced his discomfort. "This seems unwise. Although Ling Weizi had a penchant for small gains, he has made significant contributions to our domain in the past. Now that he is deceased." Before he could finish, the aforementioned elder interrupted. "What the third elder says holds merit. Ling Weizi has indeed rendered great service to our domain and is undoubtedly loyal. I trust he would not mind exerting himself for our benefit. Or shall we say, does the third elder wish to act in his stead?" The elder, known as the third elder, promptly fell silent. It was no jest. Once pushed into the limelight, such a situation could easily turn disastrous. Moreover, if they could cast Ling Weizi aside, who could guarantee that they wouldn't do something to him for the sake of the Wuyue domain? Yu Tian exhaled in relief. "Then it is settled. Qingyun, you shall make another visit to Meng City, in the Meng domain, for several consecutive days. Meng Qing had been diligently practicing the spirit manipulation and armor-breaking technique. After a few days of refinement, he was able to unleash sonic booms with his punches. A truly fearsome display. An immense amount of spiritual energy coiled around him, akin to a dragon of spiritual energy encircling his waist. After a considerable time, Meng Qing dispersed the energy swirling around his fists. This technique is indeed remarkable. Although I am currently at the pinnacle of the primordial stage, even without relying on beast taming. With my spiritual foundation and this technique, I can contend with those in the cave heaven realm. A chilling sensation coursed through his wrist. It was the bracelet gifted to him by Shiryu. This fourth-tier spiritual artifact could activate its restrictions in the face of formidable foes, providing him with a shield against attacks. Meng Qing nodded slightly. This would indeed prove useful. Footsteps approached, and a guard hurried over, kneeling on one knee with cupped hands. Young Domain Master, Yu Qingyun from the Wiyue domain, seeks an audience. Meng Qing frowned. What brings her here? She claims to come in pursuit of peace. And now the Wiyue domain has announced that all actions taken that day were instigated by Ling Weizi. She has come bearing gifts to offer her apologies. The guard replied swiftly. Meng Qing smiled coldly. This is within my expectations, but there is no need for a meeting. Simply collect the items she has brought. The guard acknowledged his command and departed swiftly. At the city gates, the guard addressed Yu Qingyun. I regret to inform you, Miss Yu, that the young domain master has stated that you and Ming Domain have no further ties, and there is no necessity for a meeting. The gifts you brought can be conveyed to the domain master, but at present, Ming Domain is undergoing construction and cannot provide accommodations. Yu Qingyun's expression remained impassive, as if she had anticipated this scenario. The elder accompanying her immediately voiced his displeasure. Ming Domain is being rather presumptuous. We have traveled thousands of miles only to not even meet your people. What is the meaning of this? The guard remained composed. Meng Domain has always operated in this manner. If you insist on this course, I can relay your grievances to my superiors, though I cannot guarantee the outcome. Are you threatening us? The elder, who usually shares a cordial relationship with Yu Qingyun, harbored no affection for the Meng Domain due to the latter's disgrace brought upon the Five-Mountain Domain after the former was cast aside. He was contemplating a pretext to exert his authority. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that descended upon the two, akin to a mountain crashing down upon them. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he sought to discern the source of this oppressive force, it vanished, replaced by a vividly feathered rooster strutting through the city gate, intent on foraging. The elder, startled, stumbled back a couple of steps and inquired, "What manner of spirit beast is this?" The guard, appearing bewildered, responded, "What are you speaking of, esteemed elder? This is merely a pet raised by the young domain lord." Yu Qingyun recalled the harrowing sight of Ling Weizi being slain by two spirit beasts, her complexion paling once more. The two fled in haste. Within the city, Meng Qing flicked his finger, and the rooster, which was about to exit the city gates, tilted its head and snatched the Qianquan bag from the guard's hand, flapping its wings to return before Meng Qing. Upon retrieving the two Qianquan bags brought by the duo, Meng Qing, though somewhat mentally prepared, was still taken aback. Inside were no less than 1,000,000 spirit jade, 100 first-tier spirit artifacts, 10 second-tier spirit artifacts, 3 third-tier spirit artifacts, 500 first-tier spirit herbs, 100 second-tier spirit herbs, 10 third-tier spirit herbs, 1 fourth-tier spirit herb, and a plethora of miscellaneous items. Truly, the generosity of the Five-Mountain Domain was remarkable. After some contemplation, Meng Qing extracted a pair of third-tier gauntlets and subsequently handed the remaining items to Meng Xiantian. With the Meng Domain newly established and the City Lord's mansion expanding into the Domain Lord's residence, resources would inevitably be strained after personnel adjustments. These items would serve a greater purpose in Meng Xiantian's hands. Then, Meng Qing stretched his limbs and gazed toward the city outskirts. The troubles of the Five-Mountain Domain had been resolved, and there was no longer any reason for him to linger in the three city domains. It was time to depart. Upon learning of his intention to leave, Meng Xiantian promptly handed him the still-cool Qianquan bag without hesitation, stating, "Out there is not like home. Everything requires spirit stones. Take this, it will surely prove useful." Meng Qing smiled, patting the Qianquan bag at his waist. "I have some funds here. After wandering about, I will head to Yunxiao sect. There, my master will assist me, so father need not worry." After some back and forth, Meng Xiantian finally accepted the Qianquan bag. The following morning, clad in a light robe and accompanied by the rooster and the ant queen, Meng Qing dashed southward after exiting the city gates, swiftly disappearing over the horizon. Chapter 18. The Great Xian King City. This is an imposing architectural complex. From a distance, it resembles a colossal beast sprawled upon the earth, its terrifying maw gaping toward the outside world. As one approaches, they would discover that this fearsome maw is a grand gate standing 50 zhang high, flanked by massive pillars intricately carved with various rare and exotic beasts. The two pillars are connected by a plaque inscribed with the words, Great Xian King's City. This is the royal city of the Great Xian Kingdom. Inside the city gates, Meng Qing, with the ant queen tucked in his pocket and the rooster nestled under his arm, ambled leisurely. His original intention was to explore the magnificent landscapes of the Great Xian Kingdom and even prepare to wander the world as a chivalrous hero. However, after traversing several regions surrounding 3 cities, Meng Qing relinquished his plans. Those places appeared to be molded from the same cast, lacking any noteworthy attractions. More importantly, there was not a hint of reward to be found in those locales. After meandering for half a month, he made his way directly to the royal city. As he gazed upon the towering edifices surrounding him, each more impressive than the last, Meng Qing couldn't help but marvel. The various signs, enhanced by the aura of spiritual energy, radiated a brilliance that, despite the daylight, evoked a semblance of his previous life in a bustling port city. Passing by a shop that seemed to sell beast tamers, his companion, the rooster, clucked excitedly, drawing the attention of those around. Most of those leisurely wandering the royal city during the day were individuals of some standing, and upon seeing a youth clad in simple robes accompanied by a large rooster, many gazed in bewilderment. Meng Qing, however, paid them no heed. As long as he was not embarrassed, their discomfort was of no concern to him. Half an hour later, he entered a moderately sized tavern. As he settled into a window-side seat, the rooster and the ant queen became restless, incessantly vocalizing their desires. Meng Qing quickly grasped their intention. Are you hungry again? Do you wish to find something to eat? He shook his head. No, this is the royal city, rife with powerful individuals. If you cause any trouble, I would be the one to suffer the consequences. The rooster continued to pat its chest with its wings, as if reassuring Meng Qing. Ultimately, he could not resist the pleas of his 2 spirit beasts and relented. You have only half an hour. Remember, do not intrude into any occupied spaces and refrain from consuming any beast with owners. Over the past half-month, he had witnessed the formidable nature of his spirit companions, and such reminders were indeed warranted. The 2 spirit beasts readily agreed, and soon the ant queen climbed onto the rooster's back. They soared out of the window, seamlessly blending into the bustling streets below. Meng Qing ordered a few small dishes and a pot of tea, casually eavesdropping on the gossip around him. Have you heard? Half a month ago, there was quite a character in Meng City. Is it not that Meng Qing, who dismissed the young lord of the 5 mountains domain? Everyone seemed to know this tale, filled with envy. Indeed, because of this incident, he was even accepted as a disciple by a golden elder of the Yunxiao sect. Such status surely heralds a bright future. When the king caught wind of this news, he immediately dispatched envoys to the Meng domain with gifts, likely returning soon. What sort of person is this Meng Qing? It is said he found the young lord of the 5 mountains domain wanting due to his overwhelming prowess. Meng Qing nearly spat out his tea. What nonsense was this? One should refrain from spreading rumors without understanding the situation. Just then, a pair of travelers, a young girl and an elderly man, captured his attention. The girl, appearing to be of a similar age, wore modest robes that could not conceal her remarkable figure. The occasional glimpse of her fair skin was truly captivating. Her eyes sparkled with an air of heroism, embodying both strength and grace. When she glanced at the crowd, an unintentional hint of pride radiated from her, like the finishing touch on a masterpiece, leaving those around momentarily spellbound. Meng Qing felt a sudden tremor in his heart. If one were to describe it in a word, it would be breathtakingly beautiful. At the very least, she eclipsed every beauty he had encountered on his journey thus far. Most importantly, the young girl was at the mid-stage of the initial realm, making her the only individual of similar age and cultivation he had met to date. As for the elderly man, Meng Qing could not discern his depth. The girl, oblivious to Meng Qing's gaze, expressed her dissatisfaction as she sat down at the left side of the table. After 3 months of trials, we are finally nearing home. The old man promptly took a seat beside her, chuckling. Efforts will always yield rewards. In just 1 day, the envoys will arrive in our country, and sure, you will surely seize the crown. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned and retorted, I've heard you say that countless times over these past 3 months. How much longer will you repeat it? The old man smiled wryly, retrieving a transparent crystal from his bag and handing it to the girl. Why not use this to test yourself? The talent crystal does not lie. Shuer accepted the crystal, aligning it with herself. The crystal appeared to be illuminated, releasing a faint purple glow. Observing this, both the old man and the girl displayed expressions of delight. At this stage, there is only one person above you, and one who is your equal. As for the rest, they shall not be your rivals, not just your siblings, but the entirety of the Great Xian Kingdom as well, the old man declared with certainty. The girl rolled her eyes. "Grandfather, you're boasting again." While she jested, she began to sweep the bottom of the crystal around her. Each time the crystal pointed directly at someone, it would emanate brilliance, some in yellow, some in green, and a rare few in blue. The girl's lips curled into a smile as she directed the crystal towards Meng Qing. "This time, grandfather, you finally..." Before she could finish her sentence, her words were halted as her slightly raised smile froze in place. The old man noticed something was amiss and turned to look, only to be equally astounded by the crystal. A glimmer of golden light emerged within, initially no larger than a fingernail, but it soon blossomed magnificently. In that moment, it seemed as though the girl held a sun in her hands, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that was utterly dazzling. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Golden? How can this be?" Although Meng Qing, who had been attentively observing the two, did not comprehend the significance of this event, he sensed that it would be best to leave the scene. He rose promptly, and as the golden light gradually dissipated, it transformed back into an ordinary crystal. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, who now focused intently on the unfolding spectacle. Outside the window, the sound of flapping wings announced the return of the chicken, which landed on Meng Qing's shoulder, while the ant queen slid smoothly into his sleeve. The old man noticed the chicken's remarkable presence and immediately expressed his surprise. Meng Qing took a step forward to leave. "Young hero, please wait," the old man called out. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Meng Qing responded, neither overly humble nor arrogant. "May I inquire where you hail from and your intended destination? Sure caused a bit of a stir earlier, which may have disturbed you. Please accept my apologies," the old man said with genuine regret. Meng Qing waved his hand slightly. "Senior, you are being too kind. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Surround this place. Not a single fly shall escape. We must capture those two spirit beasts that have dared to trespass into forbidden ground." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by the heavy, synchronized sound of approaching footsteps. Meng Qing's heart jolted, and he glanced at Chicken Brother. Chapter 19. Is the palace still rudimentary? How about a contest instead? Chicken Brother gazed straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the current situation. Before Meng Qing could inquire further, a commotion erupted below as a squad of heavily armored guards marched in, swiftly locking their sights on Meng Qing. The leader, evidently a master of the cave heaven realm, turned to Chicken Brother, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. "Is this your beast?" Meng Qing nodded. "Are you aware that just moments ago, your beast ventured into the king's breeding garden and devoured a multitude of precious spirit insects valued at tens of thousands?" The guard continued, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Meng Qing was taken aback, his expression darkening. These two were indeed troublesome companions. Allowing them to forage had resulted in them trespassing into the royal gardens? Gasps filled the air. Spirit insects? Though they are third-tier spirit beasts, their numbers are exceedingly scarce. It is said that the king expended a great fortune to procure them from the Tianshan kingdom. Each one is immensely valuable. What? Does this mean the lad is doomed? It is said that this spirit beast, upon reaching maturity, can produce silk, which is the primary material for spirit armor. Voices murmured in disbelief. Meng Qing's lips twitched incessantly. It seemed he had landed himself in considerable trouble. The palace guards gestured to their companions. "Seize him." Meng Qing retreated, his gaze darting around. But the more he scanned his surroundings, the more despondent he became. There was nothing of use. The entire tavern was surrounded, and below, several presences of no lesser stature than the cave heaven realm locked onto the location. There was no escape. Chicken Brother and the Ant Queen began to emanate an aura, clearly aware that they had stirred up a significant mess. Just as the guards closed in on Meng Qing, the elder who had previously spoken to him suddenly interjected. "Wang Lin, did this young one's beast truly consume the spirit insects?" The guard captain turned in dissatisfaction, but upon seeing the elder's countenance, he was instantly taken aback and dropped to his knees. I. Before he could finish, the elder waved his hand, an aura lifting him effortlessly, and stated, "I find this young man quite commendable. Could you, for my sake, let him go? As for the losses incurred by the palace, I shall compensate entirely." The guard captain, drenched in sweat, hastily acquiesced. When he raised his head, he saw a girl, referred to as Shuer, smiling and waving at him, causing his legs to tremble, nearly collapsing to the ground. He would not mistake her. This elder was none other than the current king's father. If he desired something, how could it be denied? Unless he had a death wish. The accompanying guards, though bewildered, soon realized that anyone capable of commanding such respect from their superior was certainly not an ordinary individual. A few of the more seasoned guards found it peculiar. The elderly man and the young boy appeared strikingly familiar, yet they could not place them. Under the elder's directive, the guards swiftly departed, ushering away the onlookers who had intended to witness the spectacle. Meng Qing stepped forward respectfully and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your rescue, esteemed elder." Although he was unaware of the man's identity, he could clearly sense the trepidation emanating from both Brother Ji and the Ant Queen at the moment the elder acted. This was a formidable individual whose strength far surpassed theirs. Cultivating a good relationship was essential. After all, maintaining proper etiquette was never a mistake. The elder chuckled warmly. No need for thanks. I noticed that your attire is quite different from that of the royal city, suggesting you are an outsider. Why not stay at my residence for a few days? Unable to decline, Meng Qing nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, as he beheld the magnificent buildings emerging in his line of sight, his hands trembled with awe. This was the royal palace. The elder and the young one who had rescued him moved about freely here, directly entering the depths of the palace. They appeared thoroughly familiar with their surroundings. Selecting a narrow path where the occasional eunuch they encountered would bow their heads nearly to the ground in deference, a peculiar sense of satisfaction blossomed within Meng Qing. He gazed around, pondering whether this was the advantage granted by power. Before long, the trio halted at a courtyard sprawling over several dozen acres. The area was rich in spiritual energy, suffused with the delightful fragrance of spiritual herbs. Upon discerning the cultivated plants within, he was momentarily stunned. It was an array of third-grade spiritual herbs, all of the same variety, each bearing a purple fruit that shimmered under the sun, rendering the place ethereal. Meng Qing swallowed hard. These were the most natural of synthesis materials. Yet, despite his excitement, he dared not act impulsively. My home may be somewhat humble. Please do not mind. Would it be acceptable for you to stay here for a few days? The elder offered sincerely. A palace, described as humble? Was this a form of high-level Versailles? Meng Qing felt a bit bewildered by this turn of events. After some contemplation, he decided to be forthright. Esteemed elder, you saved my life, so if you require my assistance, I shall do my utmost. However, I have certain matters to attend to and may not be able to linger here for too long. The elder nodded and inquired, what is your name, young friend? Meng Qing, he replied earnestly. My surname is Xian. You may refer to me as Elder Xian. Meng, are you aware of the significant events that will unfold in the royal city in the coming days? Elder Xian asked patiently. As if he did not intend to reveal his purpose directly, Meng Qing shook his head. Having just arrived in the royal city, he was not privy to much information. In a few days, Yunxiao sect will dispatch envoys to our great Xian kingdom. During this time, all the talented youth in the country will participate in an assessment, and those who excel will become registered disciples of Yunxiao sect. I wish to ask for your assistance in helping Shuer achieve first place in this assessment. Elder Xian finally disclosed his intentions. Upon hearing this, Shuer immediately expressed her displeasure, glaring at Meng Qing with clenched fists. This significant event. Suddenly, Meng Qing recalled that they had indeed mentioned it upon entering the tavern. But he had been entirely absorbed in his own affairs since being accepted as a disciple by Shi Yu, paying little attention. He remembered Elder Xian mentioning that Shuer's second brother was the foremost competitor in the royal city. With this in mind, he asked, may I inquire about the strength of our competitors during this assessment? Only the second prince exists, during the later stages of the primordial era. The beast under his command is the Xuanjiao rhinoceros. The venerable Xian spoke softly. The second prince? Meng Qing turned to the two individuals, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. If this young lady's second brother is indeed the second prince, does that not make her a princess? And thus, the elderly gentleman before him must be the Grand Emperor. The young lady, Shuer, expressed her dissatisfaction. Grandfather, I do not require his assistance. I can manage on my own. Moreover, while he may possess some talent, in an actual confrontation, I might prove superior. The elder Xian turned his gaze towards Meng Qing, his eyes filled with profound meaning. Meng Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, it seems the princess harbors quite a deep-seated prejudice against me. Shuer, with a hint of pride, replied, indeed. I do have a bias against you. I only recognize strength. Why don't we have a match? Chapter 20. A breach of martial ethics and a surprise attack. Meng Qing's expression was somewhat peculiar. A match? From any perspective, the likelihood of this young lady emerging victorious seemed rather slim. Meanwhile, the elder Xian, with a knowing look, remarked, young individuals should engage in sparring. It is through such encounters that one can discern the subtle details and errors in combat. Upon hearing this, Meng Qing could only clasp his hands and solemnly say, Meng Qing, I humbly seek your guidance. Xian Shuer, I await your instruction. The two did not relocate, as the courtyard was excessively spacious, given its architectural style. Even in the absence of Elder Xian, they need not worry about causing any damage. Xian Shuer made the first move, having never truly gauged Meng Qing's true prowess. Thus, she unleashed her full power from the onset. A significant amount of spiritual energy converged in her palm, causing the surrounding air to swirl and tremble with notable intensity. As she struck, her palm seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 June. with the air vibrating ominously. Meng Qing opened his celestial eye as he blinked. The young lady's movements appeared to slow to a crawl, and the spiritual energy gathering in her palm revealed vulnerabilities. Elder Xian noticed this scene and was momentarily taken aback. Meng Qing pointed decisively. Just as Xian Shuer was about to express her indignation at his singular finger strike, she suddenly recognized something amiss. His technique resembled a sharp sword that, exploiting the weaknesses in her palm technique, dismantled her entire attack. Doubts of retreat began to creep into her mind. Meng Qing relentlessly pursued, continuing with his single finger strike. Xian Shuner's eyes widened in shock, instinctively retreating, but Meng Qing's speed was astonishingly swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Just as she prepared to gather her spiritual energy to repel him, his finger touched her brow. The spiritual energy dissipated, and everything returned to normal. In fewer than 10 breaths, the skirmish concluded. While Xian Shuer was still in a daze, Meng Qing retracted his hand and stepped back, apologetically stating, "I beg your pardon." Xian Shuer, clearly unsatisfied, retorted angrily, "You lack martial ethics. That was a sneak attack." Meng Qing found himself momentarily speechless. Had he truly ambushed her? He had merely attacked at a normal pace. Elder Xian let out a sigh of resignation, saying, "Shuer, you have lost. Had this been a life-and-death duel, you would have perished." Xian Shuer, still fuming and unwilling to accept defeat, declared, "I refuse to concede. If you have the ability, let us engage in another match." Meng Qing shrugged, "I believe it is unnecessary." "Nonsense. I did not even unleash my beast-taming abilities just now." Xian Shu was in a huff, her temperament exceedingly proud. Throughout her time training with her grandfather, she often complained about the hardships. Yet she steadfastly persevered through all the rigorous exercises. This only strengthened her resolve, as she believed she could effortlessly triumph over even the most formidable warriors. However, Meng Qing defeated her with just 2 moves. How could she possibly accept this? Meanwhile, Grandfather Xian announced the outcome. "My dear, you have lost. If both of you had unleashed your beast-taming abilities, you might not have been able to withstand even a single strike. His 2 beasts are both at the 4th tier." "What?" Xian Shu's mouth fell open in astonishment. Grandfather Xian paused briefly and added, "What have I always taught you? Never underestimate your opponent." "Grandfather, you are truly insufferable." Xian Shu pouted in dissatisfaction, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, before swiftly running away. Grandfather Xian sighed, resigned to her nature. Meng Qing, however, remained undeterred and asked with seriousness, "May I inquire, esteemed elder, when will the trial you mentioned commence? What should I be aware of?" "In 3 days' time, all eligible warriors of the royal family will participate. The only one you should be wary of is the second prince. But with your strength, it should pose no significant challenge. Should you secure a ranking, you could also earn a place to join the Yunxiao sect. As you hail from the great Xian kingdom," Grandfather Xian responded slowly, his last words imbued with deeper significance. Meng Qing understood that Grandfather Xian had discerned his identity. Yet he did not mind, flowing with the conversation, "If I could travel alongside the royal youths, it would be ideal, as we could support one another." Having saved him once in the tavern, Grandfather Xian was inclined to assist further. Subsequently, he shared additional precautions to consider, and soon, the 2 of them strolled through the expansive courtyard. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, casting a warm glow. The various spiritual herbs planted here thrived, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, while medicinal bees buzzed about, creating a delightful scene. Meng Qing's heart raced with excitement as he subtly inquired, "Esteemed elder, I have never encountered such spiritual herbs before. Might I ask what they are?" Grandfather Xian replied with a gentle smile. "These are the national herbs of our great Xian kingdom, known as Xianshui grass. They have very strict growth requirements and are all 3rd-tier herbs. I have planted some here to see if I can cultivate them into 4th-tier herbs." Meng Qing pondered thoughtfully. Transforming 3rd-tier herbs into 4th-tier? What an intriguing notion. "Have you achieved success in this endeavor?" Grandfather Xian shook his head. "It is not so simple. In this vast herb garden, it would be remarkable to yield even 1 or 2 4th-tier specimens. If we could accomplish that, the existence of this garden would indeed hold great value." Meng Qing did not dwell on these complexities. His mind was solely focused on the Xianshui grass. He carefully gauged his tone and asked, "I possess considerable insights into the cultivation of spiritual herbs, esteemed elder. Might you allow me to attempt?" "Oh, I did not anticipate you had such an interest. It would not hurt to try. What do you have in mind?" Grandfather Xian responded with newfound curiosity. Meng Qing, maintaining his composure, replied, "It is merely a hypothesis of mine. Whether it will work is another matter entirely." Grandfather Xian did not press further, retrieving a medicinal hoe from his Qingquan bag, and began to carefully clear the earth along the edges, unearthing 10 rather ordinary specimens of Xianshui grass. Subsequently, He ventured once more into the inner sanctum in the heart of the medicinal garden, where he procured 10 plants, which he presented to Meng Qing. Try these. If they prove insufficient, you may collect more yourself. Meng Qing nodded solemnly. He was assigned a space adjacent to the medicinal garden, which, according to Elder Xian, was seldom frequented. As he prepared to depart, Elder Xian advised him to cultivate here without hesitation. That evening, Meng Qing sat cross-legged in his chamber and activated the system. Ding. Detection of 30 units of the synthesizable item, Xian Shui grass. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Yes. System prompt. The quantity and quality of the synthesized items are inadequate to elevate to the next tier. It is recommended that the host collect additional items of the same type before attempting synthesis again. However, if the host insists, synthesis can proceed. Would you like to continue? No. Meng Qing rose and strode directly into the medicinal garden, casting aside the caution he had previously observed under Elder Xian's guidance. He seized the grass with fervor, uprooting it without hesitation. He conducted another scan. System prompt. Insufficient quantity of synthesizable items. 50, 60, 100. A twinge of anxiety gripped Meng Qing. Although the garden was vast, the spiritual herbs were not as densely populated as he had envisioned, and nearly 1/5 of his sought-after 100 herbs had already diminished. This time, success was within reach. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized 100 units of Xian Shui grass and acquired 1 unit of the 4th-tier spiritual herb, Xian Ling Star grass. As he retrieved the spiritual herb, he deliberately returned to his chamber. At the moment he extracted the Xian Ling Star grass, both the chicken brother and the ant queen became visibly excited, their heads instinctively leaning forward, eager to consume the precious herb. He divided the herb into 2 portions, feeding each to chicken brother and ant queen. Boom. Almost instantly, the realms of the 2 spiritual beasts began to shift. The ant queen, originally at the early 4th tier, advanced to the mid-4th tier upon consumption. Meanwhile, chicken brother ascended from the late 4th tier to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. After instructing the 2 spiritual beasts to cultivate, Meng Qing stepped outside, gazing at the gently swaying Xian Shui grass under the moonlight, a slight smile gracing his lips. Chapter 21. The astonished Elder Xian in a certain opulent hall within the royal palace, a youth clad in a resplendent yellow robe reclined upon a soft couch, attentively listening to the reports of his subordinates. In conclusion, he mused, you say that Xian Shu has returned, accompanied by an external ally. Yet you remain unaware of this ally's strength? Indeed, the former emperor and others departed in haste. I only caught a glimpse and did not inquire further. It has been reported that the former emperor has included this individual on the trial roster. And what is this person's name? Meng Qing. Meng Qing? The same individual who recently stirred quite a commotion? Have we ascertained whether they are the same person? The youth pressed further. We have yet to receive word. The personnel dispatched by the emperor have not yet arrived, and we must await their report for a few days. No need to wait. It is likely mere coincidence. After becoming a disciple of the esteemed elder, does he still care for such a position? What news from the others? The youth waved his hand, changing the subject. Currently, all parties are actively preparing for battle. This trial is of great significance. I have learned that ferocious beasts may roam the testing grounds this year. On the following morning, Elder Xian strolled through the northernmost part of the palace. Previously, his wandering had been aimless, yet now, only Meng Qing and Xian Shu, along with their companions, resided in this place. At this hour, Xian Shu was undoubtedly still asleep. Approaching her now might elicit disdain. Recalling Meng Qing's mention of wanting to experiment with an alternative cultivation method for Xian Shui grass last night, he felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Upon realizing these emotions, Xian Lao paused momentarily, self-mockingly reflecting, how absurd. I seem to be regressing as I age. Although that young lad possesses commendable talent, achieving such a level in martial arts at his age is no small feat. What am I truly hoping for? Soon, he arrived at the medicinal garden and sensed subtle changes. Typically, the air would be filled with the buzzing of medicinal bees, but today, it seemed as though they were in slumber. Confusion stirred within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Navigating through a narrow passage, the medicinal garden came into view. However, upon witnessing the state of affairs, Xian Lao was left in shock. Where was this? Had he wandered into the wrong place? As he surveyed his surroundings, confirming it was indeed a familiar environment, he felt numb. Where were the Xian Shui grasses? He had painstakingly cultivated 550 of them. Yet now it resembled a wasteland. His hands trembled, and in an instant, he was on the verge of fury. It had to be Meng Qing. He strode purposefully to Meng Qing's door, and just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. A vibrant Meng Qing emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, then greeted him with a smile. Elder, you are up so early? Xian Lao's expression stiffened, and he nodded slightly before asking in a low voice, did you do all of this? Meng Qing glanced at the medicinal garden and nodded. Of course. Didn't you say last night that if the Xian Shui grass was insufficient, I could harvest it myself? Xian Lao felt as though the world was spinning. Was this akin to lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot? After a moment's thought, as if grasping a final lifeline, he asked, have you discovered anything? The loss of over 500 third-tier spiritual herbs weighed heavily on him, even as the supreme emperor of Dexian. Such a loss was profoundly distressing. It is worth noting that while Dexian appeared vast, it governed merely a handful of domains. And a typical domain yielded only about 30 third-tier spiritual herbs per year. Meng Qing replied with a smile. Of course, please come inside, elder. Xian Lao felt a rush of anticipation. Unconsciously, his heartbeat and breath quickened. The moment he entered the room, a rich herbal fragrance enveloped him, instantly soothing his nerves. 2 1-foot-tall spiritual herbs, resembling orchids yet adorned with glistening specks, swayed gently before him. This was the Xianling stargrass, a 4th-tier spiritual herb. In that moment, even with his years of high standing and composed demeanor, Xian Lao could not contain his excitement. This was not merely due to the rarity of the 4th-tier herb, but rather the sheer wonder of what lay before him. Meng Qing felt a slight relaxation within. Last night, he had synthesized 5 4th-tier spiritual herbs, 3 of which he had already consumed, leaving these 2 remaining. Regrettably, even with 1/4 of a 4th-tier herb's potency, it could not catalyze his breakthrough to the cave heaven realm. After the initial thrill, Xian Lao observed the ant queen and chicken brother, both in a state of cultivation, and pondered thoughtfully. This is meant for me, isn't it? Meng Qing chuckled sheepishly. Elder Xian carefully stored away 2 precious herbs, and then inquired, could you share how you accomplished this? Last night, a sudden inspiration struck me. I wondered if separating the medicinal properties of these herbs and then consolidating them into a single specimen might yield different results. Fortunately, I succeeded. Meng Qing replied with feigned confidence. Is that truly the case? Elder Xian asked with a bemused smile, for he had attempted such a method in the past. Indeed, it is. Meng Qing smiled sheepishly, knowing he could not disclose that these insights were derived from a system. Elder Xian offered a few more words of caution before departing with the herbs. Gazing out at the clear sky, Meng Qing felt that the royal palace was not so bad after all. Despite the multitude of powerful figures, the abundance of resources like precious herbs was indeed impressive. Reflecting on his earlier ventures in Meng domain, he recalled that the herbs he had collected barely equated to a single tier 3 herb. With this in mind, he found himself unexpectedly eager for the upcoming trials. The ant queen awakened from her meditative state and affectionately rubbed against Meng Qing's pant leg, her antennae pointing toward the distant chicken brother, seemingly reluctant. Meng Qing understood her sentiment and chuckled. All right. This time I shall see if there are any ants in the trials, and I assure you, you will become even stronger than chicken brother. Upon hearing this, chicken brother immediately stood up, eyeing the ant queen with suspicion, and hurried over to Meng Qing, nuzzling him defiantly as if to say, I want to be strong too. Amused, Meng Qing sat on the threshold, cradling both chicken brother and the ant queen, gazing into the distance with eyes full of anticipation. Meanwhile, as Elder Xian returned with the herbs, he encountered Xian Shu. Upon seeing the tier 4 herb, her previously drowsy eyes widened in astonishment. Grandfather, is this the Xian water grass? No, this is a tier 4 herb. Have you succeeded? This is Meng Qing's achievement, Elder Xian replied gently. Why him again? Xian Shu seemed to harbor grievances toward Meng Qing, reminiscent of the moment last night when Elder Xian had shown favoritism towards him, stirring a slight irritation within her. Elder Xian turned to her with a serious demeanor. Sure, I hope you can maintain a cordial relationship with Meng Qing. At the very least, do not antagonize him. Nor should you use your status to suppress him. Xian Shu found his words peculiar. Why do you say that? Elder Xian refrained from elaborating further. Just follow my advice. Take these 2 herbs for your cultivation. In a few days, I hope you can achieve a breakthrough. Perhaps this is an opportunity meant for you. Grandfather, weren't you very fond of the Xian watergrass before? Now that these herbs have become tier 4, why are you giving them to me for cultivation? Xian Shu struggled to comprehend. Silly girl, herbs can only realize their fullest potential in the hands of those suited to wield them. If they are not utilized, what purpose do they serve? Elder Xian replied with a smile. Xian Shu nodded, though she only partially grasped his words. Chapter 22. How did I become a shield? On the morning of the 3rd day, Meng Qing, alongside Xian Shu, made their way toward the southwest. Upon reaching the outskirts of the royal palace, the mountain that had once seemed miles away now loomed close, prompting them to halt. By the time the sun was high in the sky, a multitude of young aspirants had gathered here, each accompanied by their respective beasts, representing a myriad of species, their low growls and roars creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Xian Shu enjoys a prestigious reputation among the royal family, having received guidance from the Grand Emperor for many years. She was taken out for training just as the secret realm was about to open, which incited envy among the younger generation. This curiosity led them to wonder about the current level of Xian Shu's strength. In addition, Meng Qing, who stood beside her, also drew attention. It seemed that news of his participation in this training had spread, and many were whispering, "Is this the young one favored by the emperor? Who exactly is he?" It was said that he was named Meng Qing, sharing a name with the formidable elder of the Yunxiao sect. "Do you think he could be that person?" Another remarked. "What are you thinking? Someone of that caliber would undoubtedly be strikingly handsome and poised. He must have long since gone to the Yunxiao sect. Why is he here for this trial, which is meant to compete for spots in the Yunxiao sect?" A laugh followed. "Look, his beast companion is merely a chicken. How amusing. Could it be that his talent is lacking, and he simply picked up a common hen?" Such discussions echoed around them, yet Meng Qing remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the chatter. A young man pushed through the crowd and approached the two, addressing Xian Shu. "Little princess, do not worry. Regardless of this person's intentions towards you, as long as I am here, he will not succeed in any of his schemes. I will protect you." Meng Qing regarded the young man, who, perhaps due to royal lineage, was not unattractive. Clad in a pristine, form-fitting combat suit sprinkled with fragrant spices, he radiated an air of confidence. In terms of strength, he was at the mid-stage of the initial realm, while Xian Shu, having recently harnessed the power of the Xianling stargrass, had advanced to the late stage of the initial realm. Protecting Xian Shu, was this what they termed ordinary yet self-assured? Xian Shu furrowed her brow as she observed the increasingly rowdy crowd of young men and women. With a slight frown, she urged, "You should leave. I do not require your protection." The young man, undeterred, turned his ire towards Meng Qing, declaring, "I know you are being threatened by him. Fear not, I will teach him a lesson right now." With a clap of his hands, a towering old tiger emerged. A third-tier spirit beast, comparable in strength to the young man himself. "Dabao, kill that chicken," he commanded. Meng Qing felt somewhat exasperated. Whom had he offended? As the tiger approached, drawing within 10 feet of Meng Qing, Xian Shu lowered her voice, saying, "This is the son of Prince Anqing, not of low status. Aligned with the second prince's faction. I cannot intervene. You must handle this." Meng Qing's expression darkened. Why had he become a shield? The tiger drew nearer, and cheers erupted from the crowd as the young man's face lit up with triumph, beckoning the beast closer. Meng Qing slightly bowed his head, then, as the tiger was mere 5 feet away, he slowly lifted it. The young man's smile froze on his face. His beast appeared to have been struck by lightning, its body rigid, limbs trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the other youths also took notice, expressing disbelief. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Meng Qing tilted his head slightly. With a roar, the tiger snapped back to life, spinning around to glare at the young man. "Dabao, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me." The latter panicked, the expression on his beast-taming visage inciting an inexplicable fear within him. Such an expression only emerges when one prepares for a hunt. Boom. The tiger lunged, its claws fully extended, pouncing towards the youth. He attempted to flee, but where could he hide? The tiger seized his right hand, tearing it viciously, blood gushing forth. Chaos erupted in an instant. Fortunately, soldiers who patrolled the area regularly arrived promptly to rescue the boy. His right hand was completely severed, devoured by his own beast. At the moment of his rescue, he felt as though he had been reborn. However, upon seeing Meng Qing's calm countenance, an overwhelming terror surged within him. Next time you converse with someone, do so with more courtesy. Otherwise, if your beast becomes displeased again, what you lose may not merely be your right hand. Meng Qing remarked gently. The onlooking youths, awakening from their stupor, recalled that this individual had previously pointed at Meng Qing with his right hand. The mere thought of the tiger's rampage cast a shadow over their hearts. Xian Shu, catching sight of Meng Qing's serene face, was similarly astounded. Realizing that it must have been Meng Qing's handiwork, Meng Qing's gaze shifted towards the northwest, where another youth stood. Though not particularly outstanding in appearance or age, he bore an undeniable aura that commanded attention. Seemingly sensing Meng Qing's gaze, the individual looked over, their eyes briefly clashing. Apart from him, this was the only other person present who had reached the peak of the Taichu realm. It must be the second prince. Reflecting on Elder Xian's words, Meng Qing felt a surge of interest, based solely on aura. This individual indeed surpassed Xian Shu. Many speculated about the wrath of the prince upon learning of his son's arm being torn away. Yet, even with the trial ground opening, nothing transpired. The 4 guards stationed here each wielded a token, resonating with one another and channeling spiritual energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground trembled as the mountains before the crowd seemed to shift, the spiritual energy in the area suddenly thickening, and a portal gradually taking form. This portal opened to them, Yet the rear appeared to connect to another realm, truly wondrous. The crowd streamed in. As the light shifted and darkness fluctuated, their vision refocused, revealing them before a forest. All around, the sounds of various spirit beasts echoed. Is this the trial ground? Meng Qing mused. The so-called independent space is one that, over countless eons, has been consumed by larger spaces during their collapse, existing in a symbiotic relationship within the larger realm. The more stable of these eventually evolve into such forms. It is said that when a martial artist's prowess reaches a certain level, they can even cultivate such a world within themselves. A surge of excitement ignited in Meng Qing's heart. As the small world differs in spiritual energy and other aspects from the larger world, many unique spiritual entities may thrive within it. Should he acquire such a treasure, it would elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. The Ant Queen darted from his sleeve, indicating a direction for Meng Qing. Do you sense Xianshu's aura? Is it close? Meng Qing felt a stirring in his heart. He had not intended to seek out Xianshu so soon, as he wished to explore alone for a time. The Ant Queen nodded, her antennae twitching excitedly. You say you sense the presence of kin? Meng Qing inquired, astonished. Chapter 23. The Ant Queen evolves into the golden-horned Ant King whoosh. In the dense forest, a figure darted swiftly, akin to a specter. It was difficult for ordinary people to perceive his presence, were it not for the gusts of wind stirred by his rapid movements disturbing the surrounding trees. One might truly believe him to be a mere shadow. This was, of course, Meng Qing. According to the Ant Queen, Xianshu was presently within this forest. Her fortune not particularly favorable, as she seemed to have fallen into an ant hole. Ahead, a vast expanse of trees lay toppled, the magnitude of the destruction impressive. Before long, Meng Qing sensed something amiss. The direction of the fallen trees was from the periphery inward, as though drawn by some unseen force. Accelerating his pace, he beheld Xianshu in the distance, brandishing a sharp sword, with a peculiar beast that appeared to possess only a mouth perched upon her shoulder. This beast was devouring the ants. The Ant Queen was the first to act, her antennae quivering as a wave of violet sound radiated forth, calming the once frenzied ants. Upon seeing Meng Qing, Xianshu's eyes widened in shock. Her legs were injured, and she could rely only on her beast for support. She had expected to be here for quite some time, but Meng Qing's unexpected arrival changed everything. Although the beast had ceased its gluttony, it seemed to sense the Ant Queen's threat, regarding the front with wariness, a reflexive instinct of spiritual beasts. Meng Qing chose to ignore it for the moment, instructing the Ant Queen to summon the ants back to their respective nests. The Ant Queen leaped into the nest alongside him. He reached into the depths. The system activated. Ding. Detected 200,000 horned ants, and 1 cave heaven golden armored ant for synthesis. Proceed with synthesis? Affirmative. Due to the presence of a sentient spiritual beast among the synthesis materials, 2 options are available. 1. Use the horned ants as synthesis materials, with the consciousness of the cave heaven golden armored ant as the primary basis, resulting in a brand new 5th-tier spiritual beast. 2. Use the cave heaven golden armored ant as the synthesis material to fuse with the horned ants, reassigning a completely new sentient consciousness. Meng Qing did not hesitate and decisively selected option 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 5th-tier spiritual beast, the golden horned ant king. A radiant glow flickered as he held the Ant Queen in his hands. Compared to before, the Ant Queen had transformed significantly, her form now golden. Her antennae evolved into prominent horns, her segmented body more angular, and her eyes now a vibrant emerald green. Due to the upgrade of the spiritual beast, the host will regain 2 skills. Data is loading. Golden Horned Ant King, 5th-tier Beast King, formidable in both defense and offense, albeit smaller in size. Secret techniques, Golden Horn Breakthrough, Golden Horn Armor. Meng Qing's breath quickened. These 2 secret techniques indeed mirrored those of the Golden Horned Ant King. 1 for attack and 1 for defense. According to previous understanding, the strength of beast tamers fluctuates during their growth. However, the likelihood of acquiring new secret techniques is exceedingly low. Most of the changes simply pertain to the enhancement of power with the elevation of their realm. Yet, in this particular instance, he seems to defy that limitation. The Ant Queen affectionately rubbed against Meng Qing a couple of times, and simultaneously, a low, indistinct yet distinctly feminine voice resonated within Meng Qing's mind. Thank you, master. Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback and inquired, You can speak now? The Ant Queen nodded, her antennae moving, and the same voice echoed in Meng Qing's ear once more. When a spiritual beast reaches the 5th tier, it can articulate human speech. Due to the bond formed with the master, it can engage in soul communication. However, to speak fluently, a period of adaptation is required. Meng Qing nodded, recognizing that the Ant Queen could now convey her thoughts, which was a significant characteristic of high-tier spiritual beasts. Naturally, this process should not be rushed. After advising the Ant Queen to rest properly, Meng Qing shifted his gaze. Ji Gu tilted his head, his eyes filled with trepidation, sensing that the Ant Queen's aura had intensified tremendously. Meanwhile, Xianshu also struggled to maintain her composure. Although she could not clearly see the Ant Queen, she was certain that a substantial transformation had occurred. Without further contemplation, Meng Qing approached her. Retrieving a porcelain vial from his sleeve and tossing it to her, "Apply the medicine, and then follow me." Xianshu was ungrateful. "I have superior spiritual herbs." Just as she was about to present them, Meng Qing seized the porcelain vial, transferring it into her hand, and with a gentle squeeze, it shattered into fragments. "I said to use mine. Here in this trial ground, you must heed my instructions. I do not wish to carry a burden." This was indeed true. Should he venture alone, he could explore this miniature world freely, but accompanying Xianshu would undoubtedly complicate matters. The beast perched on Xianshu's shoulder, perceiving its master's predicament, opened its mouth wide, ready to leap and bite. With a mere glance from Meng Qing, it suddenly began to whimper, clutching tightly to Xianshu's sleeve. "Be swift." After Meng Qing had traversed several paces, Xianshu quietly grumbled in displeasure, angrily applying the spiritual herb to her wound. A refreshing sensation surged through her, and in an instant, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, fully mending without leaving even a scar within 10 breaths. Observing the half-used spiritual herb, Xianshu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing she had been more frugal from the outset. Noticing her catch up, Meng Qing quickened his pace, charging straight out of the forest. It was said that each year, the Yunxiao sect would grant 10 named disciple slots to the Daxian kingdom, with 6 of those occupied by the royal offspring. The identity of these 6 depended on their rankings within this trial ground, Meng Qing inquired. Though he had entered the trial ground, he was not entirely clear on certain details, and thus seized this opportunity to ask. Xianshu replied earnestly, "Indeed. Every junior entering this trial ground will be randomly transported to various locations, but the ultimate destination is singular, the central mountain, which comprises 6 stone platforms. Occupying one of these platforms until the conclusion of the trial is essential." Meng Qing confirmed. "Is it truly that straightforward?" Xianshu was momentarily at a loss for words. Her expression slightly flustered as she inquired, "Is this truly so simple?" Meng Qing pressed further. "So what you mean is that I will escort you to the central mountain, then venture elsewhere, as long as I return before the trial concludes and assist you in securing the first position. Is that correct?" Instinctively, Xianshu sensed something amiss in his words, yet she could not pinpoint the flaw at that moment, and could only nod woodenly. "In theory, that does seem to be the case. Then it shall be manageable." Suddenly, Meng Qing felt a surge of optimism for the future, which uplifted his spirits. A heavy, labored breathing echoed nearby, and a colossal shadow swiftly approached, emanating an aura of extreme ferocity. It turned out to be a black bear, its body exceeding 2 zhang in length, with blood-red eyes and gleaming fangs. With each stride, the ground trembled slightly beneath it. Xianshu instantly tensed, recognizing it as a pinnacle 3rd-tier spirit beast, the Earth Rock Bear. They had intruded upon its territory and provoked its ire. In the next moment, a claw shimmering with cold light lunged towards Meng Qing's neck. "Be careful!" Xianshu shouted in alarm. Bang! Meng Qing reacted instinctively, stabilizing his stance while channeling all his strength into his fist, simultaneously activating the spirit control armor-piercing technique. Crack! A chilling sound of bones fracturing resonated through the air. Xianshu's eyes widened in shock as she watched, momentarily transfixed. Meng Qing maintained his striking posture, yet the Earth Rock Bear was sent flying several zhang away, while the claw that had attempted to ambush him was swollen beyond recognition. What just happened? Meng Qing turned, puzzled. Xianshu hesitated, and nothing. Chapter 24. The perfect soul crystal before them stood a towering mountain, reaching heights of 100 zhang. The surrounding area was vast and open, enveloped in an abundance of spiritual energy that swirled above, shrouded in mist, lending an ethereal quality to the locale. In this miniature world, spirit beasts roamed freely, particularly in areas rich with spiritual energy. However, this place seemed to defy that norm. The ground trembled gently, and in the distance, a cloud of dust billowed forth, heralding the arrival of a massive shadow. Once the smoke cleared, it revealed a black bear, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a man and a woman seated upon its back. This was none other than Meng Qing and Xianshu. The Earth Rock Bear halted well before approaching the mountain peak, as if it perceived the path ahead as a treacherous precipice, refusing to advance any further. Xianshu explained, "The area surrounding this peak is imbued with restrictions. Any spirit beast that ventures too close will be annihilated. It is best we do not press it too hard." Although the earth rock bear could not speak, it was a third-tier pinnacle spirit beast and had attained a level of sentience. Upon hearing her words, it nodded repeatedly in agreement, casting a fearful glance at Meng Qing. It was clear, Meng Qing's prowess was simply too formidable. Meng Qing, feeling somewhat speechless, mused. Do I truly resemble a villain so much? Enough of this. You serve no further purpose. Let us go. By the way, if you encounter others, do not hold back. Strike them down without mercy. Rest assured, their strengths are inferior to mine. Meng Qing declared confidently, waving his hand to dismiss the earth rock bear. The bear's fur bristled in alarm, entirely unwilling to seek out further trouble. At present, he swiftly fled into the distance, soon vanishing from the sight of the two. Meng Qing scrutinized the towering mountains before him. Even with the keenest perception, he could detect no abnormalities. Thus, he remarked, it appears there is no danger. You should seize the first position. The abundant spiritual energy here makes it an excellent place for cultivation. Xian Shu felt an inexplicable tightening in her heart and inquired, and what about you? The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it, Meng Qing replied, cutting off any further questions from Xian Shu as he charged southward. Xian Shu stood there, dazed, unable to comprehend the rationale behind his words. What a perplexing reason. Half an hour later, Meng Qing halted before a vast pit. Measuring 10 zhang in diameter, its depths unseen. He retrieved the Ant Queen from his sleeve and asked, Are you certain this is the spot? I see nothing amiss. The Ant Queen replied earnestly, Master, I possess a keen sensitivity to energies, and I can assure you that the aura here is distinctly different from other locations. However, due to the passage of time, the precise nature of this difference eludes me. Meng Qing nodded and gazed into the pit, where a chill wind surged upward, interspersed with eerie sounds that sent shivers down the spine. The chicken brother landed, opened his mouth, and expelled a fireball into the pit. The fireball descended straight down, shrinking as it fell, and just before it vanished into a mere speck of light, it appeared to collide with something, bouncing off to another location. Let's investigate below first. I refuse to believe that this wretched place harbors a martial king. Meng Qing muttered to himself as he slid down the wall. The darkness loomed like a gaping maw, its fangs gradually consuming the trio. Meng Qing remained acutely focused, expanding his spiritual energy, donning his gauntlets, and remaining ever vigilant. As he descended 50 zhang, changes began to manifest around him. The dark, damp walls transformed, revealing crystals. Meng Qing, with his powerful arms, steadied himself by wedging the gauntlet into a crevice. He extracted one of the crystals. Upon sensing it with his spiritual energy, it evaporated in an instant, transforming into ethereal wisps of aura. As he felt this energy, his spirit suddenly stirred with excitement. It was as if a catalyst had awakened a latent power within him. This was soul power. These crystals were indeed soul crystals. A fortuitous find, as he had been troubled by his inability to cultivate his spirit. Meng Qing was elated. Unlike spiritual energy, cultivating the soul was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. For ordinary warriors, resources for soul cultivation were exceedingly scarce. In a nation like the Great Xian, such resources were predominantly controlled by royal members. Meng Qing, having not previously practiced soul cultivation, had a vague perception of these individuals, but he was certain that no more than 3 had achieved notable success in soul cultivation. He promptly commanded, Chicken brother, gather all these crystals. They will be of great use to me. The chicken brother nodded, and with a flap of his wings, he stripped the surrounding crystals in large quantities, ensuring that not a single piece went to waste, all delivered into Meng Qing's hands. As they continued their descent, Meng Qing was pleasantly surprised to find that the deeper they went, the richer the soul crystals became. What initially required merely a few breaths to reach, took Meng Qing an entire incense stick's worth of time. Upon arriving at a raised expanse of land, the crystals extracted by Chicken Brother filled 2 10-cubic Chincoin bags to the brim. Activating the system, Meng Qing resolutely prepared for synthesis. The quantity of these crystals was overwhelming. Although they were solid, only a mere wisp of their essence could be absorbed and refined. Thus, synthesis appeared to be the more time-efficient and labor-saving option. Ding. Detected 20,000 unrefined soul crystals available for synthesis. Proceed with synthesis? Yes. Congratulations, host, on successfully synthesizing 20,000 unrefined soul crystals, obtaining 1 perfect grade 4th-tier spiritual object soul crystal. A perfect grade soul crystal. The very name resonates with grandeur, and coupled with the attribute of a 4th-tier spiritual object, it filled Meng Qing with delight. Indeed, he had come to the right place. He did not rush to refine it, but chose to stow it away, intending to explore his surroundings. Chicken Brother exhaled another plume of flame, this time not for exploration, but for illumination. The area was shrouded in darkness, and behind him loomed the entrance of a cave. The Ant Queen remarked, "Master, there are no living beings within this cave, but I do sense the presence of a decayed skeleton." "A skeleton?" Intrigued, Meng Qing crouched and ventured inside. The entrance was narrow, yet once fully entered, he discovered it to be quite spacious. Just as the Ant Queen had indicated, a skeleton lay there, largely decayed. Wrapping his hands in spiritual energy, Meng Qing approached and gently prodded it, causing it to collapse into a heap of fragments. At that moment, a black square object caught his eye. This item had decayed to the point where its material was unrecognizable. It appeared to be a box. Driven by curiosity, Meng Qing opened it. Inside was empty, but a central indentation suggested that something once resided there. Using the light, Meng Qing noticed several scratches around him. Clearing away the moss, a line of small characters emerged. "My time is short. As the end approaches, I acquired the remnants of the Medicine King. During the battle at the Boundary Mountain against formidable foes, the boundary was reinstated, and that door was ultimately shut. This is a tale of exile." Meng Qing gazed at this line of text, utterly perplexed. Boundary Mountain? Could it be Xuanjia Mountain? Yet, he had no knowledge of any doors associated with it. What was this exile all about? Chapter 25. Soul power surges to the pinnacle after observing the skeleton for quite some time and ensuring he had missed nothing. Meng Qing decided to abandon his inquiries. The individual who had penned such words must have possessed formidable cultivation, yet even they had succumbed to decay, and their contemporaries were undoubtedly long gone. He settled down, intending to refine the perfect soul crystal first. Chicken Brother and the Ant Queen took positions on either side, guarding Meng Qing. Spiritual energy swirled in Meng Qing's palms as he guided it into the soul crystal. It trembled gently, and the surroundings seemed to undergo a transformation. Waves of rich soul power spilling forth and converging upon Meng Qing's form. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar echoed in Meng Qing's mind. As though the heavens and earth were in upheaval, his soul felt as if a serene spring had suddenly been inundated by a deluge. Gritting his teeth, he harnessed the spiritual energy, ultimately taming that overwhelming force. The speed at which the soul crystal was refined was astonishing. An immense and unfathomable force of soul energy surged into Meng Qing's consciousness every moment. Crack! It was as if some invisible shackles had been shattered, and he could distinctly feel his spirit ascending to a new level, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had been uncertain about how to wield this soul energy, yet now, with a mere thought, he could perceive the entirety of the cave with clarity. Even more remarkably, although his eyes were closed, he could discern the minutiae of a single feather on the rooster with exquisite precision. This was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, akin to possessing a second pair of eyes, seeing things more vividly than ever before. Boom. Immediately thereafter, the immense soul energy enveloped Meng Qing's consciousness, propelling him toward the next formidable barrier, which he effortlessly breached. His spirit underwent a profound transformation. Without employing any conscious thought, everything within a radius of several meters seemed to line up, awaiting his perception, an extraordinarily strange experience. In the past, such an overwhelming influx of information would have overwhelmed him. But now, everything felt so natural. The range of his perception continued to expand. Eventually, it stabilized, and Meng Qing estimated it to be approximately 30 paces in diameter. He recalled that the cultivation of the spirit also adhered to certain realms, the first four being absorbing void, entering subtlety, condensing spirit, and transforming spirit. At present, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of entering subtlety. No, it felt as though he had brushed against a layer of constraint. Meng Qing mused to himself. He then realized that the once massive soul crystal had completely dissipated, yet his spirit remained ensnared at the second level. Although the enhancement from the soul crystal had ceased, he could clearly sense the presence of a barrier. Patience is essential. It is said that the Yunxiao sect is a sacred ground for cultivation. Surely, once he arrives there, he could progress to condensing spirit. A renewed determination ignited in his eyes. The rooster and the Ant Queen also expressed their congratulations. They were now bound by a contract. With Meng Qing's formidable strength, their joy was only natural. Upon emerging from the vast pit, he realized it was already deep into the night. Calculating the time, he recognized that the end of this trial was approaching, and he needed to hasten back. At the center of the small world, as time flowed, the youths who had been scattered began to converge at the central location, vying for the last stone platform. At this moment, whether they were princes or illegitimate sons of nobles, all stood on the same competitive line. As long as their strength was sufficient, they could occupy the stone platform, becoming disciples of the Yunxiao sect and thereby reversing their fates. After a fierce struggle, most of the stone platforms had been claimed. However, the two at the very top remained unoccupied. The gazes of the youths shifted toward the two individuals standing at the center, Xian Shu and Xian Yi. They were respectively the little princess and the second prince, the most gifted among the current generation of royalty. Xian Yi regarded the girl before him, whose talent and strength were comparable to his own, and softly remarked, "Little sister, I believe it would be wise for you to concede early. Throughout our lives, you have always been my greatest rival, yet regrettably, you have never triumphed over me. It was so in the past, and today shall hold no surprises." Xian Shu replied coldly, "Just fight, will you? Enough with the dilly-dallying and excessive chatter." Although her grandfather secured external assistance for her, she still yearned to battle and triumph with her own authentic strength. "You truly are someone who will not shed tears until faced with the coffin." At the moment Xian Yi's words fell, his aura dramatically transformed, soaring from the late stage of primordial to the pinnacle. The atmosphere became charged. Around him, astonished murmurs erupted. "My goodness, has he truly reached the pinnacle of primordial? When did this occur? Indeed, his talent is remarkable. With such prowess, even at Yunxiao sect, he could rise to greatness among men." The little princess is in peril. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for her. Xian Shu softly reprimanded. "So it is permissible for you to break through, is it?" Boom. A formidable aura emanated from her form, shaking the very ground, revealing her to be at the late stage of primordial. The arena erupted in another wave of astonished gasps. However, it was soon observed that while Xian Yi's aura was undeniably stronger, Xian Shu's was far more stable. Despite her lesser realm, her presence was nearing the pinnacle of primordial. The two instantly clashed together. Their movements and techniques mirrored each other remarkably, their initial strikes akin to a fierce tiger on the hunt, swift, ruthless, steady, and precise. This was a martial technique common among the royal family of the Daxian kingdom, known as the Xian Tiger Sutra. Though merely a complete manual, its power, honed through the relentless refinement of royal experts, rivaled that of spirit techniques. Boom. The ground suddenly trembled, fissures appearing, light particles swirling, as a shadow emerged, a pangolin. This was Xian Yi's beast companion. On the other side, Xian Shu clasped her hands together, her own beast companion materializing simultaneously, breaking through mountains and seas. Xian Yi roared, charging forward with unwavering steps, as if bearing the weight of a mountain, exuding an aura of terror, swallowing the void into reality. Xian Shu murmured, cradling her beast with her left hand, while her right finger pointed to its brow. The creature opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, and upon exhaling, released a thick, murky breath. This seemingly intangible breath constrained Xian Yi's movement, rendering him immobile. Xian Yi summoned every ounce of his internal spiritual energy, akin to a colossal giant galloping, ultimately breaking free from the restraints and reaching Xian Shu, delivering a powerful punch. She deftly evaded, employing her agility. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading over 100 blows, yet still parting evenly. Xian Shu gathered her energy, her fingertips swirling with spiritual essence, etching a pattern in the air that soon resembled an intricate formation. Great devouring. Her beast suddenly opened its massive mouth, locking onto Xian Yi's position, preparing to engulf him. Unlike ordinary absorption, this beast appeared to have locked onto the very space ahead, intent on consuming it whole. Xian Yi suddenly chuckled, "Little sister, it seems that during your training with grandfather, you have made little progress. Has no one taught you that a competent warrior never employs the same trick against an adversary who knows him well?" With that, he swiftly maneuvered his hands, causing the pangolin's forehead to radiate brilliance, breaking free from the spatial constraints and charging towards Xian Shu. Everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Xian Shu instinctively desired to withdraw. Yet at that moment, her bond with the beast was inseparable. Any abrupt severance of their connection would inflict severe harm upon the creature. The pangolin arrived, colliding with her and sending her flying several yards. Just as she was about to land, a figure appeared, gently catching her and then, with a hint of perplexity, remarked, "Is the prince of the great Xian kingdom truly so devoid of compassion?" Chapter 26. Overwhelming the arena. The trial concludes. The figure was none other than Meng Qing. He had hurriedly made his way here and arrived just in time to witness the entirety of the clash between Xian Shu and her opponent. Xian Yi smirked, retracting the aura he had unleashed, and affectionately stroked the pangolin's head, softly saying, "At last, you have shown yourself. I was beginning to think you had fled to some obscure corner to avoid confronting me." Meng Qing gently set Xian Shu down, taking a couple of steps forward and nonchalantly stating, "You may say whatever you wish, but you currently have two choices. Remain in second place and avoid a confrontation with us, for after all, cultivators should value harmony above all." Upon hearing these words, the youths surrounding them displayed looks of indignation. Such audacity was intolerable. Who was Xian Yi, the second prince of the great Xian kingdom, a paragon of the royal family and the pinnacle of this generation's youth, revered as a surpassing goal by countless individuals? Yet now, He was being spoken to in such a manner. How could they bear it? Xian Yi maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of assured victory. It appears we still need to go through the motions. I am aware of your reliance. It is simply your aura and your beast. Allow me to offer a piece of well-meaning advice. It is still not too late to concede, lest you wish to become a fool. Boom. A wave of obscure energy radiated outward from Xian Yi, like ripples emanating from a stone cast into water. This energy caused the souls of the onlookers to tremble. And among the less formidable youths, thoughts of submission began to emerge. Soul power, pinnacle of the void. A chorus of gasps erupted around them, with some youths gazing on with envy. At this level of energy, the second prince's soul has surely reached the pinnacle of the void realm. Some young women looked on with hearts aflutter. The second prince indeed exemplifies the foremost martial prowess of our great Xian kingdom. Not only is his aura cultivation extraordinarily high, but his mastery of the soul is equally formidable. At that moment, Xian Shu felt a tightening in her chest. In scenarios where aura cultivation levels were equal, the degree of soul mastery became exceedingly significant, and until now, she had never sensed any soul fluctuations from Meng Qing. It must come to an end. Xian Yi bellowed, his hands clasped together, executing a slashing motion forward. Boom. A chilling pressure reverberated through the air, resembling a blade-like wave of soul energy aimed at Meng Qing. Is this your trump card? To be frank, it is rather unimpressive. Meng Qing chuckled, slowly extending a finger. An overwhelming wave of energy was released, sweeping outward like a shockwave and instantly establishing a vast aura centered around him. Meng Qing closed his eyes, perceiving with his soul power that Xian Yi's seemingly formidable technique was riddled with flaws. He casually selected a weakness and unleashed his soul energy. Under the mastery of his soul power at the pinnacle of the subtle realm, Xian Yi's attack disintegrated in an instant. Like being struck by a cannonball, Xian Yi was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and skidding along the surface, leaving a long trail before finally coming to a halt. The arena fell into a profound silence. After a prolonged silence, a youth timidly spoke. The recent attack exposed a flaw. To achieve this in such a brief span of time, you must have reached the subtle realm. Haven to you? Xian Yi, rising from his disheveled state, appeared pale, his eyes bloodshot, displaying a mix of fear and resentment as he pointed at Meng Qing, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How can your spiritual prowess be so formidable? I sensed no fluctuations from you before." Meng Qing responded with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. "You are correct. After all, I have only just begun my spiritual cultivation today." Xian Yi's complexion shifted from green to white, ultimately culminating in a spurt of blood, nearly causing him to faint. The onlooking youths and maidens also regarded Meng Qing with altered expressions. Concealing such strength is one thing, but deliberately provoking others is another. How outrageous. Meng Qing continued, "I assure you, I speak the truth. Do not be disheartened. The outcome of this contest is yet to be determined. Rise and fight me again." Xian Yi, darkening his expression, retorted, "You can have this victory. I no longer desire it." From the moment Xian Yi laid eyes on Meng Qing, an overwhelming sense of futility washed over him. He had only dared to fight because he had not detected any spiritual energy emanating from the latter. But now that his spiritual defenses had been effortlessly breached, engaging further would be self-inflicted torment. Meng Qing nodded and turned away, only to notice Xian Shu gazing at him with an expression of indecision. "What I said earlier is true. I truly have just commenced my spiritual training," Meng Qing reiterated. Just as he was about to proceed to the second stone platform, Xian Yi shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Was it necessary to strike at the heart as well? Xian Shu rolled her eyes at him. She had been cultivating her spirit for several years, but had yet to reach the pinnacle of the void realm. To attain such mastery in a single day was simply absurd. Just as she was about to turn away, Meng Qing unexpectedly reached out to stop her. Caught off guard by the suddenness of this action, she almost stumbled into his embrace. Meng Qing deftly sidestepped and stated, "Your Highness, Princess, I underestimated your prowess in our previous spar. I concede defeat. The title of champion in this trial now belongs to you." Xian Shu stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xian Yi, now at the foot of the mountain, overheard this exchange and felt a pang of anguish. At that moment, he wished to cry out to the heavens, "What an injustice!" The surrounding youths and maidens felt a twinge of discomfort, one girl lamenting, "Princess, you are truly fortunate to have such a remarkable young man by your side. How wonderful it would be if I could experience the same." Xian Shu's face flushed even deeper. Despite the multitude discussing her, she felt no anger. Instead, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within her. Amidst the envious gazes of numerous royal youths, Xian Shu ascended the first stone platform. An hour later, the trial concluded. and the individuals on the 6 stone platforms were granted the esteemed opportunity to train at the Yunxiao sect. Many were perplexed by Meng Qing's absence from the ranks, as he hastily made his way northward towards the imperial palace once the trial had ended. This trial bore significant implications, with even the king of the Dashuan kingdom in attendance during the awards ceremony. The royal family exhibited little reaction to the standings of the 6 participants, yet many were astonished by Xian Shu's first-place achievement. While the festivities unfolded in fervor ahead, Meng Qing found himself seated opposite Xian Lao, engaging in a game reminiscent of chess. With a gentle push, he advanced the first pawn on his right, inquiring. This trial determines the disciples who will advance to the Yunxiao sect. Without a doubt, these individuals will become the pillars of the Dashuan kingdom in the future. Are you not inclined to witness it? There's nothing to behold. Discussing pillars at this stage is rather premature, Xian Lao replied, advancing his own pawn in response. The task you entrusted to me has been completed. Do you have any further instructions? Meng Qing moved his pawn 2 spaces forward, capturing one of Xian Lao's pieces. Xian Lao's lips twitched slightly as he moved his rook 2 spaces, stating, "You have repaid your debt. Were it not for you, Shu'er might not have secured a position." Meng Qing nodded, advancing his pawn 2 spaces to the left and capturing another piece. Xian Yi's prowess is indeed formidable. His beast-controlling abilities can break free from any restraint. Yet, even without my assistance, Xian Shu could have claimed second place. She has no rivals aside from Xian Yi. Xian Lao, maintaining his composure, methodically maneuvered his cannon behind one of his pawns. Unfazed, Meng Qing advanced his pawn diagonally across 2 spaces, capturing a minister. Xian Lao's hand trembled slightly as he shifted his rook. In the next move, Meng Qing once again maneuvered horizontally, capturing Xian Lao's rook. You did not attend the awards ceremony, indicating you did not secure a spot in the trial. What do you intend to do next? Xian Lao feigned nonchalance as he prepared to capture Meng Qing's piece. However, before he could act, Meng Qing swiftly moved his pawn down 1 space. Serious in tone, Meng Qing remarked, "I have heard that the Yunxiao sect only dispenses admission slots, requiring disciples from various regions to travel to the sect independently. Perhaps I should accompany them? This is not difficult. However, according to the regulations, those without an admission slot are not permitted to proceed, and disciples traveling to the sect are not allowed to bring servants," Xian Lao explained. "Then let us proceed with the uncomplicated approach. Revealing my identity is of little consequence and will save us from unnecessary complications," Meng Qing replied. The reason for not disclosing his identity is purely his desire to avoid trouble. After all, he does not intend to linger here for long. It is best to remain discreet. I can arrange for you to board the ship, but once we arrive, you need not worry about entering the sect, Xian Lao remarked. Meng Qing nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "In that case, I thank you, Xian Lao." As the game of chess concluded, Meng Qing stood up to leave. Xian Lao gazed at Meng Qing's departing figure, then at the chessboard, where only one general remained amidst the fallen soldiers of the Chu and Han. And he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. "What is making you smile, grandfather?" A lively figure approached, bouncing with energy, none other than Xian Shu. Xian Lao rearranged the chess pieces and beckoned, "Come, Shu'er, let us play a game." Xian Shu sat down earnestly, moving the pieces with great decorum. Yet she soon found herself overwhelmed. Xian Lao chuckled, "Speak up. Instead of flaunting your impressive ranking, you come here to see me. What's your intent?" Xian Shu replied earnestly, "Oh, grandfather, you jest. I haven't played chess with you in ages. I'm soon to head to Yunxiao sect. I thought I should spend some time with you." Xian Lao shook his head. "You are like a daughter to me. Do you think you can hide your little schemes? Speak candidly, what is it?" Xian Shu's expression turned serious. "Grandfather, do you not think Meng Qing possesses remarkable talent? With his abilities, remaining in our Dashian kingdom would not afford him the resources he deserves. Would it not be wise for the future of our kingdom to take him to Yunxiao sect? However, if we bring him along, we must replace one of the remaining 5. Who do you suggest we swap?" Xian Lao countered. Xian Shu was momentarily taken aback. According to regulations, the quotas from Yunxiao sect are uniform across regions. If Meng Qing wishes to join, someone must step down. Upon learning that they would depart for Yunxiao sect in 3 days and that the list had already been finalized, Xian Shu had hastily sought him out. Yet now, she realized that matters were far more complex than she had anticipated. "Very well, you may go. Meng Qing is far more formidable than you realize. To inform you, the Meng Qing who was accepted as a disciple by the esteemed elder of Yunxiao sect is indeed he. He will be going to Yunxiao sect. If you wish to do something, it would be wiser to focus on your cultivation and keep pace with him," Xian Lao stated nonchalantly. Xian Shu left in a daze, her earlier enthusiasm entirely absent. Xian Lao sighed softly. "After all this time, you truly spare no effort in dampening the spirits of the younger generation." A low, somber voice emerged, and an imposing middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe appeared quietly, sitting across from Xian Lao. Without raising his head, Xian Lao replied, "Is there anything wrong with recognizing the gap early on? It is far better than sinking deeper into despair only to find oneself left with nothing." The man nodded slightly. "That is indeed true. Yet, in comparison, I find myself somewhat intrigued by this young man named Meng Qing. Do you know what my second son said to me after he returned?" Seeing that Xian Lao remained silent, the man continued. He stated that before entering the secret realm, he confirmed there was no fluctuation of divine soul from Meng Qing, yet during the final confrontation, Meng Qing's divine soul was at least at the micro-realm. Xian Lao spoke gravely. The second's arrogance may have led him to underestimate his opponents. The man replied, "You are mistaken. The Qintian monitor has reported that the soul crystals in the deep pit of the trial ground vanished yesterday." He added, "In less than half an hour, those soul crystals disappeared completely." The piece in Xian Lao's hand fell with a soft thud, spinning several times on the board before finally settling. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "That was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Whoever claims it shall possess it. Moreover, Meng Qing is also a citizen of our great Xian kingdom." The man seemed satisfied with the reply. "I am aware of that, and besides, his current status has changed. What can we do now?" Once the man departed, Xian Lao resumed his game, murmuring to himself, "Xuanji Mountain, 3 days hence." A golden parchment flew in from the southwest, descending upon the royal palace at dawn, radiating brilliance akin to a small sun. This was the decree from the Yunxiao sect, simultaneously serving as a token for the new disciples of the great Xian kingdom to join the sect. After a grand send-off, a group boarded a flying vessel, which ascended amidst a chorus of cheers, swiftly vanishing towards the southwest. Xian Yi felt elated. For him, the Yunxiao sect represented a new journey, and he had confidence that he could excel there. Stepping out onto the deck for a breath of fresh air, he caught sight of someone lazily leaning against the railing. This individual seemed somewhat familiar. As Xian Yi approached, intending to offer some words of comfort, his mood soured upon recognizing the face before him. "You, what are you doing here?" Chapter 28. Occupation. Encountering interception, it was none other than Meng Qing, experiencing his first journey on a flying vessel. Meng Qing felt a tumult within his stomach and retorted, "What do you mean? Why can't I be here?" The memory of being utterly defeated resurfaced in Xian Yi's mind, sending a chill through him. Yet, recalling his new status as a prospective disciple of the Yunxiao sect, while Meng Qing lacked such an identity, a sense of superiority welled up within him. "Never mind. I know you wish to behold the grandeur of the Yunxiao sect. However, visitors and competitors are two distinct concepts. Stay put, and if you perform well, I may take you in for a tour once I am officially a disciple," Xian Yi declared proudly. Meng Qing rolled his eyes. Unwilling to engage, "Fool." Xian Yi's temper flared in response, indignantly stating, "What do you mean? Now that I have secured a place as a disciple of the Yunxiao sect, our statuses are worlds apart. Fine, I understand that I am the cloud and you are the mud. There is no need for you to emphasize it." Meng Qing waved dismissively, turning to head back inside. Xian Yi's current demeanor was infuriating, yet Meng Qing was too disoriented to retaliate. "You cannot enter there. It is reserved for us." Xian Yi pursued him. Meng Qing stopped in front of a door, glancing at the well-meaning Xian Yi, and pressed a token against the doorknob. With a gentle twist, the door swung open. The corner of Xian Yi's mouth froze in disbelief. Subsequently, he exclaimed, "How could you possess the imperial token of His Majesty?" This vessel, ostensibly belonging to the great Xian kingdom, was in fact under the control of the venerable Xian Lao. Aside from the distributed keys, Xian Lao's identity token granted access to all compartments. Naturally, only those whom Xian Lao truly trusted were bestowed with such a token. Meng Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Second brother, your room appears quite comfortable. Allow me to stay for a couple of days, and I shall return it to you upon our arrival at Yunxiao sect." The door was firmly shut. Xian Yi's face darkened with fury as he recalled that this was Suite 001, for which he had gone to great lengths to secure the right to inhabit before their journey. Yet now, before he could even find his footing, it had been usurped by Meng Qing. Even more infuriating was the fact that he referred to himself as second brother, a title reserved solely for his father and Xian Lao. "Meng Qing, how dare you?" Xian Yi cursed vehemently, but the soundproofing of the room ensured that the occupants within would never hear his outburst. Inside the room, Meng Qing reclined on the soft bed, retrieving a silken pouch from his waist. As he poured its contents out, the crowing of a rooster echoed forth, and the lively Ji goose sprang forth. This was a specialized storage space for spirit beasts, a lavish gift from Xian Lao to Meng Qing, boasting nearly 10 cubic feet of capacity, perfect for allowing Ji gu to roam about. Indeed, any martial artist of note would equip themselves with such a storage space for travels. Otherwise, some of their beasts, being too large, would incite panic while traversing through towns. The Ant Empress, being of a more diminutive stature, had nestled within Meng Qing's sleeve, but now emerged to inquire, "Master, the journey ahead is quite extensive. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest." Meng Qing waved his hand, settling onto the bed to meditate, and it was not until half an hour later that he came to his senses. Calculating the time, he realized that 5 more days remained until they reached Yunshao's sect, and his resources were dwindling. They would likely prove insufficient for a breakthrough to the cave heaven realm. Meng Qing murmured to himself, recognizing the necessity of taking measures to ensure his safety. After all, such a hidden stronghold might harbor foes beyond his capacity to confront. The Ant Empress had now reached the Martial King realm, yet the anticipated influx of spiritual energy had not materialized, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Jigu, akin to a voracious creature, soon left the exquisite carpet in tatters. Meng Qing swatted at him, "Be careful. If you ruin that, I shall have to pluck every feather from your body to compensate." Jigu immediately deflated, retreating to a small corner of the room as if to sulk. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Meng Qing remained secluded, and after acclimatizing to the vessel's turbulence, he attempted to circulate his spiritual energy. Everything was functioning normally. He even found himself anticipating that Xian Yi might stir up trouble, providing him with an opportunity to pilfer his Chinquan bag. After all, these royal disciples were likely to carry ample resources for their sojourn to unfamiliar territories. However, he was met with disappointment. Xian Yi seemed to have swallowed his pride, retreating to another room to cultivate in silence. Meng Qing lamented the missed opportunity for a lucrative haul. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Standing by the window, Meng Qing admired the swiftly retreating mountains when a dark speck appeared in the distance. In the next moment, the vessel was struck, jolting violently. Could it be an enemy attack? Meng Qing was bewildered, but soon the turbulence of the spacecraft intensified, resembling a vessel that had lost its capacity for sustained flight. Plummeting downwards. Under attack, all personnel, please assemble on the deck and prepare for an emergency landing. Upon reaching the deck, Meng Qing discovered several battered spacecraft hovering ominously above, each manned by formidable figures, all of whom possessed cultivation levels exceeding the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Those who had been in seclusion rushed in panic, and the commander, Xian Guang, bore an expression of grave concern. Before long, Xian Guang spoke. "To whom it may concern, we are citizens of the great Xian nation, en route to the Cloud Sky sect. The ship is filled with prospective disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. We kindly request your leniency." After a brief silence, the adversaries launched an immediate assault. Xian Guang, in disbelief, questioned how they could still dare to strike knowing they were disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. The most dire predicament was that their vessel lacked any weaponry capable of defense. It was merely swift. At that moment, the spacecraft was struck by 2 beams of light, akin to a grievous blow to a mortally wounded creature, crashing to the ground as all protective mechanisms failed. A vast net descended, ensnaring everyone on the deck. Someone shouted, "This is a spirit-binding net. It can suppress spiritual energy." Battling against the overwhelming pressure, Xian Guang attempted to retaliate, but a blade flew forth, piercing his abdomen, the force propelling him into the ground. In an instant, the deck was filled with individuals wielding various spiritual artifacts, resembling a swarm of dumplings. Both princes and commoners alike had never witnessed such a scene, standing frozen in shock, paralyzed with fear. "Headed to the Cloud Sky sect? You are precisely our targets," bellowed a figure who appeared to be their leader. "What shall we do with these individuals?" one asked, evidently wary of the great Xian nation. He could discern that the youth among them were extraordinary, likely princes and princesses. If they were to be killed here, it would surely invite ruthless retaliation. "Take them away. We shall await the leader's decision. Dispose of the spacecraft swiftly. This is our first bounty, and we must handle it efficiently," the leader commanded. As they were taken captive, Xian Guang's face turned ashen, and he growled, "We are bound for the Cloud Sky sect, yet you dare to intercept us? Are you not afraid of their retribution?" The leader swiftly kicked him, retorting, "Reckoning? You overestimate yourselves. The Cloud Sky sect is vast, recruiting tens of thousands of disciples every few years. What difference does it make if 10 of you are lost?" These words cast a shadow of despair over the group, and Meng Qing furrowed his brow amidst the crowd. They wound through the mountain path, ultimately entering a hollowed-out mountain. Instantly, an overwhelming aura akin to that of a towering mountain pressed upon them, rendering them nearly breathless. A Martial King. Chapter 29. Slaying the Martial King. Meng Qing's expression darkened. It was no wonder these individuals had the audacity to intercept them. They were emboldened by their strength. Xian Guang's countenance was exceedingly grim, as the most powerful among their group, being at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. It was still far from sufficient in the presence of a Martial King. Once fully immersed in the cave, Meng Qing quietly opened his eyes. Upon observing the state of the martial king, he was momentarily taken aback. The king's body was enveloped in a peculiar shade of blue, his surface seemingly crystallized in frost. And a deep wound, visible to the bone, marred his chest, from which the frigid air emanated. He lay upon a mat strewn with firestones, as if resisting the chilling aura. Yet, these firestones, capable of melting even the most formidable ice in the outside world, could only prevent the frost from further encroaching, an indication of the icy terror at hand. Reporting to you, my lord. These individuals hail from the great Qian kingdom and seek to enter the Cloud Sky sect. Among them, some appear to be princes or princesses. A leader declared as he knelt before the martial king. The king, Jiao Fei, finally opened his eyes and stirred slightly, causing shards of ice to fall from him like rain. Collect their tokens. 10 slots should suffice to exchange for that fire dragon fruit. You have done well. Once I regain my strength, I shall do everything in my power to assist you in achieving the rank of martial king. Jiao Fei spoke gently. His youth belied the weariness in his voice, creating an unsettling dissonance. Meng Qing began to comprehend the situation. The king had been injured and had likely struck a deal with some faction to exchange slots for disciples of the Cloud Sky sect for a spiritual herb. The leader approached, retrieving the tokens from Xianguang and presenting them to Jiao Fei. What are these individuals? The leader inquired. Jiao Fei contemplated for a moment. Sever one of their limbs and send it back to the great Qian kingdom. Let them arrange for the ransom themselves. A shiver ran through Meng Qing's heart. This man was undoubtedly seasoned in cruelty. The leader surveyed the group, and no one dared to meet his gaze. They all lowered their heads. Something is amiss, he remarked. There are only 10 slots on this token, yet there are 12 individuals present. Who is the extra? The leader's suspicion rose. One of you is surplus. Who is it? If you reveal the truth, I shall spare you all. The crowd froze, their eyes collectively darting towards Meng Qing. His face darkened. Was there no mercy? He was unceremoniously hoisted into the air as the leader summoned another henchman wielding a cleaver. Xian Yi, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Although the situation was dire, he found inexplicable joy in Meng Qing's misfortune. Wait. Good sir. I possess a method to alleviate your leader's suffering from the frost. My beast can breathe fire and counteract the icy power. Meng Qing hastily exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the leader halted his subordinate and, with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, asked, Is what you say true? Meng Qing replied, Indeed, it is true. As you can see, my cultivation is merely at the peak of Taichu. It would be folly to deceive you. Just allow me to stand, and I shall summon my beast for your inspection. The leader glanced at Jiao Fei, who nodded in approval. Meng Qing summoned his fiery companion, Chicken Bro, and with a vigorous wipe across its body, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a wave of scorching flames erupted, warming the entire cave. Jiao Fei's eyes sparkled with fierce intensity as he declared, Excellent. Young man, what is your name? Are you willing to follow me? Once I have fully recovered, you shall be bestowed with endless riches and splendor. Jiao Fei nearly lost his sanity, uttering these words. The relentless chill continually eroded his body, subjecting him to unbearable agony that few could endure. This was precisely why he resorted to the abduction of a prospective disciple from the Yunxiao sect. I am Meng Qing, and it is my honor to serve at the side of the great king. However, prior to that, I have a rather inconvenient request, Meng Qing stated earnestly. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianguang and the others felt a pang of anxiety. Speak quickly. Jiao Fei, filled with fervor, gazed greedily at Ji Ge. Earlier, you mentioned severing someone's limbs to send to the great Qian kingdom. I was wondering, could we perhaps do so to him? Meng Qing turned and pointed at Xian Yi. The crowd was taken aback. Xian Yi's face darkened immediately. How could such words even be uttered? Jiao Fei hesitated slightly, discerning that among them, Xian Yi possessed the highest strength and status. With this thought, doubt crept in. Meng Qing continued to embellish the situation. This man is Xian Yi, the second prince of the great Qian kingdom, of noble standing. If we were to send his severed limbs back, it would undoubtedly instill fear in the king and even the supreme emperor, compelling them to relinquish their resistance and willingly offer a ransom. My king, I assure you, there is no personal vendetta involved here. The crowd smirked. Was there truly no personal grievance? Trust him? Not a chance. The people of the great Qian kingdom found it hard to accept this, although they too found Xian Yi unlikable. Meng Qing's betrayal at such a critical moment filled them with disdain. One murmured, Meng Qing, the supreme emperor, and even the princess have treated you with such kindness. Yet you now turn against us. It is utterly disheartening. Meng Qing retorted with an air of self-evidence. Such sentiments are misplaced, as the saying goes. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I have already offended you, so why not carry on to the bitter end? With that, he turned to Jiao Fei. The latter made a decision but did not act immediately. First, Allow this king to experience your beast mastery before reaching a final judgment. The crowd exhaled in relief. Jigu approached. A glint of golden light flickered in Meng Qing's eyes. Jiao Fei furrowed his brows slightly, but thought little of it. Instead, watching Jigu with keen interest. Jigu opened his mouth, flames coalescing and evenly dispersing over Jiao Fei's form. The fire enveloped him, dispelling the cold, producing instantaneous results. Initially, it focused on his legs, then gradually ascended towards the wound. In the next moment, Jigu suddenly opened his mouth wide. The original golden flames transforming into a blazing sun, spewing forth fierce flames that swept forward, akin to a roaring fire dragon, completely engulfing Jiao Fei's body. A cry of agony erupted, startling Jiao Fei. Upon seeing Ji's murderous intent, he immediately roared, raising his hand to strike. An immense surge of spiritual energy swept forward, creating a terrifying force, with sonic booms echoing, as though the surroundings were severed, forming an entirely independent space. "You dare seek death, boy?" Jiao Fei bellowed, preparing to unleash his palm. In that instant, Meng Qing felt as if he were standing on the edge of a precipice, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. Golden horn severing heaven hand. Heavenly golden flame. Meng Qing let out a low growl. At the same moment, the ant queen sprang forth from the feathers of the chicken brother, unleashing the overwhelming pressure inherent to a royal-level spirit beast. Spiritual energy surged violently, radiating a brilliant golden light, akin to the sun blazing across the sky. Immediately after, a colossal golden hand, formed from condensed spiritual energy, descended with the intent to suppress Jiao Fei. Though it may seem lengthy to recount, from the moment Chicken Brother initiated the attack to the hand's descent, only 10 breaths had passed. Jiao Fei's expression changed dramatically. A royal-level beast tamer? This is impossible. Who are you? The only response he received was the searing golden flames and the descending golden hand. Already wounded, Jiao Fei's true strength was less than 1/5 of his peak condition. Under the dual pressure of the Ant Queen and Chicken Brother, he could only endure the blows. As the hand struck down, Jiao Fei was overwhelmed. His body thoroughly eroded by the chill, and under the scorching heat of the flames, his form fractured and scattered around. The leader, awakening from a daze, looked at Meng Qing again, only to be met with fear. Run. This was the only thought in his mind. Spare one for questioning. Eliminate the rest. Meng Qing issued the command. Chicken Brother and the Ant Queen acted simultaneously, their efficiency astonishingly high. It was a massacre devoid of any suspense. Chapter 30. The prince set sail before long. Only the leader who had captured them remained in the arena. At this moment, the members of Xianshu, standing in the rear, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. They gazed at the sea of corpses and then at Meng Qing, finding it hard to believe. That was a martial king. In places like the Great Xian Kingdom, a martial king could reign unchallenged and even topple a nation. Yet now, he lay slain by Meng Qing? This was nothing short of surreal. Xian Yi felt a chill in his heart as he looked at Meng Qing, his scalp tingling in apprehension. Those two beast tamers were excessively formidable. The thought of having previously insulted Meng Qing on the deck sent shivers down his spine. If Meng Qing wished to slay him, he might not even realize how he met his end. As for Xin Guang and the others, their eyes reflected not only awe but also shame. After all, not long ago, they had accused Meng Qing of betrayal. Now, upon reflection, it seemed that the reason he had refrained from acting was primarily to ensure their safety. Contemplating this, Meng Qing's stature in their minds grew significantly. Upon seeing Meng Qing approach, the leader's legs quaked, and he fell to his knees. All he felt was regret. He should never have invited a god of slaughter into his home. Meng Qing, unwilling to waste words, directly inquired, "Whose orders do you follow? Why did you kidnap us?" The leader hurriedly replied, "This was not my idea. It was all the boss's orders. Some time ago, he was injured while traversing an extremely cold region, and the chill poison was difficult to dispel. Thus, he sought medicine everywhere. A powerful figure from the Fire Clan stated that if he could secure 10 quotas for disciples of the Cloud Sky sect, he could cure the boss's chill poison." The Fire Clan? Meng Qing recalled having come across records in certain texts, noting that only an exceptionally powerful force with top-tier warriors could establish a clan. And the Fire Clan was among the elite. It was said to have existed for a long time, with an incredibly formidable foundation. Meng Qing could see that the man was exceedingly anxious, not speaking insincerely, so he continued to inquire, "Trading quotas for Cloud Sky sect disciples? Are you not afraid of repercussions later?" The esteemed individual informed us that the trade of discipleship slots in the Yunxiao sect is exceedingly prevalent. And even if any complications arise, the Fire Clan would shoulder the burden for us. The leader swallowed hard and spoke swiftly. Meng Qing pondered his words and inquired, "Where exactly is the extreme northern land your boss mentioned?" "In the northwest, among the Snow Clan. But the specifics are unclear to me, he replied. Meng Qing smirked slightly, stating, then what use are you to me? The leader was taken aback, and just as he was about to say more, a searing pain struck from behind, and darkness enveloped him as his body went limp. He did not inquire about the treasures hidden by this man, for Meng Qing possessed the heavenly eye, offering him insights perhaps beyond what the leader comprehended. Moreover, this individual, as a bandit, had long since followed Jiao Fei in numerous acts of plunder and violence, rendering his demise inconsequential. The others, including Xian Guang, stood dumbfounded, shaken by Meng Qing's ruthless methods. He gestured to several locations, beckoning Brother Ji and the Ant Queen to act simultaneously. With a clatter, heavy Qinkuan bags were unearthed, provoking envy among the onlookers. Meng Qing, without hesitation, claimed them all. Subsequently, he reached for Jiao Fei's Qinkuan bag. However, upon opening it, a wry smile crept across his lips. There was scant treasure within, barely any spirit herbs. Just a hodgepodge of spirit stones, totaling around 2 million. He understood the reason. Jiao Fei had been ravaged by the cold poison, likely exchanging valuable items and spirit herbs for fire stones, leaving these as his coffin funds. As for the fire stones scattered on the ground, most had lost their potency, rendering them nearly worthless. Upon unfastening the final Qinkuan bag, Meng Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside lay a complete flying vessel. Is this a third-grade spiritual artifact? Meng Qing's breath quickened. The classification of flying spiritual artifacts differs from ordinary ones. For instance, the luxurious ship destroyed in the Great Xian Kingdom lacked offensive capabilities, barely qualifying as a second-grade item. Yet this vessel was indeed third-grade, with dark cannon muzzles lining its hull. A stroke of fortune. Although Xian Yi and the others were unaware of what the Qinkuan bag contained, they could discern its extraordinary nature from Meng Qing's expression, prompting a wave of envy and jealousy among them. Just as the group prepared to exit the cave, intending to set the place ablaze, a corner encrusted with ice caught Meng Qing's attention. Activating his heavenly eye, he was taken aback. Beneath the surface lay a heap of shattered bones. He excavated them, grasping a fragment, which felt frigid as if touching ancient ice from millennia past. Brother Ji and the Ant Queen approached, puzzled by Meng Qing's fixation on the bones. He asked the Ant Queen, can you discern anything unusual about these bones? Initially poised to shake her head, she suddenly gasped in astonishment. I believe I sense a very obscure aura. Meng Qing froze, having intended to take a gamble, yet it seemed there was indeed something here. Brother Ji carefully scorched the ice with the heavenly flame for the duration of an incense stick, and finally, the frost dissipated. To his astonishment, there appeared to be inscriptions upon the surface. The Queen Ant was inexplicably astonished, increasingly sensing that this bone was extraordinary. Meng Qing collected all of it, and after ensuring nothing was overlooked, he collapsed the area before departing. Outside, the crowd awaited him. Meng Qing located the vessels previously used by the bandits and called out, next, we shall take this to the Yunxiao sect. When the ship was ready to set sail, the group found themselves at a loss once more. To activate the airship, someone had to channel spiritual energy, a task that had previously fallen to Xian Guang, who was now injured and unfit for the duty. Meng Qing surveyed the crowd and immediately spotted Xian Yi, who was retreating in trepidation. Xian Yi, it's you, stop running and come pilot the ship. Xian Yi stumbled, silently cursing Meng Qing. As the second prince of the Grand Xian Kingdom, was he now to navigate this vessel for them? He glanced towards Xian Guang for help, only to find him nonchalantly ignoring the situation. After all, Meng Qing had just saved them, and Xian Guang had received orders from Xian Lao prior to their arrival to allow Meng Qing to take charge under reasonable circumstances. Considering the recent events, Xian Guang opted to remain silent. Xian Shu giggled, her laughter like a fluttering blossom. Second brother, you should go. You are the highest ranking among us. Shouldn't you demonstrate? Xian Shu, possessing striking beauty, had previously shunned adornment, yet today she donned a flowing emerald gown, her hair elegantly tied back, her skin startlingly fair, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Standing there, she resembled a living painting, and her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, compelling many to steal glances. Even Meng Qing found himself captivated. Xian Yi shuffled forward reluctantly, appearing rather unwilling. Hurry up, stop dawdling, or I shall sever your hands and feet. Meng Qing threatened. Only then did he step up, but upon discovering the need to infuse spiritual stones to start the ship, he was about to seek assistance from others when he met Meng Qing's serious gaze. He immediately reached into his pocket, executing the action in one fluid motion. As the ship ascended, the group sat on the ground, for the vessel was not spacious and lacked a cabin. The noble youths regarded Meng Qing with a mix of reverence and a hint of schadenfreude. It was indeed a novel experience for a prince to be in charge of piloting the ship. Meanwhile, the four disciples of humble origins began to idolize Meng Qing. viewing him as a paragon. To impose on someone of higher status and compel them to act was a fantasy they could not realize. Yet witnessing Meng Qing do so elevated him to a figure of divine stature in their eyes. Seeing no unusual occurrences around him, Meng Qing moved to the ship's stern. Spreading the collected fragmented bones across the deck, he activated the system. Ding. Detected several irregular bone fragments available for synthesis. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized several irregular bone fragments, obtaining a poorly preserved bone. Chapter 31. Arrival at Yunshao, poorly preserved bone, a fragment from an unknown era. Inscribed with fragmented text. It is said that someone once glimpsed the entirety of a certain age through these inscriptions, but its whereabouts are now unknown. Upon reading the description, Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback. It's merely a bone, why the grandiosity? With lingering hesitation, he examined the inscriptions on the bone. Even though the system performed synthesis, the text above remained exceedingly vague. He even invoked his soul energy to probe, yet the bone remained lifeless. What could be the reason for this? At last, he deciphered a few fragmented words and inferred from the handwriting that among the 3 characters at the pinnacle of the bone, one resembled the word vibrate. Meng Qing murmured to himself, committing the deciphered characters to memory, as he attempted to deduce the text above using the method of spirit energy manipulation. He raised his right hand and, to his astonishment, began to unconsciously sketch, as if trying to depict something. However, when he endeavored to focus on the sensation, it vanished once more. After several attempts, the feeling returned. Just then, Chicken Brother sauntered over from behind and leaned beside Meng Qing. A spark of inspiration ignited within Meng Qing, and his hands began to channel spirit energy, astonishingly sketching an image of Chicken Brother in the air. But no, he quickly dismissed that notion. This was not merely an image. It bore an uncanny resemblance, and with a gentle movement of his finger, the depiction came to life, opening its mouth to reveal a glimmer of golden light. Subsequently, the image seemed to exhaust all of its spirit energy, dissipating into nothingness. What could this mean? Meng Qing was left astounded. Chicken Brother tilted his head, unable to suppress his wide-eyed stare at him, finding the situation rather bizarre. Not only had he sketched an image, but this depiction possessed the ability to spit fire like Chicken Brother? Such a revelation could terrify anyone. He inquired with Aunt Queen, but she too was perplexed by the current circumstance. He resolved to try again, but this time, he refrained from focusing on Chicken Brother, as the latter had developed sentience, and Meng Qing's sketching made it feel uneasy. He retrieved a piece of spirit stone and attempted to sketch, but was met with failure. It wasn't until the afternoon that he finally comprehended the principles behind this technique. It could only exhibit its prowess during combat. In other words, it allowed one to replicate an opponent's moves to launch an attack. Of course, this was merely Meng Qing's conjecture. He increasingly sensed that this bone was extraordinary. Recalling the leader's words about the horned creature being injured in the territory of the Snow Clan, suggesting that this bone was likely connected as well, he resolved to visit the Snow Clan at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently, causing its already damaged body to shake even more fiercely. Meng Qing was startled and approached with a grim expression. Xian Yi, retracting his body, hurriedly explained, "It truly isn't my doing. We have arrived in the territory of the Cloud Sky sect, beyond which is a no-fly zone, and we must proceed on foot." Xian Guang ultimately sided with him, stating, "Indeed, within the territory of the Cloud Sky sect, regardless of the size of the force, one must walk, as a sign of respect for the sect." The group disembarked, but immediately, a stark contrast emerged. Those present at this moment were predominantly participants from various major forces coming to partake in the Cloud Sky sect's disciple assessment, to avoid embarrassing their juniors. Most of the great powers had dispatched their most opulent ships, competing to showcase their grandeur. However, when the dilapidated ship from the Great Xian Kingdom came to a halt, it instantly attracted countless gazes. It stood out remarkably, lacking even a cabin, with gaping holes dotting its hull, embodying an utter poverty. Oh, is it true that a disciple from the beggar sect is participating in the Yunshao sect's disciple assessment? A haughty young man descended from a luxurious ship nearby, mocking the scene before him. Gasps echoed among the onlookers. It is Prince Chun Yen of the Great Chun Kingdom. It is said that he has just turned 17 this year, yet his cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the primordial stage, with entry into the cave heaven within reach. Meng Qing furrowed his brows slightly. Beneath the gaze of the heavenly eye, he could see the young man's profound abilities clearly. In the realm he could sense, it would not be an exaggeration to declare this youth as the strongest. As for the girl behind him, her foundation was somewhat inferior, yet her aura was distinctly more formidable. No wonder they carried such an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Xian Shu and the others felt a tinge of embarrassment. The Great Qin Kingdom was a nation whose strength and population far surpassed that of the Great Xian Kingdom. They had no grounds for rebuttal. What was the point of engaging in trivial conversation? They wondered which small, impoverished nation had managed to secure 11 spots, likely through dubious means. The young man's companion, a girl named Chen Ning, was strikingly beautiful but spoke with a sharp tongue, insinuating that Meng Qing and the others had obtained their spots through illegitimate means. Please, have some decency. We are disciples of the Great Xian Kingdom who boarded this ship due to an attack on our journey that left our vessel damaged. A desperate measure indeed. Xian Guang stepped forward to explain. Chen Yan's smile grew even more disdainful. Attacked? It appears that small places lack even the ability to protect their own disciples. If that is the case, how dare you come to the Yunxiao sect? Forget it. Conversing with you is merely a waste of this prince's time. The expressions of Xian Shu and the others turned even more awkward. Chen Ning scoffed. Just a bunch of bumpkins from the mountains, here to see the world. Once the assessment begins, they will scurry back to their rightful place, not worth our words. Meng Qing felt a surge of indignation. What gave these people such an inflated sense of superiority? As far as he knew, the Great Xian Kingdom and the Great Qin Kingdom were quite distant, and their hostility seemed unwarranted. With the departure of these two, the various factions that had gathered to watch the spectacle also began to disperse. Xian Shu and the others were left feeling resentful, having been publicly ridiculed upon their arrival. And they had never experienced such humiliation as offspring of princes or ministers. In contrast, the 4 disciples of humble origins maintained a far more composed demeanor. Second brother, you must strive to prove yourself in your cultivation. Look at how arrogant the people from the Great Qin Kingdom are, as the highest ranking among us. You must set an example and ensure your younger siblings do not suffer indignities. As Xian Yi fumed, a voice of admonition echoed in his ears. Turning, he saw Meng Qing wearing a look of earnest concern. Xian Yi clutched his chest, feeling a surge of frustration, thinking to himself, is this person truly intent on seizing upon every little weakness? Yet, upon realizing that he was about to enter the trial grounds of the Yunxiao sect, while Meng Qing could only return, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, hoping to brush the matter aside. Just as everyone intended to join the throng, Xian Guang began boarding the ship again, seemingly to turn back. Xian Shu inquired, Uncle Xian, are you heading back? Injured and unable to contribute further, I have remained here. Upon arriving, I trust the Emperor has imparted his instructions clearly, so I shall refrain from excessive words. However, this place is unlike the Great Xian Kingdom. I urge everyone to exercise caution. As Xian Guang spoke, he cast several pointed glances at Meng Qing. The latter turned to Xian Yi and remarked, I'm referring to you. Did you hear that? Xian Yi managed a strained smile, acknowledging, Uncle speaks wisely. Xian Guang, with a complex expression, regarded Meng Qing a few more times before boarding the dilapidated vessel. Embarking on his journey back, Xian Yi caught sight of Meng Qing, who remained standing, and a sense of alarm surged within him as he asked, almost hesitantly, why haven't you left? Why should I depart? Meng Qing retorted, scrutinizing him with a rather peculiar gaze. Xian Yi's demeanor grew awkward. He opened his mouth, yet found himself rendered speechless. Although the royal disciples also sensed the oddity of the situation, they opted to observe in silence. Aside from Xian Shu, none could discern Meng Qing's true identity, and she, too, kept her thoughts to herself, appearing lost in contemplation. As they exited from the area where numerous flying vessels were docked, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. The sun was setting, a vast orb sinking gradually, its enormity seeming almost tangible. Most astonishingly, a grand complex of palaces stood amidst the glowing orb, resplendent in gold and adorned with intricate carvings. Those closer to the structures saw nothing unusual. However, from a distance, the edifices appeared to blend seamlessly with the surrounding mountains and waters, an indescribable marvel. As they approached, the awe intensified. They found themselves seemingly perched on the edges of cliffs, with a sea of clouds stretching between them, a truly spectacular sight. What a monumental endeavor this must be, Meng Qing mused, as both Xian Yi and the other disciples were visibly shaken, clearly experiencing such a sight for the first time. Amidst the crowd, someone whispered, it is said that long ago, this was a vast mountain range, which was subsequently leveled by the founding elder of the Yunxiao sect, who erected the sect upon it. Moreover, another chimed in, I've heard there lies a spiritual vein beneath these mountains, connected to the Earth's core, offering immense benefits to those who cultivate within. Meng Qing felt a thrill of excitement. Surely, within lay extraordinary treasures that could aid in his rapid ascent to power. Soon, the crowd naturally divided into several lines. In the distance, a figure soared through the air, hovering above as they surveyed the assembly below. Meng Qing's heart raced. The ability to traverse the skies was a privilege reserved for those at the rank of martial king. Was the foundation of the Yunxiao sect truly so formidable? With martial kings roaming its periphery? The martial king merely cast a fleeting glance at them before swiftly retreating. The people from the Great Xian Kingdom followed a contingent, preparing to queue for registration. They understood that merely reaching this location did not guarantee admission as disciples of the Yunxiao sect. Their current status was merely provisional, requiring them to undergo an evaluation, with only those who passed being accepted as official disciples. Meng Qing furrowed his brow. As a disciple of a golden elder, he shouldn't have to trail behind a group of provisional disciples for trials, should he? Just then, an object within his Qinquan bag began to tremble unexpectedly. I am aware of your arrival at the Cloud Sky sect, and with this token, you may seek me without the need for any additional formalities. The guards, upon seeing the insignia, will naturally know what to do. A deep, resonant voice echoed in Meng Qing's ear. It was the voice of Shi Yu. Meng Qing pondered whether he could also take Xian Shu and the others along. Suddenly, a powerful wave of pressure surged from behind, akin to a colossal stone bearing down upon everyone. When Meng Qing turned around, he was met with the sight of a group of exceptionally tall, muscular warriors, most clad in animal skins, reminiscent of primitive men. They had no intention of waiting in line. They pushed their way forward. And although the forces originally queuing ahead were reluctant, they instinctively stepped back to clear a path. Soon, it was Meng Qing's turn. Standing at the end of the line of the people from the Great Xian Kingdom, the leader of the barbarian tribe appeared displeased, glaring at Meng Qing, who stood motionless. The rest of the barbarian crowd halted, craning their necks to see why they had been stopped before reaching the front. Murmurs erupted around them. Another group of barbarians? Do they intend to cut in line again this year? How unreasonable can they be? They are powerful, always securing first place in the assessments. Resistance is futile. Which faction does that lad belong to? He is bound to face dire consequences for blocking their way. Some whispered, expressing disdain for the barbarians' arrogance, but even more fear of their might. Meng Qing stood firm, while the likes of Xian Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to yield. Boy, which faction do you hail from? Are you blind? Can't you see everyone else has stepped aside? Barbarian Xing's voice rang out. Though he had not yet unleashed his spiritual energy, the threat was unmistakable. Meng Qing turned around, his expression unchanged. Why should I yield? Meanwhile, a few individuals from the Great Qian Kingdom observed the scene and chuckled derisively. A bumpkin is indeed a bumpkin, foolishly confronting them. He truly seeks his demise. Isn't this year's barbarian leader Barbarian Xing? He reached the peak of the Tai Chu realm a year ago, and to enter the Cloud Sky sect for training. He has reportedly been suppressing his own cultivation. His combat power is incredibly formidable. This will be quite the spectacle. Barbarian Xing sneered. I have no interest in wasting words with you. Move aside swiftly. If you're attempting to gain fame through this opportunity, you will suffer greatly. At the forefront of the square, several warriors donned in the robes of Cloud Sky sect disciples sat, both men and women, their figures robust and their presences formidable, with none possessing a cultivation level below the cave heaven realm. To the far right, a young woman inquired, Brother, it seems there is a commotion ahead. Should we intervene? The man, without lifting his gaze, replied, Barbarians? No need to concern ourselves. It will resolve shortly. These individuals are not to be offended. Let us avoid complicating matters. Oh, the girl nodded, yet her eyes remained fixed on the unfolding scene. In the midst of it all, Meng Qing found himself nearly laughing in disbelief. Gain fame. This individual was exceedingly overconfident. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, everything about Barbarian Xing was laid bare. Although his spiritual energy was formidable, it paled in comparison to Meng Qing's. The only notable aspect was his physical strength, yet under the disparity in their spiritual energies, this was hardly significant. What are you? To speak of fame? Do you truly consider yourself someone of importance? Depart now, and I shall forgive your disrespect towards me. Meng Qing let out a cold laugh, returning the words in kind. Instantly, a collective gasp echoed around him. Was this young man courting death? Although Meng Qing was at the peak of the primordial realm, he had previously slain a formidable opponent at the initial stage of the cave heaven realm just half a year ago, a display of immense power that was truly terrifying. Moreover, there had been a martial king from their clan who had once fought with him at the same level and was defeated. This was no ordinary martial king. This young man was doomed. It seemed he would surely meet his end today. Despite both being at the peak of the primordial realm, the disparity was staggering. Meng Qing, enraged, swung his fist forward with tremendous force. The air crackled with sound waves, drawing the attention of many onlookers. It was known that this was pure physical strength, an unfathomable power. Meng Qing gently extended his hand, appearing almost nonchalant as he reached forward. Some sighed, believing Meng Qing was underestimating his opponent, for this move could easily annihilate a warrior of the same tier. Xianshu, with her small fist clutching the hem of her garment, anxiously observed the unfolding scene. Although she was aware of Meng Qing's formidable beast-taming skills, she still worried that a straightforward physical confrontation might put him at a disadvantage. Meng Qing growled, "Die?" With a thunderous impact, their fists collided, producing a sound akin to an explosion as spiritual energy surged forth, escaping from the point of contact as if unable to bear the pressure. Meng Qing was momentarily stunned, for his fist had been grasped by Meng Qing. Not only him, but the spectators around were also taken aback. What was happening? Meng Qing released his grip and then struck with a resounding blow, gathering spiritual energy at the tip of his fist. With a single punch, Meng Qing was sent flying, his arm cracking audibly and twisting unnaturally. He crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xianshu's mouth formed an I-shape in disbelief. Meng Qing had actually sent Meng Qing flying with a single punch? It felt as though an earthquake had struck. Many rubbed their eyes forcefully, convinced they were dreaming. "Scoundrel, I will kill you," Meng Qing roared. Channeling his spiritual energy as his muscles rippled ominously, his fists enveloped in a swirling yellow energy, advancing like a colossal beast. His eyes glowed crimson. The barbaric clan was accustomed to dominance, having dealt with rebellious individuals who ultimately submitted to their might. Yet today, to be knocked back in his area of expertise was an unbearable humiliation. Only by ruthlessly slaying Meng Qing could he redeem himself. Even if this was in the territory of the Yunxiao sect, he was determined to do so. Chapter 33. A single man against a clan. Stripping away the disciple-less status? Meng Qing remained unperturbed. Upon witnessing the spiritual energy swirling around Meng Qing's fists, a thought sparked in his mind, and he promptly dispersed the energy in his palm. He recalled the ungraded technique he had acquired from the cave. During his earlier deductions, he had only surmised that this technique could be used to mimic an opponent. Yet he was uncertain of the limits of what could be replicated. Today, Meng Qing was nothing short of a perfect opportunity for honing his skills. Should others learn of this thought, they would surely deem it mad. An enraged barbarian was a terrifying foe, one that required utmost seriousness from any adversary. Yet here was Meng Qing, seemingly at leisure to experiment with his techniques. In the front of the square, the young woman nervously inquired, "Senior brother, are you sure we shouldn't intervene? The situation seems rather off." The man finally raised his head, and upon seeing the furious barbarian star, he furrowed his brow slightly and muttered, "This is bad. It won't lead to fatalities, will it?" Nonetheless, he remained seated with unwavering composure, showing no intention of standing. With a thunderous sound, the barbarian star advanced, each step causing the ground to tremble gently beneath him. He swung his fists repeatedly, and astonishingly, the force of his punches seemed to solidify, crashing forward like meteors. Meng Qing opened his celestial eye and let out a low roar, his hands tracing intricate patterns before him as spiritual energy surged forth. Soon, an incredible phenomenon unfolded. Meng Qing wielded his spiritual energy like a brush, using the air before him as a canvas, and astonishingly, he replicated a series of punch shadows that thundered forward. From a distance, it appeared as though two barbarian stars were locked in combat. What was happening? He was actually mirroring the barbarian star's techniques? This was no mere imitation. Even the aura was identical, as if reflected in a mirror. What kind of divine ability was this? How powerful? With such profound reserves of spiritual energy, wouldn't he be invincible against equal foes? The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, unable to maintain their composure. Among them were many from prominent clans, who prided themselves on their worldly knowledge, yet had never witnessed such techniques. Even those closest to him, including Xianshu, were taken aback, having never seen Meng Qing employ such skills before. Boom! The barbarian star's eyes widened. Although they both wielded fists, Meng Qing's blows were evidently more formidable, breaking through the barbarian's defenses and landing squarely upon him, inflicting grievous harm. He was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Meng Qing took the initiative to attack. "You dare!" In the rear, several members of the barbarian tribe, who had been observing, could no longer maintain their calm and surged forward, unleashing their attacks with fists and palm winds flying incessantly. Meng Qing continued to unleash his prowess. The canvas persisted, and the incoming attacks were replicated and returned in full force. Within fewer than 20 breaths, those who had charged at him lay moaning on the ground. Just as he intended to collect his spoils, a sudden cold gust swept in from behind. Meng Qing's gaze sharpened in an instant, and he boldly summoned his spirit beast. Boom! As the heavenly fiery flame erupted, the temperature in the arena surged dramatically. A horrific scream pierced the air as a bear, engulfed in flames, rolled on the ground, roaring in agony. "Heavens! His spirit beast is actually of the 4th rank," someone exclaimed, recognizing the beast's cultivation level. After gathering his gains, Meng Qing approached the barbarian star, delivering a powerful kick that sent the latter soaring back to the ground. You dare! I am of the barbarian tribe. If you lay a hand on me, regardless of your origin, you shall pay the price. If you know what is good for you, extinguish the flames on my beast at once. The barbarian star growled, not forgetting to threaten Meng Qing even in defeat. First, he summoned his beast to ambush me, and when that failed, he still dared to issue threats? Such audacity. Meng Qing seized his chinquan bag, prompting the barbarian to throw a punch in retaliation. Meng Qing evaded, bringing his right foot down with force, ensuring that the barbarian's head met the ground in a rather intimate manner. You dare to steal my chinquan bag? You are doomed. The barbarian star bellowed, still unyielding. Meng Qingxi exhibited no restraint. With a surge of spiritual energy, she delivered a fierce kick, leaving him battered and bruised, with a fractured nasal bone. The spectators were filled with trepidation, and aside from the bear's agonized howls, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. She swiftly advanced, delivering another blow, sending the freshly risen Meng Qing sprawling once more, his face now swollen to the point that only a narrow slit remained for his eyes. This display instilled a sense of dread among the onlookers. Indeed, she was a formidable opponent. Following such a spectacle, Meng Qing's dignity lay in ruins, and it was evident that the barbarian clan would not let this transgression go unpunished. Just as Meng Qingxi prepared to continue her assault, a voice rang out. Hold on. A group of Yunxiao sect disciples, all possessing cultivation levels above the cave heaven realm, soared into the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, they felt overwhelmed. The earlier figure, Wang Su, frowned and stated, "Let us not dwell on right or wrong. Cease this at once and extinguish that flame." His tone was almost commanding. Although Meng Qingxi frowned, she complied with his request. One disciple approached the bear, crouching to assess its injuries, then gently shook his head. Wang Su's expression darkened as he quietly questioned Meng Qingxi. "We are all fellow disciples. Why did you resort to such violence? Meng Qing's beast-taming capabilities are rendered null. Will you compensate for his losses?" Meng Qingxi found his query amusing and retorted, "I resorted to violence. Why not inquire about the events leading up to this? Such matters will undoubtedly be investigated in due course. One should not act recklessly." Wang Su murmured, intending to subdue Meng Qingxi. This brother here, the barbarian, instigated the conflict. Meng Qingxi merely acted in self-defense, and we can attest to that. Xian Shu interjected urgently. Wang Su maintained his stern demeanor. Self-defense? This is Yunxiao sect, and we are enforcers. Why did we not witness this? In my view, you are all accomplices. In an instant, Meng Qingxi grasped his intentions. He likely sought to apprehend her and curry favor with the barbarian clan or some faction within Yunxiao sect sympathetic to them. How absurd. As a brother of Yunxiao sect, you failed to intervene when a brawl erupted. Now, upon witnessing the aftermath, you hasten to detain me? Is this how you uphold the law of the Yunxiao sect? Her words shifted the expressions of several disciples. Many had witnessed the unfolding events, and while they sensed some underlying complexities, they had not pondered them deeply, especially since Meng Qing had initiated the trouble. However, it seemed inappropriate for Wang Su and his companions to pursue Meng Qingxi so fervently. Wang Su sneered coldly. "Are you questioning us? Do you think you are a disciple of Yunxiao sect now? A mere trial disciple dares to defy us. Bring me the roster. Strike his name from it, and check who his companions are, to be stricken off as well." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. According to Yunxiao sect's regulations, the seniors responsible for their reception indeed possessed such authority. Meng Qing, regaining consciousness, bellowed, "You scoundrel, return my chinquan bag. Tell me which faction you belong to. I will annihilate your forces." Wang Su remained unperturbed. "There is no need for your impatience. As long as I am present today, he shall not leave with anything." Meng Qing chuckled coldly. "Such grand authority. I shall neither change my name nor my surname. I am Meng Qing, hailing from the great Xian kingdom." Wang Su furrowed his brows, feeling a peculiar familiarity with the name, as if he had heard it before. Noticing the female disciples behind him frantically searching through pages, he grew increasingly irritated and decided to retrieve the roster himself. Skillfully flipping to the relevant page, he raised his head moments later and coldly declared, "Are you attempting to deceive me? There is no Meng Qing listed for this year in the great Xian kingdom. Moreover, this roster contains only 10 spots. Why do you have 11 individuals?" Upon uttering these words, an uproar ensued around them. The barbarian clan member seized the opportunity like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Whispering, "This person harbors ulterior motives, seeking to infiltrate Yunxiao sect for nefarious purposes. I implore you, fellow disciples, to apprehend him." Simultaneously, the disciples from the great Qin kingdom added, "Brothers and sisters, we witnessed their dilapidated flying vessel upon our arrival. It resembled that of bandits. We suggest a thorough investigation into their quota, as we suspect they intend to cause disruption." In an instant, Meng Qing and his companions became the target of collective ire, the situation turning perilously dire. Xian Shu and the others turned pale, never anticipating such a turn of events at this critical juncture. Wang Su gestured, and several powerful beings from the cave heaven realm stepped forward, exuding a chilling aura, ready to seize them. Meng Qing's expression remained serene, as if detached from the chaos surrounding him. He calmly inquired of Wang Su, "I ask you, do you intend to erase my name and strip me of my identity as a disciple?" Chapter 34. First, let us consult this token due to the commotion. Disciples who had been queuing nearby gathered around. Many were astonished to witness the typically domineering barbarian clan experiencing a setback. However, upon learning that the individual in question, Meng Qing, hailed from the great Xian kingdom, they shook their heads in dismay. The barbarian clan was formidable, housing powerful warriors, and Wang Su would undoubtedly prioritize their reputation, not easily letting Meng Qing and his companions off the hook. "I not only aim to erase your names, but also to capture you. How dare you arrive at Yunxiao sect without a quota? Do you consider this a marketplace where any stray cat or dog can wander in?" Wang Su's expression turned ominous. His resolve was unyielding. The gathered strong figures of Yunxiao sect advanced, encircling Meng Qing and his companions. Just as they were about to act, Meng Qing nonchalantly produced a token, stating, "If you wish to strip me of my identity as a disciple, I fear you must first consult this token." The token shimmered brilliantly, imbued with divine resonance, and emanating a formidable aura that commanded respect. The energy emanating from the token was terrifying, subtly resonating with the very essence of the vast land around them. There could be no mistake. Wang Su's demeanor abruptly shifted from stern to incredulous, as he managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. "This is impossible. This is the identity token of Elder Jin Z? How could you possess this?" Suddenly, he felt as if the sky itself were collapsing. The Elder Jin Z was a colossal figure within Yunxiao sect, an absolute heavyweight. Ordinary disciples might not even catch a glimpse of him throughout their entire cultivation journey. Yet, Meng Qing held this token? The realization sent cold sweat cascading down Wang Su's brow. The members of the barbarian clan stood frozen in shock, especially for Meng Qing. He could hardly fathom that the person he deemed certain to meet his demise today possessed such a formidable background. The Golden Elder. This represents the profound heritage of every sect. A position of utmost prestige, someone whom the leaders of various powers would strive to cultivate a favorable relationship with. Should the chieftain of the barbarian tribe become aware of today's events, he would undoubtedly inflict severe punishment upon him. With a clatter, Chun Yin dropped a folding fan he had extracted from his sleeve, equally struck dumb. The expressions of Xian Shu and the others mirrored his astonishment. Xian Yi's countenance shifted erratically. Upon glimpsing the token, he instantly recognized Meng Qing's identity. There could be no mistake. This was indeed the individual who had stirred up a tremendous uproar in Meng domain and was subsequently taken as a disciple by an elder of Yunxiao sect. Previously, he had always assumed that such a prodigy would exude elegance and charm, displaying propriety in conversation. Thus, even though Meng Qing possessed formidable strength and had followed them here all along, he had never made the connection between the two. At last, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "I heard that Elder Shi from Yunxiao sect recently took on a disciple in a remote location, apparently named Meng Qing. It seems this is indeed him. No wonder he can single-handedly contend against an entire tribe." As the crowd gazed upon him, they discovered a youth, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, with a refined appearance and sparkling eyes that conveyed a sense of innocence. This was Su Chun, hailing from the Su clan, a force that was at least equal to the barbarian tribe, and he was a standout among his generation. In the midst of the gathering, Meng Qing observed Wang Su and the group of disciples, who appeared almost petrified, and with a calm smile inquired, "Come now, shall you strike our names from the list? I am quite eager to see how you intend to strip us of our disciple status." Wang Su's lips twitched, and he quickly donned a smile, saying, "Senior brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I was unaware it was you. The elder specifically instructed that if you arrived, there was no need for registration. Just proceed directly inside." Just a moment ago, Wang Su had proclaimed himself as the enforcer of Yunxiao sect, asserting that he would revoke Meng Qing's disciple status. Yet now he approached him calling him senior brother. The swiftness of this transformation was enough to elicit embarrassment. Meng Qing cast him a glance, about to utter something further, when Wang Su stepped closer, adopting an overly familiar demeanor that sent shivers down Meng Qing's spine, whispering, "Brother Meng, today's events are truly a reflection of my ignorance. I was in the wrong previously. I implore your forgiveness." He discreetly slipped a bulging Qinquan bag into Meng Qing's robes. The significance of the Golden Elder's disciple status was exceptionally high. In a sense, he could even undertake certain responsibilities on behalf of the Golden Elder. Wang Su had just severely offended Meng Qing and his companions. And although the latter had only recently become a disciple, should any grievances arise later, Wang Su would find himself in dire straits. Losing face was trivial. The priority was to avoid losing one's life. Meng Qing smiled, weighed the Qinkuan bag, and then remarked, "Junior brother, that is not quite right. Do not apologize solely to me. My fellow junior brothers and sisters behind me have also suffered unwarranted misfortune. Do you not wish to express something to them?" Wang Su's lips twitched once more, and with a grimace, he hastily filled another Qinkuan bag, stating, "Senior brother is correct. To my junior brothers and sisters. As your senior brother, I failed to ascertain the situation, resulting in your unjust suffering. I sincerely apologize to you all." Meng Qing turned around and patted Wang Su's shoulder emphatically, saying, "Junior brother, from the very first glance, I knew you had it in you. You are destined for greatness." Wang Su repeatedly acknowledged this. The onlookers were taken aback, secretly marveling at Wang Su's audacity. As for Meng Qing, he was completely left out, caught in an awkward limbo, unable to advance or retreat. Soon, the focus shifted to him. As everyone has witnessed, the barbarian tribe is utterly unreasonable. Not only did they cut in line, but they also attempted to assault me, nearly inflicting severe injury. Junior brother, as an enforcer, will you not punish these individuals? Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited varied expressions. Glancing from the unharmed Meng Qing to the battered and ransacked members of the barbarian tribe, instinctively retracting their necks. Wang Su smirked slightly and shifted the subject. Shouting to the disciples nearby, "Seize the members of the barbarian tribe and await further instructions." Meng Qing retorted angrily, "Wang, do you dare?" But what awaited him were ropes and binding spiritual energy. Subsequently, under the careful watch of Wang Su and his companions, they crossed over the crowd without even registering. Directly traversing through the clouds to the other side, Wang Su settled Xian Shu and the others before taking Meng Qing aside, stating that Elder Shi had given orders for him to meet as soon as Meng Qing arrived. Throughout the journey, Wang Su was extraordinarily enthusiastic, fully embracing the role of a tour guide, continuously introducing the scenic wonders of Yunjiao sect to Meng Qing. This prompted curious glances from those familiar with him. Although a few were tempted to jest, they fell silent upon noticing the golden token in Meng Qing's hand. After a substantial half-hour, Meng Qing finally arrived at a secluded area nestled among a cluster of mountains. The mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the entrance and specific features invisible. Ant Queen cautioned him, indicating the presence of several terrifyingly powerful auras within. Wang Su appeared exceedingly respectful, whispering, "Brother Meng, Elder Shi's residence lies within. I cannot approach carelessly. You may enter." Having said this, he hesitated momentarily, his eyes flickering with an expression of yearning. Meng Qing understood, chuckling lightly, "One must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Since you have already paid the price, we shall let it pass. I trust Brother Wang did not intend any harm." Wang Su, filled with gratitude, expressed his thanks profusely, ultimately allowing Meng Qing to enter the mountain, stating that it would be inappropriate to keep the elder waiting. Chapter 35. What is the realm of cave heaven? Contrary to Meng Qing's imaginings of verdant waters, green mountains, and thatched cottages, this mountain range concealed a wondrous world within. With a gentle breath, he estimated that the concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 3 times that of the outside world. Navigating a narrow path nestled between 2 towering peaks, he followed the token's guidance to a small valley deeper within. As he entered the valley, he was greeted with a stunning vista, where the rich spiritual energy wafted like mist, obscuring his vision. Releasing his soul power, Meng Qing finally beheld the scenery before him. This once was a small valley belonging to a grand mountain range, hollowed out in the middle to serve as Shi Yu's residence. Within the cave, the outermost area was cultivated with precious spiritual herbs, exuding fragrant aromas that left Meng Qing momentarily stunned. The mystical herbs seemed to possess a form of sentience, displaying a range of emotions akin to those of humankind: joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. The esteemed apothecary. The herbs were classified into 5 tiers according to their quality, with those exceeding the 5th tier referred to as the apothecary king. Meng Qing gazed upon them, unable to suppress his envy. As his gaze shifted, he noticed several separated stone platforms to his right, enveloped in ethereal mist, with luminous orbs floating gracefully, evidently not of mundane origin. Meng Qing quietly activated his celestial eye, seeking clarity on the nature of his surroundings. A faint cough emanated from the front. Instantly, Meng Qing stood at attention, directing his gaze forward, where Shi Yu sat on a cushion at the edge of a stone table, observing him with a smile. Disciple pays respects to master. Meng Qing performed the proper greeting. But as his peripheral vision caught Shi Yu's gaze, he felt a jolt of apprehension. It seemed to carry a warning, as if forbidding him from harboring any designs on the mystical herbs. It is good that you have arrived. I sensed some commotion moments ago. Did you have a conflict with that young man outside? Shiryu inquired casually. Meng Qing responded earnestly. Master need not worry. I have resolved it on my own. Shiryu nodded slightly, and then asked, I had thought you would come alone. Why did you accompany those from the great Xian kingdom? Meng Qing did not conceal anything and recounted the events that transpired in the royal city. After listening, Shiryu nodded again and remarked, since you are here, take it easy. Although you are formidable now, you have yet to face all your adversaries. The barbarian tribe is powerful, but they are not extraordinary compared to those from years past. You may have defeated them, yet do not become complacent. Meng Qing nodded, absorbing the lesson. The barbarians are vengeful. Having harmed Meng Qing, it is likely they will not relent, though they may not dare to act openly within the Yunxiao sect. I will not protect you, Shiryu added. What do you mean? Meng Qing exclaimed in shock, looking up at his master. Master, are you saying you will not care for me? What if I am killed by the barbarians? My father is still waiting for my return in the great Xian kingdom. Shiryu pointed slightly, mercilessly exposing, your two beast companions are rather unique. Meng Qing immediately fell silent, realizing that Shiryu's strength and insight had discerned something significant. However, he soon glanced around and remarked, Master, one must be strong in oneself. Relying solely on beast taming is not the way. I have already clashed with outsiders upon my arrival at the sect, you see. Shiryu suddenly felt a headache coming on. He had witnessed everything that transpired in the square. Meng Qing had plundered Meng Qing and others, and with Wang Su's treasures added to the mix, his current wealth was considerable. Despite these thoughts, he summoned a herb, entirely violet, adorned with several crimson fruits at its branches. A fourth-tier mystical herb. Meng Qing, sensing the favorable opportunity, inquired further, Master, where are my senior brothers and sisters now? I would like to bond with them while I can, so that should I face bullying, I might call for help. His words were spoken with such conviction, as if summoning aid was not a disgrace but a mark of honor. Shiryu shook his head. I have not taken disciples in many years, you are my first. Meng Qing's expression immediately fell, really? But soon, he felt a sense of acceptance, recalling that similar words had been spoken when he met Meng Yu. Afterward, Meng Qing sought further benefits, but was met with rejection. Shiryu informed him that the resources within the Yunxiao sect were abundant, and that if he desired them, he should procure them himself. Ultimately, he was summoned to sit face to face with Shiryu. The moment he settled onto the cushion, Meng Qing felt a surge of clarity, his body became light, and the flow of spiritual energy quickened, enhancing both his vitality and soul power significantly. He was astonished, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. This was a creation derived from the harvesting of a century-old cattail, and meditating upon it would yield exceptional results, Shiryu elucidated. A surge of warmth enveloped Meng Qing's heart as he looked up to find Shiryu pouring him a cup of tea. He picked up the cup, mimicking Shiryu's actions. Initially, the tea bore no distinctive flavor, but soon a refreshing fragrance wafted through his senses, as if ethereal spirits were dancing upon his palate. What left him most incredulous was the sensation that the spiritual energy within him was being drawn forth, experiencing yet another surge. He felt on the brink of breaking through to the Dongtian realm. Shiryu, seemingly aware of his thoughts, spoke slowly. Do you know what the Dongtian realm entails? Meng Qing shook his head. The Dongtian realm signifies the ability to carve out a space within oneself, relying on spiritual energy as its foundation. The more profound the foundation, the greater the number of Dongtian spaces one can establish. A foundation of 3 Dongtian spaces is considered the baseline. Fewer than 3 are deemed inadequate, while more than 7 indicate a prodigious talent. With a few succinct words, Shiryu explained the intricacies of this realm. How many Dongtian spaces can one possibly create? Meng Qing inquired, suddenly intrigued. He speculated that with his current foundation, he could at least establish 7. Shiryu shot him a glance. 10. Are there any disciples of the Yunxiao sect currently with 10 Dongtian spaces? At most, there are those with 8, which already marks them as extraordinary talents, with boundless potential for the future. And what about you, Master? Meng Qing questioned further. It is of little significance, best left unmentioned. I squandered my youth on frivolities, and now I lament my choices, but it is too late. Shiryu sighed, a deep sense of regret permeating his words, as if lamenting a great loss. Meng Qing reassured him, Master, there is no need for concern. It is never too late to begin earnest cultivation. However, I would appreciate your honesty, so I can gauge my own path. Shiryu responded with a glance. 8. Meng Qing retorted, well, that settles it. Here we have yet another instance of humble bragging. So you were extolling the virtues of those with 8 Dongtian spaces, only to subtly praise yourself? I was trying to comfort you, only to discover that the fool in this situation is me. At the same time, Meng Qing began to understand the significance of this revelation. The Yunxiao sect was a gathering place for the most gifted youths from various powerful factions, Yet even among them, the maximum was 8 Dantian spaces, which clearly illustrated the challenges involved. Before departing, Meng Qing could not shake his desire for the tea leaves and cushion, but Shiryu was resolute, stating that such things were beyond his reach. If not for Meng Qing being his disciple, he would never have had the opportunity to encounter them. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Then, Shiryu suddenly mentioned, "There is one more matter. In 3 days, there will be an assessment for the disciples, conducted within a small world. There resides a creature known as the Demon King Ant, whose blood can serve as a sacred tonic for enhancing physical abilities. You might consider attempting to engage with them." Meng Qing nodded. As a disciple of the Elder Jin, he was not required to undergo further assessments. However, it now appeared prudent to make the journey nonetheless. On the way back, he inquired of the Ant Queen about her knowledge of the Demon King Ant, but her response left him somewhat astounded. Chapter 36. The emergence of conflict. I have a vague recollection of this creature, she began. It is said to be a spiritual beast that exists at the juncture between hell and the mortal realm, thriving on the blood and flesh of demons and formidable warriors. The essence of its blood offers substantial benefits to the physical body, yet it possesses formidable strength. If fully matured, it can transform into the legendary Hell Ant. Meng Qing was taken aback, contemplating the sinister nature of such a being. Soon, he found himself pondering a curious point. You have always been by my side. How do you know these things? The Ant Queen, originating from a system, appeared powerful yet was relatively young, possessing limited channels for acquiring knowledge about the outside world. She should not have been privy to such information. The Ant Queen shared her own confusion. I am uncertain why this is so. It feels as though a memory has been sealed within my mind. As my strength reaches a certain level, this memory gradually unseals. Meng Qing was astonished that such a phenomenon existed. He turned to Brother Ji, who, although not as intelligent as the Ant Queen, evidently sensed something similar. Could this be related to your respective bloodlines, or perhaps an ancestral awakening? Meng Qing mused, recalling a possibility he had encountered in ancient texts. It was said that spiritual beasts with diluted bloodlines and weak powers, upon achieving ancestral awakening, could access ancient secrets etched deep within their very essence by their forebears. The Ant Queen nodded, suggesting that this might indeed be the case. Determined, Meng Qing resolved to explore this so-called secret realm. Outside the valley, Wang Su continued to wait. Upon seeing Meng Qing, the initial hint of anxiety on his face dissipated, and he approached warmly, asking, "How do you feel, Brother Meng?" Meng Qing nodded. "All is well. But why are you still here waiting?" Wang Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recognized from Meng Qing's expression that the latter had chosen not to pursue the earlier slight. Allowing him to relax completely, Meng Qing declined Wang Su's offer of companionship and swiftly returned to his residence. Before departing, Shiryu had mentioned that as his disciple, Meng Qing could choose a location rich in spiritual energy, even adjacent to the valley where Shiryu resided. Meng Qing politely declined, citing the advantage of coordinating with the people of Daxian Kingdom. Of course, the primary concern remained the system. Shiryu's formidable strength could pose a risk if he became aware of anything amiss, so it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. He retrieved the Qinkuan bag Wang Su had given him, along with the spoils obtained from the barbarian tribe. When everything was laid out before him, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The treasures amounted to no less than 10 million spirit stones, with over 1,000 first-tier spiritual herbs, 500 second-tier herbs, nearly 30 third-tier herbs, and even a single fourth-tier herb. Additionally, there were numerous spiritual artifacts and elixirs, with a total value exceeding 20 million spirit stones. He had more than enough materials to break through to the cave heaven realm. Meng Qing was filled with joy, yet he refrained from immediate action. He intended to wait until after the secret realm to make his breakthrough, aspiring to harness the blood of the Demon King and to strive for the legendary 10 heavens. Utilizing the system, he synthesized all the spiritual herbs at his disposal. After a flurry of activity, 7 fourth-tier spiritual herbs were displayed before him. Coupled with the gifts from his master and his previous accumulations, he now possessed a total of 10 fourth-tier spiritual herbs. A knock resonated from outside the door. Upon rising to investigate, he discovered it was Xianshu and others. Residing nearby, they had noticed signs of activity and came to check. Meng Qing generously bestowed upon the 10 individuals the unfinished spiritual herbs and unused spiritual artifacts. Upon receiving such precious gifts, their eyes widened in astonishment. Particularly the 4 youths of humble origin. Xian Yi shook his head, saying, "These are yours by right. You earned them." Meng Qing firmly replied, "These are items I obtained from the barbarian tribe. Your strength is lacking. You must grow stronger swiftly, for I fear they may cause trouble." The 10 accepted his words and the gifts. Xianshu glanced around cautiously and remarked, "Senior Meng, it seems someone was lurking outside, attempting to spy on us." Frowning, Meng Qing looked up to see a disciple attempting to leave from behind a large tree several dozen yards away. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. With a swift pivot, he shot forth like a cannonball. The disciple, startled, attempted to maintain composure, confident in his early-stage heaven's realm strength, and turned nonchalantly, believing he could easily escape. In the next moment, he was crushed as if by a small mountain. An overwhelming presence enveloped him. Meng Qing's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the disciple, seizing him by the neck and slamming him into the ground. Boom! The earth erupted, forming a human-shaped crater, and dust billowed forth, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Dazed from the impact, the disciple struggled to comprehend what had transpired as he was abruptly lifted off the ground. Why were you spying on us? Meng Qing's tone was icy. Had he not intentionally held back, he was confident that blow could have been fatal. Lin Xiao, observing Meng Qing, felt utterly unfortunate. He had been sent to monitor this individual, never anticipating the sheer ferocity of his strength, capable of crossing realms to confront him. Yet, he refused to accept defeat, attributing his predicament to a sneak attack. Knowing the might of his senior brother, even with the awareness of Meng Qing's identity, he grew defiant. Do not slander me. Do you think your status as a trial disciple grants you the right to monitor me? I merely happened to pass by. Release me at once. Bow down and hand over your Chinquan bag, and I shall let this matter slide. The commotion was considerable, particularly since it was a day designated for new arrivals to report, and this area was where newcomers resided. Many onlookers had gathered. Witnessing Meng Qing lift a senior brother of the heavens realm left the newly initiated disciples astonished. Even Xianshu felt a deep shock, once again awed by Meng Qing's prowess. Not admitting it. I already know who you are connected with, and it relates to the barbarian tribe, does it not? Meng Qing forcefully yanked Lin Xiao's Chinquan bag from his waist and flung him aside. Lin Xiao seethed with rage. How dare you? Return my Chinquan bag. Meng Qing turned around and asked, Are you speaking to me? Go back and inform your leader to cease these underhanded deeds. Meng Qing, I advise you to be wise. Even though you are a disciple of Elder Shi, there are certain lines you must not cross. Do you comprehend the implications of seizing my Chinquan bag? If this matter is pursued, even Elder Shi will be unable to shield you. Lin Xiao, agitated, realized that the Chinquan bag contained a significant portion of his savings. Its loss would be a devastating blow. Is that so? Feel free to pursue this, for I am eager to witness how you, having been robbed of your Chinquan bag by a disciple of lesser status and rank, will muster the audacity to punish me. Meng Qing retorted mercilessly. Lin Xiao's expression darkened, and he sneered. Are you suggesting that if I reclaim my Chinquan bag here, perhaps even teach you a lesson, it would be acceptable? Meng Qing replied with a smile. You may interpret it that way and act accordingly, but I fear you may lose face if, by chance, you were to be defeated. The surrounding disciples were astonished, murmuring about Meng Qing's reckless audacity in uttering such words. It is well known that those who enter the Yunxiao sect are far from ordinary. Although Lin Xiao was in the early stages of the cave heaven realm, his ability to open multiple caves made him a formidable opponent. They believed Meng Qing's earlier advantage was merely due to a successful ambush, and in a fair fight, the odds were decidedly against him. You truly seem to be seeking your own demise. Lin Xiao's face darkened further as he strode forward, unleashing his spiritual energy, fully revealing the formidable aura characteristic of the cave heaven realm, instilling fear in all present. Chapter 37. 6 Cave Heavens? So what? As a seasoned disciple of the Yunxiao sect, having joined for a year, Lin Xiao felt a sense of pride. However, being humiliated in front of newly initiated disciples by Meng Qing was intolerable. How could he command respect in the future? He had vowed to impart a lesson today, even if it meant breaching taboos. He extended his hand, and 6 luminous points appeared around him, resembling black holes yet radiating a dazzling brilliance, akin to 6 great suns, illuminating Lin Xiao like a deity. Could it be 6 cave heavens? Truly astonishing. Although Lin Xiao rarely showcased his prowess among his peers, his strength was undeniably formidable. Lin Xiao is indeed fearsome, remarked one disciple. Meng Qing activated his heavenly eye, peering ahead while his spiritual energy surged, preparing for battle. Xianshu and others felt a surge of anxiety. If Meng Qing were to falter, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions today. Lin Xiao launched a fist, the force tearing through the air, creating ripples and sonic booms in its wake. A gasp erupted from the crowd, asserting that such a strike could easily obliterate a peak Taichu realm expert. 6 cave heavens? So what? Meng Qing retaliated with a punch of his own, employing his spirit manipulation and armor-piercing technique, deliberately restraining his beast mastery to engage on equal footing. Unaware of your own mortality, Lin Xiao bellowed, unleashing all his spiritual energy in an attempt to suppress him with a single blow. As their fists collided, the ground beneath them cracked, Groans echoed as onlookers watched in shock, discovering that it was Lin Xiao who was being forced back. His fist turned crimson, and he staggered backward. The once vibrant aura of the surrounding cave heavens dimming ominously. Some found it astonishing that Meng Qing's prowess was so formidable, able to repel Lin Xiao, who had opened 6 celestial realms with mere ease. Lin Xiao's countenance darkened, for he had suffered an unexpected setback with just the first move. Observing the varied expressions of the disciples around him, he abruptly changed his approach, intending to unleash his most powerful technique. He sensed the terrifying depth of Meng Qing's spiritual energy. Ordinary moves would not suffice to determine a victor swiftly, lest he become a source of ridicule. Thus, he resolved to suppress Meng Qing with his strongest technique, confident that any subsequent discussions would favor him if the outcome were favorable. With a flourish of his sleeve, a snow-white bracelet materialized, and as Lin Xiao pointed, a griffin leapt forth. Was this a 4th-tier spiritual beast, the Gale Griffin? Originally a 3rd-tier creature. It was astonishing that Lin Xiao had nurtured it to such an extraordinary degree. Gasps of admiration echoed among the onlookers. The lineage of the griffin was exceptionally noble, and the higher the bloodline, the more challenging it became to ascend to the next tier. Gale Divine Palm. Lin Xiao positioned himself before the griffin, the two appearing as one, and struck forward with a thunderous palm. Meng Qing responded with a palm of his own, but his force far surpassed that of Lin Xiao. Flames erupted from his palm, a fusion of the heavenly inferno gold flame. Boom! The impact of their palm strikes collided, instantly releasing flames that seemed capable of incinerating all in their path, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The griffin screeched, while Lin Xiao emitted a muffled groan. His prideful technique faltered before the flames and was quickly subdued. He, along with the spiritual beast, was engulfed by the inferno, propelled backward, leaving a long, deep scar upon the ground. The battle concluded. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Moments ago, those who had lauded Lin Xiao were rendered speechless by shock. They gazed at Meng Qing as though witnessing a monster. What was this power, defeating a nascent realm opponent with merely 2 moves? Meng Qing advanced slowly, prompting Lin Xiao to exclaim in terror, "What do you want? Stay away from me." The crowd, intrigued, turned to see Lin Xiao sprawled on the ground, howling, while Meng Qing had merely taken his bracelet. Some wished to cover their faces, feeling embarrassed for Lin Xiao. Regaining his composure, he attempted to utter harsh words. Meng Qing's indifferent gaze met his. "Do you have any objections?" Lin Xiao dared not speak, seemingly unable to withstand the scrutiny of those around him. He pushed through the crowd, dragging his charred griffin in a disheartened retreat. This clash swept through the new disciples' area like a storm, soon causing a commotion among the older disciples residing nearby. At that moment, in a secluded yet spiritually rich valley, several individuals stood in a room, silently observing the lone seated figure in their midst. That Lin Xiao is worthless, more a hindrance than a help. He was sent to gather intelligence and ended up in conflict. Not only did he instigate a confrontation, but he also lost. The voice of the seated figure was icy, making those standing nearby tremble involuntarily. "Brother Qin, this Meng Qing is a disciple of Elder Shi. There must be something exceptional about him to be accepted as a disciple. Are we truly going to continue targeting him?" In this narrative, we encounter a youth with gray strands in his hair, named Yuan Ying, who possesses formidable strength and a distinguished lineage. However, as he speaks, a palpable air of apprehension envelopes him. The individual referred to as Senior Brother Qin is Qin Yuan, who scoffs disdainfully, asserting, "I never claimed that we must take action ourselves. After all, he has yet to enter the celestial realm. Would it not be beneath us to engage him, given the elder's temperament? It is certain that Meng Qing will be sent on the disciple trial journey in a few days. That secret realm is quite commendable, perfect for a burial ground." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Qin Yuan is fiercely protective, and having witnessed Lin Xiao suffer a significant defeat at Meng Qing's hands, he is bound to seek vengeance. At this juncture, a series of knocks resounded from outside. Upon opening the door, they were met by the arrival of Meng Qing and others. He stepped inside, immediately lamenting, "Senior Brother Qin, you must stand up for us. That Meng Qing is truly intolerable." Qin Yuan approached, assisting the man to his feet, and with an air of assurance, declared, "Rest assured, I have resolved to deal with him. Not only will I retaliate against him for his harsh treatment of you disciples, but the disrespect he has shown towards his fellow sect brothers is a transgression he will not escape." Meng Qing nodded, yet soon fell silent once more. Senior Brother Qin may not be aware, although Meng Qing is arrogant, his strength is indeed formidable. While we harbor deep resentment towards him, we find ourselves powerless. Qin Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back and a hint of cruelty in his smile, responded, "There is no need for concern, my brothers. Calculating the time, my younger brother will soon arrive at the sect. You may draw closer to him. With his presence, even if Meng Qing were endowed with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be incapable of standing against him. In that moment, not only Meng Qing, but also Yuan Ying and others who had conversed with him earlier displayed a flicker of trepidation. 3 days swiftly passed, with Meng Qing diligently preparing for his breakthrough into the celestial realm. Although he was aware of the notoriety he had gained among the disciples in recent days, he remained indifferent. To be candid, he held no fear of retribution from the formal disciples. With the Ant Queen and Brother Ji by his side, he could traverse among the disciples with ease. At dawn, he joined Xian Shu and others, following the throng to the mountain gate. As they ventured deeper into the sea of clouds, it was their first time at this location, and they needed to traverse it to reach their destination. At this moment, the sun was rising, casting ethereal mists, with the rolling clouds resembling a stampede of 1,000 horses, evoking an indescribable terror. Someone whispered, "It is said that within this sea of clouds lies a small secret realm, a coveted opportunity that even the founders of the Yunxiao sect covet. If one were to find it, unimaginable fortune would await." Nearby, someone scoffed, "What are you thinking? In such a realm, one could shift mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture. If they could not find the opportunity, do you think you could?" Laughter erupted around them, and Meng Qing turned towards the source, discovering that the initial speaker was a chubby boy, his eyes squinting into slits. Now publicly ridiculed, his expression betrayed a hint of resentment. Yet, despite this, he stubbornly continued to speak. Chapter 38. One and all, suppressed without exception. So, according to your logic, does great strength guarantee the discovery of all opportunities? The creator of this secret realm has established numerous measures to evade the scrutiny of those powerful beings. The lower one's strength, the more acutely they perceive the truth. The young man who had just spoken in rebuttal was named Shilang. Pretending to be astonished, he remarked, "If that is the case, you must be the one among us who feels the call of that opportunity most profoundly." The crowd understood the jest and erupted into laughter once more. Even the few young ladies accompanying Shilang could not help but suppress their giggles. The chubby boy's face flushed crimson, yet he merely sighed, stating that differing opinions would not lead to collaboration. Meng Qing glanced over from a distance, but chose not to dwell on it further. Xian Shu parted the crowd and walked alongside him, saying, "Senior Brother Meng, I have prepared an abundance of information regarding this secret realm. What about you?" Meng Qing was taken aback and candidly replied, "I am not particularly informed. By the way, what is the purpose of this secret realm?" Xian Shu nearly stumbled, gazing at him in disbelief. "Are you saying you arrived here without knowing anything?" Meng Qing nodded and continued, "Since we are still some distance away, do enlighten me about this secret realm." Xian Shu nodded enthusiastically and began to chatter excitedly. First and foremost, to become an official disciple of the Yunxiao sect within this secret realm, one must gain its acknowledgement. Upon entry, each individual will receive a mark from the portal, and to activate this mark, one must accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, such as defeating 2 opponents single-handedly. As they traversed the sea of clouds, Meng Qing was astonished to discover a vast expanse of flat land below, adorned with numerous platforms resembling a Tai Chi Bagua formation. Stone pillars protruded from the ground, exuding a mysterious aura of soul energy. Along the periphery lay 6 portals, each rippling with energy, intermittently revealing halos that seemed to connect to another world. Suddenly, a gaze laden with murderous intent fell upon him. Following the source of the stare, he spotted Lin Xiao, still bandaged and injured, on a high platform. Several formidable youths stood before him, appearing to sense Meng Qing's scrutiny and turning to look. "Senior brother, this is Meng Qing," Lin Xiao whispered to Qin Yuan from behind. The latter understood and discreetly communicated with the youth behind him. The young man opened his eyes, locking gazes with Meng Qing, and in that instant, the air thickened with tension. Meng Qing was taken aback. The youth who met his gaze exuded immense strength, instilling a sense of pressure within him. The young man swiftly averted his gaze and descended from the platform, standing alone in a meditative pose. Many had noticed this exchange, and those who were aware of the previous events began to spectate, murmuring softly amongst themselves. Who is the person standing before Lin Xiao? Such an overwhelming presence. That is Qin Yuan, a formidable powerhouse, and the one he conversed with is his younger brother, Qin Ping, who reportedly slayed an initial stage Dantian realm expert while in his prime at the peak of Taichu, a feat remarkable for someone with 7 Dantian. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Although many present considered themselves prodigies, the audacity to slay a Dantian realm expert at the pinnacle of Taichu was indeed terrifying. Meng Qing remained vigilant. Xian Shu leaned closer, her expression tinged with concern. "Senior brother Meng, I have a feeling this person may target you." Meng Qing, brimming with confidence, replied, "Target me? He is still unworthy. Among all present here, The only one I can regard with any respect is that Qing fellow. The rest shall step back a little." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere erupted. Numerous powerful figures glared at him with indignation, some even clenching their fists, eager to challenge him on the spot. One individual scoffed, "Ignorant fool. Merely by chance, you've achieved some minor success, and now you boast grandly, unafraid of the consequences?" The speaker was a strikingly handsome youth with flowing purple hair that shimmered under the early sunlight, surrounded by a radiant aura that rendered him almost ethereal. Meng Qing curiously regarded him, recalling that he had not wronged this person. Xian Shu quietly explained, "He is from the Ji family, closely allied with the barbarian tribes. His name is Ji Yu, and Meng Qing is his sworn brother." Meng Qing grasped the situation and, seeking confirmation, asked, "Purple-haired one, are you here to avenge Meng Qing?" Ji Yu's expression darkened instantly as he coldly retorted, "What did you just call me? Dare to repeat it?" Meanwhile, Xian Shu and the others were somewhat speechless, surprised by Meng Qing's bluntness in assigning a nickname to Ji Yu. Meng Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, that's not important. Once we enter the secret realm, let it be known, I will suppress every last one of you." Ji Yu replied icily, "Suppress? I suggest you find a good spot for your grave while you still can. Outside. You are the disciple of Elder Shi, and we afford you some respect. But once we enter the secret realm, I am eager to witness how you meet your demise." Several disciples from factions allied with the barbarians displayed menacing expressions, while the neutral parties observed with amused anticipation. Meng Qing mused, "So you are wary of this? No matter, come at me. I shall await you in the secret realm. And do remember to seek me out." He took note of those who cast him cold glances, recognizing them as a veritable treasure trove. If he could pillage their wealth, his chances of ascending to the 10th heaven would significantly increase. On the high platform, Lin Xiu smirked coldly, his irritation flaring at Meng Qing's arrogance. Qin Yuan remained expressionless, saying nothing. The elders stationed here also noticed the commotion, having heard the earlier events. Not long ago, Shi Yu's acceptance of a disciple had stirred waves at the Yunxiao sect, yet upon seeing Meng Qing, they found themselves perplexed. One elder even inquired of his companion, "Is this truly Elder Shi's disciple? His demeanor is rather ostentatious. Perhaps Elder Shi perceives something in this youth that eludes the rest of us." The elder pondered thoughtfully. Boom. As the sun reached its zenith, the high platform suddenly trembled. The surrounding mist surged violently, but within moments, it calmed. And Meng Qing could distinctly sense that the fog had thinned considerably. Conversely, the surrounding soul energy grew markedly denser. The 6 grand doors burst forth in brilliance, resonating with one another, their rippling surfaces revealing glimpses of the world within. "Now swiftly enter," exclaimed an elder. Meng Qing, accompanied by Xian Shu and others, stepped through a large door that stood nearby. It felt as though he had plunged into water, enveloped by a mysterious force. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, he felt as if he had been flung from a distant realm. Just as he prepared to brace for impact, his feet touched solid ground. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by sunlight and found himself on a verdant meadow. The air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, while distant mountains stretched majestically, adorned with a cascading waterfall that hung from the summit. A rainbow arched gracefully like a bridge between heaven and earth, as a flock of unknown birds soared above, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a painting. As he absorbed his surroundings, Meng Qing felt a profound astonishment. The spiritual energy here was at least twice that of the outside world. He inquired of the queen ant hidden within his sleeve, "Can you sense the presence of the demon king ant?" The queen shook her head, delivering an answer that left Meng Qing less than pleased. "Master, the demon king ant dwells in dark, lifeless places. I fear you may be quite far from them." Chapter 39. The soul breaks through to initial spirit form. Meng Qing's lips twitched. This was the last thing he wished to hear, without exception. Glancing at his left arm, he noticed a small, faint mark resembling a tree had appeared above it, likely a sign left by the portal upon entering the secret realm. Perhaps he should consider activating this mark first. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from his soul. Upon closer inspection, Meng Qing was astonished to find that the source of the tremor was his soul energy, which was nearing saturation. The shackles that had confined him began to loosen, responding to the rich soul energy within the secret realm. Searching through his Qinkuan bag, Meng Qing discovered numerous spiritual herbs he had previously synthesized, many of which were intended for cultivating the soul. Though these soul elixirs appeared rare to outsiders, he had obtained them from the likes of Meng Qing and others. Amassing a treasure trove, finding an open space, he instructed Brother Chicken and the Queen Ant to guard him as he attempted to break through to the initial spirit form with the abundant soul energy of the secret realm. He consumed the soul elixirs voraciously, as if devouring petals of a peony. Boom! As the elixirs entered his body, they transformed into an incredibly dense soul energy, surging towards his spirit. In an instant, Meng Qing felt as if his body had become a transparent canvas, allowing him to see everything within. Under the overwhelming soul energy, it was no surprise that the shackles shattered. The essence of forming the spirit was to gather the previously scattered soul energy into a single entity, shaping the appearance of a martial artist. This was the spiritual body, Meng Qing murmured to himself. During his time in the Great Xian Kingdom, he had discreetly entered the royal library to acquire knowledge on this matter. Under his careful guidance, the soul energy within his spiritual space converged into a sphere, resembling an embryo. As more soul energy was injected, the embryo began to take shape, radiating brilliance. Before long, the soul energy coalesced into a vague human form, the luster gradually retreating and concentrating upon the forehead of the figure. In less than a quarter of an hour, the spiritual body was fully formed. The spiritual body had materialized. This marked the achievement of initial spirit formation. At first glance, it appeared to be an infinitesimally smaller version of Meng Qing, seated solemnly in the realm of consciousness. Shortly thereafter, his spiritual probing expanded wildly, reaching a staggering 100 feet. This was an exceedingly formidable range. Within this distance, he could perceive everything with astonishing clarity, discerning even the slightest rustle of the grass. Meng Qing suddenly rose, opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance emanating from them. In that fleeting moment, his gaze seemed to coalesce into two sharp blades, piercing forth and creating two diminutive craters upon the ground. Once one's spiritual cultivation attained the realm of spirit condensation, spiritual attacks could manifest physically. It seemed that slaying with one's gaze was indeed within the realm of possibility. Meng Qing mused, increasingly aware of the profound utility of this stage. The Ant Queen and the Chicken Brother were rendered speechless, for Meng Qing's focus was undeniably distinct from that of the ordinary. Half of the tasks required for entering the secret realm had already been accomplished, with only the Demon King Ant remaining. Of course, prior to that, there were those fortune-bringing boys to contend with. Meng Qing flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Though his visage was not menacing, it sent shivers down the spine. He set his plans in motion, casually selecting a direction to first ascertain the nature of this secret realm. Boom. Even relying solely on his physical form, his speed was remarkably swift, almost rivaling the pace at which ordinary martial artists employed their techniques. Half a day later, from a distance, silhouettes were discernible atop a small mountain. Driven by curiosity, Meng Qing approached cautiously, concealing his presence, moving as stealthily as a specter. Upon catching sight of the figures above, his eyes instantly brightened, purple-haired and pale-faced. It was none other than Zio. However, he was accompanied by two others, one male and one female, the young woman bearing a resemblance to Zio. All three possessed peak primordial strength, their auras restrained. Although they did not intentionally display their prowess, the surrounding flora bowed away in submission. Moreover, he noted with astonishment that the young woman's spiritual cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the micro-realm. Meng Qing stroked his chin contemplatively, marveling at the terrifying cultivation talents of the descendants of noble families. After all, he had only recently reached this level through the aid of the system. Yet, upon overhearing the conversation among the trio, his expression darkened. "Sister, do we not have any news regarding that flea's whereabouts? Senior Brother Qin mentioned he would tamper with his mark to facilitate our search. He was clearly oriented towards this direction upon entry. Why has the trail now gone cold?" Zio expressed her discontent. The young woman, named Xiling, was equally perplexed, speculating. Could it be that he has gained the secret realm's recognition, causing the mark to glow and automatically erase the previous manipulations? Zio dismissed this notion. That is impossible. Throughout history, no one has ever attained the secret realm's recognition in such a short span. Could it be that the flea sensed something amiss and employed a method to obscure the mark? The previously silent young man spoke with indifference. What is so difficult about this? Since the direction indicated before was this way, let us continue searching. That flea is likely still scouring for opportunities. We need only locate and eliminate him. Zio nodded in agreement, pondering the situation on their end. The command issued by Senior Brother Qinyuan was clear. No one associated with him would be spared. To ensure success, he even expended considerable resources to procure the blood of a pure-blooded Ao Huang. I refuse to believe that this flea can truly survive until then. After a brief discussion, the trio resolved to set off immediately. Meng Qing emerged from the shadows, his countenance dark as he remarked, "I hear you are searching for me? No need to exert yourselves. I am right here." The three were taken aback, especially Xiling, who had been diligently channeling her soul power to monitor their surroundings. How had Meng Qing approached so stealthily? Zio quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Very well, you are quite considerate, saving us the effort. However, Do not harbor any illusions of mercy from us. I once stated that upon reaching this point, you should consider which spot may serve as your grave. Is this your answer? Meng Qing's expression remained impassive as he advanced purposefully. Zijie growled lowly, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Is this the extent of your prowess? Worthy of such elaborate measures? Watch as I take your life. With a thunderous roar, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping his form in a violet glow, transforming him into a formidable warrior. He unleashed a punch that surpassed the peak of Taichu, generating a series of sonic booms. Meng Qing countered with a single palm, effortlessly catching the force of his blow. Drawing upon his own strength, he yanked Zijie forward, driving his knee upward with brutal force. Zijie's attack was thwarted, resulting in a muffled groan. Before he could react further, Meng Qing's grip tightened around his neck, twisting his arm with a sickening crack that was followed by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Frowning, Meng Qing pulled him again, delivering another knee strike directly to Zijie's throat. His visage turned a ghastly shade, blood oozing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth as he collapsed backward. Though this sequence of events seemed lengthy, from the moment Zijie struck to his fall, it transpired in the span of merely 10 breaths. Zio and Xiling beheld this scene, their eyes wide with astonishment, and Zio, in disbelief, exclaimed, "You killed Zijie?" Meng Qing strode forward, his expression unyielding. "Now it is your turn." With a resounding boom, he activated the spirit control breaking armor technique to its fullest potential, leaping forward to stand before Zio, and unleashed a powerful punch. "Bold move," Zio retorted angrily, his hands clasped together. As he channeled his spiritual energy, his hair gleamed with an ethereal luster as he prepared to meet Meng Qing's oncoming strike. Yet, he underestimated the might of this punch. Upon collision, it felt as though he had been struck by a massive, high-velocity iron projectile, twisting his arm in a horrific manner before he was sent flying backward. However, Zio's strength was not to be underestimated. He bore the pain, bracing himself with his left hand against the ground to stabilize his body. Pointing ahead, he summoned a resounding roar. A dense, violet light coalesced, and from it emerged a spirit beast, covered in shimmering purple crystals, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, resembling a wolf with sharp horns atop its head. It charged forth, exuding the unique pressure of a 4th-tier spirit beast, aimed directly at Meng Qing. "Violet Fang beast, crush him," Zio bellowed, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. Meng Qing frowned slightly, channeling the spirit control breaking armor technique as he stepped forward and gestured toward the oncoming beast. Boom. 2 figures collided, a burst of violet light erupting as if a purple flame had exploded between a man and a beast. In the aftermath, a wailing cry echoed, and the countenance of Ziyu turned ashen, blood gushing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. "My beast!" Ziyu shrieked, his voice filled with anguish, for his summoned creature had been obliterated by a single punch. Meng Qing's silhouette emerged, stepping forward, closing the distance. "How is this possible? How can your strength be so terrifying?" Ziyu gasped, staring in horror at the fallen purple radiance beast. "I told you, it is your turn now." Meng Qing raised his hand once more. Panic surged within Ziyu. He had lost all will to fight, consumed only by the instinct to flee. The hardest part of the purple radiance beast was its horn, yet Meng Qing's punch had not only shattered the horn, but also crushed its skull. How utterly horrifying. Employing his technique, a shimmering aura appeared beneath his feet as he scrambled away, racing towards the distance. Meng Qing's eyes gleamed with disdain. "Do you think you can escape?" With a powerful punch, a formidable force surged upward, creating a sonic boom that threatened to annihilate Ziyu on the spot. A gust of wind approached from behind. It was another purple radiance beast, belonging to Ziling. Meng Qing deftly evaded, his finger pointing to unleash the Ant Queen. Boom. The moment the Ant Queen landed on the beast, it fell to the ground as if struck by a mountain, the once resplendent violet light extinguished. Ziling let out a muffled groan, attempting to evade, but Meng Qing was already upon her, gripping her throat. "I have 2 questions for you. Answer correctly, and I shall spare your life. First, which elder has Qin Yuan bribed to target me? Do not tell me he can manipulate the secret realm's portal merely by virtue of being a disciple." Fear gripped Ziling, and she struggled to respond. "I do not know which elder was bribed. My brother and I have just entered the sect and know little of these matters. I bear you no ill will. My actions were merely following orders, forced by the close ties between my brother Ziyu and the barbarian tribes." She gazed at Meng Qing as though he were a malevolent deity, unable to fathom how he could have dispatched Ziyu and Zijie in such a brief span of time. It was well known that these two were among the top 3 of their generation, destined to become the pillars of the Z clan. Second, who is pursuing the people of Daxian Kingdom? Can you pinpoint their location? Meng Qing inquired, his expression impassive. Ziling nodded hastily. "I know. It is the original barbarians and others. I can track their whereabouts." Meng Qing carelessly discarded her, chillingly commanding, "I shall spare your life. Lead me there at once. Should anything happen to them, regardless of who is responsible, they shall pay with their lives." A shiver ran through Ziling as she quickly stood up, determining a direction and pointing northwest. The purple radiance beast, now free from control, served as their temporary means of transportation, charging forth into the distance. Along the way, the beast attracted considerable attention, its ostentatiousness drawing curious gazes. Some sharp-eyed observers recognized it as Ziling's summoned creature, their expressions filled with puzzlement. Soon, someone noticed something unusual. Heavens! There's a man riding on Ziling's purple radiance beast? That figure looks somewhat familiar. Wait, is that Meng Qing? You must be mistaken. How could it possibly be him? Were they not like fire and water? How could they possibly travel together? This sparked considerable curiosity among the onlookers. And just as some were about to pursue and investigate, the violet beast had already vanished from sight. For a full 2 days, the violet beast continued its rigorous journey. Its eyes, once a mesmerizing blue-violet, had transformed into a fierce red, and its body had significantly emaciated. The once radiant purple glow had completely dulled, and its speed had diminished drastically compared to the beginning. Ziling, trembling with trepidation, found herself wishing even more fervently than Meng Qing to reach the gathering place of their companions. Not there yet. Meng Qing furrowed his brow. Along the way, the Ant Queen had mentioned sensing the presence of the Demon King Ant, and they were now drawing closer to that ominous area. This filled Meng Qing with apprehension. For the vicinity of the Demon King Ant was fraught with uncertainty. The blood of the Demon King Ant was not only a potent lure for warriors, but also for spiritual beasts. It could be said that this was the most perilous yet opportunity-laden region within the entire secret realm. Ziling kept her eyes tightly shut, maintaining a high output of soul energy throughout their journey, channeling spiritual energy into the violet beast, which left her in a state of severe exhaustion. At one moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and gazed into the distance, declaring, 10 miles ahead, they are in that valley. Meng Qing extended his hand, prompting the violet beast to halt. You may go now. If one day you wish to avenge your brother, you may seek me out, though the price may be your life. With that, Meng Qing raced forward, swiftly disappearing from sight. Boom. The violet beast collapsed to the ground, entering a state of deep rest, a condition that manifested from extreme overexertion. Ziling hurriedly stored it in her spatial pouch, while hastily retrieving various vials and jars from her bag, using them without regard for cost. Finally, she rose, her eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, choosing a path to the left. Before nearing the front, Meng Qing's soul energy had already sensed the commotion ahead. A battle was erupting in the valley. Standing before Xian Yi was an armored creature, bloodied and tattered, yet its gaze was fiercely menacing. Barbarians. You are not worthy to make us submit. Opposite them stood 3 barbarian warriors, accompanied by 3 terrifyingly robust silverback gorillas. These were the barbarians' universal beasts of burden. Known as silverback gorillas, a species with immense potential for growth in the realm of spiritual beasts, said to evolve into silverback celestial apes at maturity. With a sinister grin, Banqing growled, Xian Yi, surrender while you can, and I may still send you to reunite with Meng Qing underground. You wretched creature. Did you so quickly forget the pain from your previous beating at Meng Qing's hands? You barbarians truly are nothing more than good dogs for Qin Yuan. Led by the nose, biting wherever he points. Behind Xian Yi stood a young man, similarly wounded, yet his expression was resolute, showing no signs of yielding. His name was Wang Lang, one of the 4 grassroots disciples of the great Xian kingdom, accompanying Xian Yi in the rear. Boy, do you wish to die? Banqing roared, gripping his hands as a colossal gorilla, resembling a rock, charged forward, fists pounding its chest, ready to strike. Boom. Suddenly, an immense pressure erupted, sweeping from the periphery like a mountain, descending straight down. Moreover, a tangible palm print materialized, falling from the heavens. The expressions of Meng Qing and the others shifted dramatically. Before they could react, the hand descended, forcing them to their knees. Chapter 41. The Silverback Divine Curse. In a mysterious land, a figure slowly emerged from the valley, enveloped in golden radiance, resembling a deity. Perched upon his shoulder was a golden ant, the size of a fist, radiating an aura akin to a miniature sun, and the terrifying pressure emanated entirely from its being. Xian Yi widened his eyes in disbelief, then exclaimed with overwhelming joy, Meng Qing, is it truly you? Let us dispense with pleasantries. First, we must resolve the trifling matters at hand. Meng Qing waved his hand, shifting his gaze toward Meng Qing, his expression suddenly turning cold and severe. Struggling to lift his head, Meng Qing inquired, what level of beastmaster is this? How can there be such terrifying pressure? Meng Qing stepped forward, his tone frosty. It seems the punishment I inflicted upon you last time was insufficiently profound. Very well. Perhaps you should exercise more caution in your next life. Raising his hand, golden flames erupted, instantaneously enveloping the three individuals and their beasts. This was indeed the Tianfu golden flame. Heart-wrenching screams echoed forth. Meng Qing attempted to employ his spiritual energy, yet those flames not only refused to extinguish but became increasingly vigorous, even consuming their very life force. Meng Qing, I am the young clan leader of the Man tribe. If you kill me, our clan will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. Meng Qing, now filled with fear, threatened. Meng Qing remained unfazed, beckoning with his hand, causing the three's spatial bags to soar toward him. Do you truly believe that if I were to refrain from acting against you, you would relent? I find myself somewhat curious as to how the Man tribe intends to pursue this vendetta. The flames continued to blaze, and while the trio initially displayed defiance, they soon resorted to curses, uttering words most unbecoming. Growing weary of their incessant outbursts, Meng Qing commanded his companion, Brother Ji, to unleash his full might, reducing them to ashes in less than 100 breaths. Ahead, Xianyi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You actually killed them all? What other choice was there? Let us not forget that they intended to kill you. Had I not arrived, it would have been your demise, Meng Qing replied nonchalantly. The others fell silent. And Wang Lang, filled with admiration, remarked, It seems those individuals mentioned that the Ziji family members were pursuing you just now. It appears they likely did not locate you after all. Meng Qing maintained his unperturbed demeanor. I have already dealt with them as well. The three stared at him in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Enough of this. What about Xianshu? Meng Qing inquired. Xianyi's expression shifted immediately. Rushing forward in urgency, Meng Qing, you must save Xianshu. She was struck by the beast of Meng Qing and has fallen into a state of unconsciousness. We could not ascertain her injuries, but her condition is dire. Where is she now? Continuing deeper within, Meng Qing chased us to this point, and we held them back. Before Xianyi could finish, Meng Qing had already set off, charging forward at full speed. After advancing 100 paces, the temperature around him suddenly began to plummet. A chilling wind sweeping through, bristling his hair. Meng Qing was astonished. This chill seemed to target the very soul. Progressing onward, he noticed footprints on the ground, chaotic and disordered, stretching forward. Time passed swiftly, and soon bloodstains began to appear on the ground. Meng Qing's heart tightened at once. He had no desire for Xianshu to come to harm. Xian Lao had shown him kindness, and although it had not been explicitly stated during their journey, Meng Qing felt a profound obligation to protect Xianshu. The relentless pursuit by the barbarian tribe was instigated because of him. There must be no misfortune. Meng Qing quickened his pace, and as he ventured further, the passage opened up before him, revealing a scene he would never forget. Ahead, tombs stood solemnly, some barely a foot in height, while others towered hundreds of feet, arrayed like mountains. Where was this place? At that moment, Meng Qing suddenly felt as though he were being scrutinized by a piercing gaze. In an instant, chills ran down his spine. He had only experienced such a sensation once in his childhood, when he had faced a rabid dog alone. Quickly, this feeling dissipated, and the oppressive chill surrounding him gradually faded away. Meng Qing cautiously advanced, probing the surroundings with his spiritual energy. Initially, he encountered resistance, as if confined within a cramped space, unable to expand his probing. But as the sense of obstruction vanished, everything returned to normal. He discerned the location of Xianshu and the others. As he approached, the few individuals stationed nearby displayed signs of tension, but upon realizing it was Meng Qing, a wave of relief washed over them. Xianshu lay on the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment. Although her spiritual energy was formidable, her vitality seemed to have been drained, leaving her increasingly desiccated. Meng Xixiang, you must save Xianshu, a young girl implored, her voice trembling with despair. How long has this condition persisted? Meng Qing's expression darkened. He could sense that Xianshu was in dire straits. After being struck by a punch from the beast tamer of the barbarian tribe, she fell into this state. Initially, we thought it was merely an injury, but she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, a young boy succinctly explained. Master, this is the silverback divine curse. The Ant Queen suddenly interjected from within his robes. The silverback divine curse? Is this the work of the silverback gorilla? Meng Qing furrowed his brow, his heart sinking at the thought that the three assailants had already been slain. This can be understood as a curse that the silverback gorilla may occasionally comprehend when its bloodline reverts to ancestral traits. Once afflicted, this curse feeds on the warrior's vitality, and once completely consumed, the curse matures. The silverback gorilla can then absorb this curse, enhancing its understanding of this attack. The Ant Queen elucidated. Meng Qing's expression darkened. He had never anticipated such a sinister tactic from the barbarian tribe. The Ant Queen continued. There is typically no remedy for this affliction. However, there is a method worth attempting. The blood of the Demon King ant can enhance physical constitution. If we can obtain a sufficient quantity of blood, it may instantly reach the critical threshold that the curse can withstand, potentially quelling it. It seemed this was the only solution. Meng Qing felt invigorated. Having a plan was certainly preferable to despair. He rose and gazed ahead. The place was eerily silent, with few living beings in sight. I have a way to treat Xinshu. You all stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly, Meng Qing instructed. The others nodded, watching his retreating figure, and one voiced concern. What does Meng Shixiang intend to do? Could it be that he intends to hunt the Demon King ant? It is rumored that the blood of this creature can enhance one's physique. I sincerely hope that Brother Meng will succeed in his quest. Who goes there? A voice suddenly turned, glaring ahead and admonishing. Two figures emerged side by side, revealing themselves to be Xian Yi and Wang Lang. Do not worry, it is us. The deeper one ventured into this territory, the more limited the range of soul power detection became. Meng Qing furrowed his brow. The sensation that had previously sent shivers down his spine resurfacing, accompanied by a rapid drop in temperature, a bone-chilling cold. A faint glimmer appeared ahead, capturing his attention in an instant. As he drew near, Meng Qing's expression shifted dramatically. There, indistinct shadows flitted about. Ethereal mist surrounded them, and these figures busied themselves amidst the graves, weaving back and forth. Soon, he discerned something peculiar. Chapter 42. The black wall. These apparitions floated in the air, seemingly coexisting. Yet their garments exhibited stark differences. Some were adorned in resplendent robes, while others barely concealed their forms. Some donned armor reminiscent of soldiers, glinting coldly, while others wore rough animal hides. The atmosphere was steeped in an eerie silence. Meng Qing quietly opened his third eye. Boom. In the haze, a sound resonated. And when he looked ahead again, he found the mist had dissipated. All figures vanished, leaving only the desolate grave mounds, scattered with dark, dried blood. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the blood had not yet congealed, but the essence within had nearly dissipated, rendering it untraceable. Continuing forward, he stumbled upon a bizarre discovery. Beside each bloodstain lay a series of strange footprints. These tracks were half the size of an average person's, oval-shaped, symmetrically arranged, extending deeper into the unknown. Meng Qing felt a sense of intrigue and cautiously approached. The bloodstains multiplied, and the footprints grew increasingly distinct. Soon, a series of sounds echoed from ahead, akin to someone hastily controlling their pace. It is the Demon King ant, the queen within his sleeve suddenly exclaimed. Meng Qing was taken aback, as two red dots emerged ahead, and shortly after, a black ant, as large as an adult male dog, scurried forth. What in the world, is this an ant? Meng Qing exclaimed, utterly astonished. The aura of the Demon King ant radiated at the third tier, and it had already detected his presence. Boom. The ant's antennae glimmered with a cold light, transforming into sharp blades that sliced through the air, unleashing a powerful gust. Meng Qing was somewhat astonished, for he sensed within this strike the ability to obliterate an ordinary peak beginner in an instant. He evaded, channeling his energy downwards, stepping forward, his fist raised, gathering all his strength into a single point, and in that moment, his bones cracked like popping beans. With one punch, it was as if he shattered steel. The Demon King ant perished, yet its antennae suddenly radiated a chilling light, crashing towards him with tremendous force. Meng Qing deftly evaded, but the assault struck a small burial mound, severing it in two and even dislodging the coffin within. Such a formidable creature. It was no wonder that this mere third-tier spirit beast dared to hunt alone. He felt a mix of awe and trepidation. Had it been an ordinary peak of the primordial stage, he would likely have been left only with the instinct to flee. Even if he had slain the creature, evading its lethal counterattack would have been a daunting task. The Demon King ant's blood was scarce, concentrating around its heart. He needed to collect it swiftly, as the Ant Queen had advised. Meng Qing nodded and, slicing through the creature's exoskeleton, gathered the fiery red blood into a porcelain vial. Apologies for any offense caused. I hope you do not hold it against me, he murmured, glancing at the overturned burial mound and the exposed coffin. Just as he prepared to depart, he was taken aback. The coffin was empty. Unable to resist, he leaned closer, even employing his celestial eye, yet found no trace within. Was it a grave without remains? It did not seem likely. After musing for a moment, he redirected his gaze and pressed onward. There was no time for such thoughts. Saving others was paramount. Less than 100 paces ahead, two Demon King ants were foraging. Upon spotting him, they launched a joint assault, resulting in 2 vials of blood obtained. In the distance, a vague shadow began to materialize. Meng Qing quickened his pace, and as he approached, he was astonished to discover a fragmented city wall. This wall was towering, reaching a height of 100 feet, extending only a short distance on either side. And the only feature allowing him to recognize it as a wall was the uneven arrangement of bricks. Why was this wall black? Curiosity piqued. He moved closer and was once again struck with awe. A suffocating aura of blood emanated from the structure. The wall was dyed black with blood. Yet, he soon halted in his tracks. A deep, dark pit obstructed his path, as if someone had excavated a trap to prevent anyone from nearing the wall. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled, and from the pit emerged 10 Demon King ants, charging at him like wild beasts defending their territory. Moreover, the pit was teeming with an overwhelming presence of vital energy, and countless Demon King ants surged forth, shrieking incessantly. Meng Qing was both startled and elated. He sensed an immense reservoir of vital energy within the pit, and as the energy surged, it stirred the 3 porcelain vials in his spatial pouch. As the battle erupted, he summoned the Ant Queen, and with a single strike, all the Demon King ants were vanquished. The blood he had collected swelled to a staggering amount. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he descended into the pit, eager to uncover its secrets. At the very bottom, a throng of Demon King ants continued to screech, perceiving Meng Qing as a dire threat. Yet, under the oppressive aura of the Ant Queen, they dared not advance. A significant reason for their hesitation was the presence of another Demon King Ant Queen at the pit's base. It was, astonishingly, a pinnacle 5th-tier spirit beast. The Ant Queen gasped in surprise. Meng Qing's heart raced. A 5th-tier peak was equivalent to the apex of martial royalty. Soon, the Queen Ant spoke soothingly. It has sustained grave injuries, its strength reduced to a mere fraction. There is no need for concern. Should a confrontation arise, it would be no match for me. Meng Qing's expression darkened. Why was she speaking with such urgency? A swarm of king ants dispersed, and one, as large as a calf and cloaked in a gray hue, slowly emerged, fixing its gaze upon Meng Qing. This sight sent a shiver down his spine, for he could clearly see the horrifying wounds on this king ant. One of its antennae had been severed, the cut smooth, with blood still seeping from the surface. What could have transpired? For many years. You are the first human to arrive here, the Queen Ant intoned, her voice deep and resonant. Meng Qing clasped his hands in respect. I did not intend to intrude. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. Regardless of whether friend or foe, it is always prudent to observe proper etiquette, better to show courtesy before engaging in conflict. No matter. Have you heard of the name King Fuyang? The Queen Ant inquired gently. King Fuyang? Meng Qing murmured to himself, shaking his head shortly thereafter. He must have perished. After all these years. Upon uttering these words, the Queen Ant seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. She continued, I am aware of your aims. And though I lack the power to impede you, I implore you to exercise discretion and not disclose the existence of this place. Curiosity stirred within Meng Qing, and he asked, Am I forbidden to speak of the outer city walls as well? To his surprise, the Queen Ant's demeanor shifted. She became animated and asked, Did you see that segment of the Black Great Wall? Chapter 43, The Realm of Heaven. Successfully opening 10 heavenly domains. Meng Qing was taken aback, then nodded. I did see it. Is there an issue? The Queen Ant remained silent for a while before expressing her disappointment. No issue. Have you come here seeking the blood of my kin? If you proceed forward, there lies a blood pool where the blood of my fallen brethren circulates. There. You shall find what you seek. Meng Qing was taken aback. This seemed a bit too fortuitous. I know what you are contemplating. If I were to strike at this moment, what is meant to be lost would indeed vanish, but I would only end up losing far more than necessary. The Queen Ant remarked. Meng Qing nodded, then thought of Xin Shu, asking, May I bring another person with me? She has been afflicted by the silverback curse. The Queen Ant shook her head. No, the blood of my kin that you acquire on your journey here can dispel the silverback curse up to 5 times. At this revelation, Meng Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Resolute, he decided to first deliver the blood he possessed. After securing the Queen Ant's consent, he intended to depart. But recalling the mounds he had seen earlier, he inquired once more, On my way here, I noticed numerous grave mounds and even traces of blood. Additionally, those bloodstains seem to reflect many shadows. What are those? The Queen Ant candidly replied, They are merely projections. My kin have guarded this place for many years, having slain many who dared to intrude. Among them were those of formidable prowess. Their unwillingness to accept their fate has led to their resentful spirits congregating here. Wandering as projections, Meng Qing increasingly perceived that the Queen Ant was far from ordinary. The ability to project oneself through a pool of blood after death signifies an astonishing level of cultivation. The demonic ant lineage, having endured that era, surely possesses formidable prowess. Coupled with the injuries afflicting the latter, Meng Qing grew increasingly wary of them. Emerging from the deep pit, he shot forth towards the distance. Unlike his earlier cautious approach, he unleashed his full potential, channeling his spiritual energy, and in less than 100 breaths, he reached the location of Xian Shu and the others. Meng Qing presented the entirety of the demonic ant's blood he had collected to the still anxious young woman, instructing her to seek a secluded place. This blood must not be ingested. Rather, it should be evenly applied to the body. Remain still and wait, he advised. Another young woman approached to assist, while Xian Yi and the others stood guard outside. This task is entrusted to you. Remain here and do not venture deeper. Even an ordinary demonic ant can easily slay a peak Taichu expert. I shall investigate further, Meng Qing cautioned as he handed the remaining blood to Xian Yi. This declaration ignited a spark of excitement in the others. Their motivation for entering this secret realm was not solely to become formal disciples of the Yunxiao sect, but also to acquire the blood of the demonic ants. Alone, they might not secure even a single drop, yet now, they had enough for each to receive a jar. A treasure that could fetch an exorbitant price in the outside world. As Xian Yi watched Meng Qing's departing figure, the last remnants of arrogance in his gaze transformed into admiration. Were it not for Meng Qing, Xian Shu would have faced dire consequences today. Furthermore, they might have perished at the hands of the barbarian tribesmen. Yet now, not only were they alive, but they had also obtained a coveted treasure that many could only dream of. Determined to cultivate diligently, Xian Yi began distributing the demonic ant's blood, reserving a few jars, stating, "This is for the 4 of them. Let us hope they are not found by Qin Ping and his companions." Upon hearing this, Wang Lang and the others trembled with excitement, their eyes alight with the fervor to cultivate. When they received the porcelain vials, the marks on their shoulders shimmered with brilliance. Meng Qing returned to the deep pit, sensing the lingering aura of the demonic ant queen, though her form had vanished. Perhaps she was meditating or in slumber. The ordinary demonic ants roared intermittently, deterred by the queen's overwhelming presence, yet their malevolent gazes remained unabated. Unfazed, Meng Qing advanced, traversing a narrow passage until he beheld a pool. Though described as a pool, it spanned several yards in both length and width, filled with crimson blood, emanating an alluring aura like a scarlet mist. He did not plunge in immediately, but chose to meditate and elevate his condition to its peak. Afterward, he stepped into the pool. As he made contact with the water, his garments spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. At that moment, his body resembled a parched sponge, instinctively absorbing the blood from the pool. His pores opened wide, and surprisingly, the sensation was not unpleasant. On the contrary, it brought waves of comfort. Soon, he perceived the presence of mysterious substances in the pool, penetrating his body through his pores and merging with his vital essence, rapidly amplifying it. Not only that, he could even sense his entire meridian system being continuously tempered, the impurities within his body being expelled, resulting in an exquisite sense of comfort. The mysterious substance in the pool diminished rapidly as he absorbed it with fervor. The expulsion of impurities continued in an unending cycle. Soon, Meng Qing's physique reached a state of saturation. The blood of the demon king ant could no longer confer any further benefits upon him. It was as if he had been reborn. A rough comparison revealed that the vigor of his blood now surpassed his previous state by at least threefold. Meanwhile, with a sharp crack, a certain restraint within him seemed to have been released. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. In an instant, Meng Qing sat cross-legged in the pool, retrieving all the various spiritual herbs he had prepared in advance. He then devoured the 4th-tier spiritual herbs with the fervor of a bull chewing peonies, converting them into the purest medicinal essence to fill every part of his body. Boom! The spiritual energy surged, akin to mighty rivers rushing through an endless expanse of martial realms, with an unstoppable momentum. In the next moment, the spiritual energy found its point of release, surging towards Meng Qing's lower abdomen. The aura surrounding him transformed, a halo slowly forming, astonishingly inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy at an incredible pace. This was the realm of the cave. Meng Qing was astonished, as far as he knew. Martial artists needed to guide themselves to establish a cave realm, yet for him, it unfolded effortlessly. Before he could ponder further, another halo formed behind him, surprisingly revealing a second cave realm. With remarkable ease, he condensed his 7th cave realm. These 7 halos stood behind him, eagerly absorbing spiritual energy, even disrupting the flow of energy in the surroundings. Meng Qing continued to consume the spiritual herbs, sensing that the 8th cave realm was on the verge of formation. At the same time, deep within the pit, the demon queen ant suddenly awakened, exclaiming in shock, "Is he actually breaking through to the cave realm?" In the next moment, it reached the edge of the blood pool, and upon seeing the 8 halos suspended in the air along with the impending emergence of the 9th cave realm, even the demon queen was taken aback. The queen, acting as Meng Qing's guardian, became vigilant upon the queen's arrival. With the last 4th-tier spiritual herb consumed, the 9th cave realm took shape. A wave of hunger surged forth, as if yearning for an even more abundant supply of spiritual energy. Meng Qing roared, directing his attention towards the blood pool. All around him, the mysterious substances within the Demon King's blood seemed to be drawn toward him, collectively entering his body, replenishing the energy required to establish the cave realm. The blood pool ran dry, while a layer of crimson shell enveloped Meng Qing, as if he had transformed into a statue. Ultimately, the blood pool was completely depleted, and the final trace of the mysterious substance was successfully absorbed by him. In the next moment, a halo, radiant like the sun, emerged, forming instantaneously. The Demon Queen was profoundly shaken, murmuring, "Is this the legendary 10 cave realms?" Chapter 44. Abyssal moth flower. Within the now parched blood pool, Meng Qing sat cross-legged, surrounded by 10 halos radiating brilliant light, reflecting off one another and elevating him to the status of a deity. Especially, the blood of the Demon King ant not only strengthened his physique, but also tempered his body, purging a multitude of impurities. As a result, Meng Qing appeared radiant, with a fair complexion and an innate air of heroism emanating from his brows. Although his appearance showed no remarkable changes, his aura was distinctly ethereal. He opened his eyes and emerged from the blood pool, suddenly aware of his nakedness, and hurriedly grabbed a robe to cover himself. A flash of brilliance flickered across his arm. It was the mark left from his trials, now glowing with vitality. Could it be that without establishing the 10 celestial realms, I would not gain the acknowledgement of the secret realm? Meng Qing mused, fully aware of the challenges in obtaining such recognition. Yet he had not anticipated it would require such an extent. Despite his surprise, a slight smile graced his lips, uplifting his spirits. The Ant Queen approached, her voice brimming with excitement. "Congratulations, Master. Your strength has ascended to new heights, establishing the 10 celestial realms." Their bond was one of contract, sharing both honor and disgrace. The mightier Meng Qing became, the happier she felt. He retracted the realms behind him, contemplating briefly before placing the Ant Queen into the largest of the realms. In addition to storing spiritual energy, a martial artist's celestial realm could nurture tamed beasts, offering numerous advantages. "How does it feel? Is your progress faster than when training in the outside world?" Meng Qing inquired. The Ant Queen nodded, exclaiming with delight, "Thank you, Master." He then summoned the chicken brother and placed it within the 9th celestial realm. The Demon King ant, visibly astonished, remarked, "I have just realized that you possess 2 tamed beasts, both of whom surpass your strength. This is truly remarkable." Meng Qing chuckled awkwardly and politely thanked her. "Thank you for your support, esteemed one." Before he could finish his sentence, an intense sensation of trepidation surged through him. This feeling was terrifying, as if he were being scrutinized by the heavens, the entire sky teeming with enemies, leaving Meng Qing feeling utterly isolated. Although he was several dozen feet underground, he sensed a gray beam of light descending from the sky, aiming directly at him, as if to envelop him. This filled him with dread. Although the beam had not yet approached, he felt as if he were facing a life-and-death adversary. The Demon King ant scolded sharply, her antennae glowing. In an instant, the vast underground chamber was adorned with intricate patterns, interweaving and reflecting each other, transforming into a certain formation. This formation rapidly expanded, enveloping the surroundings, resembling an invisible hand shielding them. The gray beam of light, now aimlessly wandering as though it had lost its target, eventually shattered in mid-air. After a considerable time, the Demon King ant dispelled the formation, but her condition worsened. Her fur grew increasingly dull, and the wounds on her body reopened, blood streaming uncontrollably. Meng Qing was taken aback and was about to step forward when the Demon King ant admonished him, "Do not approach." She rummaged through a damaged chincoin bag, extracting numerous porcelain vials, pouring the unknown liquid onto her wounds, which took a long time to stabilize. Within the celestial realm, the Ant Queen stated, "Master, that gray beam contained some form of curse, and it was only through the formation that I was able to obscure this place's aura, allowing you to escape calamity." Meng Qing couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. A curse? He has opened the 10 caves, which should be a fortuitous event for this world. How could it be cursed? Observing the ailing Demon King ant, he extracted all the healing elixirs from his chincoin pouch. "Esteemed elder, I possess numerous medicinal herbs that may aid in your recovery." "Futile," the Demon King ant replied indifferently. "This is no ordinary affliction. Your remedies are of no use to me." It was evident that she was unfazed by his earlier predicament, suggesting that such occurrences had transpired in the past. Meng Qing bowed once more, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder. Had it not been for the Ant Queen's voluntary offering of this blood pool, I may not have been able to establish these 10 caves, and I owe my escape from the curse to you. A profound kindness indeed." The Ant Queen glanced at the desiccated blood pool and spoke slowly, Do not thank me. Our clan's treasures are not easily obtained. And this blood pool is not to be enjoyed without cost. Meng Qing hastily replied, as long as I can be of assistance, esteemed elder. Please do not hesitate to ask. Do not be so quick to agree. The assistance I require may demand your very life. That is of no concern. I am resilient. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. The Ant Queen paused momentarily, then inquired, are you aware of the location of the abyss in this miniature world? Abyss? Meng Qing pondered, slowly shaking his head in confusion. This miniature world comprises 4 distinct regions. We currently reside in the northwest, which you may refer to as the Demon Land. The abyss lies in the southwest. If you travel to its end, you shall behold it, a chasm of unfathomable depth. The Ant Queen continued. Meng Qing nodded, urging her to elaborate. In this abyss, the grim mosquitoes dwell. These are gregarious spirit beasts, each equivalent to a blood refinement realm human. Wherever a swarm of these insects gathers, there exists a type of black medicinal herb, resembling a skull, with roots of blood-red hue. This herb is known as the grim mosquito flower, and it is precisely what I seek, the Ant Queen concluded, awaiting Meng Qing's response. Meng Qing fell silent. Yet the Ant Queen expressed her astonishment. Master, if possible, you must procure this grim mosquito flower. What is so remarkable about this item? Meng Qing inquired, clearly surprised that the Ant Queen was familiar with it. The grim mosquito flower is nurtured by the blood of the grim mosquitoes, though it is a 4th-tier elixir. Its value rivals that of the medicinal king. If one can refine it into the legendary blood of the underworld pill, it could elevate both cultivation and spirit to a higher minor realm. If consumed at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, it could propel one directly into the martial king realm. The Ant Queen explained. Meng Qing gasped in astonishment. To ascend directly to the martial king realm upon consumption at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm? That is extraordinarily powerful. It is known that while the difference between the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm and the martial king realm is but a minor distinction, the chasm between them is as vast as heaven and earth. To take this step requires not only sufficient spiritual energy, but also a profound understanding of the realm. This seemingly simple leap has stymied countless martial practitioners. Meanwhile, the demon king ant had already begun to formulate her plans, but Meng Qing suddenly raised his head, declaring, I must venture into this abyss. After inquiring about various precautions, he departed from the area. The demon queen ant gazed at the figure that vanished above the cavern, her brow furrowing slightly as she looked toward the horizon, murmuring to herself, the curse remains, which signifies that the boundary has not yet been breached. After all these years, do those individuals still harbor no intention of retreating? Meanwhile, in the outside world, Meng Qing sprinted with sheer physical strength, astonished to discover that his corporeal speed was now at least tenfold that of a peak primordial state. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, each stride he took covered distances that would have taken 100 breaths to traverse in the blink of an eye. He even felt confident that, relying solely on his own abilities, he could easily contend with those at the pinnacle of cave heavens, and with the addition of beast taming, even a martial king would not pose a challenge. He was eager to find an opponent to test his newfound prowess. Suddenly, the roar of Xian Yi resonated in his ears. Chun Yan, do not overstep your bounds by interrupting our breakthrough. If reported to the sect, do you believe there will be any favorable outcome for you? Upon hearing this, Meng Qing's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 45. The unstoppable Meng Qing. The area where Xian Yi and the others had temporarily awaited was once vast and open, but was now encircled. Shadows flickered, revealing around 10 individuals, along with beast tamers, emanating a formidable aura that pressed forward like a mountain, effectively sealing the area. Chun Yan, the prince of the great Qin kingdom who had mocked them upon their arrival, now looked down upon the injured Xian Yi, a coldness etched upon his face. Behind him stood Qin Ning, and further back, 8 youths clad in uniform attire, each bearing an emblem on their left arm, prominently inscribed with the character Ancient. Ancient Clan. Xian Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, his spiritual energy swirling chaotically, with 7 faint halos orbiting him, representing the 7 cave heavens. Yet, his expression was one of extreme distress. This was meant to be his fortuitous moment. Having acquired the blood of the Demon King Ant, his physique had undergone a significant enhancement, and he had hoped to break through to the 8 cave heavens. However, at this critical juncture, Chun Yan and his cohort had intervened, not only extinguishing his hopes, but also placing him in imminent danger of his spiraling energy, causing his body to explode. Beside him, Wang Lang and the others found themselves in similarly perilous circumstances. Behind Chun Yan, Gu Tianqi furrowed his brow slightly. Let us act swiftly. That Meng Qing seems rather peculiar. It is likely that these individuals have obtained the blood of the Demon King Ant, a precious resource that could undoubtedly aid us in reaching greater heights. The others, though silent, displayed glimmers of greed and fervor in their eyes as they gazed at the porcelain vials near their companions. They bore no enmity towards Xian Yi and his group. They merely happened upon them, and, upon noticing their consumption of the Demon King Ant's blood, were immediately tempted. With Chun Yan's pursuit leading them to this location, the two factions agreed to join forces, vowing to share the spoils of the Demon King Ant's blood once their objective was achieved. Chen Ning coldly declared, "Indeed, a group of lowly wretches daring to consume the blood of the Demon King Ant, and yet they have gained the approval of this secret realm, is truly despicable. Since they are guarding this location, their princess must be within this great stone. Let us act swiftly. Their mere presence is vexatious." Chun Yan nodded and retrieved a gleaming broad-bladed long knife from his chinquan bag. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, and a mysterious aura flowed around it, seemingly resonating with an inexplicable charm that captivated the heart and soul. "You wretched scum, polish your eyes in the next life. The blood of the Demon King Ant is not something you lowly beings are qualified to enjoy." Wang Lang's gaze was filled with a terrifying malice. "You spineless wretches, relying on petty tricks? Just wait until I break through. I could take on 10 of you single-handedly. Boom. Do you wish to die?" Chen Yan's expression turned icy, his aura surging as he stepped forward, the long knife slicing down fiercely. Wang Lang fixed his gaze on the descending blade, his breath quickening, unwilling to bow his head. Xian Yi and the others closed their eyes, not wanting to witness the scene of his demise. Suddenly, Wang Lang's vision blurred, as if a white shadow had darted past. Standing before him, was it an illusion? Wang Lang couldn't help but mock himself, wishing fervently for Brother Meng's presence. Yet, he was aware that the latter might be engaged in a fierce battle within the lair of the Demon King Ant, vying for more blood. Was he really about to die? A sense of unwillingness welled up within him. Orphaned at a young age, he had grown up on the charity of strangers. Captured by a band of robbers during his wanderings, he was to meet his end, but one among them, drawn by his handsome features, spared him. To survive, he practiced the martial arts taught by the robbers, accompanying them in their pillaging. On the fateful night when he was to be sacrificed, he consumed a pill he had fortuitously acquired that could temporarily enhance his strength at the cost of his lifespan. He slayed the robbers, seized their spoils, and returned to a gathering of warriors. After 3 years of wandering, he arrived at the great Xian kingdom, drawn by his aspirations for it, and stood out among a group of youths. He yearned for strength and the freedom to live, yet now, it seemed opportunity had eluded him. Ding! A clear sound jolted him from his reverie. The white shadow before him extended a hand, effortlessly catching the descending blade with a single hand, and with a slight exertion, the blade shattered. Was this not an illusion? Moments later, Wang Lang exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Meng, is that truly you?" Meng Qing turned around, and upon seeing Wang Lang on the verge of tears, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity, before he said, "Focus on your breakthrough. I will handle these minor nuisances first." He turned to face the terrified Chun Yan, who, with disbelief, exclaimed, "My knife. How is this possible?" With a stride forward, Meng Qing pressed his body against the blade, yet the sharp, broken knife could not harm him in the slightest. "There is nothing impossible. You are simply too weak," Meng Qing declared, seizing the blade with ease, and with a gentle swipe, Chun Yan's head was severed. The severed head's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. Chen Ning screamed, "You dare to kill my brother? The great Qin kingdom will not let you off. You are doomed." However, she showed no inclination to retaliate, and instead turned to flee with all her might. Though her words were venomous, she was far from foolish. Chun Yin was slightly stronger than she, and if he had no means to fight back, she stood no chance. Would she be able to escape? Meng Qing positioned the blade before him, his palm giving a slight push, sending the blade whistling through the air to strike Chen Ning's back, pinning her to the ground. With an impassive expression, Meng Qing turned. "Now it's your turn." Gu Tianqi and the other 8 were momentarily stunned, even among the new disciples of the Yunxiao sect. Both Chen Ning and Chun Yin were formidable, yet they had fallen so easily. What terrifying power must this individual possess? In that instant, a sense of retreat began to arise within them. Gu Tianqi, steeling himself, spoke. "Brother Meng, this is all a misunderstanding. We merely happened to pass by here. You may inquire with them. We were merely spectators and did nothing. As for the previous comments, we can offer our sincere apologies." Someone quickly chimed in. "Yes, indeed. You can ask them." Meng Qing did not turn around but looked down at his palm. "So that is how it is. An apology can be arranged. But let it be with your lives." Gu Tianqi's complexion changed. Summoning a large armadillo from behind him, he tentatively stated, "Brother Meng, I am Gu Tianqi of the Gu family. I would be more than willing to befriend you. Why not turn hostility into harmony? I can offer some spiritual herbs to ensure these individuals successfully open their own realms. What do you say?" Meng Qing suddenly lifted his head. "Is that so? But if I were to kill you, then your possessions would rightfully belong to them. Wouldn't that be even better? Gu Tianqi's expression darkened. Brother Meng. Mercy is a virtue. I hope you do not push this too far. Whoosh. Meng Qing moved, akin to a ferocious python emerging from its lair. His speed so great that the others could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Gu Tianqi summoned his armadillo, its back glowing. This species was completely encased in armor, particularly formidable when combined with defensive martial arts, making it nearly impervious to the world's weapons. Boom. The shadow came to a halt, launching a punch that created a series of sonic booms in the air. In an instant, it shattered the armadillo's armor and pierced through its body, staining the sky with blood. In the rear, Wang Lang, who was focusing on breaking through, perceived this scene and murmured to himself, Brother Meng remains as formidable as ever. No one can withstand him. Chapter 46. 10 more brothers in the sun. Ah! A scream echoed as Gu Tianqi, barely dodging the shockwave of the punch, fell to the ground, his face ashen, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The armadillo was his beast companion, now slain by Meng Qing. While it wouldn't cost him his life, a significant portion of his strength derived from his bond with that beast, and its demise would undoubtedly affect him severely. Meng Qing, you dare to slay my beast? The Gu family shall not let this go unpunished. Gu Tianqi's gaze turned venomous. Meng Qing wiped the blood from his fist and slowly approached. Not only have I killed your beast, but I also intend to take your life. His tone was remarkably calm, showing no concern for the threat. Seeing Meng Qing advance toward him, Gu Tianqi panicked and shouted to the others, who were still in a daze. You fools, why aren't you making a move? Are you waiting to die? The Gu family members, jolted from their stupor, realized that today's events could not end peacefully and began to channel their spiritual energy to attack. Even among prestigious families, not every junior had the privilege to practice in the Yunxiao sect. Those present were no weaklings, all at the peak of the Tai Chu stage, thus exuding an immense aura. Behind them, 8 formidable spirit beasts roared in unison, akin to 100 beasts on the march. Even the most ordinary practitioners of the cave heaven realm would hesitate before engaging. Yet Meng Qing regarded the group with a slight smirk, disdainfully remarking, is this the extent of the Gu family's prowess? Are you truly not just misfits sent to make up the numbers? Do you seek death? One of the youths fumed. They hailed from the Gu family and were often lauded as prodigies, yet being subjected to such humiliation by Meng Qing was intolerable to them. To deal with you, I wouldn't even need to throw a single punch. Meng Qing scoffed, facing the violent onslaught of the 8. He merely extended a finger and gently pointed forward. Boom. The air rippled, vibrating violently as a terrifying force surged forth. A black tortoise lunged from the ground, determined to defend itself with its hardest shell while spinning to attack. However, before Meng Qing's single finger, it was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. Easily pierced, the tortoise, now with a hint of sentience in its eyes, was bewildered, unable to comprehend why its prideful defense was so feeble. Before it could grasp the answer, an overwhelming pressure akin to a collapsing mountain engulfed its consciousness. A weasel shrieked in an attempt to flee. But the speed of that finger was astonishing, striking it instantaneously and reducing it to mere fragments. All 8 beast tamers were swiftly eliminated. The 8 let out low growls as the spiritual artifacts in their hands bent and shattered, followed by their very beings. While this may sound lengthy, the time for Meng Qing's strike to their downfall spanned no more than 10 breaths. Ultimately, silence enveloped the arena. Meng Qing turned once more to gaze at the shaking Gu Tianqi. Your good friends have departed. It's time for you to join them. Upon uttering these words, he pointed again. No, Gu Tianqi bellowed, but Meng Qing was swifter, closing the distance in an instant. His body was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Remarkably, he hasn't perished? Meng Qing mused, observing Gu Tianqi struggle to rise, preparing to flee, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. With a single step, he lifted Gu Tianqi, only to discover that while the latter's clothing lay in tatters, the armor beneath remained unscathed. Meng Qing peeled it off, his astonishment deepening. The armor was entirely black, battered and torn, with several large holes at the ribs. In any other context, it would attract no attention whatsoever. Gu Tianqi was almost pleading. Meng Qing, I gift you this item. I can also offer you my Qingquan bag, and in the future, I can provide you with considerable resources for cultivation. Before he could finish his plea, Meng Qing casually pointed, creating a gaping hole in his forehead, obliterating his very soul. Truly tiresome, Meng Qing remarked coolly. He collected the spoils of their battle, discovering within a wealth of 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th-tier spiritual herbs, likely hoarded for breakthroughs into the cave heaven realm. However, he took none for himself, bestowing all upon the likes of Xian Yi and others who were in the midst of their own breakthroughs. After delivering a portion to the 2 women, Xian Shu and Xian Yu, Within the confines of the large stone, he personally safeguarded them while examining the armor. Gently tapping with his fingers, a muffled sound resonated, as if it were crafted from some rare alloy. Despite infusing it with spiritual energy, it remained unresponsive, akin to an inanimate object. He attempted to slice it with a sharp tool, only to discover that even a third-tier spiritual weapon could not leave a single mark upon its surface. Inquiring of the Ant Queen, he found her equally unaware of its nature. "Never mind, I shall keep it. Perhaps in time, with greater strength, I shall unravel its mystery." Meng Qing mused, fastening it to himself. He noted that while it felt heavy in his hands, it bore almost no weight when worn. This object must possess remarkable qualities. If it were complete, its grade would surely be at least 5th tier, if not higher. Meng Qing sighed inwardly, recognizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. Having meditated for less than half an hour, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from behind. It was Xian Yi, who was now surrounded by 7 radiant halos, representing the 7 heavens. With a crisp sound emanating from his form, he stepped into the early stage of the cave heaven realm. Shortly thereafter, a similar roar echoed from within the large stone, indicating that the 2 women had also achieved their breakthroughs. Soon, the majority of those present had advanced, most possessing between 5 to 6 heavens, while Xian Yi and Xian Shu boasted 7. Turning around, Meng Qing noticed that Wang Lang was still in preparation. 7 halos floated around him as he endeavored to breach the 8th. Meng Qing couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Wang Lang gritted his teeth, and upon consuming all the spiritual herbs Meng Qing had provided, a thunderous sound erupted within him. The surrounding 8th halo suddenly burst forth with brilliance, dazzling in its radiance. After a brief incense stick's time, Wang Lang opened his eyes, becoming the sole owner of 8 heavens among them. Meng Qing generously offered his congratulations, echoed by the others. "Thank you, Senior Brother Meng," Wang Lang replied earnestly. At that moment, Xian Shu cautiously inquired, "Senior Brother Meng, you too have reached the cave heaven realm. How many heavens have you opened?" Immediately, someone interjected, "With Senior Brother Meng's prowess, it must be 9. No, at least 9 heavens." Xian chuckled. "Senior Brother Meng is exceptionally gifted. Perhaps he has even achieved the legendary 10 heavens." Everyone turned their gaze to Meng Qing, their eyes alight with anticipation and a hint of intrigue. "Are you all so eager to know?" Meng Qing's expression grew peculiar as he hesitated internally about revealing the truth. "Of course, we are in your company now. If you possess 10 heavens, the news would surely astonish many." Wang Lang remarked seriously. "Is that so?" Meng Qing tilted his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully before replying. "Then tell outsiders that I have 7 heavens. After all, it is prudent to remain modest." The others exchanged glances, smirking at the bloodstains still fresh on the ground, struggling to reconcile Meng Qing with the notion of modesty. "Since you have all broken through to the cave heaven realm, you should be able to traverse this secret realm with ease. Go seek the remaining individuals. I have matters to attend to in the southwest," Meng Qing stated, not allowing them an opportunity for rebuttal as he turned and strode southward. After walking 100 paces, he paused, turned back to the group, and snapped his fingers. Boom! A sudden roar reverberated through the air, and in the sky, 10 enormous halos hovered, resembling great suns. A terrifying pressure emanated from them, instantly suffocating the atmosphere around. Everyone stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, Xian Yi murmured, "Goodness, the sun has gained 10 brothers." Chapter 47. Abyss of the Secret Realm. In the southwest of the Secret Realm, the earth appeared in shades of blue-gray, as if a deity had dipped the entire forest in this somber hue, creating a monotonous yet orderly landscape. The moment Meng Qing stepped into this place, he became alert, sensing a threat that struck at his very soul. This place was far from ordinary. The abyss was likely more complex than the Ant Queen had suggested. He muttered to himself, scooping up a handful of soil, only to discover it was as light and fine as sand. This terrain easily retained traces of movement. Yet nearly 3 hours had passed, and there were no signs left by warriors or even spirit beasts. This was decidedly abnormal. After advancing for another 3 hours, a beam of pitch-black light shot up from the ground, pointing toward the heavens. Meng Qing was astonished. Upon opening his heavenly eye, he saw crimson mists within the light, a manifestation of blood energy. As he approached, an overwhelming aura of resentment surged forth. Before him lay a deep pit, dark and sinister. The beams of light and the aura of resentment emanated from this very place. This was the abyss. "There is danger within. I sense a vague will," the Ant Queen suddenly warned. "A will?" Meng Qing halted, a chill running down his spine. This was indeed terrifying. Could there be a spirit beast or warrior suppressed beneath? The Ant Queen focused intently, then replied, "That will has vanished. Though it was faint, I am certain I did not misinterpret it." Meng Qing nodded. As a fifth-tier spirit beast, the Ant Queen possessed keen senses and surely could not be mistaken. Proceeding with caution, he edged closer. Boom. Another beam of light erupted, reaching for the sky, and amidst it were spirit beasts the size of fists, their shrill cries sending shivers down Meng Qing's spine. Swiftly, he captured one. This spirit beast resembled a mosquito, albeit significantly larger, with a body cloaked in black and eyes that glowed crimson. Its mandibles exuded a chilling radiance that made Meng Qing's heart race. He recognized it as the moth wasp. The moth wasp shrieked and flitted about, attempting to assault him. Meng Qing effortlessly crushed it, only to realize that these creatures possessed remarkably tough bodies. After spending an hour here, he discerned the pattern of the light beams. They erupted every half an hour. Following another eruption, he descended into the abyss. As he entered, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, as if his very soul bore the weight of a mountain. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling cold seeped into his skin, causing goosebumps to rise. Descending 100 feet, piercing shrieks echoed around him, and amidst the darkness, countless red dots illuminated, making Meng Qing feel as though he were under the watchful gaze of thousands. This was the dwelling place of the moth wasp. As the celestial eye opened, a flower, entirely black in hue, swayed gently upon a protruding stone wall. At the heart of its petals lay a blossom reminiscent of a skull, exuding dark essences that floated and swirled in the air, producing eerie sounds akin to mournful wails, a haunting spectacle indeed. Meng Qing felt his scalp tingle with unease. What manner of fiendish creation was this? The Ant Queen exclaimed, quickly. Look, a swarm of moths is about to feed. Indeed, from the depths of the abyss, a multitude of moths emerged, each taking turns to approach the moth flower, aligning their mouthparts with the blossom as if to nourish it. The flower trembled in response, and to Meng Qing, the skull-like bloom appeared to convey its own emotions, an unsettling sight. Soon, the initial swarm had completed their feeding, taking their posts while another group ventured forth to hunt. With a swift motion, Meng Qing surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Prior to breaking through the realm of Dantian, he had refined his physique with the blood of the demon king ant, significantly enhancing his strength, and the Dantian further forged his body, elevating him to an elite status among his kind. His speed was at least tenfold that of his peers. He dashed towards the moth flower, excavating it along with the surrounding soil. Only after accomplishing this did the moths realize they were under attack, shrieking in alarm as they rushed towards him. Meng Qing unleashed the Ant Queen, suppressing them with his own Dantian, instantly rendering them entirely subdued. He activated his system, ding, detected 100 Tier 3 cultivable spiritual beasts, the moths. Would you like to synthesize? Yes. Congratulations, host. Successfully synthesized 100 Tier 3 moths, obtaining 1 Tier 4 moth general. Would you like to sign a contract? Meng Qing refrained from further actions, instead allowing his mind to expand, neglecting the moths within the system. Before long, the shrill cries of another group of moths echoed back. Meng Qing employed the same tactic, suppressing them with his Dantian, before once again synthesizing them into a moth general. Having completed this, he wiped the sweat from his brow. He had fulfilled the Ant Queen's directive. Any further actions would be for his own sake. Descending the stone wall platform, Meng Qing stumbled upon a most intriguing scene. Every 100 feet, there was a cluster of moths, and the protruding stone platforms were arranged with remarkable order. The moths foraging in the depths of the abyss did not disturb one another, nor did they attack or plunder each other's moth flowers. As Meng Qing observed this seemingly unnatural formation, a question arose in his mind. Could it be that this abyss was not a natural occurrence, but rather a manifestation shaped by some underlying will? Continuing downward, he acquired 4 moth flowers, and within his Dantian, he had already subdued 10 moth generals. With only half an hour remaining, if he acted swiftly, there was still ample time to gather another blossom. Suddenly, the Ant Queen screeched, "Master, beware! An ambush!" Boom. In an instant, a fierce aura erupted from behind, accompanied by a tremendous force crashing against his back. The events transpired too rapidly. Even with Meng Qing's confidence in his reflexes surpassing those of ordinary individuals, he was still propelled forward by the overwhelming strength. Immediately, a piercing sound of air sliced through the atmosphere, striking precisely at the spot that had just endured a tremendous blow. Meng Qing channeled his spiritual energy. Despite sustaining 2 consecutive injuries, the blood of the demon king ant had tempered his resilience, preventing these wounds from breaching his bodily defenses. A voice of astonishment emerged from behind, clearly shaken by his extraordinary defensive capabilities. Meng Qing turned abruptly, and upon seeing the person's face, a chilling aura and murderous intent surged forth. "Qingping, what kind of defense is this?" Qingping could not help but exclaim in a fit of profanity. His initial surprise attack was with a spiked wolf-tooth club, razor-sharp and brimming with barbs, while the second weapon was a gleaming steel blade, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Meng Qing replied coldly, "Would you like to know? Come, let me enlighten you." He extended his hand, reaching forward. With Qin Ping not yet having transcended to the cave heaven realm, there was no escape. Buzz. Just then, a dreadful suction force emanated from the boundless abyss below. This is bad. The abyss has commenced its devouring prematurely, Meng Qing thought ominously. He felt as if an invisible hand grasped him tightly, yanking him downwards. The surrounding stone platforms ascended at an astonishing speed, lights flickering. And after what seemed like an eternity, he finally made contact with the ground. Opening his celestial eye to survey his surroundings, he was taken aback. Where's this? Chapter 48. The evolution of the golden firefowl. This was a murky expanse, visibility horrendously low, as though there existed something that suppressed spiritual energy, severely limiting his perception. With the slightest movement, wisps of smoke began to swirl around him, further obstructing his awareness. Upon opening his celestial eye, he discovered the area was astonishingly vast. Aside from the ground, the only observable aspect was the sky, with no clear boundaries in sight. Master, it appears we have arrived very close to that consciousness. I can distinctly sense that its power far surpasses mine, the Ant Queen remarked, astonished. Meng Qing furrowed his brow. Ever since his descent, he had remained vigilant. Yet even now, he sensed no immediate threat. He paid special attention to the Ant Queen's warning. Something that could incite such anxiety in her must possess an unfathomable strength. After walking 100 zhong, the surroundings remained eerily empty. Suddenly, a chill ran down Meng Qing's spine, as if an inconceivable entity had fixed its gaze upon him. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated within his mind, akin to being struck by lightning, and his vision went black. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. The sand was compact, and an oppressive aura lingered, unlike anything ethereal. Before long, Meng Qing was taken aback. He had been here before. In that very scene from the Meng domain, a muffled thunder echoed from the sky, and that familiar visage reappeared, looming across the cosmos. Its eyes resembling the sun and moon, exuding terror. "Who are you?" Meng Qing inquired first, sensing that this was no mere coincidence. Back in the Meng domain, he had been summoned to this place by that very face, which had previously instructed him to seek it out. Was this now the culmination of that search? After a prolonged silence, the enormous face finally responded, "I have forgotten who I am." Meng Qing found himself at a loss for words. To forget one's own identity, was that even feasible? The visage hesitated momentarily before speaking again. "You strike me as somewhat familiar. Your presence stirs memories within me." "You must be mistaken," Meng Qing replied earnestly. "I hail from the Meng domain, and have never encountered you before." He regarded this being as remarkable, and thought it best not to become overly entangled in the matter. "I assure you, despite my muddled consciousness, after years of slumber, it is only in your presence that I sense such an aura." After speaking, the visage continued, "To be precise, your essence has awakened me. The tumult unleashed by your opening of the 10 heavens stirred me from my rest, and the abetted tribulation allowed me to converse with you." Suddenly, Meng Qing recalled the beam of light that had manifested after he opened the 10 heavens. Could it be that this visage had consumed that power? The notion seemed preposterous. He resolved to clarify. Why would the opening of the 10 heavens invoke tribulation? The visage could not provide a satisfactory answer, leaving Meng Qing at a loss. It felt as though his inquiry was in vain. The immense eyes, akin to celestial bodies, suddenly turned toward him, sending a shiver down Meng Qing's spine. "Senior, you truly have mistaken me for someone else. Though I possess a modicum of talent, I do not believe we have crossed paths before," Meng Qing said weakly. The visage responded, "I have sought you in dreams, yet the location I urged you to find is not here. Here, I am but a fragment of my true self." With that, Meng Qing felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and before he could respond, he was thrust back to the depths of the abyss. Confused, he pondered the implications of this exchange. Could he not articulate himself clearly? What did it mean that he was not whole? Was it some form of a doppelganger? He wished for a tangible clue, feeling quite exasperated. Suddenly, the winds surged around him, as if a powerful breath had been exhaled in his direction, causing him to sway unsteadily, struggling to maintain his footing. "Come seek me," the will commanded, its voice deep, before sinking into an eerie silence. Meng Qing felt a chill. If a mere breath could affect him so, how potent would the true form of this being be? As the swirling dust settled, several skeletal remains emerged, capturing his attention. He approached them and discovered they resembled the bones of avian spirit beasts, each the size of a fully grown tiger, their crimson bones shimmering brilliantly. Although the spiritual essence had dissipated by 99%, Meng Qing could still sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from them. As he cautiously touched one, he was startled by the searing heat radiating from above. Master, these appear to be the remains of a formidable spirit beast. I speculate they belong to the Zhuge clan, as legends say that even after millennia, the bones of their mightiest will remain fiercely warm. The Ant Queen conjectured. Indeed, your theory holds merit. Oh, what is this? A row of distinct bite marks? Meng Qing asked curiously, pointing at the neat array of dental impressions. Soon, a horrifying realization dawned upon him. Could these remnants be the remains of prey hunted by the former master of that will? The thought sent shivers down his spine, for the imagery was too vivid. Well, this could serve as excellent material for Brother Chicken's synthesis. Meng Qing suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Though these bones had remained untouched for an indeterminate duration, their life essence long drained, this was of little consequence. The mere presence of a skeletal structure sufficed. He accessed the system, first placing the bones within, then retrieving the slumbering Brother Chicken from the ninth heaven and casting him into the system. Beep. The system detects the presence of sentience in the synthesis materials, thus presenting you with two options. 1. The bone and the Tianfu golden pheasant share equal weight. Their fusion will randomly bestow one consciousness upon the synthesized spirit beast, necessitating a new contract post-synthesis. 2. The Tianfu golden pheasant serves as the primary entity, with the bones as synthesis materials, allowing for fusion without the need for a new contract. Meng Qing decisively opted for the second choice. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully synthesizing Tianfu golden pheasant 1 with several bones, resulting in the acquisition of the 5th order golden fire pheasant 1. As the system flickered, the portal swung open, releasing a torrent of fiery brilliance. The heat emanating was nothing short of terrifying. Compared to before, the transformation undergone by Brother Chicken was nothing short of revolutionary. Its entire form radiated a vibrant crimson hue, with the tips of its wings and comb glowing in resplendent gold. Its claws were a blood red, seemingly dripping with vitality. With a gentle breath, wisps of white mist escaped its nostrils, and when it opened its beak, a stream of golden flames erupted forth. Astounding. More importantly, with this synthesis, Brother Chicken ascended to the 5th order, becoming a beast king. A powerful and domineering spiritual energy surged into Meng Qing's being, a boon bestowed by Brother Chicken's elevation. His entire body crackled, and his aura surged dramatically, reaching the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Sensing the flow of his own aura, a smile crept upon Meng Qing's lips. In terms of pure vitality, he now possessed at least 20 times that of an ordinary mid-stage cave heaven cultivator. Should he factor in his spiritual energy and beast-taming prowess, he would dare confront a martial king head-on. Golden Fire Pheasant, 5th Order Beast King. Once an ordinary avian spirit beast, it embarked upon an extraordinary path due to its infusion with the blood of the vermilion bird. Secret techniques, golden fire, mysterious firepower. As the new description of Brother Chicken flooded his mind, Meng Qing, who had just experienced a breakthrough, felt a slight tug at the corners of his mouth. Both skills were enhancements. These techniques would amplify Brother Chicken's fiery breath, rendering it more potent and enduring, rather than manifesting as tangible forms of attack. Brother Chicken seemed to grasp this as well. Despite its newfound strength, it quietly lowered its head. Nevertheless, with the system at hand, what martial techniques could he not acquire? Perhaps this would make combat even more ferocious. Meng Qing mused, feeling no particular regret. Cradling Brother Chicken, he cast a cold glance upward, his voice low. Qin Ping, since you dare to strike from the shadows, do not underestimate my resolve. Otherwise, I may find myself displeased. Chapter 49, Blood Curse in the Abyss. Qin Ping, who had initially been tense, suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was astonished to discover that the beam of light below, which had been poised to engulf Meng Qing, had inexplicably ceased its eruption. Meanwhile, the moths dwelling below, deprived of their food source, became disoriented, flailing chaotically within the depths of the abyss. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Qin Ping mused. Although it was somewhat regrettable that Meng Qing perished with so many of the Miaoling flowers, the remaining ones were surely destined to be his. Upon this calculation, it seemed he had not suffered a loss after all. Brimming with confidence, he selected a stone platform and prepared to act. Suddenly, Qin Ping was taken aback. Below in the abyss, a flicker of light emerged, initially dismissible as a mere illusion, yet it soon expanded, radiating brilliance akin to a sun. The dark abyss was illuminated, and wherever the light reached, the Miaoling shrieked incessantly, as if subjected to a massacre. What could it be? Boom. Wait. Qin Ping widened his eyes in horror, realizing that within that radiant sphere stood a person. Whoosh. As the luminous figure drew nearer, with each stone platform it approached, It released an aura that subdued the Miaoling, encasing them in a halo of light, swiftly harvesting the Miaoling flowers with such speed and efficiency that Qin Ping was momentarily stunned. In the next moment, Qin Ping's eyes grew wide. He finally recognized that the figure was none other than Meng Qing. He quickly withdrew his head, hastily rising to flee upwards. Escape. He sensed the looming threat of death. Surviving the descent into this abyss was a miracle in itself, not to mention Meng Qing's current, terrifying speed and defense. With a sound akin to a crisp object being torn asunder, an overwhelming pressure materialized behind him, like a colossal hand descending from the heavens, pinning him down. In an instant, Qin Ping's garments were drenched in sweat. "You have 3 breaths to escape," a sudden voice echoed in his ear. The pressure dissipated. And disregarding the veracity of the statement, Qin Ping summoned all his strength to surge upwards. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Just as one hand was nearly grasping a protruding stone wall above, golden light abruptly shone from above, and a foot descended, striking his face squarely. Boom. For a fleeting moment, Qin Ping felt as if he had lost all sensation. It was as though that kick had embedded him into the ground. His body overwhelmed with pain, even the strength to move his fingers eluding him. He could not comprehend the terrifying velocity and force behind it. Meng Qing approached him slowly, lifting him from the ground with ease and tossing him aside, remarking coolly, "You have greatly disappointed me. I had presumed that one bold enough to strike at me would possess considerable strength." As Qin Ping opened his mouth to respond, a fleeting shadow swept by. And in that moment, he felt a clarity regarding his abdomen that he had never experienced in his previous years. He curled up on the ground, spitting blood, his cheeks feeling as if scorched by flames, nearly losing the ability to speak. "Is this the person Qin Yuan sent to kill me? You truly disgrace him. Enough. Conversing with you is a waste of time. Let us proceed. How do you wish to meet your end?" Meng Qing's gaze held nothing but disdain. As if observing a pest, Qin Ping felt a surge of frustration within. He was a prodigious talent, unmatched among his peers, shining brightly wherever he went. Yet now he faced such scorn. But he had no time to dwell on it. Terror-stricken, he implored, "Meng Qing, you cannot kill me. I am of the Qin family. If you slay me, all those connected to you shall also meet a grim fate." Meng Qing's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "The words of you children from illustrious families before death are truly predictable. How I and those around me fare is something you will never witness. Embrace death." With a sudden movement, he unleashed a powerful kick. Yet, in the next instant, a brilliant light flickered at Qin Ping's fingertips, and a fierce aura surged towards Meng Qing. His hair stood on end, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly a devastating attack. A talisman flew towards Meng Qing, only to dissipate into nothingness. A blue light flashed from the abyss, and a deafening thunderclap erupted, as if a giant wielding a spear had thrust downwards with great force. This move could even injure a martial king. Dust and debris filled the air. As the stone wall was nearly shattered by the thunderous strike, Qin Ping rose, his eyes filled with vicious intent, his face contorted in pain. "You worthless creature. Do you think you can fathom the depth of the Qin family's legacy? This is a precious treasure bestowed upon me by our ancestors." Whoosh! A sharp sword flew forth, striking Qin Ping's shoulder and pinning him against the stone wall behind. As the dust settled, an unharmed Meng Qing emerged, shaking his hand slightly. With remnants falling away, those were the shards of the bracelet gifted to him by Shi Yu, reputed to withstand a blow from a martial king. "You truly deserve to die," Meng Qing bellowed, charging forward and slicing the sword with a fierce slash. Qin Ping's head was severed and fell to the ground. Yet Meng Qing was not satisfied. He crushed the remnants of Qin Ping's soul with his spiritual power. But at that moment, a mark suddenly appeared. A bizarre crimson hue shooting into Meng Qing's brow with astonishing speed. Unbeknownst to him, it seemed as if he had been shackled, his vitality and spiritual energy significantly constrained. Particularly, whenever he attempted to harness his spiritual energy, a peculiar mark would manifest behind him, resembling a parasitic worm, exceedingly troublesome. "This is bad, it's a curse," Brother Ji remarked gravely within the 9th cave of heaven. "A curse?" Meng Qing was taken aback. Brother Ji quickly explained. "It appears to be the blood curse of the Qin family, embedded in Qin Ping's blood. When he is slain, it activates and attaches itself to the slayer, tormenting the martial artist and serving the important purpose of identification." Meng Qing inquired solemnly, "Is there any way to remove it?" Brother Ji pondered but did not provide a clear answer. "Generally, it is quite difficult. Only those of the Qin family possess the means to do so." Meng Qing's heart sank, but when he caught sight of the fallen Qincoin bag, his eyes brightened. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained resources for cultivation, elixirs, and weapons, devoid of any items related to the curse. "Master, do not fret. You are currently in the Yunxiao sect. Perhaps your master will have a way to resolve this curse. The Ant Queen comforted. Meng Qing sighed. The offspring of powerful families are indeed hard to kill. Even in death, they do not grant peace. It seems we have no choice but to pursue this option. Yet soon, he was captivated by an object within Qin Ping's Qingquan bag. It was a black box, previously sealed by a soul, which had now been unbound due to Qin Ping's demise, revealing the contents within. To his astonishment, it was a larva of a moth. Is this Qin Ping's beast companion? It was supposed to be undergoing a metamorphosis, but with Qin Ping's death, it has perished as well. In the realm of the Ant Queen, as Meng Qing faced Qin Ping, both he and his companion, the chicken brother, remained vigilant, wary of a potential surprise attack from the latter's beast. They even found it peculiar that Qin Ping's beast had not appeared at the time of his demise. Observing the dulling larva of the pestilent moth, and glancing at the numerous moth generals sealed within the 8th celestial realm, an idea ignited in Meng Qing's mind. Chapter 50. The Birth of the Third Beast. The six-winged, star-devouring moth Ding. Detected synthesizable materials, 23 pestilent moth generals, and 1 larva of the pestilent moth still exuding a trace of vitality. Shall synthesis proceed? Yes. Consciousness detected in the synthesis materials. Hence the system presents 2 options. 1. Use the larva as the primary component with the pestilent moth general as the material, allowing synthesis without the need for a new contract. 2. Equally weigh both components, granting the synthesized entity a new consciousness, which would require a new contract. Option 2 was chosen by Meng Qing. The larva belonged to Qin Ping, and its will was undoubtedly tied to him. Given the system's inquiry, it seemed to possess a method to address the conundrum of a beast's survival post its master's demise. However, Meng Qing could not allow it to retain its original consciousness and grow, as unforeseen complications might arise in the future. Boom. The system trembled, a crimson radiance emanated, resembling a sun rising amidst the darkness of the abyss, casting an extraordinary brilliance. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 5th-tier spiritual beast, the 6-winged, star-devouring moth. A spiritual beast, the size of a fist, materialized, predominantly crimson, adorned with specks of starlight. 3 pairs of wings flapped continuously, seemingly striving to maintain its stability. Its eyes, akin to black beans, gleamed coldly, demanding attention. At first glance, Meng Qing discerned that this spiritual beast surpassed both the Ant Queen and Chicken Brother in strength. 6-winged star-devouring moth, 5th tier, beast king. This beast feeds on powerful life forms and has evolved from a non-tier spiritual beast. In ancient times, a 6-winged star-devouring moth fed on deities, ultimately disappearing without a trace, shrouded in mystery along with its kin. Secret techniques: Boundless Devour and navigating against the current. Boundless Devour can forcibly absorb the opponent's techniques, converting them into nourishment for the 6-winged star-devouring moth, with an unspecified range of application. Navigating against the current, upon activation, it forms a protective light barrier around the host, mitigating any damage endured. After perusing the system's description, Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback. What is the essence of surprise? This was it. These abilities were nothing short of divine skills. In combat, the opponent's energy could be transformed into sustenance for the 6-winged star-devouring moth, while simultaneously the light barrier could absorb damage, a boon for someone like him, currently lacking defensive skills. Meng Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager to ascertain the limits of this damage mitigation. Would you like to sign a beast contract? Yes. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him, as if a part of him had been augmented, allowing for effortless control. Initially, it felt somewhat dissonant, yet he adapted swiftly. The once proud gaze of the 6-winged, star-devouring moth softened as it looked upon Meng Qing. He harbored no doubts. Even if he commanded it to perish, it would do so without hesitation. The name 6-winged star-eating moth is somewhat unwieldy, since you favor the notions of devouring and negation. Perhaps I shall refer to you as Little Strong, which rolls off the tongue more easily. Meng Qing jested earnestly. Upon hearing this, not only did the 6-winged star-eating moth appear taken aback, but even the Chicken Brother and Ant Queen were momentarily stunned. They could discern no connection between this name and the characteristics of the former. However, the 6-winged star-eating moth did not resist this new appellation and nodded in acceptance. Subsequently taking residence in Meng Qing's 8th cave, Meng Qing stood in place for quite some time, and when he confirmed that there was no unusual surge of spiritual energy within him, he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. We have forged a contract, and your power surpasses mine. How is it that there is no spiritual energy feedback?" Little Strong appeared momentarily dazed, glancing at the 2 nearby caves before responding gravely, "Master, although you can forge beast-taming contracts without limitation, the feedback does come with restrictions. I am uncertain of the reasons behind this. but I suspect that a powerful spirit is required for the contract. Perhaps your current spirit is not sufficiently strong to meet the conditions for feedback. Meng Qing nodded, adopting an expression of realization, and then declared, never mind. Since we have secured this creature, let us hasten to deliver the moth flower. Speaking of which, I should contemplate the art of alchemy, for a grounded approach is indeed the most reassuring. Within his cave, the three spirit beasts were rendered speechless. They had witnessed Meng Qing's earlier demeanor, which resembled that of someone who had suffered a loss of several million. Upon exiting the abyss, Meng Qing proceeded northward, deliberately slowing his pace. After a considerable time, aside from some remnants of battle on the ground, he had yet to encounter a single disciple from the Cloud Sky sect, nor any spirit beasts. How disappointing. Those descendants of prominent families must possess numerous treasures for cultivating their spirits. If only I could borrow a bit. Meng Qing murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Chicken Brother and Ant Queen were unfazed, having grown accustomed to such sentiments, while Little Strong's lips twitched in response. Boom. As he neared the dwelling of the Demon King ants, Meng Qing felt a peculiar sensation. The spiritual pressure in the air seemed to have intensified significantly. After advancing for 100 yards, his expression shifted slightly as he sensed several formidable presences ahead. Stealthily approaching, he discovered a formation composed of two prominent families, one of whom was led by Su Chun of the Su clan, a figure he had encountered previously. It appeared that Su Chun had also encountered fortuitous opportunities within this secret realm, having now entered the Cave Heaven realm and opened 8 caves, accompanied by another individual of similar standing. The individuals trailing behind them were no less formidable, with the weakest among them at 5 caves, and the majority clustered around 6 and 7 caves. Regardless of which faction's disciples they were, the insignias upon their shoulders had already illuminated, signifying their recognition by this secret realm. This revelation heightened Meng Qing's vigilance. He understood that each year, only about 1/5 of those who gain recognition from the secret realm ultimately become formal disciples of the Cloud Sky sect, a daunting elimination ratio. Yet now, it appeared that all disciples from these two factions had gained such recognition, which spoke volumes. They pressed forward, wielding 2 talismans imbued with the aura of the martial king to counteract the spiritual pressure, their direction unmistakably leading toward that great pit. Meng Qing quietly followed, only to discover that beside Su Chun stood an individual with a drop of Demon King Ant's blood in hand, seemingly enchanted by some secret method to guide their path. Could they be from the Fong clan? It was rumored that this clan excelled in studying the terrain of mountains and rivers, possessing formidable skills in locating objects. Suddenly, in the cave, Xiao Chong spoke. Meng Qing furrowed his brow slightly. It was troublesome that Xiao Chong had some impression of this clan. As they approached the great pit, less than 100 zhang away, they paused before the valley. Su Chun appeared to be conversing with someone, and shortly thereafter, a young girl emerged. Astonishing Meng Qing, this was none other than Ziling. She too had entered the cave realm, and judging by the fluctuation of her aura, she must be at the 7th level of the cave realm. The two appeared to exchange words, and then surprisingly, they set off together. It seemed I must play the villain this time, Meng Qing murmured. He absolutely could not allow them to find the dwelling place of the Demon King ants. The Demon King Ant Queen had bestowed great favors upon him, and moreover, he had drained the blood pool of that clan. If these individuals were to proceed, the only way to obtain the blood of the Demon King ants would be to hunt them down. He took a shortcut to the other side, and waited for a short while until everyone appeared. The moment they saw him, Ziling, who had been laughing and chatting with Su Chun, suddenly wore a fierce expression. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Meng Qing? What a surprise to see you here. Do you wish to join us? Beside him, Fong frowned slightly, clearly unimpressed by Meng Qing. No, I am here to stop you, Meng Qing replied, lifting his head with a calm gaze and a serious tone. Chapter 51, You Cannot Win. Come at me together. Upon hearing this, Su Chin's brow flickered imperceptibly as he responded, half jokingly and half seriously. Brother Meng, since you've appeared in this secret realm, you must be aware of what we are seeking. It's not the best time for jokes. Fong scoffed. What a waste of time. Numerous disciples from both clans glared at Meng Qing, many even cracking their knuckles, clearly ready to engage at the slightest provocation. The reason was simple. Meng Qing's reputation had soared in recent times. He had single-handedly defeated the barbarian tribe and even triumphed over a 6th-level cave realm expert with his peak primordial strength. Moreover, he was a disciple of the esteemed Elder Jean. Each of these accomplishments would have elevated anyone's notoriety, yet they had all transpired within the same individual, naturally giving rise to various thoughts among them. Ziling stepped forward slowly, gradually releasing her aura. As she waved her hand, the purple radiant beast appeared. Due to Ziling's breakthrough in cultivation, it had undergone a significant transformation, its entire body adorned with intricate patterns of purple crystal armor. as spiritual energy flowed. An inexplicable divine aura radiated from it, dazzling beyond words. Particularly, a symbol seemed to shimmer within its eyes, exuding an intimidating pressure. Both Su Chun and Fong frowned slightly. As 8th level cave realm experts, they felt a palpable threat emanating from Ziling. You killed my brother. Outside the valley. You once said I could seek revenge at any time, and the cost might be my life. Now that I have ascended to the cave realm, I have come to exact my vengeance. Ziling's teeth clenched tightly, and the murderous intent in her gaze was almost tangible. Su Chun and Fong exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation. Was Ziling suggesting that Meng Qing had slain Ziyu? Their gaze shifted toward Meng Qing, a hint of apprehension mingling with anticipation in their eyes. For them, a formidable adversary might prove challenging, yet it would undoubtedly render the situation far more intriguing. A genius fears not the might of a strong opponent. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Meng Qing slowly shook his head, declaring, "You are incapable." Ziling retorted fiercely, "Whether I can or cannot is not for you to decide. Prepare to meet your demise." In an instant, her hair transformed into a deep violet hue, and as her spiritual energy surged, an enigmatic aura enveloped her. Subtle runes flickered into view, resonating with the symbols within the eyes of the purple radiance beast. Unbeknownst to all, even the air itself took on a purple tint. Ziling stood resolutely at the forefront, her fists raised, moving deliberately. Yet the palpable energy she exuded commanded respect. Is this a manifestation of bloodline inheritance? Meng Qing observed quietly, taken aback. It appeared that the Z family was no ordinary clan. It was said that those with bloodline heritage must have ancestors who were divine. It must have awakened when she entered the cave heaven realm. Boom. The shadow of her fist surged forward, reminiscent of countless titans propelling a siege engine towards its target, intent on crushing him. A smirk graced Meng Qing's lips. Your strength has indeed progressed, commendable, yet I maintain that you are incapable. Unlike Ziling, he unleashed a punch devoid of martial skills or spiritual energy, relying solely on raw physical power. Such arrogance. This was the collective thought of the observing disciples. Upon reaching the cave heaven realm, one's spiritual foundation would be exponentially more formidable. How could mere physical strength contend with spiritual energy? Ziling suddenly smiled, her voice icy as she proclaimed, "Your hubris will serve as the fuse to your demise. Having dared to challenge me, I am fully prepared to eradicate you." In the background, the purple radiance beast let out a piercing roar, the runes on its armor gleaming brightly. Those intricate patterns spread outward, ultimately merging with Ziling, amplifying her already formidable presence. Simultaneously, 7 halos appeared, enveloping her and elevating her aura to that of a late-stage cave heaven realm practitioner. In the next moment, the shadow of her fist descended. Like a tempest, the ground where they stood erupted in clouds of dust, the earth buckling beneath them, while cracks appeared along the surrounding valley walls, threatening collapse. Before the dust could settle, the sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by the scraping of heavy objects against the ground. Rhythmic and deliberate, as if someone were strolling leisurely. Su Chun and the others craned their necks to peer into the unfolding scene, their expressions turning ghostly upon witnessing the spectacle. Meng Qing appeared unperturbed, his left hand grasping one of Ziling's while his right hand clutched the tail of the purple radiance beast, dragging them both from the fray. Not a single person present had anticipated such an outcome. Ziling's fist was swollen and bruised, her wrist bent at an unnatural angle, her complexion pale as she stared at Meng Qing as if he were a demonic deity. Meanwhile, the purple radiance beast lay slain, its horn wrenched from its head, and its innards obliterated by a single, devastating punch. The atmosphere was laden with tension as Meng Qing remarked, "The surroundings are rather grimy, and given my compulsive cleanliness, I cannot help but sully my hands in the act of killing you. I hope you understand." With that, he raised his fist, aiming directly at Ziling's head. Behind him, Su Chun hastily interjected, "Brother Meng, hold on. This person must not be slain." "Why not?" Meng Qing inquired with curiosity, quickly adding, "Could it be that you wish to protect her?" Su Chun, visibly distressed, explained, "As you witnessed, Ziling has awakened her ancestral bloodline, elevating her status significantly. The Z family must have taken notice. Should you take her life, it may provoke their relentless vengeance. Awakening a bloodline is one thing, but such elevated status? This does not add up. How can she be so weak after such an awakening? Surely you jest." Meng Qing pondered aloud. The onlookers fell silent. While Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, he decided to say, "I will leave my warning at that. Whether you choose to believe it is your concern. Perhaps you, Brother Meng, do not fear the Z family's pursuit, but consider your family and loved ones." Meng Qing then inquired of the 3 spirit beasts within the cave. "Is what they say true? What level would the strongest member of such a family possess?" Neither Ji Gu nor the Ant Queen responded, but Xiao Chong spoke up, indeed. The Z family's power rivals that of the Feng family. There may even be living gods among them. Taken aback, Meng Qing swiftly seized Zi Ling's Qinkuan pouch and sealed her entire cultivation with his divine consciousness. What do you intend to do with me? She gasped in terror. Do not overthink it. I merely find it a pity for you to die so easily. If I were to sell you, the Z family might offer a handsome price. Meng Qing chuckled. Su Chun felt the urge to cover his face. He was astonished by Meng Qing's audacity and schemes. Was he really planning to extort the Z family? This feud was destined to be an unresolvable enmity. Meanwhile, Feng softly suggested, the matters concerning the Z family can wait. Meng Qing, do be wise and step aside. Do not obstruct our path. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he glanced between Meng Qing and Feng, seemingly deep in thought. You cannot handle this alone. You all should join forces, lest I take my time with this. It would be quite a delay. His tone remained calm, yet his words were audacious beyond measure. Feng replied coolly, since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige you. Form the formation. Boom. Although the Feng disciples were puzzled, they complied, taking their positions as designated, unleashing their spiritual energy. In an instant, the air resonated, causing the ground to tremble. Chapter 52. This move is named the Mantid blocking the chariot on the other side. Su Chun had made up his mind and signaled to the crowd behind him. The disciples sprang into action, intertwining their energies as if performing a unique fusion martial technique. Swish! The ground quaked, and around the Feng clan members, dazzling halos formed, accompanied by various spirit beasts emerging, their roars echoing and shaking the heavens. Beside Feng stood a spirit beast with wings, its head resembling that of a tiger, yet its body elongated like a cheetah, its eyes glinting with ferocity. This was the mountain water beast, a hybrid possessing traits from multiple spirit beasts, renowned for its formidable combat prowess. Meanwhile, beside Su Chun fluttered a butterfly, its wings stirring the surrounding spiritual energy, enhancing and diminishing it in a truly wondrous manner. This is the butterfly, a remarkably rare spiritual beast, whose exquisite appearance belies its formidable reputation within the realm of spiritual creatures. Su Chun and Feng are not individuals prone to hesitation. The prior capture of Zi Ling served as a stark warning. Meng Qing possesses immense strength. While they might emerge victorious in a one-on-one confrontation, it would undoubtedly come at a cost. Presently, they must swiftly acquire the blood of the Demon King Ant, leaving no room for delay. The most expedient and effective approach is to unleash their ultimate techniques, decisively subduing Meng Qing to preempt any unforeseen complications. Suddenly, Meng Qing inquired earnestly, your talents are undoubtedly impressive. I assume you hold significant positions within your respective clans. If I were to bind you, would your families not pay a handsome ransom for your release? Indeed, they would, but alas, that desire can only be fulfilled in your next life. Feng scoffed, bringing his palms together as the mountain and water beast let out a fierce roar and charged forward. Boom! The collective spiritual energy of the Feng family surged skyward, as if an invisible hand was sketching the outline of a great mountain. Immediately, they infused their spiritual energy into the mountain and water beast, which leapt forward, its energy undulating, revealing intricate patterns as it transformed into a mountain-like entity, crashing ahead. Meng Qing was taken aback, though his celestial sight was absent. He could distinctly perceive the surroundings shifting, an ominous force inexorably bearing down upon him. This technique could even severely wound a late-stage cave heaven realm expert. Meanwhile, the butterfly danced, its form radiating dazzling brilliance as the spiritual energy of those behind it was absorbed into its being. With a gentle flap of its wings, it unleashed a cross-shaped beam of light. This radiance was terrifying, tearing through the air and causing ripples in their immediate vicinity. Within his cave heaven, the three spiritual beasts simultaneously urged, Master, allow us to engage in battle. Meng Qing's eyes gleamed as he sensed the nearly suffocating power of the two martial techniques, murmuring, Excellent. This is a perfect opportunity to experience the might of these new skills. Against the current, he waved his hand forward, and a shimmering barrier resembling ripples materialized, enveloping him and rendering his form ethereal. Endless devouring. Meng Qing launched another assault, his hands rising and falling as a vortex appeared. Initially indistinct, but soon solidifying into a formidable barrier. An ant attempting to stop a chariot. Feng sneered, resolutely amplifying the flow of spiritual energy. The mountain and water beast halted midair, its energy separating from its body, transforming into a mountain that surged forward like a meteorite. Yet as it neared the barrier, its once rapid speed plummeted, significantly diminishing its impact, and the fluctuations of energy emanating from it were notably reduced. It was roughly estimated that this had countered at least 40% of its attacking power. Meng Qing unleashed the vortex, resembling a gaping maw that voraciously pulled forward, swallowing the indistinct mountain whole. The mountain and water beast, in a state of panic, swiftly severed its connection to the mountain, narrowly avoiding the ensuing devastation. However, those disciples from other families and their spirit beasts were not so fortunate. They suffered a terrifying backlash, their faces turning pale as they spat blood profusely. Some even collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Soon after, a cross-shaped radiance surged forth, and after the protective barrier mitigated 40% of the damage, it was once again devoured by the swirling vortex, becoming sustenance for the little creature. The members of the Su clan experienced a similar backlash. Before Meng Qing even took the initiative to strike, both factions had already sustained considerable injuries. Within the eighth cave, the little creature belched contentedly, nestled within, seemingly striving to assimilate the abundant spiritual energy. With each passing moment, its aura grew increasingly formidable, a mode of cultivation that left Brother Chicken and the Ant Queen envious. Meng Qing stroked his chin, and to be honest, he felt a twinge of envy himself. Fang'an exclaimed, "This is impossible. Why has my attack suddenly weakened? What did you unleash at the end that could possibly devour our martial arts?" It was not just him. Su Chen harbored the same doubts. Meng Qing chuckled, albeit with a hint of coldness, flexing his palm. "Did you enjoy your earlier assaults? Now it's my turn. It's only fair to inform you that this technique is called the Mantid's arm against the chariot." He unleashed a single punch, gathering spiritual energy at its tip, which detonated like muffled thunder before the disciples, sending them careening through the air, crashing to the ground in disarray. He approached each of them, confiscating their spatial bags, which met with resistance. However, his method of resolution was rather simple. He dealt finishing blows until they were compelled to surrender their possessions. "Master, I can inscribe a mark upon them, ensuring they will not resist, and making it difficult for outsiders to break it," the Ant Queen suggested, having overheard Meng Qing's intention to extort their families. Meng Qing naturally acquiesced. When Fang'an and the others noticed the imposing presence of the Ant Queen approaching, they immediately sensed trouble, exclaiming, "Meng Qing, what are you planning to do to us? Don't come any closer. My father will not let you go." Soon, every individual present bore the mark of the Ant Queen. According to her, this was a golden blood poison, the onset of which lay solely within Meng Qing's will. When it manifested, it would feel as though their hearts were being devoured by a myriad of ants, rendering external spiritual energy and consciousness ineffective. He then turned his gaze towards Ziling, who also bore the mark. Compared to the other youths, her reaction was markedly more composed. She merely furrowed her brow. "Once I ascend to the rank of Martial King, I will surely kill you." Ziling's gaze was frigid. Meng Qing contemplated ending her life right then and there. But upon considering the potential loss of valuable spiritual herbs and martial techniques, he responded nonchalantly, "Then you must strive diligently. The Z clan should possess a wealth of resources. It would be quite advantageous for me to assist you in alleviating your burdens." Ziling's delicate features darkened as she shot a glance at Meng Qing before resolutely settling into meditation and cultivation. Meng Qing temporarily left these individuals in their current state and circled the vicinity before charging directly towards the lair of the Demon King Ant. From a distance, although no one had tread upon this ground, Meng Qing could faintly perceive that something here had been altered. He pressed onward and soon beheld the vast pit. Soon, he seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head, the look of confusion on his face replaced by astonishment. Chapter 53, The Bone Infused with Divine Essence. "How could this be?" Meng Qing murmured. The section of the city wall that had loomed like a chasm before the great pit had vanished. Descending into the pit, he discovered that the Demon Queen Ant appeared to have anticipated his arrival, waiting below for him. Meng Qing took out a mingling flower from his spatial pouch. "Senior, this is a mingling flower. Please accept it." The Demon Queen Ant's eyes widened as she nearly snatched the flower from him, incredulously exclaiming, "It truly is a mingling flower. I can scarcely believe it. How did you acquire this precious herb?" Meng Qing smiled somewhat sheepishly, reluctant to divulge too much about his experiences in the abyss. He concocted a casual excuse. "In truth, I did not enter the abyss. When I arrived, I happened to see a disciple, who was my adversary, emerging from it. I merely seized the opportunity to reap the rewards of his arduous efforts." The Demon Queen Ant scrutinized him for a few moments before sincerely expressing, "Thank you. Not solely for this mingling flower, but also for your timely intervention in thwarting those who sought to approach. Otherwise, we would likely have faced another bloody battle today." Meng Qing understood the implication of her words. The Demon Ant clan had long resided here, and while they were formidable, their means of acquiring strength were limited. Unlike Su Chun and Fang'an, who wielded treasures bestowed by their clan, should a conflict arise, the Demon Ants, even if victorious, would suffer heavy losses. Before long, he recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier and inquired, "Earlier, when I approached, I noticed that the black city wall had vanished. Did you happen to notice?" He asked with anticipation, firmly believing that the black city wall was somehow connected to the will within the abyss. Perhaps he could examine it more closely. "Not long after you departed, that city wall disappeared. Do not dwell on it. The wall has vanished and reappeared before, periodically resurfacing," the demon queen ant replied. Meng Qing could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Perhaps it would be difficult to see this wall again once he exited. "I wish to propose a trade," the demon queen ant suddenly stated. "Please proceed, senior," Meng Qing replied earnestly, assuming she was about to share some clues regarding this secret realm. "You have just suppressed the younger members of those prominent families outside, and I imagine you have accumulated quite a number of spiritual herbs. I wish to exchange some herbs with you," the demon queen ant stated directly. "Spiritual herbs?" Meng Qing was taken aback, but soon understood. Due to their living conditions, the demon ants had to reside in this great pit, and most spiritual herbs could not thrive in such an environment. To obtain them, they needed to venture out. However, the blood of the demon ants held immense allure for both warriors and spiritual beasts alike. The next words from the demon queen ant left Meng Qing unable to maintain his composure. "I will exchange this item for all the spiritual herbs you possess." It was a piece of bone that shimmered with a dark golden hue. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The surface of the bone was pitted and marred with dark stains, while some areas bore faintly engraved symbols that had become obscured over time. As he took the bone, he quickly sensed something unusual. He felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Yet this bone weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds. If it weren't for his considerable strength, he might not have been able to catch it. Meng Qing, puzzled, inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what is this?" In his celestial realm, the strongest among them, Xiao Chong, suddenly remarked, "I sense a trace of divine essence within this bone." At these words, Meng Qing's hand nearly trembled. The demon king ant queen replied nonchalantly, "I am unaware of the origins of this bone." Meng Qing's lips twitched. How could one not know the provenance of such a bone? Was it merely a bone picked up at random? A little embellishment, and it was used to deceive? "Esteemed elder, this bone seems rather hastily acquired," Meng Qing meekly suggested. In truth, upon hearing Xiao Chong's words, he had become particularly invested in the bone. Yet he still believed in adhering to protocol. If he could save a little, why not? "I can assure you, this bone was pried from a formidable spiritual beast long ago. After all these years, its luster remains unchanged," the demon king ant queen continued, highlighting the bone's extraordinary nature. Meng Qing feigned astonishment, but she directly asserted, "You can either exchange it for all your spiritual herbs, or we can end this discussion." After much deliberation, he ultimately acquiesced. Even though the spiritual herbs he possessed were remnants from the breakthroughs of Su Chun and others, the accumulated amount was still a daunting figure. With a hint of reluctance, he tossed out a Chinquan bag, harboring the thought of not being at a disadvantage. He then inquired, "Esteemed elder, do you possess any more such bones?" With so many spiritual herbs, it should at least equate to a dozen fourth-tier spiritual herbs. If I cannot unravel the mystery of this bone, I might as well let my dog use it for chewing. The demon king ant queen nearly stumbled, gazing at Meng Qing, her direct gaze unsettling him. "I speak only the truth," Meng Qing declared defiantly. The demon king ant queen continued, "In my heyday, your ancestors may have still been mere tadpoles. It's best you keep your thoughts to yourself. To be candid, this bone is rather scarce. After guarding this place for so many years, perhaps some of those martial kings who passed by have met their demise. At the very least, you could spare a king weapon," Meng Qing stated bluntly. Still hoping to obtain something from the demon king ant queen. "You are destined for greatness." The demon king ant queen fixed her gaze on Meng Qing and suddenly declared. Meng Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment and waved his hand. "It's nothing extraordinary, but how did you discern that?" "Your audacity is among the thickest I have encountered in my lifetime." Meng Qing was at a loss for words, still fixated on her, embodying an unwavering resolve to acquire something. Ultimately, the demon king ant queen relented. "Forget about the king weapon. I have nothing to offer. However, I can share some secrets about this mysterious realm and the Black Fortress." Meng Qing's spirit surged with excitement as he listened intently. "Regarding the Black Fortress, I have observed it for many years and have come to a conjecture. It may not be an inanimate object." Meng Qing's expression abruptly shifted. It was not a lifeless entity. The queen of the demon ants continued, "This city wall has existed for many years. Initially, it was as dark as ink, and the killing intent that clung to it was exceedingly thick. However, after being cleansed by the spiritual energy of this secret realm, the color of the wall has faded. The substances that have shed from above splatter everywhere, and each fragment that falls creates a deep pit. Some smaller particles have transformed into graves, which you see upon your arrival here." Pausing momentarily, it added, I even speculate that this great pit, along with the abyss to the southwest of the secret realm, was formed by the materials that have fallen from the wall. Meng Qing couldn't help but gasp, overwhelmed by the astonishing revelations. Soon, a question arose in his mind. You suspect that this great pit was also formed by those materials, which implies that you arrived here only after the wall had appeared. The queen of the demon ants nodded, and soon informed Meng Qing that he had been here for so long that he had lost all sense of time. Even the disciples of the Yunxiao sect had only begun their trials long after. Chapter 54. The Boundless Monolith. After about half an hour, Meng Qing emerged from the great pit. The queen of the demon ants had shared many thoughts and speculations regarding the secret realm. During the conversation, he reflected these words to the three spirit beasts, realizing that the queen's conjectures were likely true. Although he left without taking anything tangible, he felt he had gained immensely. Upon exiting, Meng Qing arrived at the valley where Su Chun and the others were still resting. Many gazes flickered with malice as they looked at him, clearly harboring deep resentment. He paid them no mind and simply stated, "Keep up." Fang Yin and Su Chun walked closely behind Meng Qing, their voices unrestrained. "I swear, once we get out of here, I will make him wish he were dead." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind struck, hitting Fang Yin squarely in the face and sending him flying. A shadow followed swiftly, catching him midair and crashing him down hard, creating a human-shaped pit in the ground. Pain surged through Fang and like a tidal wave, leaving him nearly unable to open his eyes. Meng Qing's lips moved slightly. In an instant, Fang Yin felt as though ants were crawling all over him, biting relentlessly, as if thousands of dull knives were scraping against his body. Meng Qing picked up a stone from the ground and forcefully thrust it into Fang Yin's mouth after delivering a sharp blow to his abdomen, causing Fang Yin to gasp in pain. The golden blood poison surged once more. Fang Yin writhed on the ground, his body curling like a boiled shrimp, as he frantically pounded the earth with his hands and feet, whimpering in anguish. Blood surged in his throat, but the stone obstructed it, nearly choking him. Throughout the ordeal, Meng Qing remained silent, while apart from the sounds of Fang Yin's struggles, the scene was eerily quiet. Yet, the onlookers were filled with dread. Fang Yin struggled for less than 20 breaths before he fainted. Meng Qing slowly turned and walked to the front of the group, still calmly stating, "Keep up." At this moment, neither Su Chun nor Zi Ling, nor the disciples dared to utter a word. Even the resentment that once flickered in their eyes had transformed into a palpable fear as they quietly trailed behind Meng Qing. Two disciples from the Fang family swiftly assisted Fang Yin, and after clearing the remnants from his mouth, they disregarded his unconscious state and proceeded to carry him forward. Their journey was unhindered, for although both factions had been utterly vanquished by Meng Qing, their individual strengths were not to be underestimated. United, they moved with great force. Along the way, some solitary disciples noticed their presence but did not approach. They merely followed from a distance. 3 days later, Meng Qing suddenly lifted his gaze to the heavens. Moments later, the ground began to tremble inexplicably. In the far distance, a beam of light shot skyward, vanishing into the void after a brief, dazzling display. Boom. It was as if an unseen hand had struck the earth with immense force, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, causing the ground to sink and a mountain range before them to collapse under the strain. Moreover, a section of flat land suddenly caved in, releasing torrents of water that surged forth like a stampede, swiftly transforming into a vast lake. A colossal spirit beast of initial fourth-tier strength struggled upon the surface. Yet as it ventured into the depths, it seemed to be abruptly pulled beneath the waves, becoming eerily still in mere moments. Even Meng Qing felt a jolt of surprise. The three spirit beasts sensed it acutely, realizing that the creature had been ensnared by a powerful current and was ruthlessly subdued at the lake's bottom. This was indeed a terrifying spectacle. They decisively took a detour, with Meng Qing making a beeline for the origin of that light beam. He believed that the earlier disturbance would not be confined to this location. Perhaps Xian Yi and the others were also hastening towards it. Half an hour later, the tremors intensified, and they began to see others making their way to the same destination. A day later, Meng Qing finally arrived. Before him stood an immense boulder. Though calling it a fortress would be more apartment, Meng Qing could not fathom the true size of this monolith. In comparison, they were as insignificant as trees against dust. Many areas of the boulder had been hollowed out, revealing a dark interior that obscured its contents. A considerable crowd had gathered here, comprising disciples who had sensed the commotion, alongside formidable spirit beasts. At the forefront stood a man towering over 2 meters, his arms thicker than Meng Qing's waist. He was clad in coarse fabric, his muscular physique exuding an overwhelming presence. Behind him, Su Chen murmured, "How peculiar. We have such remarkable disciples among us this time." At that moment, a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly the foremost scion of another prestigious family, spoke slowly. "Though I have never encountered him before, It is not surprising. Each year, thousands become trial disciples. It is entirely normal for us to be unaware of some. Soon, Meng Qing furrowed his brow as several individuals emanating an oppressive aura made their entrance. The first was a short, unremarkable figure, while the second was a youth bearing a long sword, a scar running across his right eye. The third individual was an unremarkable young girl, clad in disciple attire, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Master, be cautious. These individuals are embodiments of the Beast King. At that moment, Xiao Chong suddenly cautioned. Meng Qing's hand trembled slightly. Embodiments of the Beast King? Are they truly fifth-tier spirit beasts? Are you certain you are not mistaken? This secret realm is used by Yunxiao sect to assess its disciples. How could there be fifth-tier beast kings here? Furthermore, what does transformation entail? Xiao Chong replied, there is no mistake. This secret realm indeed belongs to Yunxiao sect. But it has existed far longer than the sect itself. When they discovered this place, these beast kings were already in a deep slumber within its hidden corners. Perhaps something within the secret realm has awakened them. Meng Qing suddenly recalled the words of the demon king and queen. Could this be related to the will within the abyss? Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd as several scattered practitioners, who had previously occupied the front positions, reluctantly vacated their spots for a few disciples exuding overwhelming auras. One of them, whom Meng Qing recognized, was Shilong, who had claimed before entering the secret realm that there would be no illusions in the clouds. He stood surrounded by several young women, each flawless in appearance and stature. Among the other two groups of disciples, one was led by a girl wielding a compass, her brow glowing, and her spirit exuded an oppressive pressure that Meng Qing found daunting. The final individual was a stern-looking youth, standing tall, with hints of frost in his hair, causing nearby disciples to tremble in cold. Could he be from the Snow Clan? Meng Qing's interest was piqued, recalling a certain unranked spell, Zhun. Shilong was evidently familiar with Su Chun and Fong Yin, casually greeting them, but upon noticing Meng Qing, he paused, curiosity evident on his face. I never expected you to be acquainted with this troublemaker. The two's expressions stiffened, nodding in affirmation. Contrarily, Meng Qing's countenance darkened. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Am I not merely speaking the truth? Shilong replied nonchalantly, unfazed. Around them, several individuals turned to observe the commotion. Upon recognizing the parties involved, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Su Chun and Fong Yin adopted an air of indifference, choosing silence. They were reluctant for others to know they had been captured. Revealing this in front of so many would be a public disgrace. Do you understand what it means to speak carelessly? Do you see those two? Once comparable to you. They have now been subdued by me and are much more docile, Meng Qing said coolly. His words detonated like a bombshell, creating immediate uproar. What? Did I hear correctly? Su Chun and Fong Yin were defeated by Meng Qing? Impossible. Their strength is formidable. Look at their expressions, so calm, not even attempting to refute. Could this actually be true? Su Chun and Fong Yin maintained their composure outwardly, yet internally they couldn't help but grumble. What difference did it make if their faces betrayed them? Were they expected to weep for your amusement? Suddenly, someone pointed to the center of the crowd. Look, even Ziling is here. Could it be that she too has been captured by Meng Qing? What about Ziyu? The crowd buzzed with speculation. If anyone claimed that these two bore no significance, then the sight of Ziling here would undoubtedly astonish them. Prior to entering the secret realm, Meng Qing had publicly clashed with Zio, and now, with Zio absent, Ziling trailed closely behind Meng Qing, which certainly piqued their curiosity. Shilong, noticing Ziling, brightened suddenly and warmly remarked, Miss Ziling, why do you stand behind that troublemaker? Come, join me. Rest assured, as long as I am here, he cannot harm you. A flicker of hostility passed through Meng Qing's eyes. Ziling smiled gently and replied, that sounds delightful. I too wish to stand beside young Master Shilong, but this individual possesses considerable strength, so you should first subdue him. Otherwise, I dare not approach. Meng Qing cast her a blank stare, while she remained unfazed, her demeanor composed. Shilong laughed heartily. This matter is simple. I presume you are being coerced by this troublemaker. Meng Qing, I command you to release Ziling at once. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Meng Qing nearly chuckled. He had initially contemplated how to suppress these individuals and extract resources from their families. Now, it seemed he would be spared considerable effort. Shilong, brimming with confidence, believed his words had intimidated Meng Qing, and then inquired about Zio. By the way, where is Zio? I once faced him in combat. At that time, I was not his equal, so I wonder how much he has progressed since. Ziling's expression remained calm as she replied, my brother? He was slain by Meng Qing. Shilong's smile froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he pressed, what did you just say? Ziling maintained her composure, stating, I said that Zio was killed by Meng Qing. As was Zijia. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. It is important to note that defeating someone and killing them are entirely different concepts. Zio was well known among the new disciples of Yinxiao's sect, undeniably among the strongest. To think he had been killed by Meng Qing? The crowd re-evaluated Meng Qing, momentarily at a loss for words. If such a claim had been made by another, they would have scoffed, but since it was uttered by Xiling, the situation took on an entirely different gravity. Meng Qing advanced slowly, closing the distance to Shilong. Come now, let me see how you intend to deal with me. His expression was remarkably calm, and the aura emanating from his body was subtly powerful. As he approached, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure to all present. Shilong began to feel uneasy, feigning composure as he said, I warn you, do not stir trouble here. Killing Zio may imply your capabilities, but I am unafraid. Do not forget the multitude that stands behind me. Meng Qing raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Fang Yin and Su Chun thought similarly before. His steps were steady, soon bringing him within mere feet of Shilong. Behind him, Su Chun and Fang Yin wished desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide in, wishing to retract their earlier statements. This was truly precarious. Come, how do you wish to make me look foolish? Meng Qing's tone suddenly grew stern, nearly erupting into a shout. Shilong's expression darkened. Meng Qing, do you truly wish to be the instigator? With so many watching, you persistently press me. Do you think you will emerge unscathed from this? Press you? Do you not feel that you have brought shame upon the Xie family? I have never wronged you before. Yet from the very beginning, you have incessantly labeled me as a troublemaker, even attempting to seize my followers. How audacious of you! Now that you have encountered a formidable obstacle, you do not hesitate to cast your filth upon me, do you? Meng Qing's expression was chillingly severe. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Despite Xiaolang's considerable strength and the desire of many present to befriend him, not a soul dared to speak in his defense. They all wished to avoid provoking Meng Qing. Suddenly, Xiaolang declared, what of casting slander? Only the victors possess the right to reason. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of silver light revealed a crescent-shaped blade in his hand, as he advanced toward Meng Qing with malicious intent. That was the Xie family's treasured moon blade, forged from lunar meteoric iron and laced with poison. Mere contact would spell death for an ordinary person. Gasps of horror echoed around. Xiaolang smirked. Though his actions were ignoble, should Meng Qing perish, he would be the sole victor in the recollections of the disciples in the future. Yet, just as the moon blade drew perilously close to Meng Qing, Xiaolang's grip on the weapon suddenly faltered, and he found himself staggering forward, nearly losing his balance. In an instant, Meng Qing was toying with the moon blade, marveling. This is indeed impressive. I shall accept it. Return it to me. Xiaolang screeched, his aura erupting violently as 8 radiant halos emerged, overwhelming the area with an oppressive force. This was the manifestation of the 8 celestial realms. Glowing light enveloped Xiaolang's hands as a fearsome beast materialized behind him. Its arms outstretched, fists larger than millstones, leaving impressions in the air. With a fierce dive, Xiaolang charged at Meng Qing. Taishan fist. Cries of astonishment erupted. This is Xiaolang's beast companion, known as the Tai Yuan. Its immense strength concentrates in its fists, and the martial arts he wields are inherently linked to punches. Its might is unfathomable. Meng Qing, having accepted the moon blade, struck with a single punch, causing the air to tremble as he shattered Xiaolang's spiritual defenses, indenting his chest and sending him hurtling backward, leaving a deep gouge in the ground. Xiaolang coughed blood, clutching his chest, nearly suffocating from the impact, on the brink of unconsciousness. Behind him, the Tai Yuan bore the brunt of the force, collapsing in a faint, its hands oozing blood, bending grotesquely at the wrists. How terrifying was this force? The arena fell into a profound silence. Those who had spoken before were rendered mute. The scene was overwhelmingly shocking. Even the humanoid beast kings at the forefront could not help but cast their gazes aside. Chapter 56. The Strange Space. What are you all waiting for? Are you waiting to die? Attack together! Xiaolang screamed, casting aside all semblance of pride. All he desired was for Meng Qing to perish. Meng Qing stepped forward, delivering yet another singular punch, and the disciples of the Xie family were cast aside before they could even summon their beasts. He collected the contents of their spatial bags, and under the pressure of those formidable humanoid beast kings, Meng Qing took matters into his own hands, the 10th celestial realm swirling in his palm, as he planted a golden blood poison upon these individuals. Shilong growled, Meng Qing, but before he could finish his words, the moon blade was unsheathed, mere inches from his throat. Since I dare to act against you, I fear not the forces that stand behind you. Your existence matters little to me. Whether you live or die only affects the resources I acquire, such as elixirs and martial techniques. I am indifferent to the abundance or scarcity of these. Shilong opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Turning around, He noticed Su Chun and Fong and watching him with malicious glee, igniting a surge of indignation within him. The farcical scene did not last long and soon came to an end. However, after this encounter, Meng Qing emerged as the most formidable presence in the vicinity, both in terms of numbers and strength. The youth from the Snow Clan and the girl wielding the compass cast wary glances at him, sensing an imminent threat. They anticipated that he would be a formidable adversary. Even the few humanoid beast kings ahead regarded him with a hint of trepidation, despite having scrutinized him closely without discerning the limits of his power. As time elapsed, night descended. Through a combination of subtle and overt tactics, Meng Qing extracted information regarding the colossal stone from Shillong, whose face was swollen to the likeness of a pig's head. He disclosed that within this stone might lie a treasure. A disciple had once claimed to see a flower blooming upon it at night, resplendent enough to enchant the heart. However, upon awakening, the disciple found his soul energy depleted, and had it not been for his strong will, he might have truly succumbed to oblivion. Skeptical yet intrigued, Meng Qing gazed at the vast starry expanse above, where a luminous full moon hung in the sky, casting a frost-like glow upon the ground. His attention was drawn to the massive stone before him, where he suddenly discerned peculiar symbols flickering above. Almost immediately, the ground trembled once more, this time from behind the crowd. Turning to investigate, Meng Qing's expression shifted. It was a throng of spirit beasts. Boom. At that moment, the stone erupted in brilliance, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. Concurrently, a beam of light shot skyward, reminiscent of the previous occurrence. To his astonishment, Meng Qing observed that the symbols on the stone began to flow upwards, gradually coalescing into a semblance of a portal. It was evident that he was not the only one to notice this development. The youth from the Snow Clan and the girl with the compass also gazed upwards. "My lord, follow closely behind those humanoid beast kings," Ant Queen suddenly remarked. Meng Qing nodded, and in the next instant, the beast kings charged forward towards the portal. He too sprang into action, leaping into the unknown. Below, the Snow Clan youth and the compass-wielding girl followed closely behind. Shillong and the others were momentarily stunned, becoming the third group to enter. Though subdued by Meng Qing, they entertained hopes of seizing a great opportunity within this realm to turn the tide in their favor. Boom. Meng Qing felt the wind whistling past him, as if he were being hurled forward at an alarming velocity. Eventually, the speed diminished, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself amidst a grassy expanse. In the distance, 3 figures raced ahead, all heading in the same direction. Meng Qing harnessed his spiritual energy and set off in pursuit. Before long, he was astonished to discover that, under the dual enhancement of his corporeal form and spiritual energy, his speed was no less than that of the Beast Kings. After traversing a distance of 1,000 zhang, a series of terrifying sounds emanated from the bodies of those Beast Kings, as if they were about to regain their true forms. The towering man sprouted 2 horns atop his head, while a long tail resembling an iron chain extended behind him, glinting with a chilling light. The man, burdened with a long blade, lowered himself to the ground, transforming into a rhinoceros, with the long blade serving as his horn. The seemingly ordinary woman was equally extraordinary, morphing into a streak of white light that shot forward, her 5 tails trailing behind her, revealing her identity as a fox king. The final figure, a diminutive man, turned out to be a mountain tortoise. Its 4 legs were astonishingly long, racing across the terrain, scaling mountains and valleys as if they were mere flat ground, at times even moving faster than the other beast kings. Meng Qing couldn't help but scoff inwardly, who said tortoises were slow. Besides, one shouldn't blame him for being anxious. After a considerable duration, they finally came to a halt. Meng Qing lingered several hundred zhang away, stretching his neck to peer ahead, feeling an increasing sense of urgency. The last stretch was a flat expanse, devoid of any obstacles, with a faint light flickering on the ground. He feared that approaching it would alert the Beast Kings. Directly ahead stood a colossal stone pillar, immensely thick, as if it were a support for the heavens. Shortly thereafter, the Beast Kings appeared to be in a dispute, showing signs of potential conflict. Yet ultimately, they all transformed back into human forms, positioning themselves at the 4 cardinal points of the pillar. Subsequently, points of light illuminated at those 4 positions, with intricate patterns spreading and connecting, ultimately fully illuminating the stone pillar. In an instant, the brightness here became overwhelming. However, after a brief moment, the aura subsided, and looking ahead, the Beast Kings had vanished. Meng Qing rushed closer, only to discover that each portal at the 4 positions bore a handprint, with a faint glow seeping through the cracks, indicating that the Beast Kings had entered. He pushed open one of the doors, confirming it was safe before stepping inside. It was a world bathed in crimson. He found himself on a stone platform, with several descending staircases ahead, and beyond that lay an open space strewn with enormous, terrifying skeletons, the ground resembling a complex formation with intricate patterns. Meng Qing examined closely, astonished to find that those patterns were composed of tiny grooves, each housing some form of crystal. He looked up, sensing a violent aura, unable to detect the presence of the four beast kings. Moving forward, a massive skeleton lay before him. Seemingly aged through countless eons, the bones had decayed. Yet through the traces on the ground, Meng Qing reconstructed the image of a spirit beast with a small head, a large abdomen, and notably short legs. Xiao Chong exclaimed, "This skeleton resembles a pear flower marten. What kind of spirit beast is that?" Meng Qing asked curiously, unable to contain his intrigue. For a spirit beast known even to Xiao Chong must surely possess great power. This mystical beast is truly extraordinary. For a period, the members of its kind were remarkably formidable. Yet due to certain enchanting characteristics, its excrement is fragrant and can even be used in medicine. It became a target for a joint massacre by both humans and beasts, leading to the probable extinction of this species. Xiao Chong remarked, "Indeed, a wondrous race." Meng Qing's expression turned peculiar, recognizing the marvel of such a species. Brother Ji, intrigued, examined the skeleton within the cave and inquired, "Its abdomen is quite large, yet its limbs are short. How does it relieve itself?" Xiao Chong pondered. "Perhaps it relies on tree branches. It is said that in the habitat of this clan, one should never trust any forest wafting with fragrance or adorned with golden markings. Considering the existence of this skeleton, such a place may not exist anymore," Brother Ji curiously asked. "It's hard to say. Legends indicate that the excrement of this race can endure for a long time, though its medicinal potency diminishes over time." Meng Qing interrupted the two spirit beasts, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Chapter 57. One against four kings he advanced, quickening his pace until he arrived at a grand hall-like structure. Before him stood two towering doors, each 100 feet high, exuding an almost terrifying weight that felt akin to a mountain. As he stepped onto the ground, Meng Qing sensed something amiss. There were bloodstains beneath him. He swiftly glanced around, and upon finding nothing unusual, he let out a sigh of relief and crouched down to inspect the blood, which had not yet dried. The atmosphere above was tumultuous, belonging to one of the four beast kings. Could it be that they had clashed here? As he moved forward, it was bizarre. He felt as if he had entered a unique realm, where the violent aura around him began to soften, accompanied by waves of a peculiar fragrance. Instinctively, Meng Qing covered his mouth and nose, yet the scent grew increasingly intense. Was it an illusion? Confused, he proceeded with heightened vigilance. Approaching the two grand doors, Meng Qing was struck with astonishment upon seeing the corpse of the Turtle King. It lay before him, its body adorned with crimson markings, the shell dull, and a fearfully sharp wound marred the upper left corner, reminiscent of the Rhinoceros King's attack. It appeared to have been slain by the combined assault of the other three beast kings. Further ahead, the Rhinoceros King also lay on the ground, a translucent blood hole piercing through its chest, and a long blade lay shattered beside it, reduced to mere fragments. The third fallen king was the Fox King, her body severed in half, exposing her spine, with 4 of her 5 tails broken, a sight of utter devastation. The Ox King leaned against the grand door, his body faintly glowing, as if engaged in a ritual of sorts. Meng Qing assessed the strength of both sides. Should he choose to act now, he could easily slay the Ox King. Yet, he hesitated, sensing something was amiss. Did these 4 beast kings truly allow the disciples of Yunxiao sect to enter, only to meet their demise so easily? If he were to reap the rewards now, it would be far too effortless. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his spirit. The golden figure meditating in his spiritual realm dimmed slightly, as if subjected to some form of suppression. Meng Qing sat cross-legged, yet at that moment, his spirit was suddenly enveloped by countless threads of pink, resembling an immense net intent on subduing his soul. Upon sensing the aura emanating from these threads, his expression shifted dramatically. It was the same enchanting fragrance from before. With his ethereal energy at the condensing spirit level surging forth, Meng Qing resolved to act. Foreseeing that if he did not dispel these threads entirely, calamity would befall him, his spirit surged forth like a torrent, crashing through the net, and in an instant, his consciousness was restored. A glimmer of cold light flashed past. Almost instinctively, Meng Qing let out a roar and swiftly darted to the other side. There lay a long blade, its chilling gleam unmistakable. It was the weapon of the Rhinoceros King. Meng Qing's countenance turned frigid as he gazed ahead. The scenery around remained unchanged. However, the several beast kings who should have perished stood nonchalantly before him, their expressions betraying a hint of astonishment, particularly in the eyes of the Fox King and Rhinoceros King. It was utterly astonishing that a youth of the Cave Heaven realm could unravel the Fox King's illusion. The Bull King appeared somewhat taken aback. The Tortoise King interjected, "Indeed, What is even more remarkable is that he simultaneously evaded the Rhinoceros King's blade. There was no longer a need for Meng Qing to evade. He slowly advanced, standing before the Beast Kings, silent yet resolute. Young man, you seem to harbor numerous secrets. We sensed them earlier. Which prominent clan of the human race do you belong to? The Rhinoceros King questioned, his expression sour. It was hardly a matter of pride to have one of lesser strength evade one's martial prowess. Just a wandering cultivator, nothing of significance. Meng Qing replied with an indifferent tone, as if he had no desire to engage in conversation with them. Very well, at this juncture. It is simply a matter of friend or foe. Since you have witnessed what you should not have, we shall have to escort you on your way. Safe travels. A glint of malice flickered in the Rhinoceros King's eyes as he prepared to strike. The Tortoise King intervened, do not be hasty. After lingering here for so long, you are likely unaware of the current state of the outside world. Let us spare his life for now, interrogating him while we wait. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. His words garnered immediate agreement from the other two Beast Kings. Meng Qing took the initiative to inquire, might you enlighten me regarding your intentions here? If I am not mistaken, you seem to be awaiting something. If that is the case, there is no need for your disciples to enter this place. Should they jeopardize your plans, would that not be a considerable loss? The Bull King chuckled heartily. You are quite amusing, young lad. We have not posed any inquiries to you, yet you have taken the lead in questioning us. Very well, considering your commendable performance just now. I shall share this with you. You overestimate your own significance. Below the Martial King, all are but ants. We require ample vitality to activate this treasure. And your sole purpose for entering is to provide that vitality. The Fox King furrowed his brow slightly, coldly retorting, what purpose does this serve? Young man, your curiosity has been satisfied. Now it is our turn to question you. The Tortoise King appeared in good spirits as he spoke. Meng Qing flexed his wrist, stepping forward with an aura gradually emanating from him. You have satisfied my curiosity. It is now time for you to be sent on your way. The expressions of the four Beast Kings shifted in unison, and the Rhinoceros King, gripping his long blade, bellowed, do you believe we have shown you leniency? Meng Qing's demeanor remained calm as 10 radiant halos emerged, intermingling to suffuse the atmosphere with an overwhelming aura of ferocity. From the 8th, 9th, and 10th realms, formidable Beast Kings emerged, their presence rivaling that of the 4 opposing Beast Kings. In an instant, the atmosphere became almost palpable, thick with tension. The expressions of the 4 kings shifted dramatically. The Rhinoceros King rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, 10 realms? 3 royal beast masters. Who are you? The other 3 kings, though silent, wore expressions that spoke volumes. Despite their long tenure in the secret realm, they were not ignorant. They understood that the probability of 10 realms forming was exceedingly rare, and the presence of 3 royal beast masters was a formidable force to be reckoned with. No matter the location, I am merely a wandering cultivator from the mountains. Let us engage, commanded Meng Qing with a gesture. The Rooster King crowed, enveloped in a golden aura, a golden sun faintly materializing behind him, reminiscent of the 3-legged golden crow, exuding an intimidating presence. He unleashed a torrent of flames towards the retreating Turtle King. The Ant Queen, though diminutive, was sufficiently agile, darting towards the Rhinoceros King like a beam of golden light. The Little Strong, with wings aflutter, surged towards the Bull King with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Meng Qing approached the Fox King. As the battle commenced, the Fox King, initially tense, broke into a derisive smile upon seeing Meng Qing's solitary advance. Are you here to meet your demise? I acknowledge your talent. Yet to think a mid-stage realm cultivator could defeat a royal warrior is rather naive. It must be noted that the Fox King possessed exceptional talent. Despite the lethal undertone of her words, her demeanor lent an unexpected air of flirtation to the atmosphere. Meng Qing touched his forehead, summoning a golden figure that hovered above him. The Fox King gasped in surprise, a manifestation of early spirit condensation? Who said I wished to compete in spiritual energy? I am far more intrigued by your soul techniques. Do not underestimate me. Come, unleash your skills. Meng Qing replied nonchalantly. The Fox King nearly faltered, her countenance freezing upon realizing Meng Qing's audacious words. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With a thunderous roar, an aura of early spirit condensation erupted from the Fox King, overwhelming and majestic. She waved her hand, releasing an alluring fragrance into the air once more. Meng Qing discerned the underlying issue. How fascinating. This scent can penetrate the flesh, directly affecting the soul. Truly intriguing. He advanced boldly, the golden figure radiating an imposing presence. Launching a direct assault. Seeking death, the Fox King howled, her palm raised once more, as her immense soul power swiftly coalesced into ethereal flames that drifted forward. Meng Qing's expression shifted instantly. He sensed that contact with these soul flames would result in severe injury. He deftly evaded, the golden figure illuminating as it unleashed wave after wave of soul energy. In terms of soul power reserves, Meng Qing surpassed the Fox King slightly. Yet he had never engaged in systematic cultivation of the soul, relying solely on his adeptness in wielding soul energy for combat. The soul energy he emitted dissolved upon contact with the soul flames, even being devoured by them, thus augmenting their potency. Meng Qing was taken aback. He leapt to evade a surge of soul flames. A vast pit has appeared on the ground, a terrifying testament to the destructive power of the soul fire. Meng Qing was left in awe. The Fox King laughed, her 5 tails standing erect behind her as she approached with a disdainful gaze fixed on Meng Qing. With a cold sneer, she remarked, "I had thought your mastery of soul power was exceptional, yet it appears to be quite mediocre. If I were to eliminate you, the 3 beast kings would perish as well. With their blood, the ultimate treasure shall be unlocked. I am truly grateful to you." Sensing the imminent danger facing Meng Qing, the chicken brother and his companions unleashed their attacks in a frenzied attempt to conclude the battle swiftly. However, their adversaries were also martial kings, seasoned warriors honed by years of combat. Although their spiritual energy was somewhat understated, they proved more than capable of prolonging the fight. 5 Fox celestial flames. The Fox King commanded, pointing forward. Waves of flames erupted like raindrops, blooming in the sky like lotus flowers, all converging upon Meng Qing with the ferocity of a torrential downpour. The chicken brother and the ant queen, alongside the other spirit beasts, seemed to descend into madness, recklessly launching their assaults until they finally overcame their opponents and surged ahead. Yet, it was too late. They could not catch up. Meng Qing's expression remained serene. With such an onslaught of soul fire, evasion was impossible. However, this did not signify his demise. He still possessed one final method, albeit untested. Confronted by the overwhelming tide of soul fire, Meng Qing initiated his move, and the tiny figure of his spirit suddenly opened its eyes. He waved his hands before him, his fingertips acting as a brush while his soul energy became the paint, keenly perceiving and replicating the Fox King's unleashed technique. "Vibrate," Meng Qing commanded, solidifying his technique, which he then propelled forward. Boom. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The residual soul energy in the air began to intertwine, forming ripples. Waves of soul fire erupted forth. In both quantity and intensity, Meng Qing's soul fire evidently surpassed that of the Fox King. The Fox King turned pale as the oncoming soul fire surged like a tidal wave, shattering her martial technique and engulfing her completely. She was immediately wounded, her spirit dimming as she fell into a state of feigned death. Had Meng Qing's strike been a touch more ruthless, it could have obliterated the essence of the Fox King. The chicken brother and his companions rushed over, filled with remorse and shame. "We apologize, Master, for our blunders nearly led you into peril. Please, punish us." The earlier scene had indeed terrified them. As bound by a contract, if anything happened to Meng Qing, their fate would be dire. Meng Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, reassuring them, "This is not your fault. If blame must be assigned, it lies with my inadequacies." He then turned his gaze towards the wounded and gasping Rhinoceros King and the others on the ground, decisively issuing an order: "Slay them all and pour their blood into that recess. I am curious to discover what treasures lie within." The chicken brother promptly set to work. The Tortoise King begged for mercy, retracting his head into his shell. The chicken brother, however, seared him with flames. And when the Tortoise King could no longer endure the heat and emerged, a flash of cold light ended his life, his blood gushing forth. Not a single drop wasted as it pooled in the recess. As the chicken brother dispatched the Ox King and the Rhinoceros King, Meng Qing inquired of the Ant Queen, "Is it possible to search the Fox King's soul? I am deeply intrigued by the martial techniques she has displayed and wish to gain further insight." The Ant Queen approached to investigate, only to gently shake her head, stating, "It is unfeasible. She is on the brink of spiritual annihilation. Should we infuse her with soul energy now, her already fragile essence would undoubtedly disintegrate." Meng Qing could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. "I see. However," Xiaochang astutely interjected, "do not despair, Master. The techniques previously employed by the Fox King are likely ancestral treasures inscribed within its bloodline, even if acquired. They cannot be cultivated." This reassurance brought some solace to Meng Qing, who resolved that upon returning to the sect, he would certainly endeavor to refine the techniques of the soul. Ultimately, the blood of the Fox King flowed into the recesses. The grand doors of the hall slowly creaked open, releasing a robust aroma of dust, while the crystalline ground shimmered brilliantly, illuminated by the spiritual energy, resembling a breathtaking scroll of art. As Meng Qing stepped through the threshold, he found himself momentarily entranced by the emptiness within, save for a solitary mat. "Is this the control center?" Could it possibly govern this entire hall? The Ant Queen expressed her disbelief, clearly aware of more than she let on. Meng Qing, filled with curiosity, sought clarification, only to be astounded by the revelation that this was likely the control center of a spatial spiritual artifact. He approached, sweeping his soul energy to scan the area, finding no immediate peril. At last, Meng Qing seated himself. A thunderous boom resonated. In an instant, he felt his physical form dissolve into ethereality, and his spirit seemed to expand exponentially, upholding an entire realm. As Meng Qing focused, his soul coalesced into a singular entity, akin to a vast expanse. Upon closer examination, he discerned the interior of the colossal stone. He observed disciples of Yunxiao sect exploring various corners within the stone. With a mere thought, he pinpointed the locations of the boy from the Snow Clan and the girl with the compass. They were situated in two dense forests, flanking the eastern and western edges of the secret realm, surrounded by towering mountains and roaming spirit beasts, as if treasures lay buried within. In that moment of grasping the control center, all knowledge of this secret realm unfolded before Meng Qing. The areas the two were exploring held no treasures. Rather, they were fraught with perilous traps. Meng Qing slightly reined in his focus, swiftly dispersing his consciousness to meticulously scrutinize all who had entered the secret realm. Within the colossal stone, there were at least 200 individuals, yet this posed no challenge for Meng Qing. Soon, he furrowed his brow, for he found no trace of Xian Shu and her companions. Had they not noticed the commotion caused by this stone? Had they not entered here? A wave of concern washed over him. Never mind. This secret realm is vast. Perhaps they have discovered another opportunity, he reassured himself. The moment he opened his eyes, the three spirit beasts exhaled in relief. The Ant Queen cautiously inquired, "Master, have you succeeded? What is the grade of this spatial spiritual artifact?" "Indeed, I have succeeded. But your earlier estimations were rather conservative. This spatial spiritual artifact is not merely the hall, but the entire colossal stone itself. As for its grade, I cannot provide an accurate assessment due to significant surface wear. However, in its prime state, it is at least a royal weapon," Meng Qing confessed, his eyes alight with elation. Chapter 59, The 3 Yuan Soul Cauldron. The enigmatic staff, belonging to Wang Bing, is an artifact exclusive to the Martial King, a spatial spirit tool of immeasurable worth. Meng Qing turned and exited the chamber, his brow slightly furrowed. With a wave of his hand, the grand hall began to diminish, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized token. With a seemingly casual gesture, he pointed in a direction, prompting the chicken brother to exhale flames, which melted the ground and created a small pit. Within this pit lay a bone, buried there since an unknown era. Despite being eroded by the rampant spiritual energy, it remained as smooth as jade, presenting a splendid tactile quality. According to the will of the colossal stone, this bone was perhaps the most precious treasure in this place. As he infused it with his spirit, a surge of information flooded his mind. After a prolonged moment, Meng Qing slowly opened his eyes and smiled, exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise indeed." The 3 Yuan Soul Cauldron, applicable to those at the spirit condensation stage and beyond, allows one to transform their soul into a grand cauldron when cultivated to a minor success, capable of slaying formidable foes from afar. Reading the description above, Meng Qing felt a surge of elation. He sat in place, returning the chicken brother and others to the cave realm, and without anyone to guard him, began his cultivation. To be honest, he was now the master of this colossal stone. Although his control techniques were still somewhat unrefined, here, he was akin to a deity, impervious to harm. After a quarter of an hour, Meng Qing's hands floated, and a light emanated from his brow. A small figure could be faintly discerned forming in his hands, as if constructing something. A diminutive cauldron took shape, its crystalline structure composed of the purest soul energy. Upon closer examination, one could sense the explosive potency of the soul energy condensing above it, astonishing and awe-inspiring. Emerging from that place, Meng Qing directed the small cauldron forward with a forceful strike. A deep, thundering sound resonated, and the ground was blasted into a deep crater. The destructive power was so immense that even the 3 spirit beasts in the cave realm were taken aback. The chicken brother remarked earnestly, "Had the master executed this technique earlier, a single strike would have ensured the Fox King's demise." Xiao Chang and Ant Queen nodded in agreement. In high spirits, Meng Qing noted that employing this small cauldron consumed less than 10% of his soul energy. If he were to unleash his full strength, he could potentially obliterate a soul condensation master in an instant. Glancing around, he casually selected a direction and released a signal to guide everyone out. Although there were treasures within this secret realm, from what he understood, most had already been claimed by Xi Lang and Su Chun, and Meng Qing was disinclined to contest for them. After all, the stronger they became within the secret realm, the more valuable leverage he would have to negotiate with their respective families in the outside world. Upon reaching a luminescent boulder, he found a gathering of over 10 individuals, including the Snow Tribe youth and the Compass Girl. Upon seeing Meng Qing, they regarded him with some wariness. Under Meng Qing's deliberate guidance, the scattered individuals converged within an hour. Just as he prepared to open the great door to escort them out, a confident voice interrupted his thoughts. Meng Qing. Wait a moment. The speaker was an unremarkable youth of short stature who, with arms crossed, projected a rather unfavorable first impression. Before he could utter a word, the youth boldly declared, I am the cousin of Shilong. My name is Dong Jun, and I hereby issue a formal challenge to you. Meng Qing scrutinized the young man for a moment, and when his gaze fell upon the golden staff emanating a peculiar fragrance that Dong Jun carried, he was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly comprehend the source of the youth's confidence. With an odd expression, he inquired, What manner of challenge do you propose? It is quite simple, Dong Jun replied, brimming with confidence. I shall engage you in combat here, and should I emerge victorious, you must release all those whom you have subdued. Meng Qing, recalling that Dong Jun hailed from a prestigious family, pressed further, and what if you are defeated? I cannot possibly lose. Dong Jun retorted, exuding an air of arrogance. And he punctuated his statement by brandishing the staff with a flourish. In an instant, the enchanting aroma enveloped the surroundings, and ethereal figures began to swirl around Dong Jun, creating a most extraordinary spectacle. What treasure is that? Someone gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Dong Jun has acquired a relic from this secret realm? What a delightful fragrance. Could it be the legendary spirit badger's essence? If this staff is related to that lineage, it would be formidable indeed. Meng Qing's expression was peculiar, as if he were struggling to suppress laughter, and when Dong Jun pointed the staff at him, he instinctively took a few steps back. Observing this, Dong Jun advanced with a triumphant grin, taunting, Are you frightened? He even caressed the staff, and had it not been for the presence of so many onlookers, one might have thought he harbored a desire to kiss it. Meng Qing waved his hand dismissively. I accept your challenge, but be forewarned, should you lose, your family must prepare a ransom, otherwise, they shall serve as an example for you. Impudent, Dong Jun bellowed, though he did not summon his spiritual energy. Instead, he unleashed his entire soul force. Channeling his soul power into the staff, he let out a fierce roar and swung it at Meng Qing, conjuring the illusion of a ferocious beast charging forward, intent on annihilating him. Simultaneously, the overwhelming pressure of a condensed spirit-level soul was fully released. A condensed spirit soul? Dong Jun truly had encountered fortuitous circumstances here. My goodness, among all the new disciples of the Yunxiao sect, perhaps no more than 5 could achieve such mastery of their souls at this juncture. Boldly, I would wager it is fewer than 3. At that moment, even the usually reticent Compass Girl cast a solemn glance in their direction. Meng Qing, however, was disinterested in employing any soul techniques. Instead, he delivered a resounding slap. Boom. The formidable force of his soul transformed into an enormous palm, akin to a mountain shifting forward, shattering the very impression of Dong Jun's attack. The residual soul energy surged forward, crashing into Dong Jun with tremendous force. A figure was sent flying, skidding across the ground and leaving a long trail of dust in its wake, ultimately coming to a halt amidst a cluster of small mounds of earth. Silence fell over the arena. The one who had spoken earlier gazed at Meng Qing, their heart filled with awe. It was known that among the contenders, those who had reached the condensed spirit level could scarcely number more than 3. Yet Meng Qing had effortlessly sent one flying with a single slap. What level of true strength did he possess? The Compass Girl's expression was one of unprecedented gravity. She sensed that Meng Qing was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Qing slowly approached Dong Jun and deftly seized his Chinquan bag. The latter attempted to intervene, yet his body felt as though it might fracture in two, a piercing pain coursing through him. In a fleeting moment, he noticed a stick lying to his right, which was, astonishingly, the divine artifact he had acquired through fortuitous circumstances. He groped for it and grasped it firmly in his hand. Oh, there is something I neglected to mention to you. The stick you hold is not of the spiritual badger, but rather belongs to a mystical creature known as the pear blossom marten. A significant characteristic of this creature is that its excrement possesses a fragrant aroma. Thus, it is likely that this stick was utilized by a powerful pear blossom marten for a rather unsavory purpose. Meng Qing pondered for an extensive moment before articulating these words. Chapter 60. Conclusion of the Secret Realm. Dong Jun was momentarily taken aback. The bystanders, including Su Chun and others, were also left speechless. Even the snow-clad youth and the compass-wielding maiden were caught off guard. Suddenly, they recalled why Meng Qing had exhibited such peculiar expressions when Dong Jun unveiled this stick. Even taking 2 steps back during his attack, he had been aware of its intended use all along. yet chose to remain silent. After a brief interval, the girls were the first to clutch their chests, beginning to retch. Dong Jun, meanwhile, turned pale, wishing earnestly to cast the stick far away. As if a miraculous medical phenomenon had occurred, he sat upright and collapsed onto the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. This triggered a chain reaction, drowning the area in a cacophony of gagging sounds, rendering the scene rather grotesque. The discomfort was simply overwhelming. It took a full 15 minutes for the commotion to subside. However, when these young men and women beheld Meng Qing, who maintained a composed demeanor with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, their eyes reflected a hint of resentment. How infuriating! Meng Qing had also inscribed a mark upon Dong Jun, enveloping his palm with spiritual energy, and thrust the discarded stick back into the latter's hands, solemnly stating, "Take good care of this. It is your unique opportunity, one that cannot be taken from you." Dong Jun surveyed the other young men and women who had distanced themselves, nearly brought to tears. Subsequently, Meng Qing activated the colossal stone, transporting everyone out. Outside, numerous disciples were darting about swiftly. Some appeared hurried, as if anxiously searching for something, while others exhibited fierce gazes, scrutinizing the surrounding figures as though on a hunt. Yet, they all shared a commonality. None had attained the realm's recognition. As time progressed, the journey through the secret realm drew to a close, with precious little time remaining. Not every trial disciple hails from prominent families. Some are of humble origins with modest talents, making them exceedingly susceptible to elimination. Historically, as the trial advanced, the entire secret realm descended into chaos. Long ago, a group of over a dozen disciples had banded together to vanquish a prodigious individual, and astonishingly, they were all acknowledged by the realm, setting a precedent. It could be said that every individual present was at risk of becoming prey at any moment. Meng Qing felt a surge of concern for Xian Yi and the others. Since their separation, he had received no news of them. They had yet to arrive here, and he remained unaware of their current well-being. Xiling seemed to sense something, slowly advancing and softly stating, "In the end, those recognized disciples have two choices. The first is to remain together, as we do. This way, no one dares to cause trouble. The second is to seek a place to hide. This secret realm is far larger than you perceive, and even among the individuals present, not all are the elite from this new cohort." Meng Qing nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relief. The group leaned against the massive stone, choosing not to depart. At this final juncture, having gained recognition, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Although their factions differed, staying together was undoubtedly the safest option, even if Shilong and the others were reluctant to admit it. Meng Qing, despite having confined them, had, in a sense, ensured their safety. Meng Qing waited here for a day, during which formidable rogue cultivators lingered nearby, resembling hunters fixated on their prey. No one made a move, and the atmosphere grew somewhat eerie. He was unwilling to wait any longer and took the initiative to step outside. Some advised against it. Perhaps they are merely hiding? Meng Qing slowly shook his head. "I must search for them personally. They may not be as secure as they believe." Shilong and the others secretly rejoiced. Once Meng Qing departed, the secret realm would conclude, allowing them to escape and seek refuge with their respective elders. At that point, persuading their elders to act would ensure Meng Qing's demise. However, in the next moment, Meng Qing turned around. "I am aware of your thoughts. You intend to rush out to seek help from your elders as soon as the secret realm opens. Am I correct? I will not hinder you, but I advise against recklessly engaging with the golden blood poison, forcing your families to pay a ransom. It is for everyone's benefit. Those who constantly scheme may find themselves suffering greater losses." With that, he surged forward. He leapt several feet in a single bound, moving with remarkable speed, deliberately quickening his pace in hopes of locating Xian Yi and the others swiftly. Suddenly, sensing Meng Qing's emergence, nearly 100 individuals appeared in the surrounding wilderness at an astonishing speed, each channeling their spiritual energy and commanding their beasts, intending to strike at Meng Qing. The reason was simple. Meng Qing's current strength was formidable, and as a disciple of a golden elder, if they could slay him, they might gain the realm's recognition. A rope materialized, followed swiftly by a massive net flying towards him, aiming to ensnare his form. Others roared, "Surrender! If you hadn't stepped forward, we truly would have had no means to deal with you. But now you have brought this upon yourself." In the next instant, Meng Qing transformed into a streak of light, smashing through the rope and creating a breach. His speed not only remained unchanged, but increased further. The nearest adversaries unleashed furious attacks, attempting to subdue him directly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Meng Qing had surged ahead, his body crashing forward. Having been nourished by the blood of the demon king ant, his physique was akin to steel, diving forward with the force of a mountain, exuding unimaginable power. The closest assailant threw a punch, but it struck as if against rapidly moving steel, bending his hand, then his arm, followed by his shoulder, and ultimately, his chest. He was swept beneath, and with a single step, Meng Qing crushed an untold number of bones beneath his foot. Following him were the second and third victims. Their beasts of burden were utterly futile against Meng Qing, as if they were made of mere paper. With a deft motion, Meng Qing extended his palm backward, his sole power precisely locking onto their chinkoan bags, effortlessly claiming them as he passed. From a distance, it appeared as though a white comet had streaked across the sky, blood spraying forth, lending an unexpected grace to the scene. The individuals who had attempted to obstruct him were nearly annihilated. As those still gathered beneath the massive stone regained their senses, Meng Qing's figure had already vanished beyond the horizon, leaving a profound impact in the wake of that spectacle. Shi Lang gazed at the disciples writhing on the ground in agony, a chill running down his spine. It seemed apparent that Meng Qing had indeed held back against them. This notion was even more pronounced in Fang'an. The young man from the Snow clan felt a weight of gravity in his eyes. If he were to engage in battle with any one of these individuals, he would most fervently wish it not to be Meng Qing. A day later, Meng Qing traversed from the western side of the secret realm to the eastern. During his journey, he had subdued several unwise disciples. However, he had yet to locate Xian Shu and the others. He headed south, intending to explore the southeastern region. Yet, before he could venture far, a sudden explosion reverberated through the secret realm, and several portals abruptly manifested atop the nearby mountains. These portals radiated a gentle luminescence, their surfaces rippling in a manner reminiscent of the scene on the stone platform. Simultaneously, an unexpected force emanated from this realm, propelling him toward the portals. Meng Qing understood that the secret realm was drawing to a close. Chapter 61, A Clash of Titans. The leaders of major forces gather outside the secret realm. Atop the stone platform, today marked the conclusion of the secret realm. Numerous elders from the Cloud Sky sect were present. Apart from the welcoming, there was another reason: to witness the disciples emerging from this place and observe their condition. Once recognized by the secret realm, they would likely become disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. The number and quality of disciples acknowledged by the secret realm were crucial for the future of the sect. However, this occasion was evidently different. In addition to the multitude of elders in the audience, on another elevated platform sat figures exuding formidable auras. They were the leaders of various major factions. Among them were representatives from the Great Qin Kingdom, the Z clan, and several other prominent families. Their expressions were grim. Some uninformed individuals whispered among themselves, "Isn't the number of leaders attending this year rather excessive? In the past, having one or two would be a significant event. Yet this time there are no fewer than 10. I heard that those invited leaders either lost young members in the realm or are in dire straits themselves. Could it be that all of them are? Hush, don't speak carelessly. Look, clans like the Z and Shi are powerful factions. How could their disciples possibly be completely wiped out? Stop discussing it." As time progressed, many distinguished elders began to arrive. After some moments, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as someone exclaimed, "What on earth transpired within this secret realm? Why were even the core elders disturbed?" The one who arrived was a veiled woman, who, without uttering a single word, exuded an aura of intimidation simply by her presence. Someone revealed her identity, stating her surname was Yuan, but due to her perennial veil, both disciples and leaders of various factions privately referred to her as Elder Yuan. Upon witnessing her, the previously solemn leaders of the factions rose in unison to pay their respects. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I have merely come to uphold order under orders," the core elder remarked coolly. A shiver ran through the crowd, for they distinctly perceived the warning embedded in her words. The core elder has emerged to maintain order? Is it possible that you fear we might cause a disturbance?" Scoffed a middle-aged man with pale skin and long purple hair, who possessed an imposing stature. His name was Ziyu, the head of the Ziyu family, and the father of both Zio and Xiling. Elder Yuan immediately turned her gaze toward him, and in that instant, an invisible pressure descended upon them. Ziyu remained composed, seemingly unfazed. With a slight wave of his hand and a forced smile, he retorted, "I beg your pardon, Elder, for the imprudent words of a father who has just lost a child." This statement landed like a bombshell, causing both disciples and leaders of other factions to widen their eyes in shock. The king of the Great Qin Kingdom interjected, "It appears that my family is not the only one to have encountered such a tragedy. This year, 10 of our disciples have become trial disciples of your esteemed sect. And not long ago, news from our ancestral grounds indicated that the soul lamps of these 10 juniors have all extinguished." The chieftain of the barbarian tribe thundered, "Our tribe has experienced the same fate." The crowd's pupils constricted once more. The implication of total extinguishment was all too clear to them. Another leader of a major faction chimed in, "Though the soul lamps of my family have not gone out, their condition is far from favorable. On the opposite side of the stone platform, Qin Yuan's expression was exceedingly grim as he clutched a shattered soul talisman, upon which the character for peace was inscribed. The words of these individuals detonated like explosives, instantly igniting the curiosity of the onlookers, all eager to uncover what transpired within this secret realm. Elder Yuan's voice remained unperturbed. We at Yunshao sect deeply regret the misfortunes that have befallen your families. It is prudent to await the return of these disciples before ascertaining the cause. I kindly ask for your patience. Boom. A resounding noise erupted from below. As the ripples began to stabilize, several disciples emerged from within. Meanwhile, the elder tasked with recording observed them anxiously, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon noticing the glowing marks above their shoulders. Following a group of a dozen or so, a large number of disciples who had not been recognized by the secret realm surged forth. The leaders of the various factions leaned forward, straining to locate their own disciples. Dad, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a figure appeared within the crowd. It was Shilong. Upon seeing the head of the Shiyu family, the atmosphere turned jubilant. On the other side, the head of the Shiyu family relaxed slightly upon seeing his son safe, but was also filled with curiosity as to why his son appeared unharmed, yet the soul lamp had dimmed. Dad, you must save me. Meng Qing has poisoned me and said you must pay a ransom. Otherwise, you should prepare to collect my corpse. Shilong exclaimed. The vast square fell into an eerie silence momentarily. Meng Qing? Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Master of the house, you must save us. Meng Qing has captured us, poisoned us, and is extorting you. Master, we are in the same predicament. Meng Qing has poisoned us as well. Nearly 100 voices echoed this claim. The heads of the prominent clans were consumed by fury. Poisoning? Extortion? What audacity! As the venue filled once more with people, the cacophony finally subsided. However, it was not only the leaders of the great powers who were distressed. Even the numerous elders of the Yunshao sect couldn't help but cover their faces, realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control. In the southwest, Xian Shu's face was etched with worry as she clutched Xian Yi's clothing. Brother, do you think Meng Qing will be in danger? Xian Yi's heart raced. But he composed himself and replied, No, do not forget, Elder Shi is Meng Qing's mentor. He will not turn a blind eye. On the stone platform, Ziyu inquired of Ziling, who stood amidst the crowd. Ziling, was your brother also killed by this person named Meng Qing? Ziling nodded slightly. Ziyu closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, asking in a grave tone, Then, who is Meng Qing? The surface of the stone platform rippled, and a figure gradually materialized. A languid voice emerged. Did someone call for me? Are you prepared to pay the ransom for your captives? Meng Qing stepped forward, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After the gates of the secret realm had opened, he had stationed himself at the entrance to collect tolls. How could those prodigies possibly agree? Thus, he expanded his extortion operation from dozens to hundreds. Ziyu suddenly rose, his eyes gleaming like drawn swords, his murderous intent palpable as it descended upon Meng Qing like a mountain. You wretched scoundrel, do you comprehend the implications of killing my clan's Qilin child? Before the oppressive force could descend, a barrier manifested, absorbing all attacks directed at him. Moreover, the barrier seemed to possess an intelligence of its own, returning all of Ziyu's pressure back upon him. For luminous pillars radiated with a terrifying murderous intent, locking onto Ziyu's figure, as if warning and admonishing him. Elder Yuan spoke. Master of the Z clan, I understand your current sorrow, but I must remind you of 3 points. First, this is Yunshao sect. Even if Meng Qing is responsible, it is the duty of Yunshao sect to administer punishment, not yours. Second, within that high platform, the disciples of Yunshao sect are absolutely safe. Any techniques you employ will be returned to you intact. Third, Meng Qing is the disciple of Elder Shi. Upon hearing this, Ziyu's complexion fluctuated between green and white, before he stated, I apologize, Elder Yuan. The Z clan's younger generation has suffered heavy losses, and I acted impulsively. The other leaders of various factions could no longer maintain their composure. The first 2 points were manageable, but the fact that Meng Qing was Elder Shi's disciple? Suddenly, they recalled that there had indeed been news recently of Elder Shi taking on a disciple, and it turned out to be this brat. This was troublesome. Elder Shi's status and power were too formidable. Such a person was not one they wished to offend. Yet, Meng Qing had slain their young kin. If they did not seek retribution, how would future generations regard them? Meng Qing slowly turned his gaze towards Ziyu. So, you are the master of the Z clan? You have just condemned me for taking his life, yet you have not inquired as to the reasons behind my actions. Allow me to enlighten you. Chapter 62. Reasoning is futile. Bridging a great chasm of boundaries. On my very first day reporting to the Yunshao sect, due to the lengthy queue, I found myself in a minor altercation with some members of the barbarian clan. In the presence of numerous leaders from various factions, Meng Qing recounted the sequence of events succinctly, concluding with a bold admission. You are correct. It was I who killed Qin Ping and those from the barbarian clan. And yes, it was I who inflicted the poison upon them. Meng Qing acknowledged his actions without a hint of remorse or shame. The chieftain of the barbarian clan snorted disdainfully. Even if your junior made a mistake, it does not justify your actions in slaying them. Meng Qing shrugged. I believe I have made myself quite clear. Initially, I merely gave them a sound thrashing. I did not intend to kill. However, they showed no signs of relenting and instead allied with Qin Ping and the members of the Z family to confront me. In the secret realm, had I not eliminated them, it would have been I who faced death. If you wish to cast blame, then blame their utter incompetence. How could so many fail to overpower a single individual? The cold voice of the king of the great Qin kingdom echoed with iciness. Your heart is truly malevolent. How could the Yunshao sect accept a disciple such as you, who revels in the slaughter of his peers? A woman, representing the East House, spoke with an equally chilling tone. Your methods are indeed ruthless, young one, offending so many yet remaining oblivious to your own misdeeds. Insisting on this absurd justification, will you not hasten to release the poison from these individuals and plead for our understanding? Many leaders from various powerful factions voiced their disapproval of Meng Qing's actions. Upon hearing their words, Meng Qing's expression turned frosty. Do you think I fear you? It seems that reason is futile. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Meng Qing turned, gazing at the multitude of disciples still crowded upon the platform, then slowly approached those who had been afflicted with the golden blood poison. The group, led by Xi Lang, felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing Meng Qing's demeanor. He seized Xi Lang, and a droplet of golden liquid materialized at his fingertip. In that instant, a glimmer of golden light appeared on Xi Lang's forehead, intertwining to form a pattern reminiscent of countless ants crawling in a terrifying display. As you can see, this is the antidote for the golden blood poison. Does anyone here wish to acquire it? 1 drop for 1 precious herb as a starting bid. Whoever secures this antidote shall receive it. Meng Qing directed his gaze toward the woman from earlier. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Even the elder in the sky trembled slightly, taken aback by Meng Qing's audacity. It was evident that he had irrevocably offended these factions today. The woman trembled with rage. You seek death, young one. She was Xi Lang's mother. And though not the actual head of the Xi family, her status was formidable. For years, she had commanded respect wherever she went. Yet now she found herself being extorted by a mere junior, an indignity she could hardly endure. Unfazed, Meng Qing kicked Xi Lang twice. Why are you so useless? You can't even offer yourself as a gift. Such a waste. In the final 10 seconds, if no one bids for this antidote, I shall dispose of this person directly. For it is clearly a worthless item. Xi Lang's face flushed crimson. Was there truly such an insult? Meng Qing gazed steadily at the woman, calmly commencing his countdown. As he reached 3, a feeble voice shattered the silence. That is enough. A figure appeared seemingly from nowhere. It was Shiryu. Meng Qing hastily set Xi Lang aside and respectfully clasped his hands, exclaiming, Master. The leaders of various formidable factions straightened, for the principal had finally arrived. Not far away. Elder Yuan relaxed her tightly clenched fists, having sensed Shiryu's presence, and thus refraining from halting Meng Qing. Release the poison afflicting them and set them free. Shiryu commanded, his tone one of undeniable authority. Without hesitation, Meng Qing complied. Subsequently, Shiryu turned his attention to the leaders seated upon the stone platform. I am Meng Qing's master. I sincerely apologize for everything Meng Qing has done within the secret realm, yet I shall not offer compensation. If you find this unacceptable, I am prepared to spar with you. As for Meng Qing, as long as it does not exceed 1 major realm, you may freely engage with his companions. Meng Qing was taken aback, almost doubting his own ears. Were these truly the words of his master? 1 major realm? He was currently at the mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm, which meant 1 major realm would equate to the mid-stage of the Martial King realm. Upon reflection, Meng Qing found this acceptable, especially since he still possessed the ability to command beasts, making him no easy target. However, gazing at the lively and even malevolent young talents from various factions, his ire surged. Such abundant resources were simply slipping away. Above, the leaders of the major factions could likewise not maintain their composure. One trembled and inquired, is this truly the case? They needed to ascertain the veracity of this claim to ensure that no martial king from their ranks would severely injure Meng Qing, lest Shiryu come seeking retribution, a predicament they could ill afford. Indeed, Shiryu affirmed with a nod. Although this approach alleviated the discontent of most factions, those such as the barbarian tribe and the great Qin kingdom remained unconvinced. The complete annihilation of their dispatched disciples signified that years of effort had been rendered futile. In the future, these two factions might even face a severe talent shortage. Yet, before Shiryu, Even if their hearts brimmed with resentment, no one dared to voice dissent. The leaders of these powerful factions did not rush to depart. Next, the elder responsible for statistics would announce the disciples who had excelled during this expedition into the secret realm. This news was favorable for certain factions. Should their clan's disciples forge connections with the most outstanding among them, their future prospects could indeed soar. Among the disciples, 273 had successfully opened 7 cave heavens. 36 had opened 8, 3 had opened 9, and as the elder reached the final column, he paused in disbelief. 1 for the 10 cave heavens. The elder scrutinized the figures repeatedly, seemingly incredulous, rubbing his eyes, yet the numeral remained steadfastly 1. Below, the leaders of the awaiting factions exhibited signs of displeasure. After the announcement of the numbers, it was time to reveal the names. Why had there been a pause at this point? Just as Shiryu turned his gaze in that direction, the elder cleared his throat and continued, 10 cave heavens, 1 person. Boom. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. Had the legendary 10 cave heavens truly emerged? At that instant, both disciples and elders alike were profoundly shaken. This news was indeed astonishing. The 10 cave heavens had not been seen for many years, even among a sect as formidable as the Yunshao sect. Who could it be? All eyes turned in anticipation of the answer. In the corner of the stone platform, Xian Yi and the others felt an undeniable sense of pride. This was Meng Qing's stage. Under the gaze of all present, the elder softly declared, 10 cave heavens, Meng Qing. Chapter 63, A Stir Among All. The old ginger is still spicier. Meng Qing? Shiryu was the first to turn, his eyes gleaming as if beholding a rare treasure. Such a gaze made Meng Qing feel a flutter of anxiety within. The leaders of the major factions who had previously targeted Meng Qing seemed to be in a dream, unable to believe the reality before them. Just recently, they had contemplated eliminating Meng Qing, and when Shiryu suggested sending a formidable opponent to battle him, they had already devised plans for his demise. Yet now, upon learning that he had opened 10 cave heavens, their resolve had crumbled. 10 cave heavens. This was a phenomenon that existed only in legends. Among the disciples of the Yunshao sect over the years, opening 9 cave heavens was already a mark of extraordinary talent, with limitless potential for future achievements. The strength of the Yunshao sect stemmed from the fact that the leaders of these great factions or their ancestors had all once opened 9 cave heavens and had, without exception, practiced within the Yunshao sect. However, Meng Qing was the first recorded disciple to open 10 cave heavens. The significance of this was monumental. In an instant, even among the disciples who had yet to leave the stone platform, many displayed expressions of astonishment, especially among the few who had opened 9 cave heavens. While they were amazed, a greater feeling of resentment brewed. This was supposed to be their stage, yet due to Meng Qing, they had all been relegated to mere supporting roles. This was unbearable for them. On the stone platform, as the elders expressed their admiration, their gazes towards Shiryu were tinged with envy and jealousy, with even Elder Yuan not exempt from this sentiment. Having a disciple who opened 10 cave heavens meant that while Shiryu's status within the sect would not rise further, his influence would undoubtedly increase. An elder quietly remarked. Though that previous incident left Elder Shir in a somber mood for a time, gaining a disciple with 10 cave heavens is undoubtedly a worthwhile exchange. Another elder nodded in agreement. Meng Qing remained unperturbed, indifferent to the astonishment, fear, or even disdain directed at him. What mattered more to him was the potential benefits to be gained. Above, Shiryu spoke. Regarding my previous statements to all of you, I must make some amendments. The leaders of the major factions felt a sourness at the corners of their mouths, for it seemed he was indeed about to retract his words. The expressions of the elders varied, uncertain of Shiryu's intentions. In their understanding, going back on one's word was not characteristic of him. A flicker of anticipation welled up within Meng Qing. Could it be that his master was about to advocate for his rights? As Meng Qing contemplated the imminent acquisition of the revered elixirs and potent medicines, a bloom of joy blossomed within his heart. The martial artist dispatched to confront Meng Qing must not only surpass him by a significant realm, but also wield divine soul power, not exceeding the transformation stage. Shiryu elaborated. Meng Qing's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Is this truly the utterance of a human being? Can one not engage in actions befitting of humanity? He silently ridiculed. The leaders of the great powers exchanged glances, their minds racing with strategies. Meanwhile, some elders grew uneasy, speculating internally. Could it be that he intends to use this opportunity to gauge which of these great powers harbors ulterior motives, thereby clearing Meng Qing's path to cultivation? In a dim corner, Qin Yuan cast a dark glance at Meng Qing before stealthily departing. Thus, this somewhat absurd farce came to a close. The news of Meng Qing successfully opening the 10 heavenly caverns spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the entire Yunshao sect. With the return of the leaders from the great powers, This news quickly disseminated, creating waves among several other major sections. Even some ancient beings, long in seclusion, were stirred. An elder, with hair as white as snow and eyes clouded, yet exuding formidable presence, remarked with a hint of nostalgia. After so many years, whether a millennium or 10,000 years, this continent has once again given rise to such a martial artist. We, as cultivators, have not been forsaken by the heavens. In the southernmost part of Xianxiao continent, near the boundless ocean, stood a grand palace upon a massive rock. Inside the central hall, a cold-faced middle-aged man listened intently to his subordinate's report. Finally, he inquired in a deep voice, 10 heavenly caverns? Are you certain? The man, hardly daring to breathe, replied hastily. The informant was present amidst the event and heard it clearly. Utilize the heavenly order and ensure this individual is eliminated. The middle-aged man commanded decisively. Understood. The figure vanished, and the vast hall soon fell into silence. He rose, gazing northward, his eyes flickering with shadows, murmuring, 10 heavenly caverns? Why would there be 10 heavenly caverns? How can such a forsaken land possess 10 heavenly caverns? To the east of Xianxiao continent lay a realm adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a celestial paradise. Atop a mountain peak, a seated woman listened to the report. The petals that fell from her palms shattered delicately, only to miraculously mend themselves. Continue the investigation, but refrain from any immediate actions. Additionally, look into this individual's background. Someone of such caliber ought not to be obscure, she instructed. Yes. Soon, she found herself alone atop the mountain, gazing westward. Lost in thought as she softly mused, the forsaken by heaven are not forsaken by others. They guide others without guiding themselves. Could this be divine will? Upon returning to the cave, Meng Qing found himself devoid of the novelty and excitement he had previously felt. Shiryu invited him to sit upon a cushion and poured him a cup of tea. Please share what transpired within the secret realm, Shiryu gently prompted. Meng Qing nodded and began recounting his experiences from the moment he entered the secret realm, omitting details about the system and the third beast tamer. Summarizing the events that unfolded. Are you perplexed by the decision I made? My words here may very well lead you into a situation where you are besieged by all the seasoned disciples. Shiryu continued, addressing the issue that had prompted Meng Qing's earlier grievances. However, Meng Qing refrained from voicing his discontent, for he still sought the favor of his mentor. I firmly believe that my master would not wish me harm. It is permissible to speak candidly. I cannot cure your blood curse, but I can only suppress it. Shiryu confessed, revealing his concern in a single phrase. A tremor coursed through Meng Qing's heart. He still professed his reluctance to speak, but sincerely implored. I humbly request your guidance. Shiryu gently remarked. The resources required for the growth within the 10 caves of heaven are astronomical. Relying solely on the sect, while avoiding inciting the ire of others, your potential for advancement is limited. Although the method I suggested on the stone platform may attract hostility, should you triumph, I believe those individuals will not hesitate to part with their treasures. Meng Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, wisdom often comes with age. Had he succeeded in extortion earlier, although he would have temporarily acquired some resources, he would inevitably face a united front against him, and over time, some might resort to desperate measures. Yet now, not only would those adversaries be rendered powerless, but he would also gain cultivation resources. Subsequently, Shiryu broached the topic of the blood curse. As for the blood curse of the Qin family, even the sect leader would struggle against it. It is said that this curse was created by the founding patriarch of the Qin family and has become his signature technique. Its evolution over the years has rendered it fearsome beyond measure. Chapter 64. Why complicate simple matters? Meng Qing could not help but feel a sense of despondency. Is there truly no way to overcome this? Shiryu was the strongest individual he had encountered, and if he could not find a solution, it left one feeling utterly hopeless. When dormant, it merely lies hidden within your body. To uncover it, your spiritual essence must reach the divine realm. Until then, you can only suppress it, Shiryu added. The divine realm? Currently, he had only reached the initial stage of spirit condensation. The next stages were divine transformation, sacred soul, and only then the divine realm. 3 realms, each as daunting as scaling the heavens. Despite the challenges, Meng Qing did not succumb to despair. At least there was now a glimmer of hope. Shiryu reiterated his warnings and subtly hinted, not only within the sect, but also outside, news of you has likely spread. The Yunxiao sect is relatively safe, but I cannot constantly monitor your safety. You must exercise caution. Meng Qing was taken aback, nodding solemnly. Upon exiting the valley, he returned directly to his former residence, where Xian Yi and others awaited him. Senior brother Meng, you have returned. Wang Lang stepped forward, greeting him warmly without any hint of formality or estrangement. Meng Qing smiled. Of course, I apologize for keeping you waiting. He invited them into the house, engaging in brief pleasantries before inquiring about their experiences in the secret realm. Xianyi, with a touch of nostalgia, recounted, "After we parted ways, we acted together, claiming to search for you. But in truth, we wandered aimlessly without any particular aim. One day, we stumbled upon a token in a valley, marked with the insignia of my great Xian kingdom's royal family, which led us to find you. However, by then, the secret realm was nearly concluding, and we faced several attacks. It was senior brother Li Xianshui who saved us." Li Xianshui? Meng Qing felt a sense of curiosity. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Xianshu elucidated. "You should recall him. He was the senior brother whom Shilang ridiculed when we ventured into the secret realm. Initially, we thought he was merely skilled in verbal sparring. Yet his prowess proved quite formidable. He is indeed one of the individuals who established the 9 caverns this time." Meng Qing suddenly comprehended. At that moment, when the elder responsible for the registration announced this news, he had been puzzled. Although there were many disciples on the stone platform, he had only sensed the presence of the Snow clan and the girl wielding the compass. It turned out that this individual was also among them. The group indulged in casual conversation, and then Xianshu mysteriously leaned closer to Meng Qing, whispering, "Brother Meng, each year, the top new disciples receive a cave dwelling. And this time, it is you." This revelation piqued Meng Qing's interest, as he had never participated in such an event before. Xianyi added, "This has been an unwritten rule for years. Traditionally, it is decided among those who have attained the most in the caverns, with the victor claiming residence. However, this year, the 3 formidable beings of the 9 caverns have chosen to withdraw." Meng Qing found himself at a loss for words. How had it come to this? Nevertheless, he was delighted at the prospect of acquiring a cave dwelling. After all, living among a crowd often meant that small secrets could easily be exposed. As he approached a small mountain, his companions halted, for they were not qualified to proceed further. The distance from the mountain gate to the designated residence was a mere 100 feet. Yet he felt the presence of dozens of powerful auras locking onto him. Each one was formidable. This was indeed terrifying. A smile crept onto Meng Qing's lips. It seemed that residing here would not be dull at all. The cave dwelling was far larger than he had anticipated, complete with a pond filled with living water. Just as he was about to tend to it, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Outside stood a young man with fair skin, his spiritual cultivation at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. He wore a gentle smile and cheerfully introduced himself. "Greetings, Brother Meng. I am Xianyi, and I have brought something for you from the elder of the punishment division. It is said to be a reward from the sect leader." Meng Qing smiled faintly, observing the exquisitely wrapped bag that Xianyi held with both hands. He did not immediately accept it, but remarked casually, "You truly go to great lengths on my behalf, brother. However, since it is a reward from the sect leader, does that mean you are a disciple of the punishment division?" Concurrently, he inquired of the 3 spirit beasts within the cave, "Can you discern what lies within this bag?" While the rooster and the little strong remained silent, the queen ant spoke up, "There is a toxic substance emanating from within. Though I cannot ascertain its exact nature, it is likely not a good thing." Meng Qing nodded subtly and took the bag, smiling as he prepared to open it. "I find it somewhat intriguing. Brother Chen resembles an old acquaintance of mine. Might we have met before?" Xianyi instinctively took a few steps back, responding earnestly, "How could that be? I have been cultivating here for several years." "Perhaps you are mistaken, brother. Is that so?" Just then, as Meng Qing opened the bag, he discreetly activated his reverse flow technique, enveloping his palm with a shimmering barrier. A tremendous force erupted from the bag, nearly escaping his grasp. A pure purple scorpion, its tail continuously swaying, was seized by Meng Qing, who held it aloft by its tail. Such a venomous creature. One can only surmise the price you must have paid to seek vengeance for your brother and sister. Meng Qing clenched his fist fiercely, unleashing an insatiable devouring force, transforming the venomous creature into sustenance for the minuscule insects. Xianyi involuntarily stepped back in trepidation. Although he had previously been aware of Meng Qing's formidable nature, he had dismissed it as mere exaggeration by outsiders. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, he found Meng Qing even more terrifying than he had imagined. That was a 4th-tier scorpion, a touch from which would spell death for an ordinary person. How had Meng Qing managed to emerge unscathed? He forcibly steadied himself. "Do not speak nonsense. Regardless of who you are, since you have come to my doorstep, I shall not concern myself with the origin of this scheme. Hand over your Chinkoan pouch." Meng Qing interrupted him. A glint of ferocity flashed in Xianyi's eyes as his previously amiable demeanor transformed. "Are you attempting to extort me? If you are caught, the punishment will be severe." With a sudden surge, Meng Qing advanced, gripping his shoulder and delivering a punch that sent Xianyi flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Meng Qing then snatched away his Chinkoan pouch, bemusedly remarking, "Such a simple affair, yet you insist on complicating it. I am in a good mood today and shall spare your life." Now be gone. He turned and entered the cave, leaving Chun Yi sprawled on the ground in a daze. This spectacle drew the attention of many. Upon witnessing Meng Qing incapacitate Chun Yi with a single blow, they were momentarily stunned, beginning to reassess Meng Qing's prowess. Some muttered curses under their breath. What a fool Chun Yi is! Why be so cowardly? Why not strike directly? Utterly useless. Do not underestimate him. Since Elder Sure stated that one could act as long as they do not exceed one great realm, it indicates that this individual possesses extraordinary abilities. Inside the cave, Meng Qing sat cross-legged by the pond, extracting all the spoils acquired from the secret realm. It was time to tally his gains. In the late stage of the cave heaven realm, he had accumulated nearly 34th-tier spiritual herbs, close to 100 third-tier herbs, and 300 second-tier herbs, a small quantity of second-tier spiritual artifacts, 43 third-tier artifacts, and 16 fourth-tier artifacts. There were 136 incomplete techniques, 17 complete ones, and 4 spiritual laws, a piece of unknown bone, an unidentified piece of armor, a nameless spatial artifact, and 16 moth flowers, 5 million spirit stones. And if the value of some smaller items were converted into spirit stones, it would amount to nearly 2 million more. Gazing at the pockmarked stone in his chinquan pouch, Meng Qing furrowed his brow. This was indeed the immense stone he had once thought impossible to carry out, especially since, at the moment the secret realm's gate opened, he had been quite far from it. However, upon summoning it, the stone had inexplicably shrunk to the size of a palm, allowing him to bring it forth effortlessly. Meng Qing suspected this object might have significant implications and resolved to investigate it thoroughly in the future. As for the vast resources he had gathered, any member of the Yunxiao sect would instantly become formidable with such a bounty, for it represented the amassed wealth of over 100 individuals, not to mention that of a seasoned disciple. However, such disarray is ultimately inconsequential. The true path lies in swiftly consolidating these fragments into resources I can utilize. Meng Qing stroked his chin, pondering this. His attention was particularly drawn to the Miaoling flowers. Through Shiyu's explanations, he understood that this blood curse was exceedingly troublesome and needed to be dispelled promptly. Opening the system, he placed these spiritual herbs within for synthesis. Ding. Detected synthesizable items, 43 third-tier spiritual artifacts. Shall I proceed with the synthesis? Yes. Ding. Detected synthesizable items, 93 third-tier spiritual herbs. Shall I proceed with the synthesis? Yes. In less than half an hour, what had once been a mountain of items transformed into but a handful, suspended before Meng Qing, shimmering with a radiant glow. The Herbal King, Qinshu Lingwu, Snow Domain Royal Lotus. 4th-tier Divine Soul Treasure, Miaoling Flower. Royal Weapon, Relic of the Sun King. Superior Spiritual Technique, Wuxiang Fist Technique. These few spiritual items, each radiating brilliance, filled the cave with a palpable sense of pressure. Meng Qing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced around to ensure no disturbances were afoot before exhaling in relief. In the previous quarters occupied by numerous disciples, such a terrifying aura would undoubtedly attract attention. 2 varieties of herbal kings, a royal weapon, and a superior spiritual technique were sufficient to incite envy in many. He first scrutinized the scroll of the spiritual technique. Following the refining process with the Shisui Yuan Dan, Meng Qing's aptitude had surged to a formidable level. A technique that would ordinarily take an average person at least half a month to master, he could effortlessly execute within half an hour. The Wuxiang Fist Technique. Devoid of self and form, when manifested could embrace all, utilizing the heart as form and spiritual energy as its vessel, unleashing unimaginable might. Meng Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the power of this technique. Next, he grasped the royal weapon. Whether by design of the system or mere coincidence, Meng Qing had thus far synthesized 2 spiritual artifacts, both of which were, without exception, gauntlets. He adorned them on his hands, crafted from an unknown material. They were both supple and resilient, creating sonic booms with each motion of his physical strength. After indulging in the thrill, he stored them all in his chinquan bag and then seated himself on the ground, extracting the spiritual herbs. He opened several realms beside him, allowing the 3 spirit beasts to emerge and guard him. Come, let me see how far this expedition into the secret realm will take me. Meng Qing brimmed with confidence. He first grasped the Qinshu Lingwu, the Herbal King, which had already developed spiritual intelligence. Its roots trembled as if pleading for mercy. Meng Qing wielded his spiritual energy like a blade, swiftly severing the Herbal King's consciousness, then swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, the 3 spirit beasts, Chicken Brother and others, watched in horror. Typically, one would refine high-tier spiritual herbs gradually, fearful of overwhelming the body with rampant spiritual energy. Yet Meng Qing chose an unconventional approach, doing whatever was most expedient. Boom. It was as if he had swallowed a bomb. The terrifying potency of the herb exploded forth, transforming into the purest and most refined spiritual energy coursing through his body, violently impacting his meridians. The 10 caves appear like 10 radiant suns. The once ferocious pressure now recedes, lurking behind Meng Qing and devouring the medicinal power within him. Moment by moment, the 10 caves grow increasingly resplendent. Suddenly, with a crack, it seems as though some shackle has been released. His aura surges dramatically, ascending from the mid-stage of the cave realm to a level comparable to the late stage. Soon, the wild medicinal force begins to diminish, ultimately settling into tranquility. The pure snow lotus emits a blindingly holy radiance, only to be consumed by Meng Qing in the next moment. Another medicinal herb has been refined. Meng Qing's aura once again climbed a tier, reaching the late stage of the cave realm. The cleansing of the spiritual essence from the 2 medicinal herbs rendered the 10 caves even more profound. Floating behind him and illuminating Meng Qing like a deity, the 3 spirit beasts, guarding him, were nearly dumbfounded. 2 medicinal herbs had only elevated Meng Qing by a minor realm, with the support of the system and the spirit beasts. The average person's efficiency in utilizing spiritual herbs is merely 10 to 20%, yet Meng Qing achieves an astonishing 90% or more. The 3 of them calculated briefly, a chill creeping down their spines. Meng Qing's current spiritual essence foundation is at least 20 times that of an ordinary warrior, if not more. Meng Qing kept his eyes closed, turning his attention to a 4th-tier Miaoling flower. This flower, synthesized from numerous Miaoling flowers, though only 4th tier, harbors terrifying medicinal power. He performed a hand seal, and a golden figure emerged, sitting majestically before him, exuding both solemnity and fearsome power. With a tremor of his hands, the Miaoling flower shattered, transforming into pure medicinal essence, which Meng Qing's spirit eagerly absorbed. Boom! A luminous barrier formed, enveloping his spirit, as if countless strands of soul energy continuously filled his essence. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Even with his spirit detached, Meng Qing could seamlessly control his body's every movement. The area covered by his spirit kept expanding, growing from 100 feet to 130 feet. After a brief moment, his spirit finally underwent a transformation, advancing from the minor completion of spirit condensation to the major completion, and directly reaching the perfect state of spirit condensation. Rising to his feet, he couldn't help but sigh. There remains a considerable distance to the God realm. The path to transcendence truly seems endless. Meanwhile, the spirit beasts rolled their eyes. In just one day, Meng Qing had crossed 2 realms in his spirit. If outsiders were to know, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. Yet Meng Qing found the progress slow? How pretentious. For 3 consecutive days, Meng Qing remained in seclusion within the cave, his foundation remarkably solid, yet further cultivation to reinforce his strength was always beneficial. During his leisure, he examined a bone and an unranked spatial spirit tool, listening to the spirit beasts recount various secrets ingrained in their bloodlines, while also expressing his confusion. Something seems amiss. Logically, having seized so many treasures within the secret realm and being the new leader, no one should have approached him during these days. What could possibly be wrong? In a moment of silence, the 3 companions of Brother Ji internally lamented how, while others are consumed by fear of potential troubles, their master truly treads an unconventional path. On the 4th day, a knock at the door finally broke the stillness. With great enthusiasm, Meng Qing opened the door, only to find a young girl standing outside. Greetings, Brother Meng. I am Li Yanran, here at the behest of the elder from the material department to deliver this item, which is a reward from the sect for you, she said gently. Meng Qing carefully accepted it, and, upon confirming its normalcy, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Li Yanran offered a slight bow and prepared to take her leave. Wait, Meng Qing called out to her. Is there something else, brother? Li Yanran inquired with curiosity. Her beauty was striking, her tall figure accentuated by the disciple's robe that not only failed to conceal her perfect curves, but also enhanced her elegance. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, easily quickening one's heartbeat. Meng Qing, equally intrigued, asked, I noticed your cultivation level is at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, with a formidable aura surpassing that of ordinary disciples. You do not appear to be a newly initiated disciple. Why then do you address me as brother? Although unaware of her precise strength, it was evident from her aura that Li Yanran had at least opened 7 cave heavens. Standing just a step away from the martial king level, clearly not a novice. Li Yanran smiled and explained, that is a misunderstanding. In Yunshao sect, hierarchy is not determined by age or time of entry, but rather by strength and status attained. As the disciple of a golden elder, my standing is quite esteemed, and even the disciples of ordinary elders would address you as brother, though whether their hearts align with their words is another matter entirely. Meng Qing, enlightened by her words, recognized the underlying meaning, yet chose not to delve further. After bidding her farewell, he resumed his closed-door training, needing to swiftly refine the resources in his possession. Upon inspection, he discovered an extraordinary herb, a medicinal king. Alongside it were 5 4th-tier spiritual herbs and 50 3rd-tier spiritual herbs. For other disciples, this would be a substantial reward. But for Meng Qing, it was merely a meager sight. In addition, there lay a token, his identity token, inscribed with his personal information. After half an hour, he transmuted all the spiritual herbs into spiritual energy, though his aura barely increased. The pinnacle of the cave heaven realm remained a distant goal. He continued to study his techniques and martial skills. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye when suddenly, his disciple token flickered with light, and a message appeared. Disciple Meng Qing, please promptly proceed to the Yunxiao Tower for the Disciple Challenge. Failure to do so will be regarded as a forfeiture of your rights to participate. Meng Qing's expression turned peculiar as he gently tapped the notification, revealing a wealth of information about the Yunxiao Tower. After some time, he grasped that this was a distinctive activity within the Yunxiao sect. Every disciple is afforded 2 opportunities each week to challenge the tower. Upon entry, their initial level is determined by their strength, and opponents are randomly assigned. Victorious challengers may ascend to the next level, with 5 attempts permitted per challenge, the tower boasting a maximum of 8 levels. It is rumored that entering this place can yield substantial rewards, although the nature of these rewards varies from person to person. Meng Qing, intrigued and feeling rather bored, decided to try out the latest techniques. The Yunxiao Tower is situated to the north of the Yunxiao sect, and from a distance, it appears as an array of magnificent and imposing structures, soaring into the clouds, leaving one in awe. However, upon approaching, Meng Qing could not discern any relationship between these buildings and a tower. They were uniformly thick, resembling a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around. Some were observing the surroundings, and upon spotting Meng Qing, shouted, "Meng Qing is here." The crowd turned. Their expressions varied. Some cast cold glances. Others looked perplexed, while many were merely there to witness the spectacle. After Meng Qing emerged from the secret realm, he had caused quite a stir, extorting numerous ancient clans, an act that was beyond what many dared to imagine. Consequently, many believed that the prominent families surely had strong individuals poised to confront Meng Qing at the Yunxiao Tower. Meng Qing walked forward, his demeanor unperturbed by the gazes around him. He spotted familiar faces. It was Xian Yi and the others. Their condition was far from satisfactory. Each bore injuries and huddled together, occasionally being pointed at by onlookers. Xian Shu's eyes were red, clearly having recently shed tears. What happened? Meng Qing inquired, his brow furrowing. Xian Yi and the others, attempting to appear nonchalant, chuckled. "Oh, it's just Meng Xixiao. Nothing serious, merely some injuries from challenges." Meng Qing extended his soul energy, discovering that their injuries were indeed more severe than they claimed. "Who did this? Have you forgotten whom you offended that day? If you are as formidable as you say, wouldn't it be easy to confront those from the clans one by one?" A voice laced with mockery interjected, belonging to a scholarly-looking individual. 7th, Cave Heaven. Pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm. Are you also from those worthless clans? You seem no different from those I've dispatched, mere waste. Meng Qing retorted coolly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically, for among the crowd were individuals from illustrious families, as well as formidable warriors intricately connected to those clans. Meng Qing's words encompassed them all. Shi Ling's countenance darkened as he stepped forward, coldly asserting, "I am Shi Ling, here specifically for the Moonblade. Are you aware that your arrogance will ignite the fuse of your demise?" Moonblade. Meng Qing grasped the situation but felt utterly disdainful. Casually scanning the crowd, he nonchalantly remarked, "Ziling has said the same to me before." In the crowd, Ziling, who had come merely to spectate, turned pale with rage. Her eyes filled with murderous intent, wishing fervently to rush forward and unleash her fury upon Meng Qing. How laughable! Defeating a few peers, and you truly believe yourself invincible? Your parents should have taught you to respect those whose years of cultivation surpass your own. Shi Ling continued with derision. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind surged. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Meng Qing's hand moved with blinding speed, leaving a clear mark upon Shi Ling's face. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Those who wished to witness the spectacle were momentarily taken aback. Although they anticipated the performance would be thrilling, they never expected it to commence with such intensity. Meng Qing's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he inquired, "Do you consider yourself amusing? Go ahead, say it again if you dare." He did not unleash his aura, merely standing there, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Shi Ling. His fury stemmed not from personal affront, but from the involvement of his family, which he could not tolerate. Additionally, he harbored a deep-seated belief that the offspring of esteemed families often lacked intellect, presuming that their respectability granted them the right to lecture anyone. Meng Qing deemed such behavior a waste of time. Shilling was momentarily stunned before he regained composure, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous rage. "You little brat, how dare you?" he spat. In a flash, Meng Qing moved like a wisp of shadow, fully unleashing his spiritual energy. His palm radiated a dazzling golden light, effortlessly shattering Shilling's protective aura and seizing him by the throat. With a powerful tug, he slammed Shilling's head into the ground, the force so great that the iron-like earth trembled beneath the spectator's feet. This encounter resembled an adult reprimanding a child, devoid of any suspense. Shilling, dazed and blood trickling from his forehead, found himself momentarily stunned, unable to recover. Meng Qing's expression remained calm as he retreated at a measured pace. After several breaths, Shilling finally regained his senses, a profound fury flickering in his eyes. As a formidable cultivator of the seventh heaven, he was not a weak presence within the Yunxiao sect. Yet being publicly humiliated in front of so many was unbearable. He vowed to eliminate Meng Qing. A terrifying pressure emanated, akin to a mountain pressing down on the crowd, causing even some newly initiated cultivators to struggle to breathe. One disciple, filled with awe, remarked, "Is this the prowess of seasoned disciples? How frightening." Qian Shu, nervously clutching her garment, worried aloud. Will Meng Qing be able to handle this? Qian Yi's expression fluctuated, his fists clenched and then relaxed, ultimately conceding. "This is beyond our involvement." Hidden among the crowd, Zi Ling and others smirked, anticipating the moment when Meng Qing would be decisively subdued. Is this the extent of a seasoned disciple's capabilities? If he falters, then he falters. Meng Qing roared, his voice echoing like the cries of primal beasts. He stepped forward, his fists glowing, relying solely on his physical strength without employing spiritual energy. In that instant, Shilling felt as if an unstoppable beast was charging toward him, exuding an overwhelming force. "Shield of Mount Tai?" Shilling bellowed, summoning a beast to materialize as a shield before him, resembling a mountain crashing down, terrifyingly formidable. A point of light ignited, appearing as a mere pinprick against the vast shield. The next moment, this pinprick erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun, and a fist broke through, shattering everything in its path, striking Shilling directly. The latter was abruptly hurled into the air, skimming the ground as it soared for several dozen feet before finally coming to a halt. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Meng Qing shook his fists and remarked nonchalantly, "Is this what the seasoned disciples are like? You are not significantly stronger than Shilang. I hope you possess more than just a facade. If I were to join the sect alongside you, and in the course of our cultivation, should you ever glimpse my back, consider it my defeat." Boom. Meng Qing spread his arms wide, defiantly unleashing his own aura. It was a presence unique to the late stage of the cave heaven realm, akin to a towering mountain. Even the experts present, who had reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, felt a constricting sensation in their chests, struggling to breathe. Gasps of astonishment echoed, "Good heavens! Meng Qing has reached the late stage of the cave heaven realm in less than a month since entering the sect. Such a pace of cultivation is truly monstrous." Another voice, laced with envy, chimed in, "Pursuing high realms without a solid foundation will inevitably lead to instability." Xian Yi and others, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Instability? Why not step up and challenge senior brother Meng? Against someone like you, who only knows how to backbite, a mere finger would suffice." The disciple who had spoken previously attempted to argue further, but faltered as he caught Meng Qing's gaze, feeling an immediate chill run down his spine. Before hastily blending into the crowd, Meng Qing observed silently, then picked up Shilang's Qiankuan bag, intending to open it when a swift and orderly sound of footsteps approached. A group of disciples clad in law enforcement robes strode forward. What was happening? The leader, a dark-skinned disciple with an expression of sternness, was named Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Meng Qing stowed the Qiankuan bag away and addressed the senior brother earnestly, to clarify. "The situation is as follows. I had just arrived here and was about to challenge the Cloud Tower when this individual not only insulted me verbally, but also attempted to seize my belongings. Thus, I had no choice but to act in self-defense." The surrounding disciples twitched their lips, having never encountered someone so adept at crafting excuses. Lin Mo, in a routine manner, inquired, "What exactly did he attempt to take from you?" "The Moonblade," Meng Qing asserted with unwavering conviction. In the crowd, Shilang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. It was he who had taken the item, and Shiling had merely sought to reclaim it. Now, it had been twisted into Meng Qing's alleged attempt to seize it. This was utterly intolerable. Lin Mo gestured to his companions, and one of them promptly jogged forward to assess Shiling's injuries. After consuming a few medicinal pills, Xiling managed to rise unsteadily, wishing fervently to disappear into a crevice out of sheer embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. Oh, it's truly wonderful that senior brother Xiling is unharmed. Brother Lin, if you have any doubts, feel free to ask him. Every word I spoke was the truth, Meng Qing stated earnestly. Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Xiling, awaiting a response. Brother Lin, regarding the earlier incident, I was indeed impulsive. Since junior brother Meng has expressed his intention to enter the Cloud Tower, let him proceed. Xiling replied coolly. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they gazed at the towering Cloud Tower, their minds brimming with endless possibilities. Was there something amiss within? Meng Qing bid farewell, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, stepped into the Cloud Tower. Xiling, watching Meng Qing's retreating figure, suddenly harbored a venomous glint in his eyes. Entering the Cloud Tower did not equate to an escape from what was to come. At that moment, a stir arose once more from the crowd, and as they turned to investigate, they were surprised to find it was the young man from the Snow Clan. Indifferent to the murmurs of the onlookers, he simply continued on his path. One disciple, unable to contain his curiosity, approached and inquired, Snow Senior, you two have come to challenge the Cloud Tower, haven't you? May I ask which floor you aspire to ascend? Snow Jiang finally lifted his head, lightly nodded in acknowledgement, and succinctly replied, the 5th floor will suffice. The crowd gasped in astonishment, questioning whether that figure was overly modest. A formidable being who had opened 9 celestial realms typically commenced at the 3rd floor, and reaching the 5th meant winning merely 2 out of 5 battles. Before anyone could pose further questions, Snow Jiang stepped directly into the Cloud Tower. Someone mused, one is a renowned master of the 9 celestial realms, while the other has recently risen to prominence as a 10 celestial realms adept. If these two were to clash, one can only wonder what sparks would fly. Xiling's expression shifted, and the countenance of the high platform grew increasingly inscrutable. Inside the tower, Meng Qing meandered according to the directions, simultaneously opening the Qinquan pouch he had received from Xiling. It was empty save for a single note within. Young one, upon reading this note, your time is limited. Cherish it. Meng Qing's expression darkened. Had he been outwitted? Or had Xiling and the others anticipated his every move? If all of this had been preordained, then the greatest threat to his master lay within the Cloud Tower, given his master's prior formidable displays. Any occurrences within the tower would likely be dismissed as mere arrogance leading to underestimation, as the Ant Queen confidently asserted. Meng Qing nodded, and as he pondered, he traversed 2 rows of statues, arriving at a raised platform. As he stood firm, light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, and a cold, merciless voice resonated in his ears. Based on your strength, your initial level is set at the 3rd floor. We wish you a swift ascent. Everything before him dimmed abruptly, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a nearly 100-foot square, entirely enclosed space crafted from black rock. Footsteps echoed as a figure wielding a long spear approached, accompanied by a uniquely featured hawk-like spirit beast. When they were less than a yard away, the figure spoke slowly. Dong Yelyong, brother of Dong Jun Chapter 68, an unstoppable force. Meng Qing recalled and feigned curiosity, asking, Dong Jun? Is he not the fool who treasures toilet paper made from pear flower weasels? Has his soul reached the spirit consolidation stage now? Do you not feel proud of him? Dong Yelyong's face hardened like cold iron. Although Dong Jun's spirit had leapt to become one of the top newcomers at Yinxiao sect, this incident had severely impacted his psyche, leaving him somewhat deranged. Less chatter. If you wish to progress to the 4th floor, defeat me. Meng Qing stepped forward slowly, observing this young man who had opened 7 celestial realms and stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, even refraining from utilizing his spiritual energy. Dong Yelyong exerted force in his palm, and his spear seemed to come alive. With a flash of cold light, it surged toward Meng Qing's abdomen. Clang! The spear's tip met Meng Qing's skin, glimmering with cold light, and after tearing through his clothing, it could advance no further, as if striking against solid iron. Meng Qing pivoted his body, taking a swift step forward, his fist radiating light as he unleashed a powerful blow that generated a series of sonic booms. Dong Yelyong retracted his spear, positioning it defensively before him, while the 1,000-faced eagle emitted a piercing shriek, instantly multiplying into countless forms. A terrifying cacophony erupted in the air, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy, creating an utterly chilling spectacle. In the next moment, Dong Yelyong felt a sudden numbness in his right hand that held the spear, as if it had lost all sensation, causing his entire arm to droop helplessly. The deadly strike of the 1,000-faced eagle proved futile. Meng Qing's physique, tempered by the blood of the Demon King Ant, was as impervious as steel, rendering blades and spears useless against him. With a single punch, Dong Yelyang's spear shattered. Meng Qing advanced resolutely, executing a whip-like kick that scattered countless phantoms, ultimately landing a blow on his opponent's waist. The sheer force propelled Dong Liang several feet backward, crashing violently against the wall, and when he rebounded to the ground, he found himself utterly devoid of strength to rise. Meng Qing approached slowly, remarking softly, "This is rather unsatisfactory. You are the elder brother of Dong Jun. He managed to withstand a slap from me in the secret realm, yet you, with several more years of training, could only endure one additional strike?" He snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible wave of spiritual energy that eradicated all the erratic clones of the thousand-faced eagle. With a thud, the thousand-faced eagle fell to the ground, flapping its wings desperately, blood seeping from its mouth and nose, looking no better than Dong Liang. Before the latter could respond, a cold, emotionless voice resounded in his ears. "Challenge successful. You have ascended to the 4th level." Awaiting the next challenger, Meng Qing couldn't help but feel regretful. Within the cloud tower, he could not seize the belongings of the defeated, nor could he inflict fatal harm. This would result in a significant loss of resources for him. Challenger located. Please prepare for battle. As the challenger was yet to arrive, a brilliantly colored butterfly fluttered gracefully into view. Its iridescent hues adorned its delicate form, captivating the beholder's heart. It was a yew butterfly. A young girl approached, not tall but possessing an exquisitely proportioned figure, her curves flawless. Despite her beauty, her expression was strikingly aloof. Her long hair neatly tied into a single bun at the back of her head, embodying a subtle yet captivating presence. "I presume you are Su Chen's sister? I wonder how many blows you can withstand from me," Meng Qing inquired casually. "Su Shi." The girl spoke, her crimson lips parting as she revealed her name. Instantly, her aura surged, 8 celestial orbs encircling her, emanating the powerful essence characteristic of the peak of the celestial realm. With a ripping sound, as if some barrier had been torn apart, the 8 celestial orbs shimmered, their brilliance intensifying, while a myriad of terrifying killing intents locked onto Meng Qing, sending chills down his spine. Butterfly Godfall. Boom. From the 8 celestial orbs, a multitude of butterflies surged forth, each bearing an immensely unstable force, charging towards him. The sight was terrifying. From afar, it resembled an array of explosive projectiles hurtling towards him, threatening to obliterate him completely. "Master, be cautious. This butterfly has likely entered into a pact with this clan." This technique not only stems from the martial skills of the yew butterfly, but also incorporates the results of Su Shi's postnatal training, possessing formidable power. Xiaochang suddenly warned. Meng Qing nodded thoughtfully. During his confrontation with Su Chun and Fong and in the secret realm, he had formed this conjecture. For instance, the Su family, to which Su Chun belonged, had entered into a pact with the Yundai clan. This allowed the younger members of the Su family to form contracts with the youthful Yundai from birth, fostering a long-term relationship that naturally augmented the potency of their martial skills. Although Meng Qing felt a sense of gravity, he was not daunted. He saw his hands rise and fall rhythmically, his fingertips acting as a brush and spiritual energy as ink. As he meticulously replicated Su Shi's moves in the space before him, his reservoir of spiritual energy surpassed that of Su Shi, thus rendering his execution far more formidable. The two sides of Yundai engaged in fierce combat, and without a shadow of a doubt, Meng Qing's side emerged victorious. Su Shi was astonished. What sort of technique was this? How could her moves be so effortlessly replicated? She lifted her hand, poised to strike, when suddenly, countless Yundai surged forth. Just as Meng Qing was eager to observe Su Shi's response, another voice echoed. "Challenge successful. You have ascended to the 5th level. Await the challenger." Meng Qing stretched languidly, his gaze wandering ahead. Outside was Shiling. The 3rd level belonged to Dong Liang, the 4th to Su Shi. By this sequence, the 5th level must pertain to the Fong family. Meng Qing felt an anticipation stirring within him, hoping that the incoming opponent would be intriguing, lest the encounter become tedious. Challenger located. Please prepare for battle. A chilling aura approached, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Upon seeing the newcomer, Meng Qing's expression turned peculiar. It was none other than Shuejiang. Instantly, Meng Qing recalled Zhen. This technique was said to originate from the Snow clan, and perhaps he could glean information about Zhen from this individual. Shuejiang appeared momentarily stunned but soon adopted an eager demeanor, stepping forward with a respectful gesture. "Shuejiang." "Meng Qing." Meng Qing replied courteously, though he doubted that Shuejiang, despite being at the mid-stage of the Cave Heaven realm and having opened 9 cave heavens, could offer him any surprises. Boom. Shuejiang made his move, extending his arms like a great rock taking flight, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that radiated an icy terror capable of freezing the entire room. On the ground, shards of ice seemed to reach out like countless hands, binding Meng Qing's feet like chains. Crack! In the next moment, Meng Qing took action, forcefully breaking free from the icy restraint, and with a single punch, his spiritual energy roared forth. Xuejiang let out a low growl, suddenly unveiling his 9 cave heavens, and in an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted, akin to the sun, causing Meng Qing to squint against the brilliance. A uniquely shaped, fantastical beast emerged, its limbs pounding down like a small mountain. This was Xuejiang's beast, the snow Qilin. Thud! That section was entirely enveloped in ice. Xuejiang clapped his hands with force. Snow country domain. Crack! Patterns emerged on the icy surface, reflecting one another, ultimately merging to lower the temperature above to a terrifying degree, as if it sought to extinguish all life. Xuejiang's expression softened slightly, but soon he looked upward in confusion. Something is amiss. This move consumed 80% of my spiritual energy. Even a peak, cave heaven realm opponent should have been rendered incapable of resistance by now. How could he still possess the strength to fight back? Crack, crack. The sound surged forth, shattering the stillness of the previously frigid chamber, raising the temperature as mist began to swirl, all happening at an astonishing pace. A dazzling golden radiance emerged, and a figure, seemingly enveloped in blazing golden flames, surged forward, closing the distance in an instant and delivering a powerful punch that struck his chest. Chapter 69. The Concealed Thunderous Manuscript. This round was a forfeit. In that fleeting moment, Xuejiang was seized by an illusion, feeling as though he were not struck by a mere individual, but rather collided with a primordial wild bull. Before he even hit the ground, his body was enveloped by a gentle force, which transported him directly out of the arena. This was the emergency teleportation mechanism, triggered only when one of the combatants was deemed severely injured. It was a rarity for such a mechanism to activate after only a few exchanges in combat. Meng Qing suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have restrained his strength. Now, inquiries regarding that bone and its associated martial techniques would have to wait for another time to discuss with Xuejiang. Challenge successful, ascended to the 6th level. Please await the challenger. A challenger has been found. Prepare for battle. A purple silhouette gradually approached. This individual possessed hair of a striking purple hue, different from what Meng Qing had previously encountered, crystal-like and radiant, emanating a gentle glow under the reflection of spiritual energy. Beside him was a spirit beast, exceeding a yard in size, adorned with intricate purple patterns and crowned with a sharp horn. This was undeniably the purple radiance beast. Zidong, the one who will end your life. The individual introduced himself, distinct from the previous contenders. Meng Qing pondered for a moment before curiously inquiring, "Ah, I see. You must be the brother of those two with purple hair, right? The members of the Zhejiang family are quite intriguing." "What do you mean?" Zitong frowned, his tone icy. He advanced a few steps, and as the purple radiance beast exhaled gently, the originally dark ground transformed into a vibrant purple, adorned with intricate patterns that shone brilliantly. It resembled some form of domain. Meng Qing distinctly felt the flow of spiritual energy slow considerably as this grand formation took shape, and oppressive forces began to entwine around him, binding his limbs. "All of you come here to boast, putting on an air of invincibility, only to be easily subdued by me," Meng Qing remarked nonchalantly. "You seek death." Zitong seethed, unleashing his full aura. Only then did Meng Qing notice that Zitong's presence was far more terrifying than the previous adversaries, though they were all at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Zitong was dangerously close to the martial king realm. He moved, flanking with the purple radiance beast. As Meng Qing stepped back, poised to strike, their figures suddenly vanished. A chilling killing intent surged from beneath. He leaped aside, and the next moment, the purple radiance beast emerged from the ground, its fangs glimmering ominously as it lunged ferociously. With Zitong's ambush thwarted, he opted for a frontal assault, while the beast executed sneak attacks. Meng Qing's fists glowed. He intended to invoke a formation, but the vastness of the domain rendered it impossible to sketch in such a short time. More importantly, he had to guard against the combined onslaught of both man and beast. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Zitong's fingertips suddenly bore a talisman. He gazed at Meng Qing as if he were staring at a corpse, lightly pointing forward before hurling it with great force. "Master, evade. This is the concealed thunder paper." In the 10th cave of the celestial realm, the Ant Queen suddenly shrieked. The paper, imbued with spiritual energy, vanished instantaneously, and the area enveloped in violet aura erupted with the sound of thunder. A dark cloud, barely a few feet wide, loomed in the sky, and a terrifying pressure began to radiate from above. A massive bolt of lightning, thick as a man's girth, descended, locking onto Meng Qing and striking him in an instant. He was sent hurtling through the air, his garments reduced to ashes in a heartbeat. Though his body was momentarily paralyzed, he emerged unscathed, as the protective armor, which he had seized from Qin Ping, manifested from the remnants of his attire. It appeared tattered, yet its defensive capabilities were astonishing. On the opposite side of the realm, Zitong peered out, stunned to see Meng Qing rise. This is impossible. How can you still be alive? Meng Qing wiped the corner of his mouth and looked up at him. This realm can obstruct the detection of the cloud tower, can it? No wonder you dared to unleash such a formidable weapon. This makes things much easier. Zitong instinctively sensed something amiss. What are you implying? Meng Qing glanced at his hand, where spiritual energy began to converge, and in an instant, the interference within the domain seemed to dissipate. As a terrifying concentration of spiritual energy surged forth. In this domain, one may be invincible, yet also constrained. Your freedom and that of your beasts do not stem from the superiority of your energy or martial skills, but rather from your deliberate display to obscure something, perhaps what you and your beasts fear most. Behind Meng Qing, like the rising sun, a series of halos appeared, representing the 10 celestial realms. Zitong, mostly hidden beneath the domain, frantically formed seals with his hands, swallowing hard as he forced a smile. You were fortunate to escape once. I have plenty more of these talismans. It would be best for you now to consider what you and your beasts fear most. Let me guess. Is it an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that could burst you apart? Why not test it? Meng Qing stepped forward, channeling half of his spiritual energy into his palm. Zitong, finally flustered, exclaimed, Meng Qing, do not act recklessly. That is merely your conjecture. Do you truly believe I would overlook such possibilities? Conjecture? Think as you will. If you wish for my demise, do you believe you will fare any better? With that, Meng Qing slammed his palm down. Boom. The sphere of spiritual energy was thrust into the domain below, and upon merging, it shattered, releasing the enveloped spiritual energy completely. Stop. Zitong's face turned pale with terror as he desperately attempted to retract his domain. The purple radiance beast was the first to be affected. The once resplendent body became marred with cracks along the violet patterns as the spiritual energy ravaged its internals, oozing from its skin in a horrifying display. Next was Zitong. His legs swelled, with veins beneath his skin bulging to the size of fingers. Ultimately, the domain was withdrawn, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he severed his own legs. A force lifted him, a protective mechanism of the cloud tower. A chilling blade flew forth, resembling a crescent moon. Moonblade. Zitong was rendered utterly disoriented by fear. The edge of the blade grazed his garments, and as it was poised to sever his flesh, an unexpected surge of power lifted him and transported him away. When the proclamation of Meng Qing's victory resonated, his countenance darkened. Had it not been for the protective armor, even with his formidable physique, he would likely have suffered grievous wounds. Zitong had been marked for vengeance. He could not swallow this humiliation. The interplay of light and shadow danced before him as he journeyed toward the 7th tier. Another victory would grant him ascendance to the pinnacle. Meng Qing retrieved a fresh set of attire from his bag, donning it anew in preparation for his 5th battle. He was resolute. Even should 3 beast tamers emerge, he would ascend to the 8th tier. With a stroke of fortune, he was granted a bye, advancing directly. Congratulations on reaching the 8th tier of the Cloud Tower. The sudden emergence of 2 announcements left Meng Qing, who was poised for a fierce contest, momentarily bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 70, Ascending to the 8th tier. A bye? What sort of maneuver is this? Meng Qing found it perplexing. He glanced at his hands, pondering the absurdity of the situation. His 3-element soul cauldron, the formless fist technique, and even the relic of the Solar King, the royal weapon, had yet to be unveiled. His identity token trembled as a notification appeared. Congratulations, Meng Qing, unparalleled in bravery, for successfully ascending to the 8th tier of the Cloud Tower. Outside the Cloud Tower, the crowd stood in silence. The vast majority were merely bystanders, compelled to attempt the tower twice weekly as part of their mandatory tasks. Naturally, the disciples stationed within the tower operated on a rotating schedule, leading to disparities in time and numbers that allowed for exploitation of the system. Many had discerned the optimal moments for their tower attempts. At the heart of the crowd, Shiling's gaze was cold, arms crossed, fingers drumming incessantly, as if calculating something. If fortune favored him, he should currently be engaged in the 5th battle. It was a pity, however, that due to the tower's peculiar rules, complete annihilation was impossible, and severely wounding an opponent would forcibly end the contest. There are those who believe that, someone interjected. Brother, she need not worry. According to our previous arrangements, the families Meng Qing has offended will certainly seek to challenge him, though the barbarian's intentions seem curious, opting to crush Meng Qing at the alchemy conference instead of seizing this prime opportunity for revenge. Another voice chimed in. Both were Shiling's acolytes, and despite their words, they possessed considerable strength, each having opened 7 celestial realms, standing at the pinnacle of their respective realms. Shilling pondered. Let him be. The barbarian clan has been nearly annihilated. And it is fortunate that Man Hui remains composed. Perhaps her methods are even more ruthless. We shall await the results of the tower challenge. The crowd parted willingly as several individuals approached, those previously kidnapped by Meng Qing, including Su Chun, Shi Lang, and Fang'an. Some had been present earlier, yet were now summoned to the forefront. Xiling, displaying courtesy, inclined her head and remarked with subtle implication, "We greet you, Brother Shilling. May I inquire what brings us here at this moment? There are many familiar faces present. I trust it is not merely for the purpose of ascending the tower?" Shilling caught a glimpse of Xiling's exquisite visage and her perfectly sculpted figure, a surge of fervor igniting within him. "You were previously suppressed by Meng Qing in the secret realm. Today, you shall witness a performance. Indeed, it warrants our utmost attention," Su Chen remarked, arms crossed. Before long, the cloud tower trembled suddenly, and radiant lights burst forth as if celebrating, with cascades of luminescent rain cascading outward. Shilling distinctly felt his identity token quiver slightly, causing his hand to stiffen. An absurd possibility flickered in his mind. Could it be? No, that was inconceivable. The Cloud sect had not produced such a figure in centuries. In an instant, Shilling dismissed the thought, slowly shifting his gaze to the identity token. A single glance left him breathless. At that moment, an unusual silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted. "Congratulations to Senior Brother Meng for successfully ascending to the 8th level of the Cloud Tower." The voice belonged to Xian Shu. Xian Yi and the others trembled violently, bewildered by the turn of events. The 8th level. Throughout the history of the Cloud sect, it could be counted on one hand. Those present were beset by a tumult of emotions, unable to fathom that a disciple who had joined the sect less than a month prior had achieved such a feat. The veteran disciples felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, utterly ashamed to face anyone. After a prolonged moment, Shilling regained his composure, his hands trembling, breath coming in short. Ragged gasps. Xiling, recovering from her shock, gently inquired, "Senior Brother Shilling, your intentions are truly commendable. This performance is indeed remarkable." Su Chun and the others exchanged glances, assessing their surroundings before decisively parting the crowd. Those nearby regarded Shilling with knowing expressions, piecing together the implications of his earlier words. This news swiftly disseminated throughout the entire Cloud sect. Numerous trial disciples gazed in astonishment at the information above. Who was Meng Qing? They knew all too well. Yet, the vast majority had initially determined their own levels at merely the 2nd or even the 1st. How could Meng Qing have reached the 8th level? Many found themselves despondent, increasingly aware of the truth behind the saying. Sometimes, the chasm between people can be greater than that between man and dog. Some disciples in secluded meditation received the news promptly, recognizing Meng Qing as a formidable contender. In a hidden chamber, a figure crouched in the corner, seemingly alerted by the stirrings of the identity token. A quick glance revealed the unfolding events, and in the next moment, his body quaked violently. He fell to the ground, hands clawing into the earth like talons, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Cloud Tower, I shall also ascend." On a low hill, a young girl sat cross-legged, 10 blades forged from soul energy hovering before her. The identity token, several paces behind her, flickered momentarily. Without turning her head, she suddenly exuded an overwhelming, almost terrifying aura of murderous intent, shattering the 10 blades into fragments. "Meng Qing, for slaying my kin, I, Man Hui, shall exact vengeance." As terrifying discussions erupted in the outside world, Meng Qing ascended along a narrow path that materialized on the 8th level of the Cloud Tower, steadily making his way upward. This place seemed untouched for many years, cold and damp, with a musty scent permeating the air. At the end of the path lay a diminutive space, furnished with an indistinguishable wooden table, a candle that had begun to burn at some unknown time, a small notebook beside it, and a brush with ink still wet. Curiously, Meng Qing approached to inspect the scene and found an inscription on the paper. "Please write down your wish." Before Meng Qing, for lines had already been penned. "I come from obscurity, my aspirations reach the skies. May I be invincible. Ascend to the divine realm swiftly, avenging my parents' enemies with blood. Restore the kingdom of the snowy night." Surpassed the 3 preceding. As Meng Qing gazed at the inscriptions, particularly the 4th line, he couldn't help but smirk. Could it be any more casual? Upon a second glance at the wishes of the 4 individuals, he noted a peculiar point. The kingdom of the snowy night? The name felt somewhat unfamiliar. A name containing king was certainly no trivial matter for several superpowers. Inquiring with the spirit beasts within the cave, the answer left Meng Qing astounded. At least in the Xinjiao continent, no kingdom of such a form would ever emerge. Meng Qing remained vigilant. Those who ascended to the 8th level of the Cloud Tower surely would fabricate non-existent entities. Contemplating, he looked at the first person's written wish. feeling a surge of ambition, and took up the brush to inscribe, "I shall be impervious to all laws, sweeping away all foes. The schemes of my adversaries shall be shattered by my own hands. My palms shall part the mists, shifting the sun and moon, becoming a presence that draws the world's attention, overlooking all beings." As the final stroke fell, Meng Qing was enveloped by a powerful force and was instantly transported outside the cloud tower. Just as he steadied himself, ready to utter a few curses, he was taken aback. Chapter 71, Impossible Conditions? It is time to begin alchemy. Before him stood a row of formidable elder figures. Upon catching sight of Shiryu standing in the center, Meng Qing immediately understood and respectfully bowed, saying, "Meng Qing pays his respects to the esteemed elders." Very good. Very good. Even after achieving success, you remain humble and composed. Such temperament is indeed rare. Shiryu, you have truly brought back a treasure this time. The leading elder, tall and robust, radiated vitality. His white hair did not denote age, but rather possessed an aura reminiscent of youthful exuberance. Shiryu hastily replied, "The Grand Elder overestimates me." The Grand Elder waved his hand lightly, gazing at Meng Qing with satisfaction, generously offering praise. "If only we had more youths like this. How could our cloud sect fail to flourish? You all ought to learn from Shiryu in the matter of guiding disciples." The expressions of the elders standing behind him grew somewhat awkward. The scene was indeed peculiar. A gathering of old men resembled a senior admonishing a wayward junior. Yet these juniors dared not retort. Meng Qing was ushered into a lavishly adorned room. As per convention, disciples who ascended to the 8th level were entitled to a substantial reward, the specifics of which required deliberation among the elders. Until a decision was reached, he would need to wait here. After meditating for less than an incense stick's worth of time, Meng Qing discovered that the air around him was infused with a peculiar substance, which was subtly refining his spiritual energy. This was quite remarkable. It is worth noting that Meng Qing possessed a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy, if he could continuously purify it. The potency of his energy during battles would become even more formidable. He settled comfortably into his meditation, and after half an hour, a resolution was reached. A heavy Qingkuan pouch was presented to him, and Meng Qing expressed his gratitude. As he was about to take his leave, he inquired, "Elder, the benefits of cultivating here are immense. May I inquire if I can practice here for an extended period?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression turned troubled. Among the elders following behind, a balding elder decisively interjected, "No, this place is of great significance. It is not for you to decide as you wish." Noticing Meng Qing's curiosity, Shiryu solemnly explained, "This is the sleeping chamber of the first-generation leader of the Yuntian sect, a place of immense importance. Had you not ascended to the 8th level of the Yuntian Tower, we would not have had the privilege to be here." Meng Qing could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, a female elder with small eyes and thin lips, whose countenance bore a somewhat harsh demeanor, remarked indifferently, "Do not be overly pleased. We have just reviewed the data, and you were fortunate enough to have a free pass at the 7th level. Bestowing you this reward is already a great favor. Do not overreach." Meng Qing frowned slightly. Although his time in the sect had been brief, he had subtly gleaned some insights, including the reasons behind Shiryu's presence in the Dashuan Kingdom. This pointed to a conflict among the elders within the Yuntian sect. He now understood that the female elder, along with the elder who had just voiced his refusal, would not look kindly upon him. However, Meng Qing felt slighted. After all, he had ascended to the 8th level, and the elder's words seemed rather oppressive. Before he could respond, Elder Yuan interjected first, "Elder Zhao, your words are somewhat inappropriate. Regardless of the circumstances, Meng Qing has ascended to the Yuntian sect. To dismiss him under the pretext of a free pass is to deny that luck is a component of strength, or to question the fairness of the Yuntian Tower." As he spoke of fairness, he noted an intriguing coincidence. In Meng Qing's 4 battles, 3 were against individuals with whom he had previous grievances. Perhaps you should first consider who is truly overreaching? At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present, including the Grand Elder, shifted dramatically. Although they had noticed this detail earlier, they had not given it much thought. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed suspicious. Elder Zhao's face flushed crimson. Enough. To quarrel before the younger generation is utterly disgraceful. The Grand Elder interjected with irritation, waving his hand dismissively. Meng Qing felt disheartened, yet remained unwilling to concede. Is there truly no way? Finally breaking his silence, Shiryu spoke. According to our sect's rules of rewards and punishments, there are indeed ways. Meng Qing's eyes brightened. I implore you to enlighten me, Master. The first to speak, the balding elder pondered for a moment before offering a solution. First, ascend to the 8th level of the Yuntian Tower 10 times. Second, secure victory in a competition designated by the Council of Elders. As these words were uttered, the vast hall fell into a profound silence. Ascending to the 8th level of the cloud tower 10 times may seem to offer hope, yet in reality, it is but an unattainable horizon. It is said that when a disciple's strength reaches a certain threshold, the adversary encountered on the 7th level will no longer be confined to the sect. It could be a spirit beast, an elder of the sect, or even a top-tier powerhouse from an unknown foreign land. Meng Qing clenched his fists 10 times. With resolute determination, he lifted his gaze. I beseech the esteemed elders to enlighten me regarding the nature of the second conditions competition. The Grand Elder spoke with uncertainty, hesitatingly stating, "This matter requires deliberation among the elders. Alas, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment. There is no need for that. Is it not true that a pill refining competition is to be held soon within the sect? Let us consider that event." Elder Zhao laughed with unrestrained mirth, his sharp features accentuated by his smile, which ignited a sense of distaste within Meng Qing. Elder Yuan suddenly raised his head, even through a veil. Meng Qing could still sense the latter's fury. Is this not excessive? The pill refining competition is open to the entire sect, and Meng Qing has barely been here for a month. What kind of reasoning is this? Although he has only been a disciple for less than a month, he has already ascended to the 8th level of the cloud tower, has he not? If he can achieve such a feat, surely a mere pill refining competition cannot pose a challenge for him. Furthermore, he is the first to possess 10 celestial apertures in our sect for many years. How could such a trivial matter thwart him? Elder Zhao replied with calm assurance. Simultaneously, the bald elder chimed in, "Moreover, we are merely adhering to Meng Qing's wishes to inform him of the conditions. We have not stipulated that he must win immediately. The next pill refining competition will take place in 3 years. Winning then would suffice to fulfill the requirement." Elder Shi remained silent, his expression as grave as water. As elders, they were acutely aware of the immense difficulty involved. Pill refining is a pursuit that anyone with an interest in the spiritual realm would study. And within the Cloud sect, it is nearly impossible to find a novice in pill refining after 1 or 2 years of training. Moreover, there are many esteemed families dedicated solely to pill refining in the outside world. These individuals have been exposed to the art since they embarked on their path of cultivation. And such a disparity cannot be bridged merely by effort. The pill refining competition occurs once every 3 years, promising fierce competition. Meng Qing tightened his fists, not preoccupied with the difficulty of the competition, but rather with his spiritual essence and system. Perhaps it is time to commence my pill refining journey. Just as he was preparing to depart, Elder Shi called out to him. The two took their leave and returned to Elder Shi's residence. With a gentle sigh, Elder Shi expressed his regret. There is truly no way around this matter. However, you need not worry. Take this, if you wish to refine pills. The materials are fundamental yet crucial. Meng Qing accepted Elder Shi's spatial pouch with reverence, replying, "Master, there is no need for such formality. It is merely a matter of ascending to the 8th level 10 times. I shall ensure that those elders open their eyes wide and witness how I accomplish this." Chapter 72, Ascending the 8th level again. Sure, you paused for a moment before slowly articulating. Had your brilliance not been so pronounced prior, perhaps they would not have reacted as they did. The 10 caves of heaven, ascending to the 8th level of the cloud tower, along with your previous achievements. Each merit attention. Yet, extremes often lead to opposites. Meng Qing pondered for a moment and replied with remarkable composure, "Master, there is no need for concern. In my view, being prominently outstanding may indeed be a blessing. It is only by growing swiftly that one can avoid being bullied. Your disposition is remarkably resilient. Although I am ostensibly your master, the majority of your current accomplishments are a testament to your own efforts. I have faith that you will excel in this iteration of the Cloud Tower and perhaps even claim the championship in alchemy. I do not wish to impose upon you. I merely hope that you do not overexert yourself." Shi remarked. Unlike Meng Qing, the disparity in their strengths was considerable, and Shi Yu's perception and experiences far surpassed those of his disciple. Having witnessed many prodigious talents, he was also familiar with the tragic tales of those who, in their eagerness for success, met an untimely fate. Considering various aspects, Shi Yu decided to offer a word of caution. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Your teachings will be etched in my heart," Meng Qing responded respectfully. "Moreover, should you achieve these 2 feats, you may have the opportunity to delve into our sect's scripture repository for cultivation. There may also be a chance to remedy the blood curse afflicting you. I have scoured ancient texts but found no relevant clues. Upon reflection, it seems that only there might lie the answers," Shi Yu added. Meng Qing felt a warm surge in his heart and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Meng Qing returned to his cave dwelling, burdened by the heavy package. After a brief tidying up, he donned a combat-ready training outfit and, equipped with his gauntlets, ventured once more toward the Cloud Tower. Several hours had passed since he ascended to the 8th level, Yet throngs of individuals still congregated there. Beyond indulging in the latest gossip surrounding Meng Qing, many sought to glean information in hopes of seizing unexpected opportunities. Numerous individuals had already caught wind of the news, stating that Meng Qing had only contested 4 times and had received a bye at the 7th level. This revelation sparked yet another wave of discussion. Though I may not yet match Brother Meng, within a year or 2, I shall surely reach the 7th level. While it may not carry the same prestige as the 8th, a reward awaits those who ascend the 7th, proclaimed a disciple, slender yet with eyes that sparkled with determination. As someone nearby prepared to counter his enthusiasm, the disciple excitedly exclaimed, "It's Brother Meng. My heavens, he has returned." The crowd turned to behold Meng Qing, whose countenance was serene, fists encased in gauntlets, his tall and straight frame exuding an air of superiority that elicited gasps of admiration from the maidens. One brave soul approached, daring to inquire, "May I ask, Brother Meng, are you here to challenge the tower once more? Is your aim the 8th level?" "Brother Meng, some say that your ascent to the 8th level was largely due to luck. Do you concur with this notion? Why so?" As Meng Qing arrived at the steps, he did not pause to respond, continuing to lift his leg and stride directly into the cloud tower. Upon presenting his token, he discovered that his remaining opportunities, which should have been but 1, had miraculously increased to 2. Upon closer inspection, a prominent message appeared. Each successful ascent to the 8th level automatically grants an additional chance to challenge the tower. A faint smile graced Meng Qing's lips. This was indeed favorable, as it spared him the need to return periodically. Upon accepting the match, an electronic voice resonated. "Based on your prowess, your initial level is set at the 3rd tier. We wish you swift success. An opponent has been located. Please prepare for battle." Meng Qing employed his agile techniques, opting for a quick resolution. His adversary was a young man clad in a short shirt, with closely cropped hair and a scar near his left eye. Unmistakably a formidable character. This individual sauntered in, nonchalantly carrying a short staff, seemingly dismissive of Meng Qing's presence. With a mere glance, Meng Qing discerned that this man was at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, having opened 7 caves. The instant the youth stepped into the arena, Meng Qing unleashed his ferocious physical strength, delivering a powerful punch. The man instinctively attempted to block, but Meng Qing's speed was terrifying. The force of his punch propelled the opponent into the outside world, sending him flying. The battle concluded. Ascending to the 4th level, his next opponent was a young woman. Meng Qing briefly admired her striking features and then her ample bosom, deciding to crush her with his spiritual energy to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor. Soon, he ascended to the 7th level. Before long, his next challenger emerged. This was an unremarkable young man, exuding a subdued aura, clad in gray garments. Meng Qing refrained from approaching. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from this figure. 8 caves, the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, with a mysterious energy swirling at the surface, made him difficult to fathom. Meng Qing dared not underestimate him. This aura was unmistakable, reminiscent of the martial king he had encountered during the initiation ceremony at the Yunxiao sect. This individual was perilously close to the realm of a martial king. "Meng Qing?" Mian cast a curious glance at him. "Do we know each other?" Meng Qing inquired, equally intrigued. "Not personally, but someone once expended a considerable fortune to commission my assassination of you, and this likeness was provided to me," Mian replied. Meng Qing froze momentarily, his expression darkening as he asked, "Was it someone from the barbarian tribe, the Qin family, or another clan? I am under no obligation to divulge that. Come now. Since you possess 10 caves, I assume you have the strength to contend with me. Make your move," Mian declared confidently. Surrounding him, shadows danced continuously, and the 7 caves fully materialized, resembling 7 suns, suspended and illuminating the space, while the boundless energy emanated a terrifying presence. Vaguely, a nebulous will bore down upon Meng Qing, making him feel as if he bore the weight of a mountain. Without further ado, Meng Qing raised his fist and softly proclaimed, "Formless fist technique." Suddenly, flames ignited in his hand, spreading outward in an all-encompassing blaze. A manifestation of the relic of the Sun King. Amidst the shifting light and shadow, Meng Qing's aura transformed, becoming urgent and violent. Eventually, it grew indistinct, as his spiritual energy seemingly coalesced into countless avatars, mimicking his every movement. Mian was internally astonished, exclaiming, "Is this a royal weapon? This technique is at least a spiritual art. I am under no obligation to answer you." Meng Qing let out a low growl, striding forward with the poise of a dragon and tiger, delivering a powerful punch. The air trembled, layered with vibrations, accompanied by a series of deafening sonic booms, emanating an aura of terror. Mi Yang's eyes brimmed with wariness as his hands clashed together, revealing a pair of hammers in his palms. With a mighty battle cry, He swung the hammers fiercely, causing the very atmosphere to grow heavy. Behind him, a shadow emerged, resembling a turtle-like spirit beast, his summoned companion. As Meng Qing's fist descended, an overwhelming inferno enveloped Mi Yang along with his techniques and spirit beast. A resounding explosion echoed as a figure was hurled from the flames, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Clearly devoid of any strength to resist, none other than Mi Yang. This was no mere coincidence. Meng Qing's physique had been honed through the blood of the Demon King Ant and various rare treasures, coupled with an innate reservoir of spiritual energy far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He surmised that, beneath the martial king, few could rival his depth of spiritual energy. Though he had previously encountered several beast kings, their ancient nature and prolonged isolation from the world rendered them unrepresentative, leading Meng Qing to refrain from hasty conclusions. With Mi Yang claimed by the Cloud Tower, he ascended to the 8th level for the second time. Chapter 73, 10 Ascents. The sect in turmoil outside the tower. Many disciples remained engrossed in fervent discussions. Although Meng Qing had reached the 8th level, it was purely a result of the 7th level being vacant. A stroke of luck. What nonsense. Is luck not a component of strength? Moreover, why the rush to dismiss this achievement? He at least possesses luck. What do you have? Just wait. To be frank, even if Brother Meng only reached the 7th level this time, it would still be considered a triumph. Conversely, a small group, including Wang Lang and a few others, brimmed with ambition, proclaiming, "This signifies that we are the creme de la creme among the newcomers. We hail from the great Xian nation. We shall uphold the honor of being citizens of the great Xian nation, restoring the glory of the royal family, an obligation we cannot shirk." Ascending to the 4th level is already a success. On the other side, several disciples could not help but scoff at this. What nonsense is this? Yet, there were those who envied, for Meng Qing also hailed from the great Xian nation. Now, with his presence, it was conceivable that the great Xian nation might indeed evolve into a formidable force. They vividly remembered how all attention centered around Meng Qing. At that moment, the identity tokens of the crowd trembled once more. Congratulations to Meng Qing for his unparalleled valor in successfully ascending to the 8th level of the Cloud Tower. A few disciples, still processing the news, exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening? Has something gone awry with the Cloud Tower? Why is this announcement being repeated?" Someone sighed softly. "Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? You've been in the sect for 3 years. Have you ever heard of any errors from the Cloud Tower? Unless I am mistaken, Brother Meng has ascended to the 8th level again." The atmosphere erupted, akin to a boiling cauldron. In less than 15 minutes, the entire Cloud sect was on the brink of frenzy. To reach the pinnacle twice in a single day was an unfathomable feat. Meanwhile, within the confines of a completely sealed palace inside the Cloud Tower, the atmosphere was markedly different from the fervor outside, imbued with an eerie tension. In this ethereal realm, the atmosphere is imbued with a myriad of peculiar substances that expedite the flow of spiritual energy and blood. This should be a sanctuary for cultivation. However, it is now strewn with the fallen. Almost every minute, another individual is teleported into this space. This is a lounge within the Celestial Tower, one of the places where the injured disciples are sent to recuperate. For the male disciples, there are prominent fist imprints either on their chests or faces, while the females lie in a state of unconsciousness, their injuries not readily visible. After a while, one of them regained his strength and, trembling, exclaimed, "Who is the wretch responsible for this? Damn it, I hadn't even called for the fight to commence before I was knocked down with a single blow. I didn't even catch a glimpse of my assailant. I too was just stepping out, ready to engage, when a white figure darted forward and sent me sprawling with a single punch." These disciples, typically formidable in their own right, now found themselves united in indignation, united against a foe deemed excessively vile. At that moment, someone grasped their disciple token and, upon seeing the message that appeared, could not help but exclaim, "Look, it's that Meng Qing. Could it possibly be him?" Another voice suddenly called out, "Indeed, it is he. I was stationed to guard the 7th level, and he was the one who defeated me." The crowd turned to the source of the voice, only to behold a figure whose complexion was as dark as charred coal, emanating a pungent scent of burnt flesh, rendering their gender indiscernible. Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, the movement caused them to grimace in pain. Curiously, someone inquired, "May I ask who you are? Are there foreign friends visiting our celestial sect?" "Wretch, I am Mi Yang," he growled quietly. The crowd was increasingly astonished. Mi Yang was renowned, and if he too had been bested, it solidified the grim reality that all present had fallen victim to Meng Qing. A quarter of an hour later, their identity tokens flickered once more. Congratulations to Meng Qing for his unparalleled bravery, successfully ascending to the 8th level of the Celestial Tower. Silence enveloped the space. Suddenly, another injured disciple was teleported in. Congratulations to Meng Qing for his unparalleled bravery, successfully ascending to the 8th level of the Celestial Tower. Within the span of less than an hour, this same announcement echoed 9 times. The disciples recuperating here exchanged wide-eyed glances. A dreadful thought creeping into their minds. Is this even human? Having achieved the summit 10 times, Meng Qing exited the Celestial Tower from its side, hurrying towards his abode. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the door again and retrieved a plaque inscribed with the words "Do not disturb during seclusion." Just as he settled down to study alchemy, the entire celestial sect was engulfed in fervent discussions. Not only those who questioned Meng Qing were in uproar. Even those who supported him, including Shi Yu and others, speculated that something must be amiss with the Celestial Tower. Ascending to the peak 10 times in a single day was nothing short of madness. This even roused some elders who had been in seclusion for years. Elder Yuan and the others busied themselves. For the instant the news broke, numerous disciples surged into the Celestial Tower, determined to conquer its challenges. The number of disciples on duty within the tower fell short, compelling the elders to take to the front lines. When the venerable elders learned of Meng Qing's remarkable achievement, tears flowed freely as they lamented the ascendancy of the Yunxiao sect. In an instant, a powerful aura enveloped the sect as the slumbering elders emerged from their seclusion. Eager to behold the disciple responsible for such a feat, just as a large contingent gathered before Meng Qing's residence, they were taken aback by the freshly hung plaque. Their discerning eyes recognized it as newly affixed. The elder Zhao, displaying great humility, earnestly proposed, "Allow me to summon him. I am certain Meng Qing would feel honored by your presence." With that, he stepped forward to open the door. However, an elder who had just emerged from seclusion, still lingering in contemplation, voiced his discontent. "What are you saying? Meng Qing has already hung the do not disturb sign. Why would you disturb him? Do you think our old bones are more important than his future? If he is currently striving to attain a higher realm and your interruption leads to a mishap, can you take responsibility for that?" This reprimand left Elder Zhao flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly apologized. "I did not consider all aspects. I am truly sorry." Another elder scolded, "With your impatient mindset, I can only imagine how you instruct your disciples. I am grateful that Meng Qing did not take you as his master. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Learn from Xiao Shi." The assembly of elders trembled in fear, hastily agreeing. Yes, you are right, esteemed elder." Among them were many esteemed elders, yet they dared not voice dissent in the presence of these few, who were the guardians of the Yunxiao sect, possessing the greatest strength and the most seniority, second only to the sect leader. As long as the sect leader remained absent, they were the very embodiment of the Yunxiao sect. Shi Yu stepped forward and suggested, "Esteemed seniors, perhaps you should return to your seclusion. Meng Qing has only been with us for a month. His ascension to the 8th level of the Yunxiao Tower and his seclusion were due to his belief that the aura within our sacred ground would aid his cultivation. To continue his training there, he must not only ascend the 8th level of the Yunxiao Tower 10 times, but also secure victory in a competition designated by us." The elders, recognizing Meng Qing's remarkable talent, had permitted him to aim for victory in the upcoming alchemy competition. However, upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out among them. What? Chapter 74. This is utterly ridiculous. To achieve excellence in alchemy at his first attempt, the expressions of the guardian elders shifted dramatically. They exchanged glances between Shi Yu and Elder Zhao, who was nearly bowing to the ground, his previously dejected countenance now filled with ire. This is sheer nonsense. A disciple who has just entered the sect for a month ascending to the 8th level of the Yunxiao Tower is already a prodigy. Yet you demand he do so 10 times and secure first place in the alchemy competition merely to cultivate in our sacred ground? The eldest elder spoke incredulously. Only now did they grasp the full context of the situation, and it was precisely this realization that fueled their anger. This is absurd. Rules are unyielding. But are you as well? Instead of cherishing and nurturing such a talent, you impose additional hardships upon him. What are you truly thinking? An elder of the guardians chastised. His eyes reddened with emotion. At this juncture, Elder Yuan aptly interjected, "Esteemed seniors, I implore you to quell your ire." Initially, we argued our case vigorously. However, the assertion of Elder Zhao and others is that although Meng Qing has only been initiated for a month, he possesses 10 heavenly orifices and has ascended to the 8th tier of the Cloud Tower in such a brief span. Thus, they have stipulated a medicinal concocting competition. Elder Shi Yu added, "I had previously advised him to take a respite, yet Meng Qing's obstinate nature led me to believe he would postpone his ascent. By the time I received word, he had already reached the summit 10 times and commenced his seclusion." Upon uttering this, he could not help but sigh deeply, displaying an expression of regret. Meanwhile, the bald elder appeared visibly shaken, his jaw trembling in fear. They were apprehensive. All that they had previously stated now loomed over them ominously. Not long ago, they had sought to stifle Meng Qing in his infancy, proposing an unattainable demand. Yet, to their astonishment, within a mere day, Meng Qing had accomplished 50% of the required progress, even rousing the attention of the venerable guardians. Now, their own words had ensnared them. No one understood the identity and stature of these guardians better than they did, nor were they more acutely aware of the ramifications of inciting their wrath. The eldest elder clenched his fist tightly and articulated each word with deliberate slowness. Qin Xian, do you recall how we admonished you prior to our seclusion? The bald elder, resembling a startled rabbit, trembled as he replied. You instructed us to center all actions around the disciples, to consider their perspective, and to seek their benefit, allowing all matters to stem from and return to the disciples. Is your treatment of Meng Qing thus your answer to me? The grand elder queried, his tone sharp. Qin Xian lowered his gaze, rendered mute by fear. Elder Zhao, from behind, cast a desperate glance towards the youngest of the guardians, yet the latter's countenance remained grave, ignoring them entirely. Effective immediately, you shall suspend all duties within the sect until Meng Qing completes his seclusion. Your annual stipends will be forfeited, and upon his emergence, we shall deliberate the reinstatement of your positions based on the actual results, the grand elder declared coldly, issuing a decisive verdict. Qin Xian and his companions felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. This punishment was severe. Within the elder's reward and punishment system of the Cloud Tower sect, warnings were the least severe, while suspension was the most grave. Particularly for Qin Xian and his peers, as golden elders, their stipends were essential for their cultivation progress. The forfeiture of an entire year's stipend was an exorbitant cost. Their patron, the guardian who stood at the rear, appeared oblivious to their plight, his demeanor betraying no hint of emotion. This announcement swiftly disseminated, reaching every disciple and elder through their identity tokens, inciting a wave of commotion. For many disciples, encountering a golden elder was a rare occurrence, viewing them as divine beings. Yet now, several golden elders had been collectively suspended, prompting numerous speculations among the disciples regarding the true nature of the events. When the well-informed revealed that the suspension of the elders was due to their harassment of Meng Qing, it further ignited the imaginations of many. Some applauded the turn of events, while others remained silent. The fervor lasted less than a day before numerous guest elders and core elders intervened, asserting that the matter required no further discussion. Nevertheless, this news proved difficult to contain. Soon after, it spread far and wide, reaching the ears of numerous superpowers and ancient clans. The name Meng Qing became widely recognized once more. Amidst the fervent discussions in the outside world, the individual in question was deeply engrossed in his research on medicinal pills. He sat cross-legged before a large cauldron, surrounded by several smaller ones, which collectively formed the Qi Yin Ding. Initially, Meng Qing possessed only one, but he later acquired several cauldrons of the same rank. Although he could not enhance their quality, he synthesized them into this mother and child cauldron configuration. As flames roared, the smaller cauldrons began to boil, and the excess heat transferred to the central cauldron, intensifying the inferno within. Scattered around Meng Qing were numerous medicinal herbs, while piles of refuse lay on the ground. These were merely waste products. Holding a scroll of alchemical formulas, he gazed at the blazing cauldron and murmured, "Though I now possess a system, it is not omnipotent. To produce a second-grade pill, I require at least 2 first-grade pills. I must master these fundamentals." Before long, the Qi Yin Ding glowed a fiery red, and the spiritual energy in the vicinity surged to life. With both hands in motion, Meng Qing meticulously placed the herbs while reciting. 3 stalks of first-grade spirit grass, 2 coins of golden thread banyan, 1 stalk of shoyang flower, 1 stalk of spiritual cabbage. The moment these herbs entered the cauldron, they were reduced to powder and funneled into the mother cauldron through interconnected pipes. Meng Qing channeled his spiritual energy, attentively observing the transformations of the herbs second by second. At a critical moment, he suddenly extinguished the flames beneath the cauldron, causing the temperature of the gathered herbs to plummet. Simultaneously, he added a piece of medicinal body, a supplementary material commonly used by novice alchemists who struggle to master the nuances of heat control. This was akin to a sugar coating, enveloping the forming pill. As the herbs entered the coating, Meng Qing's focus sharpened, and he suddenly intensified the flames. The previously dispersed herbs rapidly dried, coalescing into a singular entity. The pill was complete. A blue pill lay in the palm of his hand, emanating a refreshing aroma. This was the fragrance of a medicinal pill. Was it truly a premium-grade pill? Meng Qing was astonished. In the realm of alchemy, pills are typically classified into several grades based on their quality: inferior, medium, superior, premium, and imperial. Inferior is the lowest grade, while imperial is the highest. High-quality pills often fetch exorbitant prices, particularly the rarer varieties. The criteria for assessing a pill's quality include its appearance. A barely formed pill is deemed inferior. One without obvious flaws is classified as medium. A perfectly colored and rounded pill is superior. One that emits a medicinal fragrance is premium, and those accompanied by extraordinary phenomena are classified as imperial. Even considering his previous failures, this marked Meng Qing's third attempt at pill refinement and his first successful formation. Yet, he felt it was insufficient. He needed to exert more effort to strive for an imperial-grade pill in one go. With unwavering confidence, Meng Qing immersed himself once more in the alchemical process. In his realm, the Ant Queen and others were left speechless. Truly a case of comparison breeds envy. Chapter 75. The pill refining competition is about to commence. The alchemical prodigies of the Cloud Sky sect, though still in their youth, have gleaned a wealth of knowledge from their respective legacies regarding the art of alchemy. Even the most exceptional alchemists, upon embarking on this path, have often faced outcomes that could only be described as dismal. The foundation of one's spirit determines not only the duration of perseverance during the alchemical process, but also the meticulousness of one's observations. However, the perception of the elixirs and the assessment of their formation time necessitate numerous attempts. It is truly unprecedented to witness an individual like Meng Qing, who, on his very first attempt, successfully crafted a supreme-grade elixir. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a second elixir took form, again of supreme quality. As the quantity of elixirs increased, Meng Qing's average time for concocting first-tier elixirs did not exceed 15 minutes, and each was, without exception, of the highest caliber. Soon, he began to experiment with second-tier elixirs. The complexity of second-tier concoctions surpassed that of the first tier, yet with the foundation laid previously. He only failed once before successfully forming the elixir. The second-tier spirit-nourishing pill, supreme. The second-tier cloud fire pill, supreme. Gradually, even the likes of Brother Chicken and others became almost numb to the spectacle. Observing Meng Qing's seemingly effortless movements and procedures, they found themselves entertaining the notion that they too could succeed. Brother Chicken gazed at Meng Qing for a considerable time before exclaiming joyfully, "I believe I have learned." To which Little Strong and the Ant Queen replied in unison, "No, you have not. You have merely wasted your time." In the span of a single day, Meng Qing successfully concocted all the various second-tier elixirs listed in the recipe provided by Shiryu. After utilizing a substantial portion of the necessary ingredients, he turned his attention to crafting third-tier elixirs. According to the soul power required for concocting various elixirs, the third tier corresponds to the condensation of spirit. Although it is widely acknowledged that one should not recklessly transcend boundaries, Meng Qing suspected that with his spiritual foundation, attempting to concoct fourth-tier elixirs might not be beyond his reach. However, he refrained from acting on this impulse. It was not merely that possessing spiritual energy was insufficient. One cannot craft a meal without ingredients, and the lack of materials posed a significant obstacle. Following his last breakthrough, he had exhausted all the spiritual herbs at his disposal, while the herbs bestowed by the sect were of too high a grade, having been converted into his spiritual energy. On his first attempt, success was achieved. The third-tier essence cleansing source pill, supreme. As Meng Qing beheld the essence cleansing source pill, he could not help but reflect on how his journey to this point was inextricably linked to this very elixir. Whether it was a mere illusion or something more, he felt that the quality of the elixirs he crafted surpassed those cultivated by the system. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in the study of elixirs. His chinquan bag contained numerous precious spirit herbs, and during the alchemical process, he deliberately expended all his soul power before commencing recovery. Through repeated iterations, the shackles that had burdened his spirit since reaching the pinnacle of spirit condensation began to show signs of loosening. He relished this sensation of being emptied. Meanwhile, as Meng Qing persistently repeated this process, the external commotion surrounding him showed no sign of abating. Especially when news of his successful ascent to the 8th level of the Cloud Sky Tower spread, a massive banner was hastily prepared overnight, suspended in the area where many disciples resided. It goes without saying that this was orchestrated by Xian Yi and others. Some perceive this behavior as excessively ostentatious, while others regard it as an act of factionalism, leading to a cacophony of opinions. Numerous individuals harboring grievances against Meng Qing approached to demand the removal of the banner, only to be met with outright refusal. Many grassroots disciples united in solidarity, standing against the disciples of the aristocratic clans, who nearly clashed with them. Ultimately, it was a few elder guest officials who intervened to quell the situation. Observers noted that these elders intervened to suppress the brawl rather than the act of displaying the banner itself. Thus, such occurrences proliferated, and Meng Qing momentarily basked in the limelight. However, this phenomenon did not endure for long. A notice appeared on the identity tokens of every disciple a few days later. The alchemy competition would commence in 10 days, open to all sect members, encouraging enthusiastic participation to emerge victorious among numerous disciples. The participation criteria and important details could be viewed by clicking here. The Council of Elders of Yunshao sect. Shortly thereafter, another significant announcement surfaced. The suspension of those esteemed elders was attributed to Meng Qing. Due to certain conditions, those elders designated Meng Qing to secure first place in the alchemy competition, and his prior 10 ascents to the 8th level of the Yunshao Tower were also tied to this. This thrust Meng Qing once more into the spotlight. Yet this time, praise was scarce, and many harbored skepticism towards him. Having been in the sect for quite some time, Meng Qing had never exhibited any talent for alchemy, even starting now. Despite the remarkable talents of his predecessors, they deemed it a mere fantasy for him to claim first in the competition. Meanwhile, the once renowned alchemical prodigies within the Yunshao sect regained public attention. It was said that senior brother Qin Yuan excelled in alchemy. I still remember the charismatic manner in which he concocted elixirs. Yet what is charisma worth? When it comes to true alchemy, one must look to my senior brother Yunhaoren. His mastery of alchemical techniques is unparalleled, with even the elders praising him for his regal demeanor akin to that of a pill king. But what of that? Among the many talents in our sect, I believe none can rival senior brother Man Hui, who not only can refine elixirs, but can also seize the efficacy of others' potions. I eagerly anticipate senior sister Man showcasing her prowess once more. I remain unconvinced. I've heard that senior brother Yu Huaxian has recently been diligently studying elixirs and made significant progress. Although the alchemy competition clearly states that the minimum requirement for participation is a subtle level divine soul, disciples possessing merely a nascent level divine soul are clamoring to register. Just 3 days before the event, the number of participants reached a point of universal involvement. On the eve of the event, the day of registration's closure, Meng Qing finally emerged from seclusion. He first glanced at the identity token, which continuously emitted a soft glow, clearly astonished by the multitude of messages it contained. Prominently displayed was the punishment of several elders, while the majority of others were messages from individuals such as Xian Yi. There were dozens of messages from Xian Shu alone, through which Meng Qing gleaned a rough understanding of the happenings within the sect in recent days. With a gentle smile, he tidied his attire, accessed the notice for the alchemy competition on his token, registered, submitted his information, and then proceeded to the quarters designated for ordinary disciples. As he stepped outside, a disciple happened to pass by. Upon seeing Meng Qing, he visibly panicked and hurried away. Meng Qing furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, he had sensed a peculiar disturbance within him. Though subtle, it sent chills down his spine, as if an invisible hand was gripping his blood and tugging at it from within. He dashed forward, and the disciple, realizing the situation was dire, attempted to flee but was swiftly brought down with a kick. Meng Qing drew out the moon blade and pressed it against the disciple's neck, stating, "I believe your presence here is not mere coincidence. What is your connection to Qin Ping?" Chapter 76. Before the preliminary round, shocking Xian Shu for an entire year. What did you say? I don't know anyone by the name of Qin Ping. I merely happened to pass through here. Don't forget, this is the disciple's residence. The disciple's eyes darted nervously. Although he possessed considerable strength, he felt powerless before Meng Qing. I hold the moon blade in my hand. You should know what this is. It's of no matter if you choose not to speak, but do not move. Allow me to make a small cut, and I shall see where you attempt to flee. Meng Qing declared, abruptly moving the blade as if to slice downward. The disciple panicked instantly and exclaimed, "I'll tell you. My name is Qin Yi, and I am Qin Ping's younger brother." Meng Qing withdrew the moon blade and inquired further, "Did Qin Yuan send you? What is your purpose?" "Yes. I came to check if the blood curse remains intact," Qin Yi stammered, fear evident in his voice. He understood the gravity of the person before him, who brazenly extorted powerful families in front of countless witnesses. Such a figure was no ordinary menace. Fortunately, having entered the sect a few years earlier, he had managed to avoid disaster. Meng Qing's expression darkened. "The blood curse? How can it be undone? You may attempt to lie," he warned. Qin Yi swallowed hard, and upon feeling the blade press against his neck again, he began to weep, saying, "I truly do not know. The blood curse is buried deep within the bloodline of the Qin family. It can only be activated when a member of the Qin family is slain. Not even the elders of my family may fully comprehend it." Meng Qing's killing intent surged. If that were indeed the case, did it not imply that the blood curse could never be undone? Within the 10th cave, the Ant Queen remarked, "Master, he speaks the truth. The blood curse is both enigmatic and horrifying. It has existed for far too long, akin to the Qin family's highest secret. A family would never allow unseasoned descendants to come into contact with such matters." Meng Qing knocked him unconscious with a punch, then confiscated his Qingquan bag, carelessly tossing him into a nearby pit. Utterly useless. Never mind. Qin Yuan will also participate in this alchemy competition. I shall confront him directly then. Meng Qing emptied the contents of the Qingquan bag and discarded the empty pouch aside, proceeding towards the place where he had been staying. During his seclusion, Xianshu had left him numerous messages, including information about the participants in the upcoming alchemy competition. Qin Yuan, though not yet at the martial king realm, had gained considerable prestige among the disciples of Yunxiao sect due to his early cultivation of the soul to the spirit condensation stage. At the new disciples' residence, a striking banner measuring 5 zhang in length, flamboyantly red, was unfurled, accompanied by an embroidered portrait of him on the right side. An ostentatious display indeed. Before he could fully approach, he was recognized by the crowd. Most of those gathered were martial artists like him, who had started from humble beginnings and had ascended to this point through their own perseverance. Following recent events, they had evidently begun to idolize Meng Qing. Brother Meng, you are here to find Xianshu and the others, right? Please, follow me. Brother Meng, how did you manage to ascend to the 8th level of the Cloud Tower 10 times? Do you have any insights or experiences to share? Is it true that in this upcoming alchemy competition, you aim to secure the first place as rumored? Could you perhaps divulge some information? Recently, many talented alchemists in our sect have expressed their desire to compete against you. What is your perspective on this? The questions from the disciples were diverse and peculiar, quickly overwhelming Meng Qing. He felt as if he were no longer in the martial world, but rather at a press conference from his past life. Xian Yi and the others, hearing the commotion, swiftly emerged to rescue him. Brother Meng, you may not be aware, but your legendary feats have been circulating throughout the sect. Wang Lang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Were it not for the crowd, he would have eagerly pinned Meng Qing down for a thorough examination. Coming from a humble background himself, he held a deep admiration for those who rose from obscurity to greatness. Meng Qing chuckled, not quite. Xianshu has provided ample information in recent days, so I am now well informed about the situation. Brother Meng, is it true that the condition of ascending to the 8th level of the Cloud Tower 10 times is indeed a requirement? And what about the championship of this alchemy competition? Asked a young woman standing beside Xianshu, who, despite being of royal lineage, dared not present herself with any airs. Yes, Meng Qing replied candidly, not shying away from the truth. Xianshu appeared somewhat anxious. We have also registered for this alchemy competition, but word has it that there are many formidable competitors this time. A silence fell over the crowd, while they believed in Meng Qing's prowess. They were not convinced that he could achieve any significant breakthroughs in alchemy within such a short span. Meng Qing smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. Just focus on what you can do. As for the outcome, it isn't truly of paramount importance, is it? Nods of agreement followed. On the following morning, the entire Cloud sect was abuzz with excitement. Meng Qing's identity token emitted a gentle glow, accompanied by an invitation letter radiating golden light. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the preliminary selection and earned the right to participate in the initial round of the alchemy competition. Please ensure your presence at the preliminary round at 8 o'clock today. Failure to do so will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Alchemy Competition Promotion Committee. The so-called preliminary selection merely filtered out those who did not meet the criteria, specifically those whose spiritual essence was below a certain threshold. While this might seem unnecessary, it effectively eliminated the majority of those merely seeking to join the fray. Upon arriving at the designated venue for the alchemy competition, he spotted Xianshu waving at him from a distance. Did Xian Yi and the others not join us? Meng Qing inquired curiously. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the preliminary rounds were taking place simultaneously across several expansive venues, each spanning 1,000 feet. At the moment, it appeared that only Xianshu was present alongside him in his designated area. Indeed, Xian Yi and Wang Lang found themselves grouped together, while another individual ventured off to a different location. Hey, Brother Meng, Xianshu inquired with a hint of anxiety. Do you think we can pass the preliminary round? Meng Qing pondered for a moment. The preliminary round is not particularly challenging. Did the promotional team not distribute the general content of the competition beforehand? The questions will revolve around the refinement of 5 types of first-tier elixirs, and achieving high-quality results should be attainable with diligent practice over the coming days. Upon hearing this, Xianshu's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Brother Meng, your words seem rather casual. I've been practicing day and night, and I've only managed to grasp the basics. While I have produced some high-quality elixirs, the majority have been of mediocre or even inferior quality. This piqued Meng Qing's curiosity, prompting him to respond. How could it take you so long? First-tier elixirs should be relatively easy to master. Have you yet to begin working with second-tier elixirs? Xianshu sighed. Is there anything easy about this? Then, as if recalling a moment of pride, she mischievously asked, Brother Meng, How many attempts did it take you to successfully refine your first-tier elixir? Meng Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment, hesitating before replying. 3 times. Qianshu's face fell instantly, followed by her inquiry, what about the second tier? Once, he replied. And the third tier? Fewer than 10 times. My goodness, are you trying to crush my spirit? Qianshu exclaimed, swallowing her earlier intention to boast about her own success of 10 attempts for first-tier elixirs. Chapter 77. Just maintain your composure. The voices of the two were not particularly hushed, yet in the vast crowd of over 1,000 individuals at the preliminary site, the cacophony drowned them out, sparing them from drawing attention. Perhaps provoked by Meng Qing's remarks, Qianshu's cheeks puffed up as she muttered, I refuse to believe this. I will diligently cultivate my spiritual essence and strive to refine a second-tier elixir within 10 attempts. Meng Qing couldn't help but chuckle, offering gentle reassurance. Focus on what you can control. Do not overexert yourself. Just maintain your composure, like I do. Qianshu retorted playfully. You, be quiet. Clenching her little fists amidst the throngs of people, Qianshu edged closer to Meng Qing, her petite stature necessitating such proximity. Meng Qing, however, remained oblivious to her subtle movements, concentrating instead on the unfolding events within the venue. With his formidable spiritual perception, he could discern the spiritual levels of most individuals at a glance. It soon became apparent to him that, despite the initial selection, the disciples present were far from ordinary. The majority possessed spiritual prowess at the pinnacle of refinement, with many already at the spirit convergence stage. After a brief interval, he identified his first competitor with a comparable spiritual energy. It was a girl whose face seemed familiar, her spirit energy fully realized at the spirit convergence stage. As his gaze descended, he found himself momentarily taken aback. She was prominently holding a compass. This was indeed the girl with the compass from that day. From the information Qianshu had shared, Meng Qing recognized her as Mu Yao, hailing from an ancient and enigmatic power. Meng Qing was astonished. It appeared that this formidable faction possessed substantial depth. He distinctly remembered that at the conclusion of the secret realm, Mu Yao's spiritual essence had only reached the minor completion of the spirit convergence stage. Even with his system, Meng Qing had only managed to catch up to her progress, which was truly formidable. As if sensing his gaze, she glanced over, her head slightly nodding in acknowledgement, as if they had met before. Soon, the second possessor of the complete spirit essence emerged. This was a slender, somewhat morose-looking youth, whom Meng Qing deduced to be named Yunhaoren. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, the sun ascended steadily, casting a pleasant warmth, yet the bustling atmosphere here rendered the crowd somewhat restless. A formidable aura descended from the heavens, as if every disciple present was burdened by a mountain, instantly silencing them. The martial king, the newcomer, was a young man, appearing not much older than the others, with a gentle smile adorning his face as he spoke softly. I am Ling Zhan, the guest elder responsible for this region. Without further ado, I shall now arrange the participants. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the center of his brow, and as his eyes closed, he revealed a vertical pupil. A brilliance more piercing than sunlight radiated from it, as if an invisible pair of hands had entered the arena, rearranging the crowd into a grid-like formation across the expansive square. Though termed as arranging, it merely served to enhance the visual appeal of the layout based on proximity. Subsequently, Ling Zhan gestured with his hands, and countless beams of light fell, each enveloping 2 clusters of spiritual herbs composed of 10 plants each. Meng Qing observed that the hues were dissimilar, indicating that each individual's examination differed, and the distribution was meticulously orchestrated. Under Ling Zhan's deliberate control, aside from the peripheral areas, the examination topics for individuals in any direction within the venue varied significantly. He reached out to receive a small sheet of paper, upon which the words by Chao Dan were inscribed. This was his examination topic, and it represented the most challenging of the 5 spiritual herbs. Glancing at Qianshu, he noticed the corners of her mouth slightly uplifted as she contemplated the herbs before her, just as he intended to survey his surroundings further. An intricate array of patterns suddenly manifested across the ground, causing his vision to blur and greatly restricting his spirit essence. The spirit essence restriction has been activated. You have 1 hour. Results may be submitted after half an hour. Those whose spirit essence makes contact with the restrictor will be treated as having cheated and will be barred from participating in the alchemy competition for the next 3 years. Ling Zhan's voice resonated in each participant's ear, heralding the commencement of the preliminary round of the alchemy competition. Meng Qing retrieved the Qi Yin Ding. Tapping his finger upon it, flames igniting instantaneously atop the cauldron. As the vessel glowed crimson, he sequentially placed the spiritual herbs within. The vibrant herbs withered and dried upon contact with the intense heat. Meng Qing noted that while these herbs appeared similar, their harvesting times varied greatly, resulting in significant differences in moisture content, which in turn necessitated vastly different levels of heat. Yet, this posed no challenge for him. He swiftly added the primary herbs one after another. The Bai Chao Dan earned its name not only for its strong neutralizing properties among the auxiliary herbs, but also because the primary herb serves as a supplementary ingredient for numerous high-tier elixirs. Its nature being rather ambiguous, akin to a universal fusion material. Accurately grasping the properties of each primary herb and the required heat was particularly challenging. Meng Qing closed his eyes, utilizing his spirit essence to observe the transformation of the elixir. At the precise moment of a quarter hour, he accurately placed the herbs into the elixir body, and as the flames of the cauldron extinguished, the elixir was perfectly formed. Its shape was flawless, hue lustrous, and its exterior immaculate. As the temperature of the surface diminished, an array of aromatic fragrances from the various herbs wafted forth. An exquisite creation. In his leisure time, he sat cross-legged on the ground, delving into the alchemical formula that Shi Yu had entrusted to him. After half an hour had passed, Meng Qing was astonished to discover that the disciples in the arena had gradually submitted their results. As he exited the area, Xianshu nearly rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Brother Meng, I succeeded. Can you guess the quality of the elixir I concocted?" Meng Qing casually replied, "Is it of superior grade?" Xianshu nodded vigorously, then boisterously inquired, "What about you?" After a moment of contemplation, Meng Qing responded, "It should be of the utmost quality." In an instant, Xianshu lost her desire to converse, and her earlier joy evaporated, leaving her to stand aside, awaiting the final results. Soon, Ling Zhan announced the outcome. A total of 1,024 participants entered the alchemical preliminaries, with all submitting their elixirs, and 63 deemed qualified. The top 3 from this preliminary round were declared. First place, Mu Yao, utmost quality elixir. Second place, Yun Haoran, utmost quality elixir. Third place, Meng Qing, utmost quality elixir. A note: this ranking is determined by the quality of the elixirs and the order of submission. Those of the same quality are ranked by submission time. Other qualified participants will later receive an invitation for the re-examination on their disciple tokens. The re-examination will commence in 1 hour, so please be punctual. Ling Zhan, appearing unfazed, announced the results with a calm demeanor, suggesting that he had presided over many alchemical competitions and was not surprised by such outcomes. Yet, this revelation sent ripples through the crowd below. Yun Haoran was, without a doubt, an established alchemical prodigy, while Mu Yao, though recently initiated, hailed from the renowned Mu family. Known for their alchemical prowess in the Xinjiao continent, it was hardly astonishing for her to produce a first-tier utmost quality elixir. But what of Meng Qing? Hadn't some claimed that he had never engaged in alchemy before? The notion that someone with no prior experience could, in a mere few days, concoct an utmost quality elixir seemed utterly implausible. Eyes turned toward Meng Qing, yet he maintained a composed expression, exuding an air of indifference as he departed alongside Xianshu. Someone promptly remarked, "The truth cannot be concealed, nor can the false be made real. The re-examination is imminent. Let us follow and see." Chapter 78, The Re-examination. No restroom breaks allowed during the exam. Meng Qing recognized the location of the re-examination. It was the area beyond the Yunxiao Tower. He had been transported there when he first reached the 8th level of the Yunxiao Tower. A considerable number of people had already gathered there, regardless of age. The youthful faces bore an air of barely concealed pride. Having emerged from the preliminary round of the alchemical competition, they had surpassed over 90% of their peers, granting them a sense of pride. Those who had successfully crafted utmost quality elixirs stood like stars surrounded by the moon, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Xianshu clenched her small fists and earnestly urged, "Brother Meng, you should join them. This is a splendid opportunity for the entire sect to recognize you." To this, Meng Qing responded with a hint of self-deprecation. "At this stage in the sect, who among them is unaware of my name?" At that moment, due to the excessive crowding, 2 short youths nudged Meng Qing, saying, "Excuse us, senior brother, we need to pass through." Xianshu suppressed her laughter and remarked, "See, that was exactly what I meant." Meng Qing remained unmoved, for to him, it mattered little where he stood. The elevation of the ground was modest, yet with his soul power, he could discern the levels of all present. Apart from exceptional talents like Xianshu, who demonstrated extraordinary prowess, it was rare to encounter a soul at the pinnacle of subtlety. Besides Mu Yao and Yun Haoran, Meng Qing also detected several soul fluctuations that could potentially pose a challenge to him. Most of these individuals were surrounded by throngs, yet identifying them was not overly difficult. By observing their positions and physical features, Meng Qing recognized Yu Huaxian, though he held little interest in the others. Xianshu quietly noted, "Based on the number of preliminary rounds and participants, the format and number of competitors in the semifinals will vary. This time, it should follow the regular format. comprising 8 semifinal divisions, each with between 64 and 70 participants. Meng Qing's pupils constricted. 8 semifinal divisions? That was indeed significant, with 3 competitors in just one division. Excluding the factor of luck, this remained a formidable figure. The alchemical competition was truly a gathering of hidden talents. Isn't that Meng Qing? He actually made it through the preliminary round. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized him, unable to contain their astonishment. As the word spread, most of the onlookers turned their attention towards him, instantly making him the center of focus. Indeed, are you not aware? Meng Qing ranked among the top 3 in our division. He concocted an exceptional elixir. Someone added, sharing a shocking revelation. What? An exceptional elixir? The crowd began to stir restlessly. According to their assumptions, even if he had passed the preliminary round, it would have been merely due to good fortune. But to have crafted an exceptional elixir, what sorcery was this? Could it be that Shiryu leaked the questions? This thought flickered through the minds of many, only to be swiftly dismissed. In the preliminary division, materials were distributed on-site, and even the exam questions were finalized only an hour before the event. With a Marshal King supervising the proceedings, cheating was utterly impossible. Amidst the crowd, Ziling gritted her teeth in frustration. Someone murmured, it was merely luck. The semifinals will not be so straightforward. Let us see who ultimately prevails. The speaker, Lei Ming, hailed from an ancient clan and had previously been subjected to Meng Qing's coercion in the secret realm. Meng Qing, having overheard this, remained unfazed and instead closed his eyes to meditate peacefully. In the hidden realm, Meng Qing divided a fragment of his consciousness to inquire of the 3 spirit beasts. What is the stature of the Lei clan? What is their foundation? The 3 spirit beasts were momentarily speechless, realizing that his outward calmness was merely a facade for ulterior motives. However, after spending some time together, they understood Meng Qing's disposition. The informed Queen Ant replied, they are quite formidable. It is said that the progenitor of the Lei clan once obtained the legacy of true thunder, carving out a formidable reputation in ancient times. Most importantly, this clan may very well possess living deities among them. Meng Qing nodded, indicating his understanding. Lei Ming's words garnered considerable agreement from the crowd, with one individual chiming in. Indeed, there have been quite a few sensational events in the sect recently. It's a pity that in alchemy, he seems to be on the verge of revealing his true self. If he cannot surpass you in spiritual energy, I refuse to believe he can outdo you in alchemy. The onlookers turned their attention, momentarily stunned by the sight of a remarkably handsome young man, whose spiritual energy resonated at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Yet his soul was in the perfected stage of the spirit condensation realm. It was Chunyi, the crown prince of the great Qin kingdom, rumored to have lost his brother Chunyin at the hands of Meng Qing in the secret realm. Meng Qing slightly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. When he first settled in the cave dwelling, this individual had attempted to harm him with a venomous scorpion. Meng Qing had dealt with him at that time, but it seemed the latter had failed to learn his lesson, brazenly reappearing. Perhaps he had been too merciful? Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiments of those who held grudges against him. The break soon concluded, and 2 figures of martial kings emerged from the distant palace. A sight to behold. The 64 participants were evenly divided into distinct zones, with the 2 martial kings stationed to the east and west, their hands moving gracefully as smoke reappeared. Unlike the preliminary rounds, this time there would be a division of zones and the establishment of prohibitions. Meng Qing retrieved the crimson flame cauldron, and a gentle voice resonated in his ears. This elimination round will adopt a knockout system. Each participant must successfully refine a second-tier elixir, with the quality requirement set at the high-grade level, and it is essential to complete the task in the shortest possible time. The evaluation will be based on a proportional system, with elixir quality and appearance accounting for 60% and refining time accounting for 40%. The top 16 participants based on comprehensive scores will advance from this region. Meng Qing was taken aback, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. He had not anticipated such a method, which heightened his interest, perhaps from the moment they set foot in the arena for the elimination rounds. The usually unassuming disciples would finally reveal their extraordinary talents. There were many instances in the past where gifted individuals had been eliminated due to underestimating their competitors. A luminous orb floated before him, and upon inspection, he discovered that the assessment topic was the water avoidance pill. The recipe required 13 types of spiritual herbs. Yet the examination materials provided a total of 20, among which 7 bore striking resemblances in both appearance and scent. Meng Qing ignited the flame, his soul force intensely concentrated, and within a mere 10 breaths, he discarded the 7 extraneous herbs. Boom! The sub-cauldron heated to completion, transmitting a terrifying heat into the main cauldron, causing the surrounding temperature to escalate dramatically. The 10 auxiliary herbs were simultaneously cast into the sub-cauldron. After 100 breaths, Meng Qing added the primary herb to the main cauldron. As the auxiliary herbs dried into powder, completely transferred into the main cauldron. As they melded together, Meng Qing introduced the elixir body. The flames were extinguished, and the elixir rapidly coalesced, each phase meticulously timed. Another 100 breaths later, the elixir fully cooled, releasing a sudden burst of fragrance, the aroma of a premium spiritual elixir. Meng Qing held the elixir in hand, unreservedly stowing away the leftover materials into his Qianquan bag before departing the area. The two martial kings exchanged astonished glances, and the one closest to him remarked, "Esteemed candidate, restroom breaks are not permitted during the examination." Chapter 79, Entering the Finals. In front of him, Meng Qing exhibited a peculiar expression. "Are you going to the restroom?" he asked earnestly. "I am not going to the restroom," he replied firmly. "Then are you planning to forfeit the examination?" inquired another martial king. Meng Qing was perplexed, contemplating the incongruity of their conversation. Dismissing his confusion, he promptly redirected the discussion. "I have completed my elixir and am here to submit it." The two martial kings were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously expressed their astonishment. "Did you just say that your elixir is complete?" Meng Qing nodded, extending his palm to reveal a blue elixir, exuding a fragrant aroma, nestled gently within his hand. The initial speaker among the martial kings made a slight motion. Taking the elixir, his expression quickly transformed into one of profound shock. As a martial king, he possessed discerning vision, and it was evident to him that this elixir had only just taken form, its surface flawless, its hue lustrous, and the aroma wafting forth unmistakably indicated it was a premier elixir. "How much time has elapsed?" he asked his companion. "Not even 15 minutes. Meng Qing inquired. "Am I allowed to submit my results now?" His tone was tinged with urgency, apprehensive that any delay might result in others seizing the opportunity to submit ahead of him. The martial king, realizing his lapse in composure, quickly responded, "Of course, please wait to the side." Meng Qing stood still beside the two martial kings, positioned high above, granting them a clear view of every movement in the arena below. His gaze quickly fell upon Qianshu. A quarter of an hour passed, and she was still diligently attempting to discern the extraneous varieties of spirit herbs. Ultimately, she resolved to ignite the alchemical furnace. One by one, she placed the selected spirit herbs within, though she soon became flustered. As she added the fifth auxiliary herb, she hesitated, ultimately extinguishing the furnace, resulting in failure. Meng Qing sighed. Although Qianshu possessed talent, it paled in comparison to the numerous prodigies present in the arena. Most individuals who entered the Yunxiao sect for training were exceptional talents, cultivated at great expense by various factions since childhood. While ordinary disciples could also train here, their starting point was vastly different, making it challenging for them to catch up. Ultimately, the majority would serve as mere backdrop to the flourishing talents. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted, cutting through his thoughts with startling clarity. Meng Qing turned his attention to the edge of the arena, where a section had indeed witnessed a furnace explosion. The two martial kings appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated such an occurrence. Meng Qing noted that while he could distinctly hear the explosion from above, the surrounding disciples remained unaffected. His gaze shifted again, landing on Mu Yao, whose alchemical furnace was tightly sealed, indicating she had reached the final stage. Nearby, Yunhaoren extinguished the flames at their most vigorous moment, subsequently manipulating the large furnace to rise and fall with his spiritual energy. This was unmistakably the technique of elixir refinement. Meng Qing withdrew his gaze, having already formed a judgment regarding the outcome of the semifinals. Meanwhile, the two martial kings beside him each held a token, seemingly engaged in a continual verification process. Below, a man and a woman emerged. It was none other than Mu Yao and Yunhaoren. As Yunhaoren stepped out of that particular area, his pace suddenly quickened, and he became the second to submit his elixir. Mu Yao's pupils constricted, yet she refrained from commenting, submitting her own elixir as well. Meng Qing noted that both individuals had actually concocted superior-grade elixirs. Upon completing their submissions, both sighed in relief, but were taken aback when they turned to see Meng Qing. Yunhaoren, astonished, inquired, "Did you forfeit?" "No, I merely took a restroom break midway and then completed my elixir." Meng Qing replied with a hint of amusement in his eyes. The color drained from Yunhaoren's face, feeling utterly embarrassed for having attempted a little trickery. Mu Yao cast a deep glance at Meng Qing before quietly standing beside him. Soon after, another contestant emerged. It was Lei Ming. Upon submitting his elixir and noticing Yunhaoren standing aside, he was surprised but not particularly shaken. However, when he spotted Meng Qing and Mu Yao beside him, his expression changed dramatically. "How is this possible?" Lei Ming exclaimed, pointing at Meng Qing, momentarily at a loss for words. "I simply took a restroom break during the examination and then prepared my elixir. Meng Qing reiterated his earlier statement. The two examiners exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Recalling Meng Qing's words and observing the blue water avoidance elixir placed first, they suddenly found it less appealing. Then, Chun Yi and another seasoned disciple emerged simultaneously. Each time someone expressed shock at Meng Qing, he would repeat his previous statement. An odd phenomenon unfolded. Although those who submitted early were deemed victors, none wore expressions of joy. Instead, they looked as if they were suffering from constipation, their faces pale. As an hour passed, most of the participants had submitted their elixirs. Xian Shu's elixir, though formed, could barely be considered of medium quality. The two martial kings promptly announced the results. 53 participants from this region had submitted their elixirs in the alchemy competition's semifinals, with 23 deemed qualified and 16 advancing to the finals. Based on the timing of elixir submissions and their quality, the rankings were as follows. First place, Meng Qing. Second place, Mu Yao. Third place, Yun Haoren. The advancing disciples would receive notifications. The final round would commence in 1 hour, and they were urged not to waste any time. Upon hearing that Meng Qing had secured first place in the semifinals, the later arriving disciples gazed at him in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of it. However, Meng Qing was too disinterested to explain further. He swiftly approached Xian Shu, offering words of comfort. It's all right if you didn't succeed. After all, this round's questions were indeed challenging. With reddened eyes, Xian Shu shook her head in response. I'm fine, but you, senior brother Meng, must strive to achieve first place in this alchemy competition. Let us proceed to the finals, Meng Qing suggested, shifting the topic. As the two walked away, the onlookers among the disciples were not ready to relent. Some, in a final act of resistance, gritted their teeth and declared, "This is impossible. It must be a sham. Meng Qing must have cheated." Yes, the preliminary and semifinals were solo competitions, but the finals are public. I must see how this unfolds. Indeed, let us pursue and uncover the truth of the matter. Only by witnessing it ourselves can we comprehend. The crowd clamored as they made their way towards the finals venue. At the rear of the throng, Mu Yao observed her disciples, their teeth clenched in frustration, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waves. She opted for a longer path, advancing at a leisurely pace. The final battleground was situated atop a stone platform within the secret realm, necessitating a traverse through the sea of clouds once more. As they descended the steps, Meng Qing keenly sensed a gentle tremor emanating from an object within his chinquan bag. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that it was the very bone imbued with divine resonance, the one he had exchanged with the demon queen, Ant, during their time in the secret realm. There is someone ahead, Xian Shu suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 80. Testing Li Xianxue. Meng Qing extended his spiritual energy outward, and upon perceiving a figure ahead, his brow furrowed ever so slightly. It was none other than Li Xianxue. During their initial descent, this individual had been the first to mention the anomalies within the mist. At the time, Meng Qing had dismissed it lightly. However, the recent tremor of the bone, coupled with this person's appearance and prior statements, led Meng Qing to suspect that it was no mere coincidence. The two continued onward together. Upon Meng Qing's arrival, Li Xianxue's expression remained largely unchanged. He sat casually on the stone steps, legs dangling over the edge, appearing lost in thought. For many, a mere nudge could send such a relaxed individual to their demise. But Meng Qing held a different perspective. His spiritual energy probed subtly forward, revealing that Li Xianxue's strength exceeded his expectations. Though they had both entered the realm a month ago, Li Xianxue had already reached the late stage of the cave heaven realm, mere strides away from the pinnacle. His soul was also condensed, yet Meng Qing sensed its true level was obscured, as if veiled by some precious artifact. Xian Shu boldly approached, seating herself beside Li Xianxue, and with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Brotherly, it has been a while. What brings you here?" Li Xianxue abruptly snapped back to reality and, with surprise, replied, "Ah, it's you, Sister Xian. Oh, it's nothing much. The scenery here is quite lovely. After 2 exhausting matches, I'm merely resting a bit. Are you also participating in the finals?" Xian Shu graciously admitted, "I'm merely a spectator, accompanying Brother Meng to the finals." Li Xianxue nodded, his gaze appraising, and remarked, "Ah, so it's Brother Meng. Your name has resonated throughout these days. It's hard not to take notice." Meng Qing smiled in modesty and subtly probed. "I recall during my first passage here, you mentioned that there lies a secret realm concealed within the sea of clouds. Were you perhaps seeking a path just now?" Li Xianxue's expression remained unchanged as he replied with a gentle smile, "Brother is jesting. It seems you remember my casual remarks quite vividly. Do you truly believe in such things?" Ordinary folk, upon hearing of a secret realm hidden within the sea of clouds, would undoubtedly be filled with curiosity. As I gazed upon this enchanting scenery, I couldn't help but wonder, if such a realm truly exists, it must have once been the dwelling place of celestial beings. Meng Qing mused, a hint of longing in his tone. Li Xianxue chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. If such a place indeed exists, I shall be certain to unearth it. Xianshu found herself at a loss for words as she interrupted the two engaged in a cryptic conversation. Hurry to the arena. If you arrive late, you may miss your chance. The trio made their way downwards, only to discover a considerable assembly of people upon reaching the venue. Despite the elimination of numerous participants in the preliminary and semi-final rounds, a staggering 200 to 300 individuals still gathered here. This was indeed a formidable figure. Meng Qing and Li Xianxue retrieved their identity tokens and entered together, instantly capturing the attention of many, especially that of Meng Qing. Whispers filled the air as onlookers pointed towards the duo, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. Although the finals had yet to commence, a core elder already presided over the arena, and neither the competitors nor the audience dared to raise their voices. Meanwhile, Xianshu squeezed her way to Xian Yi and the others, her excitement palpable. See what I told you? Senior brother Meng is remarkable. He is bound to reach the finals. Wang Lang chuckled wryly. Now I understand. Exceptional individuals excel in any field. The crowd around him nodded in agreement, yet dissonant voices emerged. Revel while you can. The preliminary and semi-final rounds can be navigated through rote memorization and practice, but the final questions will be posed by various elders on site. Just wait and see how Meng Qing embarrasses himself. This was Xi Lang, his gaze venomous as it fixed intently upon the group. Previously, in the secret realm, Meng Qing had made him suffer greatly, and just as he contemplated revenge, he discovered that Meng Qing had ascended to heights beyond his reach. How could he, having entered the sect for less than a month, endure such a disparity? Beside him stood Fang'an, who remained silent, but bore a countenance not much brighter than Xi Lang's. Wang Lang clenched his fists. Rote memorization? How come you didn't qualify for the finals through that method? If you wish to slander senior brother Meng, at least find a more credible excuse. Xian Shu retorted coldly. Next time you consider belittling senior brother Meng, it would be prudent to understand the situation first. He is the top contender in our division. The top contender? Even Xian Yi and the others were taken aback. He was indeed the first? It was well known that due to random allocations, each division could harbor hidden talents who rarely revealed their prowess. Barely scraping through the semifinals and being the first in the semifinals were worlds apart. At that moment, a large wave of individuals rapidly dispersed, and the news of Meng Qing securing first place in the semifinals spread like wildfire. Xi Lang's face flushed crimson as he seethed. That was merely luck. If he possesses true skill, let him secure first in the finals as well. Xian Yi coldly replied, I believe you've not had enough stones. Last time, senior brother Meng ought to have found a larger stone to shove into your mouth. The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. Recently, Meng Qing had gained considerable fame, and tales of his exploits against prominent families in the secret realm circulated widely among the disciples, particularly for Xi Lang, who had once been captured by Meng Qing in the secret realm and nearly lost his teeth due to a single remark. This incident stood as his greatest embarrassment, without exception. Have the courage to repeat that? Are you seeking death? Xi Lang's face instantaneously darkened to a chilling coldness. Wang Lang let out a cold snort. Allow me to speak. Have you perhaps consumed too few stones last time? You are no different from that foolish individual who treats the toilet paper adorned with pear blossoms as a treasure. Both of you are cowards. Next time, you should aspire to emulate him and consume golden excrement. Shilong's aura surged dramatically, yet he refrained from unleashing it. A formidable pressure descended from the heavens, sealing the area. An guest elder descended gracefully, inquiring in a solemn tone, what transpired here? Xian Shu was the first to respond. Esteemed elder, Shilong has insulted the contestants of the finals, and we retaliated. He intends to resort to violence using his spiritual energy. The elder furrowed his brow, having noticed the commotion earlier. Given the unique status of both parties involved, he found himself in a predicament. Although Meng Qing lacked any influential backing, several esteemed elders had recently been temporarily relieved of their positions. Xian Shu and her companions had close ties with him, making it clear that offending them would not be wise. After careful consideration, he issued a warning to both factions. Considering this is your first transgression, I shall refrain from punishment. However, should it occur again, I will not be lenient. Xian Shu and her companions expressed their gratitude in unison. Shilong clenched his fists and snorted disdainfully. On the stone platform, Meng Qing observed the unfolding events with an unchanging expression. His foremost priority was to secure victory in the alchemy competition. As for those individuals, Shiryu was correct. They were all disciples of prestigious families with abundant resources. A request for assistance from them would likely be met with little resistance. In the next moment, Meng Qing's brow furrowed as a subtle yet chilling intent to kill surged forth, sending a shiver down his spine. A beam of light shot towards him, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, aimed directly at his brow. Chapter 81. The finals commence. All sides are enemies. An invisible wave emanated, enveloping him with a potent soul force, forming a protective barrier around Meng Qing. The beam collided with it, only to be obliterated, dissipating into the air. This maneuver was swift and decisive. Meng Qing could not even perceive the aura accompanying the light. Master, to the northwest. It's a member of the barbarian tribe. Xiao Chang suddenly exclaimed. Meng Qing turned his gaze to see a woman standing at the center of the crowd, surrounded by a throng of youths vying for her attention. Yet she remained oblivious to their flattery. Manhui, Meng Qing murmured, quickly grasping the situation. He had previously wondered why, despite annihilating the entire generation of the barbarian tribe, no seasoned disciples had sought him out. It turned out his adversary was here. Manhui also caught sight of his gaze, her smile laced with scorn and a chilling demeanor. Chen Yi observed Meng Qing from a corner, his expression inscrutable, akin to a predator in the midst of a hunt. Mu Yao stood alone, her long, slender legs and fair skin drawing attention even from the shadows. Several handsome youths attempted various tactics to divert her gaze from Meng Qing, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Yun Haoran, Yu Huaxian, and others stood on the opposite side, seemingly engaged in a silent contest. Before long, a luminous curtain descended, enveloping the venue. A core elder rose from the high platform, addressing the assembly with gravitas. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all who stand upon this stone platform. You have triumphed through the preliminary and semi-final rounds, demonstrating your exceptional prowess. Now, you find yourselves at the most anticipated and crucial final. By now, you should be well aware of the significance of claiming the championship in this alchemy competition, or what it means to secure a position among the top 32 out of the 300 present. Without further ado, I, on behalf of the Council of Elders, hereby announce that the preliminary round of this final will be both a contest and an elimination phase. This preliminary round will adopt a strict 16-player format, meaning that only 16 individuals will remain from this multitude. Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback. An elimination contest? This promised to be intriguing. The so-called contest entails assessing 2 or more disciples within a confined space, where only the victors may advance to the next round. The elimination format mirrors that of the preliminary and semi-final rounds. However, the combination of these two formats significantly heightens the challenge of advancement. After the elder elaborated on important aspects of the competition, he waved his hand, and simultaneously, several guest elders initiated their powers, sealing the area. There was not even a partition among the contestants. A cascade of luminous orbs descended, and Meng Qing reached out to seize one, the cleansing essence pill. The concoction of the cleansing essence pill requires 24 distinct herbs, while the competition provides 48 varieties, each with pairs of similarities, and only 3 of each type. He swiftly selected the requisite ingredients. Boom! Heavy shackles fell from above, each landing behind the contestants, suppressing their spiritual energy, leaving only their soul power at their disposal. Some had already begun to act. A disciple had just retrieved a cauldron when several others, seemingly premeditated, surged forward, seizing the spiritual herbs that lay before him. Instantly, the scene erupted into chaos, reminiscent of a domino effect. Meng Qing observed as 3 individuals collaborated to force one contestant out of the arena, only for one of the aggressors to be swiftly betrayed by the other 2, who then expelled him as well. A resounding crash echoed from the side. It was Chen Yi, who had brought a large cauldron to Meng Qing's side, igniting it, while beckoning Meng Qing with a finger. Come, let me see just how adept your alchemical skills truly are. Another heavy thud signaled that Manhui had also positioned a cauldron beside him. In that moment, despite the tumultuous disputes surrounding them, Meng Qing had become the focal point amidst the fray. Curious glances were cast his way, as everyone yearned to witness how he would navigate the current predicament. On the high platform, Xian Shu could not help but feel anxious. Surely, my senior brother Meng won't encounter any trouble? These individuals are formidable, and it appears they may conspire against him. Xian Yi clenched his fists, remaining silent for a considerable time before replying. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Senior brother Meng will surely prevail. Let us not forget, he is the top scorer from your division in the semifinals, and regardless of any identity, being first in the semifinals is no trivial matter. With this, the expressions of the crowd softened somewhat. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Meng Qing placed his palm upon the chinkoan bag, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping, as if he were continuously deliberating and weighing his options. Once again, individuals approached, encircling him from the north and south. To his surprise, Qin Yuan was at the south, while Yun Haoran stood prominently to the north. With a resounding clang, another great cauldron descended. This time it was Mu Yao, positioned to the left of Meng Qing. Close to Chunyi, Li Xianxue also arrived, standing closely beside Yun Haoran. Some in the crowd began to sense the undercurrents. Were these two intent on aiding Meng Qing? Surely they must be aware of the current circumstances. On the stone platform, shadows continued to fall, each figure holding a status no less than that of a core elder. With even a Yuan elder present, a tall elder, his visage reminiscent of Mithriya, observed the arrangement of Meng Qing and his companions, chuckling. It appears we are in for an entertaining spectacle. One core elder, eager to make a mark, posed a question. Ladies and gentlemen, why not take a guess as to who will emerge as the champion of this alchemical competition? The Mithriya-like elder became intrigued and retorted, Elder Yao, why don't you share your thoughts first? Grateful for your trust, I shall toss out my humble opinion. I believe it will be Man Hui. Since joining our sect, this young talent has never disappointed in alchemy, and her innate abilities are exceedingly rare. Recently, rumors have circulated that she has touched upon the threshold of transformation. With a breakthrough imminent, Elder Yao articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several elders shifted, their gazes towards Man Hui now imbued with greater significance. Man Hui, in her early 20s, poised to enter the stage of transformation, could potentially ascend to the divine realm, which would be a tremendous boon for the Yunxiao sect. Following this, the remaining elders shared their perspectives, even mentioning the recently rising Chenyi, yet no one believed that this new generation held any real possibility of success. Yuan Elder, what do you think? Elder Yao inquired with curiosity. You may speculate as you wish. I have no interest in participating, the Yuan Elder replied coolly. Elder Yao's expression momentarily froze before he smiled. The competition has commenced. Let us observe keenly. The crowd concurred. In the arena, Meng Qing ultimately retrieved the Qi Yinding. He ignited the cauldron, soon realizing a complication, as there were no regulations on how to concoct potions in the finals. Chun Yi and others had nearly placed their cauldrons directly beside him, their flames roaring fiercely, threatening to disrupt his concentration. With unwavering focus, he swiftly added the first auxiliary herb. At this moment, he proceeded as he had during solitary alchemy, introducing each herb into the cauldron. Just as the auxiliary herbs were nearing completion, a smirk crept across Chun Yi's lips. His soul power surged tumultuously, and the fiercely burning flames below suddenly surged towards him. Chapter 82. As if you could do anything to me. This seemingly minor action deeply captivated the attention of everyone present. Unfazed, Meng Qing flicked his fingers lightly, sending forth a wave of soul energy that repelled the flames back. The terrifying blaze, unable to find an outlet, began to wander from the areas of weaker defense. Originally filled with a sense of joy, Chun Yi suddenly felt a surge of heat emanating from his lower region, as a terrifying wave of high temperature assaulted him. If he had not reacted swiftly, he would have been caught off guard. Meng Qing continued to add auxiliary herbs into the sub-cauldron of the Crimson Flame Cauldron. Not lifting his head as he remarked, Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? You cannot even stabilize your alchemical cauldron. Laughter echoed around them, while some female disciples blushed. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Chun Yi's face shifted between shades of green and white, but noticing the excessive temperature of his cauldron, he somewhat clumsily began to add various auxiliary herbs into the main cauldron. As Meng Qing completed the preparation of his auxiliary herbs, his expression was not one of joy. Rather, his brow furrowed deeply. The efficacy of the herbs he had concocted was rapidly dissipating. Master, the medicinal properties are flowing towards that barbarian. The Ant Queen warned quickly. Meng Qing paused slightly, casting a glance at the nearly completed auxiliary herbs of Man Hui, and was taken aback. The auxiliary herbs she was using were surprisingly similar to his own. Could it be that she was also refining the essence cleansing source pill? Confirming his suspicions, Meng Qing observed the nearly finished pill with a slight smirk, discreetly adding the previously selected surplus herbs into the subcauldron. Flames surged as the various auxiliary herbs fused rapidly. Merging with the earlier concoction, the medicinal properties continued to persist. Clang. On the other side, Chun Yi began to add auxiliary herbs when Meng Qing subtly moved his hand, sending a surge of spiritual energy forward, obliterating all the auxiliary herbs that Chun Yi had just placed into the cauldron. Chun Yi looked up, his face a mask of fury. Do you dare conspire against me? Meng Qing did not respond. He had far more pressing matters at hand. As the efficacy of the elixir, now amalgamated with the surplus herbs, began to dissipate halfway, Meng Qing noticed Man Hui hesitating. She had already detected the issue. He decisively shattered the elixir, directing the remaining various essences towards Man Hui's cauldron. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from behind, forcefully severing the essence Meng Qing had meticulously prepared. It was Qin Yuan. Man Hui's countenance turned ashen as she gazed at the elixir in her cauldron. noticing that it was tainted with a slight chaotic aura. If she were to remove it, it would take at least 100 breaths, yet she shattered it directly. This scene did not go unnoticed by many. Above, Elder Yao remarked, Man Hui's achievements today are greatly attributed to her relentless pursuit of perfection. Alchemy requires a heart filled with obsession. The other elders remained silent. The disciples, perhaps unaware of the underlying reasons, clearly witnessed the scene. Man Hui's attempt to seize the efficacy of Meng Qing's elixir had backfired spectacularly. In the arena, Qin Yuan spoke softly. Kid, you are within the sect now. The Qin family cannot touch you. Consider yourself fortunate. For certain reasons, we will not harm your family. However, you will be thoroughly crushed. And it all begins with this alchemical conference. Meng Qing's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, Perhaps it is your Qin family that should feel fortunate. If anything were to happen to my family, believe me, in the near future, you will regret your very existence. Enjoy your moment of bravado while you can. Qin Yuan said dismissively, turning to Man Hui, Are you done warming up? Let us wrap this up. This little flea is becoming quite bothersome. On the other side, Chun Yi and Yun Haoren, ensnared by Mu Yao and Li Xianshui, wore expressions of deep discontent. Finally, Chun Yi spoke in a low voice. We may begin at any moment. Meng Qing instinctively sensed something amiss, and the Ant Queen expressed her unease. Something is not right. It appears a domain is quietly forming beneath us. Chun Yi and Yun Haoren, growing impatient, unleashed their formidable spiritual force toward Mu Yao and Li Xianshui, while behind them, several seasoned disciples swiftly moved in to surround their adversaries. Meng Qing's soul power surged forth, his brow glowing, as an incredibly solid spiritual figure materialized, a representation of his soul. The figure opened its mouth and emitted a sharp sword, slicing forward with the intent to strike Chun Yi. Excellent, Chun Yi bellowed, brimming with arrogance as he increased his spiritual energy output. He lifted his other hand, releasing a soul-infused fist imprint. As the spiritual sword approached, it sliced through the air as effortlessly as parting a thin veil, instantly cleaving through Chun Yi's defense. The smooth edges of the severed hand revealed a level of power that far surpassed his own soul force. Chun Yi's expression shifted dramatically, just as he contemplated retreating. The sword pierced through his wandering spirit, severely wounding him. Stripped of soul power suppression, the great cauldron before him erupted in flames, incinerating the elixirs within. And he himself suffered severe burns. He was then transported away by the light curtain, marking his elimination from the competition. Meng Qing surveyed the surroundings. The vast arena was now divided into nearly 50 factions. Apart from their own group, which was notably larger, each remaining faction consisted of a solitary disciple, potential competitors. Suddenly, with a clang, Yu Huaxian took Chun Yi's place, manipulating the cauldron with his soul power. He waved his hand, causing the cauldron to tremble and rotate before him, revealing the alchemical process at work. Mu Yao was in the midst of refining her elixirs, and if external flames interfered, her efforts would likely be in vain. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced toward the center of the arena. Meng Qing nodded in agreement. Mu Yao retreated nearly 10 paces away. You are courting death. A furious roar erupted, capturing everyone's attention. Curious, Meng Qing turned to see it was Yun Haoren, whose cauldron appeared to bubble and froth as if it had ingested detergent, emitting a cacophony of sounds as colorful bubbles erupted with the flames below. Meanwhile, Li Xianshui, looking innocently bewildered, raised his hands in surrender. It's not my fault. You insisted on taking my materials, I refused, and you threatened me. How could I dare to deny you? Now you recklessly add spiritual herbs, and blame me when things go awry. Frustrated, Yun Haoren hurled the cauldron toward Li Xianshui with a surge of soul power. Though Li Xianshui's physique seemed somewhat unwieldy, he was surprisingly agile, easily catching the cauldron while exclaiming, Look, I have 2 cauldrons now. I'm just having fun. Not only did he not set down the cauldron originally belonging to Yun Haoren, but he also stoked the flames to ensure a vigorous burn. Despite his darkening expression, Yun Haoren recognized the necessity of the moment and promptly retrieved another cauldron to resume his alchemical endeavors. Meng Qing was ready to act. He unleashed his spiritual energy to disrupt the process, striking just as the former was about to introduce the auxiliary medicine, thereby destroying those precious herbs. Are you seeking death? Yun Haoren glared at Meng Qing with an infinite killing intent. You speak as if you could do anything to me. I can't be bothered to engage further. Perish. Meng Qing made his move again, brandishing a soul sword that sent Yun Haoren hurtling out of the arena. His actions were swift, so rapid that even Man Hui and the others could not intervene in time. Chapter 83. Abandoning struggle. If you possess any tricks, now is the time to unveil them. Otherwise, defeat is imminent. Meng Qing retrieved the primary herb, with mere moments to spare before he would add it. How audacious! Qin Yuan's face turned ashen as he glanced at the other four. Although Yun Haoran had been eliminated, another disciple with equally formidable soul prowess stepped in, forming a renewed encirclement. Beside this individual, Li Xianshui was deftly inscribing something in the air with his palm, manipulating his spiritual energy. Man Hui nodded discreetly, directing her hands downward, and as her spiritual energy flowed, a formation began to materialize. The other three followed suit, each manifesting a formation beneath their feet, resonating harmoniously and thus creating a grand array. Boom. In that instant, it felt as though Meng Qing was forcibly pressed to the ground by an immense hand, rendering him immobile. Soon, this rigidity began to affect his very soul. Master, this is the soul-binding array. Xiao Chong suddenly alerted him. Meanwhile, the elders atop the platform also took note of this scene. The herbal elder explained, these individuals hail from respectable factions and have all practiced the soul-binding array. Together, they can even ensnare those at the transformation realm. The elder, resembling Methria, murmured, although this formation is extraordinary, its efficacy is closely tied to the skill of its practitioners. Given Meng Qing's soul mastery, it may only bind him for the duration of one soul technique. The herbal elder interjected, in other words, the coming moments are crucial. It could very well be a decisive blow. Boom. As they spoke, the massive stone platform began to tremble gently, while spiritual energy from all directions converged, coalescing above Meng Qing into a formidable soul blade. Qin Yuan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, crimson droplets emerging as he cut into his own palm. Meng Qing raised his hand, yet suddenly, an inexplicable sense of dread surged from within, as if a terrifying presence within him was awakening. He quickly focused his attention but froze in shock. The source of this unease was alarmingly close to his soul space. This is a blood curse. Meng Qing's face turned pale, his jaw clenched, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The long blade hovered ominously in midair before crashing down. Meng Qing raised his hand, feeling as though the blood curse was a colossal hand gripping his soul space, an overwhelming pressure threatening to engulf his very essence. Rise for me. In that moment, blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, as he summoned all the soul energy he could muster into his palm, forming a grand soul cauldron. The 3 Yuan soul cauldron. Blood curse, unleash. Qin Yuan raised his palm, bloodied and ghastly, while Meng Qing's complexion shifted rapidly, becoming increasingly unsettling. Yu Huaxian and Man Hui, along with a third companion, exerted their utmost efforts to manipulate the soul-binding array, rendering Meng Qing's attempts to raise his hand a formidable challenge. Cease your struggles. The alchemy competition is beyond your reach. Qin Yuan bellowed, his palms splattered with blood, yet he remained undeterred. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a peculiar numbness coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock, compelling him to instinctively lift his hand and step outward, inadvertently breaking free from the confines of the soul-binding array. Instantly, Meng Qing experienced a reduction in pressure as the 3-element soul cauldron coalesced around him, its opening facing downward, trapping him within. A muffled sound resonated as the long blade, infused with the collective soul power of the 4, clashed against the cauldron, producing a deep thud, yet failing to breach its formidable defenses. The expressions of Man Hui and the others shifted dramatically, particularly Qin Yuan, who seethed with frustration. Had they not been interrupted, victory would have been theirs. He turned, eyes glinting with murderous intent as he glared at Li Xianshui, who had already retreated to a corner, feigning indifference. You little wretch. I shall deal with you later. Qin Yuan spat, swiftly returning to his position. With the trio's souls harmonizing, he once again forged a blade of spiritual essence. However, when this blade struck the cauldron, it was akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. Not only did it fail to shake the cauldron, but it also left the blade unstable, on the verge of disintegration. I refuse to believe this. I shall try again. The fervor of Man Hui and the others escalated as they relentlessly concentrated their souls, attempting to shatter Meng Qing's cauldron. This coward refuses to emerge, just to be cautious. Let's clear the field, Yu Huaxian declared, observing a disciple at the edge whose elixir was nearly complete. The other 3 exchanged glances, then acted in unison. Several disciples, taken by surprise by this sudden shift in strategy, had no time to react before being forcefully expelled from the arena. No, that is my elixir, one disciple cried, anguish evident in his bloodshot eyes as he watched Qin Yuan seize his nearly finished potion, helpless to intervene. Qin Yuan grinned malevolently, remarking, "Thank you. You've saved me quite a bit of effort." Their elixirs were identical, and this particular disciple possessed exceptional alchemical skills. Had the elixir been completed, its quality would have been at least mid-tier, and with a slight modification, it could be elevated to high tier. The quartet operated with remarkable efficiency, and in the blink of an eye, fewer than 20 individuals remained in the arena. For the more resilient opponents, they spared no effort, teaming up to ensure their expulsion. Strangely, they seem to have reached a silent consensus, refraining from targeting Mu Yao and Li Xianshui. When only 16 remained, the four returned to the center of the arena. Their expressions hardened as they gazed at the inverted cauldron. That fat fool is truly repugnant. Perhaps we should just eliminate him. Yu Huaxian's eyes sparkled with lethal intent. Qin Yuan gestured dismissively. Do you think I don't wish to expel him? But what then? He would merely continue to prance about. It is far better to allow them to enter the top 16. Once they reach that place, they can be slaughtered at will. Upon hearing this, a glint of ferocity appeared in the eyes of the others. Suddenly, the ever-silent Man Hui gazed at the great cauldron, expressing her bewilderment. Something feels amiss. Did that cauldron just seem to move? Yu Huaxian chuckled softly. How could that be? Meng Qing is ensnared by a blood curse and has been jointly suppressed by our soul-binding formation. The recent disturbance is likely due to the cauldron nearing its dissolution. Qin Yuan, with blood still fresh on his hands, snarled upon hearing this. Come, let me see what this cowardly turtle is up to. He stepped forward to unveil the cauldron, only to be met with a pair of eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before Qin Yuan could react, a terrifyingly sharp surge of soul energy struck, nearly cleaving him in two. He was sent flying backward, blood splattering as two pieces of dimly glowing armor fell from his body. These were protective mystical shells, renowned for their formidable defense against soul attacks from the divine transformation realm. Yet now, they were severed by Meng Qing's single strike. The formation surrounding the stone platform teleported Qin Yuan away. Meng Qing stood up abruptly, exhibiting no trace of restraint. His hands floated, and luminous orbs manifested at his fingertips, which he cast towards his surroundings. Instinctively, the others attempted to resist with their soul power, but the orbs exploded instantaneously, intertwining to form miniature domains that immobilized Man Hui and her companions, rendering them powerless. Chapter 84. Third Grade Cleansing Source Pill. Imperial Grade. This was the soul-binding formation that Man Hui and the others had imposed upon Meng Qing. Initially, Meng Qing had managed to momentarily preserve himself with the 3 Yuan soul cauldron, yet due to the blood curse and the pressure of the soul-binding formation, he was unable to take effective action. In other words, if he did not devise a strategy promptly, once the soul cauldron was unbound, he would be left to await his demise. He attempted to utilize the system, but it was futile. The blood curse was too close to his soul space, posing a significant risk. When Meng Qing endeavored to synthesize the pressure emanating from the soul-binding formation, he unexpectedly succeeded. He amalgamated that pressure, condensing it into luminous spheres, resulting in the earlier spectacle. He flexed his wrist, casting a frigid gaze upon Man Hui and the others. This sensation is impossible. This is the soul-binding formation. No. It seems you have extracted the power from the formation. How did you achieve this? Man Hui was taken aback, unable to fathom the turn of events. Meng Qing remained silent, observing the cauldron behind him, now fading into obscurity. Gradually, he lifted it, his palm aglow as he infused it with soul power, restoring its solidity. Yu Huaxian's palm was adorned with swirling patterns as he exerted all his strength to break through the soul power before him. However, upon noticing Meng Qing's actions, panic surged within him. What do you intend to do? Meng Qing gently tossed the cauldron, then swiftly advanced several steps, wielding the cauldron's foot like a divine hammer, launching it with immense force towards Yu Huaxian. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed, sending tremors through the minds of spectators on both the stone platform and the high stage. Meng Qing pressed forward again, the cauldron sweeping sideways, striking Man Hui once more, followed by that disciple. Thus, all those who posed a threat to him were dispatched from the scene. This violent yet profoundly shocking reversal left countless individuals in a state of astonishment, including Mu Yao and Li Xianshui, who clearly did not anticipate such an evolution of events. Heavens! That great cauldron, while it attacked the soul, surely after such a blow, one would not be able to rise from bed for at least 10 days to half a month? Someone lamented. Ignorance is indeed bliss, at the spirit condensation level. The soul can solidify into a tangible form. After that strike, to think they could get out of bed within 10 days is quite improbable, exclaimed another. Goodness. Senior brother Meng is remarkably fierce, single-handedly toppling them all. Why does that sound somewhat off? On the high platform, even those elders seemed momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, Elder Yao remarked, I truly did not foresee this. Meng Qing is astonishingly formidable, demonstrating mastery over the soul that is unparalleled. The elders nodded in agreement, yet upon realizing certain matters, they fell into a contemplative silence. Before the battle commenced, Elder Yao had praised Man Hui's excellence, noting the profound enmity between her and Meng Qing. Yet now this subject was conspicuously absent from their discourse, showcasing a remarkable aptitude for face-changing. The elder, resembling Mithriya, gently remarked, "It seems there will be no further surprises in this alchemical competition." Elder Yuan, perhaps intentionally, inquired, "Whom do you believe will emerge as the victor here? What quality will the elixirs produced by them possess?" This question was intriguing. "Since you have asked, I shall wager on Meng Qing," replied Elder Mithriya with a smile. The others, including Elder Yao, felt an odd sensation in their hearts, as though these two were preordained to script a narrative in favor of Meng Qing. Yet they refrained from further comment and turned their attention back to the arena. Within the arena, Meng Qing surveyed his surroundings. The remaining disciples were nearing completion of their primary ingredients, with some quick ones even contemplating the timing for introducing their elixirs. Time was of the essence for him. Meng Qing glanced at his palm, where lay 3 semi-finished elixirs, identical in appearance and material. All 3 were wash marrow source elixirs. One was his, while the other 2 belonged to Man Hui and the one she had seized. For others, 3 semi-finished elixirs might be deemed worthless, but for Meng Qing, they held immense value. Suddenly, he adjusted the temperature of the Qi Yin Ding to its highest, simultaneously activating the system and placing the 3 elixirs within. The synthesis was completed in an instant. One semi-finished elixir, exuding a fragrant aroma, was now firmly grasped in his hand. On the stone platform, a disciple, incredulous, exclaimed, "What is Meng Qing planning? Could it be that he intends to refine 3 elixirs simultaneously?" Since no one aside from Meng Qing could perceive the system, they assumed he merely tossed 3 semi-finished elixirs into the cauldron. Shi Lang, concealed among the crowd, muttered vehemently, "Fool, I shall see what you truly intend to do." The Qi Yin Ding seemed to possess a life of its own, with flames swirling above, transforming the cauldron into a vibrant crimson. Meng Qing suddenly struck, shattering the semi-finished elixirs within the cauldron. He then swiftly introduced the primary ingredients. This time, not only the disciples, but even the watching elders were perplexed by Meng Qing's intentions. Before long, the Qi Yin Ding began to tremble gently. Meng Qing, guiding with his soul force, refrained from placing the elixir body within. As the various medicinal ingredients merged harmoniously, an ethereal glow suddenly emanated from the alchemical cauldron. Points of light illuminated the surroundings, forming patterns reminiscent of constellations, intricately interconnected, and faintly, a shadowy figure materialized above. The overlapping lights revealed a detailed diagram of human meridians, with the luminous points marking crucial acupoints, from the temples above to the Yongquan below, all distinctly annotated. My goodness, is that the manifestation of a miraculous elixir? On the elevated platform, the elder resembling Mithriya rose abruptly, his flesh-laden visage flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. It cannot be mistaken. The appearance of such phenomena before alchemy signifies the imminent birth of an imperial-grade elixir. The audience erupted in fervor. This was a 3rd-tier elixir. Even if crafted by the most adept elders within the sect, it would likely yield only a superior grade, with few specializing in a specific elixir possessing the rare chance to produce a pinnacle grade. Yet, an imperial grade had never before graced the annals of the Yunxiao sect. Could it be that Meng Qing was on the verge of success? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Meng Qing extinguished the flames beneath the cauldron, extracting the refined essence-cleansing source elixir, its form complete. An imperial grade. The atmosphere became electric, for this was a 3rd-tier imperial-grade elixir, even among the elders present. The majority were witnessing such a marvel for the first time. Shi Lang turned pale, nearly losing his balance, his lips quivering as he muttered, "This is impossible, an imperial grade? How can a mere waste be capable of this?" The disciples surrounding him instinctively distanced themselves. In the Yunxiao sect, weakness in power was not scorned. But the mockery of the weak by those oblivious to their own limitations was the most contemptible. Among the crowd, Ling and others felt an unsettling chill. Uncertain if it was mere illusion or something more, they sensed the distance to their vengeance upon Meng Qing widening. Xian Shu leapt with joy, shaking Xian Yi vigorously, exclaiming, "See, brother, I told you Meng Qing would succeed. He has the best, don't you agree?" Xian Yi felt as though he might be shaken to nausea, pleading, all right, you're right. Meng Qing is the best." Wang Lang and the others clenched their fists, ultimately raising their arms in jubilant cheer. "Brother Meng is incredible." The grassroots disciples joined in the chorus, and the crowd surged with exclamations. On the stage, Meng Qing too felt a swell of joy, for attaining this milestone had surpassed even his expectations. Meanwhile, Mu Yao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she too successfully refined her elixir, albeit only to a superior grade, just shy of achieving the pinnacle tier. Conversely, Li Xianshui's creation, while also superior, was of lesser quality than Mu Yao's. Chapter 85. Within the palace. Rending space with bare hands subsequently, the remaining 9 participants in the arena also successfully crafted their elixirs, all without exception achieving superior grades. Thus, the alchemical competition formally reached its conclusion. When the elder responsible for collecting the elixirs received the casually placed creation from Meng Qing, his heart raced with anticipation. This was indeed a treasure of absolute value. Soon after, the rankings of the finals were announced. I hereby declare that the finals of this alchemical competition have concluded, with 12 participants successfully submitting their elixirs, all meeting the required standards. The top 3 are as follows. First place, Meng Qing, with the washing essence source pill, a supreme treasure. Second place, Mu Yao, with the spirit dust pill, a high-grade treasure. Third place, Li Xianshui, with the transforming feather pill, also a high-grade treasure. After deliberation, the Elder Council has decided to expand the number of finalists to 16, based on the order of elimination. The additional 4 are Jinggang, Yu Huaxian, Man Hui, and Xin Yuan. All aforementioned individuals are now qualified to attend the Grand Sect League. Meng Qing suddenly comprehended why those individuals had chosen to eliminate the remaining competitors, leaving only 16 on the field. Even if he were to clear out 4 of them, they would still be reinstated, ranking 12th to 16th. Is this related to the Grand Sect League? A term foreign to him. Meng Qing was indifferent. He grasped their intentions. They aimed to clear obstacles for him in advance, only to confront him again at the Grand Sect League. His expression darkened. Coincidentally, he harbored the same thoughts. As the competition concluded, he descended from the stone platform, where Xian Shu and others rushed over, exclaiming excitedly, "Brother Meng, you are truly remarkable." Meng Qing responded with a smile. "Keep it up, you all can do it too." Xianyi chuckled wryly. "How can we? We lack your extraordinary talent. Let's head back." Meng Qing glanced at the disciples gradually converging towards them and nodded in agreement. Before departing, he was summoned by a guest elder. As he was led away, the results of the alchemy competition spread like wildfire throughout the Yunxiao sect. The event had reached a level of public participation had it not been for space constraints. Most would have flocked to witness the excitement. Nevertheless, many disciples clutched their identity tokens tightly. When the results were revealed, everyone was astonished. Meng Qing had indeed claimed first place in the alchemy competition. The top 3 were all newcomers. As the crowd dispersed, those who were absent began to share more details. And the tale of Meng Qing single-handedly battling 4 renowned alchemists became a subject of much discussion. Some attempted to spread falsehoods. But the credibility of the alchemy competition was too high, especially with several esteemed elders supervising the event. How could there be any deception? Amidst the external discussions, Meng Qing was taken to a palace situated atop a mountain peak. This was not the residence of the first-generation sect master. One by one, elders arrived, and soon. "Sure you came," patting his shoulder with approval. "Good job, lad, you did splendidly." Meng Qing humbly replied, "It is all thanks to the teachings of my master." Meanwhile, Elder Yuan jokingly interjected, "I must correct you. Ask your master if he ever concocted a 3rd-grade supreme-grade pill." Sure Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, retorting, "What do you know? This is merely the blue surpassing the blue." Before long, they all entered the inner chamber of the palace. Meng Qing noticed that many of the esteemed elders who had witnessed his ascent to the 8th level during his first triumph had also arrived, indicating that the balding elder, along with Elder Zhao and others, had regained their positions. When these individuals beheld Meng Qing, their expressions were somewhat complex. Yet they refrained from saying much as they followed into the inner palace. Meng Qing, feeling rather bored after recently undergoing an alchemical trial, found himself devoid of any desire for cultivation. Consequently, he decided to meander aimlessly through the palace. Although this edifice was not the residence of the founding patriarch of the Yunxiao sect, it appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. The floors were pristine, imbued with abundant spiritual energy that imparted a sense of warmth and tranquility. As he approached the edge of a wall, he encountered a bookshelf, adorned with only a scant few items above. Carelessly, Meng Qing picked up a scroll, only to discover that it bore a layer of dust, a stark contrast to the rest of the surroundings. The dust enveloped him, causing tears to spring to his eyes, and the scroll slipped from his grasp, landing on the floor with a thud. As he retrieved it, he glanced up and was taken aback. Before him stood an elderly man clad in white robes. The elder was tall and upright, with hair as white as snow, yet possessing the complexion of youth. His cheeks flushed. He was intently examining a scroll, his brow furrowed, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality that pressed down upon Meng Qing with great intensity. This elder must be a revered figure within the Yunxiao sect. At least a golden elder. Meng Qing had no time to ponder how the elder had appeared. He returned the scroll to its place and, with cupped hands, respectfully addressed him. "Disciple Meng Qing pays his respects to the elder. I inadvertently touched the scroll, and I hope you will not take offense." There was no reply. Meng Qing lifted his head slightly, only to find that the elder remained in his previous posture, his expression unwavering, as if he were entirely oblivious to Meng Qing's presence. This peculiar sensation left Meng Qing bewildered. Could it be that the elder was testing him? He found himself at a loss, especially since a golden elder should be attending a meeting within this grand hall at this moment. Suddenly, a rumble echoed, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the surrounding light dimmed ominously. The shaking was intense, as if a colossal giant were vigorously shaking the mountain itself, instilling a deep sense of dread. The elder set down the scroll, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity as he murmured, "Is this commotion coming from the boundary mountain? Has that door been opened?" The elder hastened forward, and Meng Qing followed closely behind. A radiant arc materialized, and a figure descended from the sky, a martial king. Tall and imposing, yet clad in garments reminiscent of a bygone era, leaving Meng Qing utterly perplexed. The martial king approached and clasped his hands in greeting. "Elder Wu, the Prince of Fuyang seeks assistance. There is movement at the boundary mountain, and a deity seeks to cross through." Meng Qing was taken aback. The Prince of Fuyang? Was this not the very person the Demon King and Queen had inquired about during their previous encounter? Almost immediately, another radiant arc appeared, heralding the arrival of yet another martial king. "Elder Wu, the Prince of Liang seeks aid. A deity has manifested in the abyss of the Fire Clan." Meng Qing was once again struck with astonishment. The Prince of Liang? His gauntlets were relics belonging to the Prince of Liang. He glanced downward, recognizing the iconic sea of clouds below, yet all the magnificent structures that had once towered around were now conspicuously absent. The number of disciples passing by was scant, but none appeared to be below the cave heaven realm. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? Meng Qing was filled with shock. Just as he contemplated inquiring about the Ant Queen and others within the cave heaven, he sensed not a trace of spiritual energy within himself, as though he were the most ordinary of individuals. The elder spoke little, raising his hand, and instantly, the warriors below erupted in fervent cries, a surge of fierce and unadulterated combat spirit rising among them. The elder's palm shimmered with golden light as he tore through the space before him, revealing a gaping rift. What terrifying mastery of power did this man possess? Chapter 86, Shadows of the Past. The Grand Elder's bestowal as the space before him split open. Before Meng Qing could contemplate the implications, a multitude of figures surged forth, and he too was swept into the breach by an unseen force. On the other side of the passage, a fierce battle raged. In the sky, two colossal suns clashed, one, a brilliant crimson, with a bare-chested man standing within, emanating an unbearable heat. Surrounding him were 9 radiant halos, resembling 9 blazing suns circling in a dance, flames erupting from their core, scorching the vast void. As Meng Qing focused his gaze, he discerned that amidst the 9th halo, there soared a bird of vivid crimson, spewing forth flames. This was the vermilion bird, the man's beast companion. In an instant, Meng Qing deduced his identity, the Sun King. Opposite him, another orb of light manifested, resembling an extremely unstable energy sphere, dispersing a destructive aura of thunder that seemed intent on annihilation. The essence of this orb was a blue-purple creature, akin to a sparrow. This was the Thunder Sparrow, a mythical beast known solely from ancient texts. Meng Qing's conviction strengthened. He had undoubtedly traversed time and space, arriving in an era long past. Perhaps he was witnessing history unfold. Upon the elder's arrival, the Thunder Sparrow revealed clear signs of trepidation, for the elder's prowess far surpassed that of the Sun King. Below, countless spirit beasts of diverse hues surged forth from a mirror suspended atop the mountains, invading like a tempest. A colossal elephant, crackling with lightning, charged forward, its presence commanding. Despite being a 4th-tier beast, it maintained the upper hand against several peak cave heaven realm cultivators. A winged gorilla descended from the heavens, trampling a gathering of martial artists into a pulpy mass, while their beasts were devoured whole. Enraged, the elder took decisive action. With a mere gesture, he felled the elephant, and with another, he dispatched the gorilla. At the same time, he deftly maneuvered through the chaos of rampaging spirit beasts, clearing a path to the mirror, and unleashed a powerful strike. Yet, an unexpected hand emerged from the mirror, intercepting his blow. The shockwave of their confrontation radiated outward, shattering nearby boulders of immense weight. "Oh, whoa, it has been quite some time. After so many years of conflict from afar, we finally meet." A voice, both sinister and enchanting, resonated from the mirror. Following the sound, an extraordinarily handsome face emerged, its calm demeanor sending shivers down the spines of those present. "You petty thieves, it seems you have grown too complacent, daring to seek fortune here." The elder's fury erupted, and he engaged in battle, his aura roaring forth like a dragon, a sight both awe-inspiring and formidable. The descendants of past sinners have caused great turmoil, leading to the loss of treasures. It is deduced they are here, surrender them promptly, or this land shall be laid to waste. The handsome man revealed his intentions without reservation. With a mighty howl, the elders summoned a phantom behind him. Exuding an overwhelming aura of creation, it was a golden monkey. This is his beast tamer. Although Meng Qing did not recognize it, he sensed the immense power of this beast tamer. Had it appeared earlier, the elephant might have been mercilessly crushed. If you do not speak, then I shall personally seek you out. The handsome man was equally enraged, and as his hands moved, a shadow that obscured the sky materialized, revealing a fox with 7 tails. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, causing the ordinary people below to clash as well. Although the spiritual beasts and warriors emerging from the mirror were formidable, the Elder's forces were far more numerous. A sharp screech echoed, followed by a blinding flash of lightning. It was the Thunder Sparrow, its body rending as it was grasped by the Sun King. The creature's consciousness remained as it was being devoured alive, struggling in vain against its fate. Meng Qing felt his blood boil with excitement. Just as he intended to continue watching the battle, he felt the world spin around him. When his vision refocused, he found himself once again standing before the bookshelf in the palace. He quickly approached the railing and gazed out. The Yunzhao sect was alive with the sounds of birds and flowers, exuding an aura of tranquility. Could it be that everything prior had been merely an illusion? Meng Qing pondered aloud. He glanced at the scroll in his hand, dust cascading off to reveal the text within. The first-generation sect master fought on the front lines for many years, during which the sect was established by Elder Wu Ho. In the past, a great war erupted on the Xinjiao continent, causing mountains to crumble and the land to turn barren for 1,000 miles. Meng Qing longed to delve deeper, but the text above was too blurred, and further along it appeared as though it had been deliberately erased. He surmised that the content inscribed on the scroll was likely related to the scenes he had witnessed. In other words, what he had just experienced was not an illusion, but rather a projection of the past left by a powerful being. Who were those individuals and spiritual beasts? Could they be invaders from another continent? Meng Qing was filled with suspicion and a desire to uncover this segment of history. He inquired of the 3 ants, but their responses were rather ambiguous. Although they possessed inherited memories, they were not complete at this stage, mostly fragmented recollections. Little Strong still did not know the name of its ancestor, let alone its understanding of this world. Meng Qing remained vigilant, deciding to postpone this matter for further exploration. Before long, the inner door swung open. Elder Xiading and Elder Zhao rushed out, eager to avoid lingering even a second longer. Soon, he understood the reason. Shi Yu and others emerged, cradling orbs of light, each radiating an aura that distorted the surrounding space, exuding an air of terror. Meng Qing's mind was shaken. The aura emitted by these orbs nearly matched that of the elder he had just observed. He hurried forward and said, "Disciple Meng Qing pays his respects to the esteemed elders." A gentle force lifted him, and he found himself before a tall elder with a youthful appearance and rosy complexion. For some inexplicable reason, Meng Qing felt this elder resembled the one he had just seen. Meng Qing? Ha ha ha, splendid. After so many years, our sect has finally produced a disciple capable of refining an imperial grade tier 3 elixir. Truly a fortunate event for our sect. Previously, you mentioned your desire to enter our sacred land for cultivation. Is this still the case? Inquired the orb of light held by Shi Yu. Meng Qing respectfully nodded. And as he looked up, he realized that the source cleansing pill he had refined was being toyed with by the elder within the light. Very well, an old man, hereby granted directly. Alas, we are on the brink of a breakthrough in our cultivation and must enter seclusion. The last time I emerged, I sought to see you, yet you were in your own retreat. Perhaps it is indeed fate. In addition to the previously promised rewards and the championship of the alchemy competition, I shall bestow upon you another reward. Thus spoke the elder. Meng Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. What did he lack the most? Nothing else but spiritual herbs and divine elixirs. Given the elder's considerable authority, he must surely be a protector of the sect, and when such a figure extends a hand, the rewards are not mere words. Shi Yu gently cleared his throat, and Meng Qing instantly grasped the implication, respectfully replying, "Thank you, elder, for your generous favor. I shall strive diligently to further my efforts." Shi Yu felt a moment of speechlessness. His cough was meant to suggest that Meng Qing declined politely, yet he had thanked him directly. The Grand Elder, however, remained unfazed. Chuckling, "There is no time to lose. You may proceed to the sacred ground for your cultivation. As for your reward, it shall be delivered to you upon the completion of your training." Chapter 87. Grand Sect Tournament. Less than the span of half a fragrant incense later, Meng Qing arrived once more at the magnificent palace atop the mountain. By the Grand Elder's command, all barriers were lifted for him, the efficiency astonishing. Unlike the last time, Meng Qing entered alone. Through the explanations of those who accompanied him, he learned that the sacred ground of the Yunshao sect was not confined to this location. The place he had previously occupied was but one of several. Whenever significant matters arose, the elders would draw lots among the various sacred grounds to convene, paying homage to the ancestors of the Yunshao sect. Sitting cross-legged, that peculiar sensation enveloped him once more. A mysterious substance mingled with the air, continuously purifying his spiritual energy. Meng Qing released his limbs to absorb it, as a whale would consume vast amounts of water. Boom! His body resembled a volcano, with spiritual energy flowing like molten lava within. The mysterious substance permeated his skin, merging with his spiritual energy, rendering it ever more refined. Simultaneously, his celestial realm spontaneously emerged. 10 luminous orbs floated, akin to 10 radiant suns, resplendent and immense. Meng Qing gently commanded, and the celestial realm, like a great maw, greedily absorbed the mysterious substance. Little Qi and the others also emerged from the celestial realm. Yet they remained oblivious to the anomalies around them, merely sensing that the area was suffused with divine resonance, which accelerated their training. Very well, you shall guard this place, Meng Qing instructed, and then settled his mind to continue his cultivation. Half an hour later, Meng Qing paused, exhaling a mouthful of milky white turbid air, which contained the impurities of his spiritual energy. Behind him, his 10 celestial realms visibly expanded, perhaps due to his cultivation level. The spiritual energy within him had reached a critical point, rendering the mysterious substance ineffective. A brief assessment revealed that he was now in the late stage of the celestial realm, with vitality at least 50 times that of an ordinary disciple. After some contemplation, he activated the system. He directed the scanning object towards the air, and a prompt appeared. Sorry, the object you are scanning is too abstract. Please select a different object for scanning. He had no choice but to abandon the effort. The 3 spirit beasts of Little Qi evidently also benefited. Deeply engrossed in their cultivation, Meng Qing rose quietly, scanning his surroundings, convinced that the mysterious substance had a source. After a prolonged search, he made a significant discovery. It originated from beneath the ground. He suddenly recalled that on his first day at Yunshao sect, someone had mentioned that the first leader of the sect had unearthed a spiritual vein underground, prompting him to flatten the mountains and construct a palace above. Could it be true? Meng Qing searched for a long time, attempting multiple times, yet the system failed to identify the composite material. Ultimately, he relinquished his efforts. When the 3 spirit beasts awakened from their meditative state, Meng Qing exited the palace. The elder who had accompanied him earlier conveyed. Elder Shi instructed me to tell you to find him directly upon your exit. Meng Qing nodded in gratitude and ventured back into the mist-laden valley. Disciple pays respect to the master. Shi remained seated on the mat, and, upon hearing this, gently beckoned, "Come sit." As Meng Qing settled down, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him in an instant. Before him lay a qiankuan bag, swollen with contents, exuding the fragrance of spiritual herbs, evidently of considerable value. This was the reward for winning the alchemy competition. After a brief pause, Shi produced another qiankuan bag, stating, "This is a gift from the Grand Elder." Meng Qing expressed his gratitude, suppressing the urge to open it immediately. However, Shiryu's subsequent words dampened Meng Qing's joy considerably. "Your victory in the alchemy competition has surpassed many expectations, including mine. Since you have achieved this honor, you have the responsibility to understand what it truly entails and what you must do for the sect in the future." "Is it the Grand Sect League?" Meng Qing surmised. Curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Shiryu affirmed, continuing, "the Grand Sect League is a competition held periodically between Yunshao sect and several other factions, taking place in an ancient small world, which you will learn about later. I shall not elaborate further, but I must caution you. Your recent prominence is a double-edged sword. While it is a positive development, it carries its own dangers. Recently, our sect has expelled numerous disciples and elders, all of whom were spies planted by rival sections. Although we were aware of their presence, we typically turned a blind eye, yet recently they conspired to eliminate you." Meng Qing was taken aback, unable to fathom that not only disciples, but also elders within Yunshao sect were traitors. He had been completely oblivious to their schemes, which weighed heavily on his heart. "Our sect has also embedded several insiders within other sections. According to reliable intelligence, the top disciples from those sects will target you during the Grand Sect League." Shiryu added, his tone laden with concern. Meng Qing clenched his fists quietly, inquiring, "When will the Grand Sect League take place? And which disciples from our sect will participate?" "In 1 month. While you will not be entirely alone, the circumstances will not be favorable," Shiryu sighed gently. Meng Qing was startled, pressing for the reason. Shiryu then proceeded to discuss various matters concerning the sect, leaving Meng Qing in a prolonged silence after hearing it all. Achieving first place in the alchemy competition does not necessarily signify one's emergence as a prominent figure in the Grand League. Rather, it merely grants them the qualification to participate. The true protagonists are the disciples of the Yunxiao sect, who possess the pinnacle of combat prowess. According to Shiryu, the sect will dispatch 36 individuals, with the top 16 from the alchemy contest, and the remaining 20 being martial kings. Apart from the Yunxiao sect, the other 3 major sects will present a similar lineup. This means at least 80 martial kings will clash within a single secret realm. Meng Qing felt an exhilarating surge of blood, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This would undoubtedly be a monumental battle. You should focus on your cultivation. During your leisure, you may also peruse the information regarding these sects and their formidable disciples. For knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every confrontation, Shiryu gently advised. Meng Qing nodded, bowed once more, and was about to depart when he suddenly recalled what Shiryu had previously mentioned. He inquired, "May I ask, Master, having secured first place in the alchemy competition, may I now visit the sect's scripture repository?" After a moment of contemplation, Shiryu produced his token. "Take this with you. I will inform the Grand Elder on my end. The scripture repository is fraught with intricate mechanisms, and this token will safeguard you from harm." Upon exiting the valley, he did not return to his dwelling. Within the 10th heaven, the Ant Queen inquired, "Master, shall we proceed directly to the scripture repository?" Meng Qing nodded. "Our immediate priority is to uncover a method to break the blood curse. Otherwise, it feels as though someone has their grip tightly around my throat, making it unbearable." The Yunxiao sect's scripture repository is perched on the edge of a cliff in the northwest, its precipice resembling that of a sword cleaved through the earth. Steep and imposing. Moreover, unknown spiritual entities flourish there, shrouded in swirling mists, lending it an ethereal ambience. Chapter 88. The Imprint of Heaven and Earth. North Sea Method. This place was devoid of guards, yet as Meng Qing approached, he felt as if countless eyes were upon him. An overwhelming sensation, as if he might be pierced by 1,000 arrows at any moment. His skin tingled, as if invisible forces were permeating into him, searching for something. Shiryu had previously explained that when outsiders attempted to approach, the array within the scripture repository would scrutinize them. Meng Qing stood there obediently. His current strength was formidable, and he held a fair chance even against martial kings. Yet before the scripture repository, he felt like an ant at the mercy of others. Ultimately, that force dissipated, allowing Meng Qing to enter the repository. The interior of the scripture repository was vast and spacious. The first floor was the largest, the second slightly smaller, with a total of 7 levels. Upon reaching the top, he was surprised to find only 4 stone slabs. Meng Qing glanced at them and quickly shifted his gaze, for his eyes were in discomfort, akin to being pricked by needles. Gripping Shiryu's identity token, he began his inspection along the left side of the entrance. Fragment of the Spirit Law, Purple Radiance, Star Sword. Meng Qing was astonished that such valuable items were carelessly placed here like cabbages. The fragment of the Spirit Law, if situated in a place like the Great Xian Kingdom, could sustain a large power. Beneath the fragment lay a jade slip, detailing its origins. It was acquired during the Grand League when an enemy disciple was slain, awaiting a fated individual to perfect it. Meng Qing's expression grew peculiar as he hurriedly glanced back. Fragment of the Spirit Law, no self, no sword. The same jade tablet, the same origin. Meng Qing understood. No wonder the defenses were so stringent. This was evidently an exhibition of war trophies. If individuals from those formidable factions were to lay eyes on these treasures, they would undoubtedly unite to confront the Yunxiao sect with fervor. After surveying the surroundings, aside from broadening his horizons, Meng Qing found nothing related to the blood curse. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered that the space was considerably smaller. This level chronicled the history of the Yunxiao sect, highlighting the unparalleled figures and exceptional disciples from various eras, even interspersed with their cultivation methods and insights. For martial artists of lower realms, this was truly a treasure beyond price. Yet, Meng Qing harbored little interest. His path was destined to diverge from the rest. The third floor detailed the ancient families and venerable lineages that had endured through time. Following the index, Meng Qing located the Qin family. In the section dedicated to the Qin family's techniques, he encountered the blood curse. However, the information recorded above left him somewhat disheartened. Aside from the family head and the ancestral grounds of the Qin family, the method remained elusive. The origins of the blood curse were shrouded in mystery, with many deities having once emerged from the Qin family to analyze and refine it. It was said that no one had ever been able to elucidate the origins of this incantation. Within his cave dwelling, Xiao Chang was equally at a loss. Is this it? Truly remarkable. Empty words placed here to intimidate whom? Meng Qing set the scroll down. Yet his mind incessantly pondered. Was it truly necessary to visit the Qin family in the future? The thought startled even him. Perhaps he should consult Qin Yuan later. Meng Qing decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Ji Gu, rarely offering comfort, remarked, "Fear not, master. If we recover our ancestral memories, we shall undoubtedly assist you in unraveling this incantation." Meng Qing felt a stir of curiosity and asked, "Can you see the contents of this scroll within the cave dwelling?" The collection in the library was vast, and he doubted he could peruse much on his own. However, Ji Gu and the others were different. They might be able to restore their memories through this knowledge. Ji Gu attempted to delve into it, but shook his head. No. A layer of mysterious power envelopes the scroll. Suddenly, the Ant Queen interjected. If the master could merely touch these scrolls, it would be much easier. With renewed determination, Meng Qing approached each scroll on the 3rd floor, touching them one by one. Subsequently, he ascended to the 4th level, which contained numerous secrets and the fragmented pasts of those who had lost their lineages and records, many of which were disjointed and difficult to comprehend. Meng Qing followed suit. The 5th level pertained to the cultivation of the spirit and soul. After finishing his exploration of the 5th floor, just as he intended to ascend to the 6th, he was abruptly halted by a forceful barrier, preventing any further progress. Was his posture incorrect? Meng Qing mused. He shook the token in his hand, yet the force persisted, denying him passage. How stingy. It was merely a desire to ascend and take a look. Was that too much to ask? Frustrated, Meng Qing retreated. It was impossible not to feel tempted, especially by the 4 stone tablets on the 7th level, elevated so high, clearly treasures waiting to be uncovered. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he unexpectedly discovered a neglected area piled high with numerous cracked stones. Intrigued, Meng Qing picked one up, astonished to find that they were all imprint stones. While it was impossible to carry the scrolls from the scripture pavilion, he could use these imprint stones to reproduce their contents on copies, which he could then take with him, albeit with a time limit. Clearly, these stones were discarded remnants of failed attempts. Meng Qing glanced up at the 4 stone tablets on the 7th floor, and an idea sparked in his mind. Although others could not ascend, these imprint stones could. Accessing the system, Meng Qing aimed the scanning object at the stones on the ground, detected several damaged imprint stones available for synthesis. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Yes. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a royal-grade spiritual item, the Sky-Sealing Stone. A royal-grade spiritual item? This belonged to the same echelon as royal weapons, each capable of fetching a fortune. As he extracted it, information about the imprint stone flooded his mind. Sky-Sealing Stone, royal-grade spiritual item. It is said that any item of the same or lower grade chosen by it can be imprinted without obstruction, leaving no trace behind, and does not require a corresponding copy for the imprinting process. Meng Qing was ecstatic. Without obstacles and leaving no traces, this was tailor-made for him. Holding the imprint stone, he directed it towards one of the stone tablets on the 7th floor, slowly infusing it with spiritual energy. Buzz. Before he could react, the stone soared forth, ignoring all barriers, and adhered to the tablet with a soft thud. Meng Qing's heart raced, fearing discovery by the elders. Within mere breaths, the stone returned, landing steadily in his hand. He hastily stowed it away in his spatial bag. Just as he was about to leave, Meng Qing retrieved it, enveloping it with his soul power, and carefully extracted a separate spatial bag, placing it in a small corner of the larger bag before exiting the scripture pavilion. He faced no obstructions. After returning the token, Meng Qing eagerly returned to his cave abode, ensuring no one was around before extracting the imprint stone once more. On the stone, 3 grand characters danced with vigor, delivering a striking visual impact. North Sea Method. Meng Qing felt his breath quicken as he scanned it with the system, the results leaving him even more astounded. Chapter 89. Fragment of the Sovereign Method. Enter the trap. The North Sea Method, a fragment of the Sovereign Method, with an obscure origin, dates back to ancient times when a cultivator witnessed cracks appearing in the sky, a colossal entity plummeting into the boundless sea, and powerful beings venturing to uncover its secrets, ultimately discovering this item, the Sovereign Method. Among the techniques Meng Qing currently possessed, the most formidable was the Spirit Method, with the treasure technique above it, and the Sovereign Method at the pinnacle. A complete Spirit Method could sustain a medium-sized force, while a treasure technique seemingly possessed the potential to establish an ancient clan. As for the Sovereign Method, its value was immeasurable, although it was merely a fragment. Its placement in the 7th floor of the scripture pavilion attested to its significance. Meng Qing felt his breath quicken. This item was of paramount importance. Once word spread, he could only imagine how many would set their sights on him. The Queen Ant's rarely heard voice trembled slightly. Master, you must exercise utmost caution when practicing this technique. It is advisable to refrain from both its application and cultivation within the confines of the Cloud Sky sect. Meng Qing was taken aback. Could there be matters he was unaware of? Why was even cultivation prohibited? Noticing his confusion, the Queen Ant elucidated. This royal technique predominantly belongs to a founder of the Cloud Sky sect. They initially established the sect by leveraging the local terrain and even altered the surrounding mountains' configurations. Although they have long since passed, their essence and traces subtly linger here. Engaging in cultivation within this vicinity may provoke extraordinary phenomena. Meng Qing was astonished. Such intricacies existed? After a moment's reflection, he reassured himself that the Queen Ant would not cause him harm, and thus suppressed his desire to cultivate, carefully placing the technique within his Qinquan pouch. A knock resonated from outside the door. Rising to his feet, Meng Qing discovered it was Qin Yi. If you seek the antidote to the blood curse, follow me. Qin Yi stated without a hint of courtesy. After a brief pause, he added, you may choose not to accompany me, but I suspect you will not see that brat Wang Lang again from this day forth. Meng Qing's expression darkened. Kidnapping disciples? What audacity! Are the scions of noble families so unrestrained within the Cloud Sky sect? Speak as you will. But allow me to correct you. Is it necessary to resort to kidnapping to invite someone along? Have we truly kidnapped you? No one insisted you come. Qin Yi scoffed dismissively before turning to leave. In a swift motion, Meng Qing advanced and delivered a powerful kick to Qin Ye's back, propelling the unsuspecting disciple across the ground, where he rolled repeatedly before crashing into a large rock. Rising to his feet, Qin Ye's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he growled, do you wish for death? To strike a fellow disciple recklessly, even with your prior accolades, will not spare you from retribution. Suit yourself. I merely found your manner of speaking intolerable. Qin Air, lead the way. Meng Qing retorted nonchalantly. What did you call me? Qin Ye's countenance darkened further. Given your eagerness to serve Qin Yuan and your willingness to be his lackey, calling you the second son of the Qin family seems quite fitting, does it not? Qin Ye's expression was as cold as ice, but before he could respond, Meng Qing interrupted impatiently. Are you going to lead or not? Ultimately, Qin Ye's clenched fists relaxed, and he proceeded to guide the way. His agility was commendable as he moved swiftly, yet he could not create any distance between them. Before long, Meng Qing remarked, Qin Air, you appear to be struggling. Is your pace hampered by age? Spare me the chatter. Qin Yi replied icily. They finally arrived at a secluded valley, its surroundings overgrown with grass, presenting an appearance of long neglect. Before entering, Meng Qing keenly sensed a wave of oppressive energy emanating from within the valley, not merely spiritual energy, but also that of the soul. The valley was expansive and dimly lit, with several individuals standing at its depths. The weakest among them was at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, while two others exuded an exceptionally stable aura, their presence akin to massive mountains, commanding a view that overshadowed all else. A martial king. Wang Lang was not present here. Meng Qing was not surprised. He slightly moved his wrist, and then turned to Qin Yi. You went to great lengths, even enduring a kick from me without retaliating, just to deceive me into coming here, and then send a few insignificant characters to deal with me? Two martial kings are hardly a match. Qin Yi's expression changed instantly, horror flickering across his face as he stepped back repeatedly. You knew this was a trap all along? Otherwise, why would I come? Meng Qing retorted. To knowingly walk into a snare, I wonder if you're bold or merely foolish. Suddenly, Qin Yi laughed. Just in time. I was looking for the direct descendants of the Qin family, and here you are, delivered right to my doorstep. How could I not come? The gloom that had previously clouded Qin Ye's face dissipated entirely, and he continued casually, is that so? It seems I underestimated you. However, just be more cautious in your next life. Meng Qing interrupted him, extending his hand and delivering a swift strike. Boom. The blow was rapid. As it landed before Qin Yi, his body trembled violently, his complexion turning ashen, and blood began to uncontrollably seep from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yi collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Meng Qing's strike had shattered his internal organs. Qin Yi's spiritual foundation was formidable, but despite some innate talent, it was insufficient to alter his fate. Securing a spatial bag, Meng Qing strode forward and called out, Stop hiding. Come out. I am pressed for time. Boom. A tremendous force surged forth, striking fear into the hearts of all present as a robust young man roared. You dare kill Qin Yi? Scoundrel, I will flay you alive. This youth was at the mid-stage of the martial king realm, accompanied by a massive gray bear, an actual beast king. On another side, Qin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could his strength be so terrifying? A sense of dread gripped him. After all, his power was not significantly greater than Qin Yi's, and his spirit could not contend with Meng Qing. Nearby, a slender young man rose, a vividly colored snake draped over his shoulder, hissing aggressively at Meng Qing. This was unexpected, but with this twist, his death seems more justified. Delays could lead to complications. I shall make my move. For martial kings attacked simultaneously, causing the valley to resonate with thunderous roars as spiritual energy was forcefully stripped away, rendering the area nearly a vacuum. A smirk graced Meng Qing's lips as 3 halos materialized behind him. It seems you all haven't fought in a while. Is it truly necessary for me to intervene? The first to leap forward was Ji Gu, enveloped in golden flames, declaring, "That long worm is mine." Xiao Chong followed, gazing at the imposing bear beast king, murmuring, "Such formidable vitality, it will sustain me for quite some time." Ant Queen made no move but emerged from the 10th heaven, settling on Meng Qing's shoulder. In an instant, 3 beast kings joined the fray, and the spiritual energy fluctuations intensified wildly. "These are your tame beasts? Impossible. How could you possess 3, and all of them beast kings?" Not only Qin Yuan, but even the 2 martial kings approaching were taken aback. This was indeed astonishing. "Kill them." Meng Qing, disinterested in explanation, commanded with a faint tone. Boom. The fiery rooster let out a long cry, flames leaping skyward. The little strong one emitted a resonant call. Ripples of a black hole incessantly forming. Chapter 90. Assault on the Martial King Realm. The rooster's 2 martial techniques were both enhancement types. The gilded flames and the mysterious firepower were unleashed simultaneously, rendering the flames it expelled even purer and more terrifying. In an instant, the diminutive Qin Ao found himself ensnared. "Do you think mere flames can trap me? Stand aside. My body is immune to venom." His beast-controlling disc bit into his arm, and his skin swiftly transformed into a verdant hue, resembling a suit of armor. Even more frightening was that this armor appeared to possess a life of its own, continuously shifting, with runes rising and falling, while spiritual energy from all directions was forcibly appropriated. The rooster's eyes glimmered with disdain as it stood below. Its wings crossed before its body, mimicking a human's gesture of crossing arms. Just as Qin Ao attempted to escape the flames, his body, tainted by the fire, ignited like oil meeting a blaze, burning fiercely and uncontrollably. "What kind of monstrous thing is this?" Qin Ao cried out. The rooster's gaze remained cold, and it boldly charged in, ruthlessly attacking. The spirit serpent beast king lunged to bite, yet could not even pierce the rooster's feathers. Within the sacred grounds of the Yunxiao sect, apart from Meng Qing, the rooster, along with the others, reaped tremendous benefits, their spiritual energy reserves multiplying several-fold, and their physical forms growing even more formidable. As a mid-stage martial king, the rooster naturally dominated against the spirit serpent of a lower realm. Flame spread, and the spirit serpent screamed in agony. Seeing the serpent slithering towards him, Qin Ao's heart raced, and he shrieked, "Don't come any closer." Meanwhile, the little strong one was enveloped by ripples, the bear beast king exhibiting immense strength, yet each attack was at least halved in impact, while the boundless devouring force consumed all the spiritual techniques unleashed by another martial king. Meng Qing advanced step by step, traversing the distance from the valley's edge to the spot where Qin Yuan stood, a mere 100 paces, and by the time he had covered half the distance, the battle had concluded. The rooster gazed at the charred spirit serpent beast king, unselective in its feast, and swallowed it whole. Simultaneously, the little strong one opened its vast devouring maw, consuming the recently deceased bear beast king entirely. This scene was strikingly impactful. Qin Yuan collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling, muttering, "This is impossible. How can you withstand my blood curse?" "Yes, I still have the blood curse." At this moment, he resembled a drowning man who had suddenly grasped a hand pulling him upward, as a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. Shadows flickered in his gaze as he observed Meng Qing's indifferent countenance, and he resolutely activated the blood curse. Meng Qing's pace remained unhurried. No response. This cannot be. Qin Yuan found it hard to believe and tried again, the only change being that Meng Qing was drawing ever closer. "Your Qin family's blood curse is indeed unsolvable. I admit it is terrifying. However, if I sever it from the outside world, you will have no means to contend with me, will you?" Meng Qing approached, squatting down to inquire. Qin Yuan struggled to swallow. "It's impossible. The blood curse is constantly moving. How could you possibly locate it? Moving at any moment? This is all thanks to your dear younger brother, who fortuitously placed a blood curse around my spiritual realm. Initially, I was unaware of its location. But you must have cast it upon me during the alchemy competition, correct? Just how expansive can the vicinity of one's spiritual realm be, I wonder?" Meng Qing smiled, then extended his hand to firmly grip Qin Yuan's head. "What are you planning to do? This is Yunxiao sect. You cannot kill me." Qin Yuan truly felt fear, suddenly realizing that Meng Qing might genuinely intend to take his life. "Is that so? If I am not mistaken, you all have enacted some form of restriction around this valley to deal with me, haven't you? Given that, I would feel rather embarrassed if I did not express my gratitude. Meng Qing paused momentarily before continuing. I initially intended to inquire further, but it seems I should seek answers myself. Qin Yuan panicked, preparing to plead for mercy when a sharp pain, as if his head were being cleaved, surged through him, akin to an overwhelming tide that engulfed him in an instant. His screams echoed throughout the valley, the sound waves reverberating until they were abruptly halted by a force at the valley's edge, unable to escape. After a brief moment, Meng Qing emerged from the valley, his expression neutral, betraying no hint of joy or anger. As time passed, a small squad of disciples clad in law enforcement robes swiftly entered the valley. This is the place. Qin Yuan and his companion's last known location is right here. Upon their entrance, they were struck dumb. The area appeared as if scorched by celestial flames, charred and utterly unapproachable, with a terrifying heat radiating forth. The enforcers exchanged glances, bewildered. Upon returning to his dwelling, Meng Qing retrieved a chincoin bag, pouring out all the spiritual herbs contained within, followed by the herbs bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder. Even with his mental preparations, he was still taken aback. Among the herbs, the Grand Elder had gifted him 2 specimens of the revered Medicine King, the century-old Tianyin Shahua and the century-old Xianyini, within the 8th cave heaven. Xiao Chang exclaimed, "Do you recognize these 2 spiritual herbs?" Meng Qing inquired curiously. As expected, these 2 herbs were indeed rare finds, Tianyin Shahua and Xianyini, both requiring a century to mature and sprout. Although this Tianyin Shahua was a century old, its medicinal potency had matured for at least 300 years, making it far more precious than an ordinary Medicine King. The Xianyini was even more remarkable. It was said that depending on its cultivation location, the Xianyini could be endowed with unique attributes. According to ancient lore, there were experiments where a Xianyini was planted in a prominent sect's preaching ground, resulting in extraordinary phenomena when it bloomed, as if an immortal were delivering a sermon. Xiao Chang elaborated. Meng Qing was utterly astonished. Is it truly that extraordinary? Should I not keep it? This one has already stabilized. It is best to refine it, Xiao Chang replied, shaking his head. Meng Qing nodded, choosing not to act immediately. Instead, he utilized the system to synthesize the cultivation resources of the others. The other spiritual herbs gifted by the Grand Elder were combined, yielding 2 additional Medicine Kings. From all the rewards of the alchemy competition, he synthesized yet another Medicine King. The entirety of the wealth from 2 martial kings and a well-off descendant of the Qin family resulted in an astonishing synthesis of 3 more Medicine Kings from mere spiritual herbs. Coupled with Meng Qing's accumulation over time, he now possessed 10 Medicine Kings. If these were to be bestowed upon others, they would undoubtedly represent an immensely valuable resource for cultivation. However, for Meng Qing, they are merely adequate, and may even prove insufficient. After hanging the sign indicating his retreat from visitors, Meng Qing seated himself within the cave abode, commencing the adjustment of his internal state. Before long, he grasped the celestial flower and bit down on a petal. Boom! The formidable potency of the medicine erupted within him, violently surging through his meridians. Perhaps due to the accumulation of time, a single mouthful of this spiritual herb allowed Meng Qing to achieve a breakthrough. He reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Upon consuming a second herb, his 10 pathways expanded, and his foundational strength doubled. When he refined the 4th herb, Meng Qing's aura transcended the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, propelling him towards the martial king realm. In a flash, upon consuming the 7th spiritual herb, Meng Qing abruptly opened his eyes. The reservoir of spiritual energy within him had reached a peak, poised for another breakthrough. Yet it was not sufficient. He demanded more. Chapter 91. Among martial kings, I stand invincible. Meng Qing hastily consumed the remaining 3 herbs. It was a daring gamble. At this moment, the spiritual herbs before him were limited to a few 4th-tier and scattered 3rd-tier varieties. Boom! The pure essence of the herbs surged into his body, causing him to swell as if he were a balloon. This concentrated and refined potency was overwhelming, even for Meng Qing, whose reservoir of spiritual energy was profound. He could hardly withstand the simultaneous eruption of the 3 herbs' powers. Behind him, the 10 pathways trembled, emitting a long, resonating cry, as if sensing an impending transformation. This cry persisted for nearly half a day. Meng Qing entered a state of deep meditation, his internal spiritual energy raging tumultuously, causing the 3 spirit beasts guarding him to feel a palpable tension in their throats. 2 days passed, and his physical form returned to normal. The previously swollen meridians contracted, yet his aura continued to rise. On the 3rd day, Meng Qing suddenly opened his eyes, akin to kicking down a door, and the cave behind him expanded suddenly, growing by half its previous size. Moreover, the 10 pathways underwent a transformation, intricate patterns blossoming on their surfaces, which then appeared to shed their skins, revealing numerous cracks. Meng Qing, undistracted, concentrated the spiritual energy within him to a singular point. The shackles shattered, and he succeeded. A resplendent light burst forth behind him, akin to 10 golden suns. Meng Qing turned around, momentarily taken aback. His cave had seemingly undergone a metamorphosis, transforming into a golden hue. The three spirit beasts were equally astonished, with Xiaochang murmuring, "What is this? A golden cave?" This clearly exceeded their realm of understanding. Ji Gu and Ant Queen stood in stunned silence, finding the events unfolding before them to be quite beyond comprehension. Meng Qing attempted to sense the changes, and what he discovered left him even more astounded. With the cave's transformation to gold, his reservoir of spiritual energy had become even more formidable, at least 50% more robust than before. Meng Qing inhaled sharply, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, "I have a peculiar sensation. Among martial kings, I am invincible." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the bodies of the three spirit beasts resonated with thunderous sounds, as if some shackles within them had been released. As Meng Qing comprehended the source of the resounding roar, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was, astonishingly, a form of mutual nurturing. Unlike before, this time he was the one bestowing it upon the three spirit beasts. After half a day's time, the three spirit beasts finally awakened from their cultivation. Following this act of nurturing, the mightiest among them, Xiaochang, had reached the pinnacle of the king-level spirit beasts, with the next tier within arm's reach. Meanwhile, Ji Gu and the Ant Queen still had a small realm to ascend before achieving their peak. In response to the congratulations from Meng Qing and the other two spirit beasts, Xiaochang did not exhibit arrogance. Instead, he spoke candidly. "I just devoured that bear beast king, and coupled with my master's previous encounters where he employed boundless devouring, I have thus acquired a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which is why I advanced faster than you." Meng Qing wholeheartedly agreed. Acknowledging that Xiaochang's two secret techniques were indeed extraordinary, he stretched lazily, and with a mere thought, his body naturally levitated, coming to a halt mid-air. Once he attained the martial king rank, the ability to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth became a reality. Although this might be somewhat exaggerated, it was indeed possible to maintain prolonged levitation purely through spiritual energy without relying on martial techniques. Since I have reached the martial king status, aside from preparing for the grand tournament in due time, I also need to gather materials for your synthesis. To be prudent, it would be best to elevate all your powers to the next level, Meng Qing mused, evidently having formulated a plan. Upon hearing this, the three spirit beasts felt a stir of emotion in their hearts. Meng Qing's unwavering trust in their well-being, coupled with his unconditional faith in them, epitomized the ideal relationship between a beast tamer and their companions. He opened the door and, scanning the surroundings with his soul force, noticed several stones emanating faint traces of soul energy. This energy felt oddly familiar. Picking up one of the stones, he discovered a crumpled piece of paper beneath it. "Celestial being in the clouds, steps to ascend." A surge of soul energy manifested, igniting the paper into ashes within moments. This was a precautionary measure to ensure no evidence remained once the first person laid eyes upon it. "Celestial being in the clouds, steps to ascend?" Meng Qing gazed into the distance, pondering that the clouds referred to the sea of clouds, and as for celestial being, could it be that hidden realm? The combination of these two conditions, along with the reminiscent soul energy, led Meng Qing to instantly deduce the identity of the person who had left him this note. After confirming that no one was following, he set forth toward the sea of clouds. Along the way, he encountered disciples in a hurried state, their hushed conversations reaching his ears without reservation. "Have you heard? Qin Yuan and Qin Ao from the Qin family have vanished in the valley behind the sect." "Vanished? Are you jesting? Though the back mountain of the sect is vast, what does that mean for a martial king? How could they possibly disappear?" "You are unaware, then. The three of them lost their auras, and even their identity tokens dimmed. When the enforcement team arrived, guess what? That valley was charred black, and the team couldn't even enter. How terrifying. Could they be dead? That shouldn't be the case. Qin Ao and Qin Yuan are both formidable martial kings. Even if the disciples within the sect wished to act, it would require at least 4 martial kings, right? That is the peculiarity of the matter." Afterwards, the enforcement team investigated our sect's disciples who previously bore grudges against the Qin family, but all of them had alibis. My heavens. Is the Qin family not going to go mad this time? "Shoo, lower your voice." Meng Qing wore an expressionless visage, as though he were untouched by the unfolding events. The enforcers could hardly suspect him. Upon arriving at the location of the clouds, Meng Qing keenly sensed a shift within the depths of the mist. It was akin to a murky pond suddenly becoming crystal clear, revealing the hidden secrets it concealed. Within the Qinkuan bag, The mysterious bone quivered once more. He descended the steps, and two figures gradually materialized, causing Meng Qing to frown slightly. Li Xianshui and Mu Yao. What was the meaning behind that note you left for me? Did you not claim it was merely a casual remark last time? Meng Qing cast a glance at Li Xianshui's rotund form and inquired nonchalantly. You know what I mean. Otherwise, you would not be here, would you? Li Xianshui replied with a disarmingly innocent smile. In Mu Yao's hand, the compass spun ceaselessly, and suddenly the needle pointed directly at Meng Qing. This individual shall be our guide. To be frank, she sensed something amiss upon her entry, particularly with the compass in hand. Her navigational skills are exceptional. As for why she has become our partner, that is of little consequence, and I shall not elaborate further. Li Xianshui exuded an air of familiarity. Meng Qing raised his head and spoke slowly. Is that so? What, then, grants you the right to earn my trust? To expect me to believe that there is something of significance here, and to embark on an adventure with you based solely on a few persuasive words, seems rather hasty. Does it not? Mu Yao remained silent, casting a glance at Li Xianshui. The latter, unfazed, stepped forward and said, why resort to that cliched proof routine? Wouldn't it be more prudent to save time? Do you know why that compass pointed at you just now? I surmise that your ability to perceive the anomaly stems from a particular bone, does it not? Chapter 92, Celestial Being in the Clouds. The Ancient Stone Gate. Meng Qing narrowed his eyes. You understand quite well? Li Xianshui took a few steps back, flicking his sleeve. Not really. I merely possess a similar bone. Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this bone was indeed incomplete. Observing his contemplation, Li Xianshui turned casually to Mu Yao. All right then, how shall we proceed? Mu Yao nodded, and as they approached the precipice, she suddenly levitated the compass, her hands swiftly forming seals, channeling spiritual energy into it. Before long, the needle spun and halted at a specific point on the cliff. As the mist began to rise, a celestial path emerged, formless and intangible, originating from that very point. It starts here, Mu Yao intoned softly. Meng Qing couldn't help but feel a tinge of peculiarity. After all, they were comrades, and there seemed no need for such formalities. Li Xianshui shrugged nonchalantly. I've grown accustomed to it. These past few days, I was quite anxious trying to calculate when you would emerge. The boundaries of entry open today and won't last more than an hour. Originally, it was supposed to be a divination by Miss Mu Yao, but she insisted that the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. I had prepared for two individuals to explore, when she suddenly declared, you will emerge today. Though his words were casual, Meng Qing discerned a deep-seated grievance within them. After all, it was indeed somewhat disconcerting. Mu Yao rolled her eyes at him, her tone returning to a more normal cadence. I am only responsible for finding the direction, not for divination. Li Xianshui became animated, exclaiming, not for divination? Then how did you know that Meng Qing would emerge today? Even the knowledge of today's event at this location has reached me. I intend to discern the appropriate moment for its commencement based on the geographical features and celestial phenomena. As for Meng Qing, should the secret realm indeed open today, wouldn't it be prudent to set a reminder, lest we encounter an unfortunate timing? You do tend to ramble. Mu Yao appeared disinterested in further discourse, gracefully turning aside, leaving behind an exquisite silhouette that was beyond reproach. Li Xianshui grew increasingly dissatisfied. Are you not manipulating people's emotions? I eagerly set out to convey information. And what if the opening occurs before Meng Qing arrives? You can only imagine the extent of my despair. Meng Qing, observing the commotion between the two with keen interest, delved into the celestial realm, inquiring about the three spirit beasts. During his time at the scripture pavilion, he had divulged various secrets to the spirit beasts and now sought their insights regarding any relevant records. Before long, Brother Chicken remarked, there are but fragments of information. A founder of the Yunxiao sect once mentioned that the Sea of Clouds was extraordinary, yet no further exploration ensued, and scant records pertaining to this place exist. Meng Qing pondered this, asking, a founder? Are you suggesting that the original founder discovered the secret realm within the Sea of Clouds? By literal interpretation, it indeed appears so. Brother Chicken replied. Meng Qing recalled a vision he had during his previous cultivation at another sacred site, though fleeting. He could affirm that the Sea of Clouds indeed existed at that time. Has no one ventured into the Sea of Clouds for exploration over all these years? Do you suspect something is amiss with the secret realm? The Ant Queen, with her meticulous nature, inquired. I hope it is merely my misperception. After all, thousands have resided near this Sea of Clouds for years, with even some constructing stone platforms below, yet none have dared to explore. This truly seems peculiar. Let us not claim I am the chosen one, as if this were crafted specifically for me. Meng Qing voiced his concerns. It would be wise to remain vigilant. Perhaps these two are privy to information they have yet to disclose, the three spirit beasts advised. Meng Qing nodded in agreement. As the trio engaged in casual conversation, they also surveyed their surroundings, attentive to any arrivals. The secret realm lay beneath the sea of clouds, situated in a remote area with few visitors. Yet one could not guarantee that no one would come. Soon, an hour had elapsed, and Meng Qing felt the ground tremble beneath him. A vast expanse of mist surged forth, akin to a stampede of wild horses, creating a breathtaking and awe-inspiring spectacle. The steps became engulfed in the mist, as if submerged by a rising tide, drastically reducing visibility. Mu Yao stood at the edge, the first to leap into the abyss below. Strangely, she stood firm with no apparent support beneath her. Li Xianshui followed suit. Despite his somewhat bulky frame, he displayed remarkable agility and steadiness. Meng Qing emulated their actions, landing behind them as if treading upon solid ground, a sense of stability enveloping him. Little Strong immediately exclaimed, "Something feels amiss. I sensed an enigmatic force descending upon us, as if severing our connection to the outside world." Meng Qing felt a jolt of alarm. What is happening? That mysterious force bears resemblance to the bone the master once mentioned, as if it embodies a certain acknowledgement. Little Strong added, "Acknowledgement? What transpires if such acknowledgement is not recognized?" Meng Qing mused inwardly, a chill creeping over him. The Queen Ant suddenly inquired, "Could it be that others have previously discovered this place, only to be erased from history due to a lack of recognition?" Shortly after, the trio advanced, and the scenery before them transformed. The sea of clouds vanished, and they walked upon thin air, with a vast expanse of desolation beneath them, eerily white and stark. Li Xianshui could not help but draw a sharp breath, murmuring, "Is this the price paid by the explorers who came before us?" Meng Qing gazed downward, his pupils involuntarily contracting. The white expanse below was littered with bones. Some appeared to have existed for eons, now decayed, while others seemed freshly departed, still bearing remnants of flesh and blood above. Within the celestial realm, Xiao Chang lamented, "It seems that many have ventured here, yet their fate was to join this grim collection." Meng Qing nodded, discerning that among the bones below, many shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, still infused with spiritual energy despite the ravages of time. These remains belonged to individuals who had undoubtedly transcended the martial king realm. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Li Xianshui, realizing something, retrieved his bone from the Qianquan bag and swapped it with Mu Yao's. "Allow me to lead the way, just guide me." Under Mu Yao's direction, they swiftly approached the end of this seemingly boundless expanse. Before them stood a grand entrance, simply constructed from stones. Weeds thrived at its threshold, with steps of varying heights leading up to it. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the stone surfaces were cracked, appearing as though they might crumble to dust at the slightest touch. The bone in Meng Qing's hand emitted a faint glow, guiding them toward a specific point on the portal. In the center of the stone door, there were two grooves perfectly sized to accommodate their bone when inserted horizontally. Mu Yao glanced at the compass in her hand. The needle spun continuously among Meng Qing, Li Xianshui, and the stone door. "You hold the key to open this portal." The two stepped forward and inserted the bone into the grooves, and it fit flawlessly. The stone door trembled slightly, and with a gentle push from Li Xianshui, it swung open effortlessly. A haze enveloped the interior, obscuring the view from the outside. As they approached the entrance, Meng Qing attempted to remove the bone, but it seemed fused with the stone door, immovable. "Let us proceed. One must sacrifice to gain," Li Xianshui remarked nonchalantly, stepping into the threshold. Meng Qing remained silent and followed suit. Boom! A violent aura surged forth, the overwhelming murderous intent instantly sharpening Meng Qing's senses to their utmost alertness. Chapter 93, The Enigmatic World. The earth dragon lizard before them lay a world reminiscent of a painted scroll. The ground was pitch black, the sky a vivid blue, and a colossal sun hung in the heavens like a giant's golden eye, radiating an oppressive aura. The spiritual energy in the air was far purer than that of the cloud sky sect, yet the mingling aura of slaughter nearly suffocated the trio. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, as if brought to life, undulating beneath them. It was then that they realized it was the head of a creature, its surface glistening with cold, reflective scales, paired with menacing fangs, terrifying and grotesque. The neck of the spirit beast stretched skyward, soaring into the clouds like a long blade cleaving through the mist. There, a rock flapped its wings in a desperate bid for escape, yet it could not outrun the extraordinary beast, which swiftly consumed it. Blood rained down upon the vast expanse, as if a crimson shower had descended. Below, an array of unfamiliar flora bathed in the sanguine downpour, seemingly thriving under its rich essence. This bizarre and terrifying spectacle left the three individuals at the stone door in a state of utter bewilderment as they surveyed this alien realm. Li Xianshui murmured, "Have we traversed into an ancient world?" Mu Yao echoed, The rock that was just devoured bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Jinyu rock, a species that was long extinct in ancient times. As she concluded her thought, uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Meng Qing remained silent. Yet when inquiring about the three spirit beasts within the cave, they affirmed her suspicions. Xiao Chang remarked, "The aura here is oddly comforting, reminiscent of home. Despite the pervasive danger, it instills a sense of warmth." This statement seemed paradoxical, but Meng Qing perceived an emotion in Xiao Chang that had never been displayed before, suggesting sincerity rather than deceit. The same could be said for Ji Ge and the Ant Queen. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qing pondered that while Li Xianxue and Mu Yao might not fully grasp the situation, he sensed that the Jinyu Rock's realm was at least on par with the mid-stage of the Martial King realm. Observing the terrain, it was clear this was not a central location, yet the presence of such a spirit beast here was indeed ominous. "Let us proceed. My compass guides us onward," Mu Yao declared. Li Xianxue interjected, "Do not lead us astray. This place is fraught with peril, and should we stumble upon a formidable royal spirit beast, our fates would be sealed." Mu Yao replied earnestly, "This compass is a treasured artifact of my clan. In times of danger, it will direct me to safety. And when treasure is nearby, it will reveal its location. The needle is moving now. Do you believe there is treasure hidden here?" Li Xianxue was momentarily at a loss for words. While he might consider himself superior to Mu Yao in many respects, in matters of direction and navigation, he was no match for her prowess. As Mu Yao turned to take her first steps, she extended her slender finger, and a radiant glow emerged behind her, revealing a spirit beast with a vibrant green body and a single horn upon its forehead, which slowly advanced. "The aura here is beneficial for taming beasts. You might as well release your mounts to accompany us. Not only will it enhance their strength, but it will also intimidate our foes." Li Xianxue gazed at Mu Yao's spirit beast, standing tall with renewed confidence as two glowing auras emerged behind him. The first to materialize was a turtle, its shell as black as ink, adorned with numerous runes that shimmered faintly when exposed to spiritual energy. What astonished Meng Qing was the turtle's impressive size, stretching a full yard, capable of carrying several people. In the second aura, a blue unicorn emerged gracefully. As it stepped forth, the surrounding air grew noticeably more humid. "Mu Yao, I too possess a pair of spirit beasts," Li Xianxue exclaimed. Mu Yao cast him a glance, and with another flick of her elongated finger, another aura appeared, revealing a fiery red flying spirit beast, seemingly ablaze with flames, as it slowly took to the air. Li Xianxue possessed two beasts at the pinnacle of the fourth tier. Yet Mu Yao's second beast was a royal spirit beast. "Ah, this Mu Yao truly conceals her talents." Li Xianxue chuckled awkwardly. Meng Qing, remaining silent, released his three spirit beasts without fanfare, allowing them to restrain their auras and quietly stay beside him. Li Xianxue was taken aback once more, his eyes widening as he pointed at Meng Qing. Three spirit beasts. The spirit beast behind Mu Yao, resembling a phoenix, looked at the chicken spirit with curiosity. As it approached, the chicken spirit cast a nonchalant glance, causing the former to retreat quickly and hide behind Mu Yao. "To save time, shall we allow our beasts to carry us?" Meng Qing suggested. Li Xianxue readily agreed, stepping onto the giant tortoise and addressing Mu Yao. "Mu Yao, would you like to join us?" Mu Yao shot him a disapproving glance before mounting her flying spirit beast, which let out a soft call and took to the skies. Meng Qing settled atop the chicken spirit, which ignited golden flames beneath its feet and soared into the distance as well. Li Xianxue, feeling anxious, urged the giant tortoise to hasten forward, shouting, "Hey, wait for me." Boom, boom, boom. Mu Yao led the way at a rapid pace. Along their journey, they encountered numerous sights they had previously never dared to imagine. Mountain turtles larger than mountains, soaring serpents coiling in the great river like islands, and formidable birds of prey that sent massive stones rolling with the flap of their wings. Below, Li Xianxue was nearly numb. This was not merely due to the stunning scenery, but rather because the bumps from the giant tortoise's movement threatened to spill his late-night meal. After a considerable time, Mu Yao finally brought them to a halt. She examined the compass in her hand, contemplating briefly before stating, "We have now exited the predicament. Ahead lies an opportunity for survival, yet there are also traps and uncertainties. The direction we take is for you to decide." Li Xianxue stepped forward, brimming with confidence. "What is so difficult about this? I'll choose this way." He boldly took 3 steps toward the northwest. Meng Qing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in that direction. The next moment, his expression changed as he shouted, "Quick, dodge." Boom. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling inward, accompanied by a chilling aura that surged menacingly. Although Li Xianxue felt a surge of panic, he moved swiftly, leaping away like a plump rock, escaping the perilous area. A sharp spike jutted from the ground where he had just stood. Good heavens, This creature nearly sought to end my lineage, he thought, feeling a chill beneath him. Meng Qing donned his gauntlets, directing his 3 spirit beasts to take positions at the other 3 cardinal points, poised for an offensive. Mu Yao, riding her flying spirit beast, ascended several feet into the air, flames gathering as she prepared for battle. Soon, the spirit beast fully revealed itself to the two. It was a lizard adorned with a single horn atop its head. Its aura was roughly at the mid-level of a martial king, exceeding 10 feet in length. Its body covered in battle-worn scales, numerous scars enhancing its fearsome appearance. This is the earth dragon lizard, which possesses a trace of dragon blood within its veins. Observing its current form, it is evident that it has developed significantly in that direction. Caution is advised, Li Xianshui swiftly explained. In Chapter 94, I am infatuated. What about you? The earth dragon lizard's blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity. This territory had been its domain for many years, during which it had fought countless battles to protect it. Any intruder would herald the onset of conflict. Although its foes were numerous this time, and it had never encountered humans before, this did not deter it from attacking. On the other side, Mu Yao murmured. How dare you say that? When given a choice of direction, you directly chose the path of death. You truly are something. Li Xianshui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied. This is simple. Although the earth dragon lizard is equivalent to a mid-level martial king, it is not insurmountable. Watch me. He revealed his own aura, standing at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, just a step away from the martial king level. Meanwhile, Meng Qing made his move. Just as the earth dragon lizard was about to strike Li Xianshui, it suddenly sensed an overwhelming battle intent emanating from Meng Qing. It flicked its crimson tongue and lunged forward with its gaping maw. With a swift rotation of his toes, Meng Qing shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. His hands danced in the air, and a shimmering light enveloped his fists, resembling a specter or a ferocious beast charging ahead. The earth dragon lizard instinctively sensed something amiss. But Meng Qing's speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and landed a powerful punch on its head. In that instant, fragments flew, and scales shattered, as the earth dragon lizard's head twisted unnaturally towards its body. It was hurled away, and upon landing, a faint explosion resonated. Blood splattered everywhere. That single punch had obliterated a beast king. Mu Yao and Li Xianshui stood frozen in place. Was this not somewhat too ferocious? Something felt awry. Li Xianshui, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in shock, that was a beast king, equivalent to a mid-level martial king. How could you possibly achieve such a feat with a single punch? He trailed off, as if sensing something, and once again gasped, You have broken through to the martial king realm? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Mu Yao's eyes as she scrutinized Meng Qing. Meng Qing nodded and then declared, Let us depart. This place is no longer safe. Barely had he spoken when the ground trembled violently, as if a myriad of troops were charging forth. On the horizon, one spirit beast after another emerged, racing towards them. There were tigers with vertical eyes sprouting from their foreheads, cranes with feathers as hard as steel, and ants whose bodies were longer than those of leopards. These spirit beasts had claimed their territories nearby, and now, drawn by the scent of blood, they came to feast and hunt. All of them were unequivocally royal-level spirit beasts. Mu Yao's complexion turned pale, and the needle of her compass spun wildly. Showing no signs of stopping, Li Xianshui surveyed the surroundings, his fists clenched tightly. Though he remained composed, his expression was anything but relaxed. Meng Qing pointed around and commanded, Go, eliminate them. You can feast upon the flesh. Little Chong was the first to dart out, letting out a piercing cry as it fiercely unleashed its aura. Though its stature was small, it crashed down like a mountain, creating a deep pit in the ground. The resounding cry of the golden rooster echoed. Enveloped in the formidable powers of the Xian fire and the gilded flames, resembling a majestic vermilion bird wrapped in golden fire, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The Ant Queen soared forth, exuding her formidable presence. With a gentle tremor, she propelled 2 beams of light from her grand horns, akin to razor-sharp blades capable of severing all. The 3 sovereign-level spirit beasts, with their superior spiritual essence and realm, engaged the incoming spirit beasts, achieving a nearly overwhelming victory. In the midst of battle, they seemed to transcend time, returning to an era of rampant slaughter. Behind them, Li Xianshui stood agape, his mouth wide enough to accommodate an egg. The 3 sovereign-level spirit beasts, as tamed creatures, evoked memories of Meng Qing's past achievements that had shaken the entire sect. Suddenly, Li Xianshui felt that this was no trivial matter. He gazed at the composed Meng Qing, and then at the rampaging 3 beast kings. A thought blossoming in his heart. This friend was one he would cherish. Meanwhile, Mu Yao's expression was scarcely better, though she managed to maintain her composure. She glanced at the compass in her hand, only to discover that the pointer, which had been spinning wildly, had now come to a halt. Its arrow directed at Meng Qing. A renewed glimmer sparkled in Mu Yao's eyes, and her grip on the compass tightened slightly. Before long, the distant battle concluded. The three spirit beasts returned, their path strewn with corpses. In contrast to the chaos surrounding the Golden Rooster and Ant Queen, Xiao Chong's side was remarkably clean. For the majority of the spirit beasts he faced had been devoured, soon to be transformed into his own strength. Li Xianxue approached, exclaiming, "Meng Qing, I consider you my brother." Yet, Meng Qing remained indifferent, turning to Mu Yao. "Let us proceed. This place is still unsafe." Mu Yao nodded in agreement. The trio continued onward, with Meng Qing assuming the role of a purifier. They advanced in the direction indicated by the compass, dispatching any spirit beasts that dared to obstruct their path. After half a day, they halted in a valley where ethereal spiritual energy permeated the air. This celestial-like locale, however, was barren for miles, devoid of even a blade of grass, and not a single spirit beast in sight. "I sense an overwhelming hostility," the Ant Queen declared solemnly. "Hostility? How many foes are there?" Meng Qing casually inquired. "Many, but they are too distant to discern their true nature," the Ant Queen replied. Meanwhile, Mu Yao and Li Xianxue had also come to a stop, both subtly regarding Meng Qing as their pillar of strength. "Go and eliminate the threats, and investigate what lies within," Meng Qing commanded. The three took their orders and ventured forth together. Before long, a fierce battle erupted within the valley, flames and roars echoing, fires soaring into the heavens. Li Xianxue watched with envy. "I yearn for such capable allies. What about you?" "Count me in, though I don't share the same yearning," Mu Yao replied. The Ant Queen and the others returned, declaring the valley secure, yet the situation appeared somewhat complex, requiring their direct investigation. They found themselves amidst stone platforms, surrounded by the carcasses of butterflies. These were the assassination butterflies, nearly unbeatable in close-quarter combat against foes of equal standing, and this species possessed unparalleled mimicry abilities. The chicken brothers still felt a lingering trepidation. Prior to entering the valley, they had not anticipated encountering such a being. Mu Yao trembled as she spoke. "According to the records of my clan, for a member of the assassination butterfly tribe to gain the recognition of others, they must independently assassinate a being of the sacred offering realm." Meng Qing was taken aback. Sacred offering realm? Currently, he was at the martial king realm. And the next level was indeed the sacred offering realm, with the divine realm beyond that. There is no need for concern. All the assassination butterflies here have been eradicated. Since the pointer has led us here, it is likely that these stone platforms are the ultimate opportunity. "Let us see what lies within," he consoled. The two nodded and approached to investigate, but within moments, their expressions of worry and trepidation were replaced by sheer delight. "I have discovered a scroll of treasure techniques. This stone platform actually contains a royal weapon. Heavens!" Meng Qing moved closer to inspect, his breath quickening in excitement. Chapter 95. A bountiful harvest. These stone platforms were arranged in an orderly fashion, their materials indiscernible. Despite having existed for an unknown number of years, their exteriors remained pristine. Most importantly, they were sealed within were clusters of light. Some contained treasure techniques, others spiritual techniques, and many even fragments of royal laws. Furthermore, the number of rare royal weapons was not insignificant. Unlike those circulating in the outside world, this place was isolated, and the aura was exceptionally pure. "If one could cultivate here, the results would be exponentially greater," the Ant Queen remarked. Meng Qing concurred with this sentiment. The three advanced in unison, each approaching a stone platform. Li Xianxue hurriedly reached out to touch one, but was repelled by an invisible force. Mu Yao cautioned, "Do not rush. There are inscriptions carved upon it." Meng Qing leaned in for a closer look, stunned once more. It was a script that had been passed down for ages, reminiscent of the scrolls he had seen in the Great Hall with the white-haired elder. The unfortunate reality was that he could not decipher what was inscribed. The essence was that to obtain the items within, one must reach into the light. What one would encounter would depend on personal fortune, Li Xianxue explained. Meng Qing, intrigued, asked, "You possess knowledge of such ancient scripts?" "Hee, I may not excel in many areas, but I have a wide range of interests and a basic understanding of various subjects. It is nothing to boast about." Li Xianxue chuckled. The three then proceeded with their individual endeavors. Meng Qing was drawn to a scroll adorned with a halo resembling wings and reached out to grasp it, effortlessly retrieving it, as if plucking it from thin air. Heavens, a flight-type spiritual technique. What a magnificent name. Meng Qing could not help but exclaim. Little Strong added, "If such a spiritual technique were to spread to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm." Meng Qing stored it away and moved to the second stone platform, which also contained a spiritual technique. Unlike the previous scroll, the halo above resembled a pair of eyes. Jinshu, I technique, spiritual technique. It was indeed an I technique, and it precisely addressed his current lack of such a technique, alleviating his immediate concerns. Meng Qing felt a surge of excitement. Although the Ant Queen's previous secret technique had been an I technique, it had evolved continuously, rendering it ineffective. The third scroll in his hand, however, was quite different. After reading the introduction, Meng Qing was momentarily dumbfounded, muttering, could this truly also be a spiritual technique? The ethereal beauty of the Luo god, combined with the mystical arts, significantly enhances the charm of the practitioner upon cultivation. Within the cave, Ji Ge felt a surge of desire. Master, if you find it unworthy, then please bestow it upon me. My stomach has been quite unsettled lately, and I crave some soft sustenance. Meng Qing shot at a disapproving glance before carefully stowing away the technique, stating, this method is rather sinister. I shall first experiment with it myself. If it proves beneficial, I shall allow you to try it later. The three spirit beasts exchanged glances of disdain, yet ultimately held their tongues. Meanwhile, Li Xianshui's face was a portrait of toil, his flesh nearly melding together in strain as he exerted himself over the stone platform. After considerable effort, he finally unearthed a scroll of treasure techniques, the art of mutual destruction, a treasure technique capable of manifesting an ethereal shadow upon its execution. His previously furrowed brow relaxed into a taunting grin as he glanced provocatively behind him, only for his expression to falter immediately. Mu Yao had reached the second stone platform, evidently one step ahead of him. As for Meng Qing, in the fleeting moment that Li Xianshui glanced his way, he effortlessly plucked a kingly weapon from the air, striding forward to the next location. Goodness, they are all extraordinary. This won't do. I must display my true abilities, or I shall attain nothing. Before long, Meng Qing had scoured 9 stone platforms, nearly claiming half of the total 20 for himself. He turned his gaze toward a rather peculiar stone platform, assessing the progress of the other 2 before advancing once more. This particular platform deviated in design, its edges adorned with intricate carvings. Even after an eternity had passed, spiritual energy continued to flow above it, emanating a divine aura. Peering into its depths, Meng Qing discerned a swirling mass of dark light, seemingly in a state of decay. He reached into it once more, feeling a resistance, as if something sought to prevent him from acquiring this object. With a single clenched fist, he gently pushed forward, and the resistance dissipated instantaneously. The dark light was extracted, revealing a sheet of silver paper, albeit eroded by an unknown force, leaving only a fraction intact. Perhaps the dark energy had exhausted itself, for upon contact with the air, it dissipated into nothingness. While the paper remained whole, the inscriptions upon it had suffered considerable erosion. Another one of these inscriptions? Meng Qing mused, glancing at the top and forming a hypothesis. Could it possibly be the royal method, given its solitary placement here? After contemplating for a stick of incense's duration, he remained at a loss, yet it was clear that this sheet resided above the treasure techniques. Its precise grade yet to be determined. Li Xianshui approached, catching sight of the paper in Meng Qing's grasp, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, Meng Qing. My senior, is it for sale? I am a student. Meng Qing gave him a sidelong glance and retorted, even beasts would not suffice. Undeterred, Li Xianshui pressed on. Let me assist you in translating the text. May I have a look? No, you must exchange a treasure technique for it. Meng Qing narrowed his eyes, convinced of the object's significance, for Li Xianshui would not be so eager otherwise. To his surprise, Li Xianshui promptly replied, deal. This is all my bounty. Choose any item you desire. A scroll of treasure techniques, 2 scrolls of spiritual techniques, and 2 kingly weapons comprised Li Xianshui's entire haul. Meng Qing, taken aback, yet resolute, seized the scroll of mutual destruction without hesitation. Li Xianshui's lips twitched in pain as he lamented, oh dear, I was merely being polite. And you took it seriously. Meng Qing chuckled, handing over the paper, this is what you said. Seeing your stingy demeanor, I just want to take a look. Once you finish the translation, I'll return it to you. Hurry up and get to work. The precious techniques could not be collected by him. Moreover, with the system in place, what level of arts could he not acquire? He merely sought to borrow it for a moment's observation. And the copy he provided was of greater value. If one were to tally it, he was the one at a loss. Turning around, Meng Qing showcased the technique of mutual slaughter to the Ant Queen and others for their perusal, noting it down. It took a full half-hour before Li Xianshui handed over a sheet of paper. Observing the sweat-drenched, disheveled Li Xianshui, and then glancing at the densely filled small characters on the paper, Meng Qing's impression of him greatly improved. The fragmented text of the king's technique, the chaotic star finger. Meng Qing's pupils contracted. It was as he had anticipated. The complete version of the king's technique should consist of 2 volumes, with the lower volume completely destroyed, while the upper volume, though incomplete, fortunately lacked critical components. Li Xianshui supplemented, suggesting that the three of them planned to cultivate here for a while. The passage of time here was consistent with the outside world. Even if they briefly vanished from the sect, it would not pose a problem. Mu Yao's compass spun incessantly before she concluded. Meng Qing nodded and simply sat cross-legged on the stone platform to cultivate. In less than half an hour, he comprehended the fragmented text of the king's technique fully. Amidst his astonishment, Meng Qing recalled the North Underworld technique he had acquired from the private scripture pavilion. He inquired of the Ant Queen, "This secret realm is different from the sect. If I study the North Underworld technique here, it should be safe, right?" The Ant Queen pondered briefly and affirmed, "Of course, but even the fragmented king's technique is extremely taxing on the mind. One must act according to their capabilities." Chapter 96. The Sacred Ritual Realm. The Beast Master emerges. Assassination of the Royal Butterfly. Meng Qing nodded, and then retrieved the North Underworld technique to practice diligently. As for the Ant Queen and her companions, they ventured out in batches to hunt and train. This expanse felt like their paradise. In just a few days, the essence of the three spirit beasts significantly improved, not only in terms of spiritual energy accumulation, but also in combat skills and murderous intent. This was truly formidable. During this time, Meng Qing completed the cultivation of several scrolls of spiritual techniques and precious arts he had acquired. Additionally, Mu Yao exchanged with him, wishing to cultivate the fragmented king's technique. Meng Qing did not refuse. Similarly, he obtained another scroll of body refinement technique. By the evening of the fifth day, Meng Qing opened his eyes, greeted by the sunset's glow illuminating the valley, and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had adapted to the atmosphere here, and was even surprised to discover that while he had not refined any spiritual herbs, his cultivation speed was several times that of the outside world. Turning to look at Li Xianshui and Mu Yao, he noticed that their speed seemed to have improved little. However, their aura had grown more profound. Could this be due to reaching the Martial King realm? He mused, growing increasingly convinced of its possibility. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of vivid color. Meng Qing became alert, only to realize it was a brightly colored caterpillar. This caterpillar, though small and not reaching the third tier, inexplicably emanated a dangerously potent aura towards Meng Qing. As if sensing Meng Qing's presence, the caterpillar swiftly turned and fled, with Meng Qing trailing closely behind. Just then, Xiao Chong returned and exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the larva of the assassination butterfly. Could there be a nest hidden here?" Driven by curiosity, Meng Qing followed the caterpillar's path to the corner of the wall, where the caterpillar slipped into an inconspicuous little hole. A glimmer of golden light appeared in Meng Qing's eyes as he activated the golden void for the first time. Under the gaze of his profound ocular technique, the situation below was laid bare before him. In the underground realm of less than 10 square meters, there lay an astonishing multitude of no fewer than 100,000 writhing eggs, each harboring an independent assassination butterfly. Despite the overwhelming number, Meng Qing understood that only about 1% of these eggs would truly survive and metamorphose into butterflies. Though separated by soil, Meng Qing could distinctly sense the presence of first-tier spirit beasts emanating from these eggs, indicating that these creatures would emerge as first-tier spirit beasts upon birth. Meanwhile, the caterpillar was hiding in a corner, a unique entity both in size and condition. With Meng Qing's perspective, Xiao Chong also beheld the situation below, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could we have overlooked such a multitude of eggs? If they were to hatch and evolve into assassination butterflies in an instant, we would be doomed." A chill crept down Meng Qing's spine. He dared not underestimate the power of these beings. After a moment's contemplation, a smile crept upon his lips. In this secret realm, their talents are truly wasted. "Xiao Chong, you will soon have new companions." Meng Qing reached into the hole, and the caterpillar immediately scurried towards the multitude of eggs. The system scanned the area, and in an instant, the results were displayed. Ding! Detected 860 unhatched eggs available for synthesis, along with one low-tier spirit beast assassination butterfly larva. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes. Ding. Detected that the synthesis material possesses intelligence. Therefore, the system offers you the following two options. 1. Prioritize the intelligent material for synthesis, allowing the resulting entity to retain its original intelligence and consciousness. 2. Assign equal weight to both synthesis materials, randomly endowing the resulting entity with a brand new consciousness. Option 2. Although the consciousness of the assassination butterfly was currently nebulous, its activity suggested it had adapted to this environment. Thus, for whatever reason, Meng Qing could not allow it to retain its original consciousness. After a brief moment, ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th-tier spirit beast, the assassination monarch butterfly. 6th tier? Meng Qing's breath quickened in astonishment. This was utterly unexpected. It was worth noting that Ji Gu, the trio, were merely 5th tier. Meng Qing had invested considerable effort to elevate them to that level. The fifth tier corresponded to the martial king in human cultivation, while the sixth tier represented the sacred sacrificial realm. If the martial king was a watershed in cultivation, the sacred sacrificial realm was the second pivotal juncture. At this level, the core elders of the Yunxiao sect wielded formidable power. When they emerged, great forces would undoubtedly tremble in their wake. The assassination monarch butterfly, a sixth-tier spiritual beast, is a rare ruler among countless assassination butterflies. It is rumored that when this creature reaches full maturity, it can vanquish gods and obliterate Buddhas. Its secret technique, the butterfly god slash, possesses a destructive power comparable to that of a treasured artifact. As for the technique of adaptability, it is a form of disguise within the realm of assassination arts. Upon execution, it allows one to morph according to the surrounding environment, even altering one's aura. If cultivated to perfection, one could transform into anything. Meng Qing suddenly realized that with this assassination monarch butterfly, there would be no place in the world he could not venture. The monarch butterfly fluttered gracefully, constantly shifting its form, its colors vibrant and surreal, resembling an exquisite tapestry woven from the most brilliant hues of neon lights, igniting the most dazzling sparks. The palette of this world, already picturesque, paled in comparison to the presence of the monarch butterfly. Would you like to sign a beast-taming contract? Yes. Just as before, the initial sensation of foreignness dissipated, leaving only comfort and agility. The absence of a beast's reciprocal connection prompted Meng Qing to ponder. Is it because his soul is not yet robust enough? As he sensed his own soul, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. With sufficient soul-enhancing elixirs, transcending to the divine realm would be effortless. The assassination monarch butterfly approached. Gently alighting upon the fingertip Meng Qing extended. Xiao Chong greeted it, and the butterfly responded with a flutter of its wings. Meng Qing placed it within the seventh cave of heaven, then remarked, "Assassination monarch butterfly, while your name is formidable, it is rather cumbersome and lengthy. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Dai. What do you think?" The monarch butterfly, adjusting to the cave, responded with a flutter, "I shall heed my master's wishes." Before long, the Ant Queen and Chicken Brother returned. Upon hearing Xiao Chong recount the origins of Xiao Dai, they approached to greet it, yet found themselves somewhat constrained by the natural aura exuded by the butterfly. Meng Qing reassured them, "Do not be overly formal. You are all my beasts from now on. This is the Ant Queen, that is Chicken Brother, and you have just met Xiao Chong. I named them all. Pleasing, aren't they?" Xiao Dai paused, its wings momentarily still. Though formidable, it felt like a blank slate, possessing little memory or experience, and simply thought that the name was rather casual. When Meng Qing returned to the stone platform, Li Xianxue and the others finally opened their eyes. Curiously, he asked, "I noticed you were absent just now. Were you off treasure hunting without us?" Meng Qing chuckled, "Treasure? What treasures could possibly remain here? If there were any, could we evade Mu Yao's scrutiny?" Meanwhile, Mu Yao tilted her head, sensing that something had changed within Meng Qing, though she could not articulate what exactly was different. "There is nothing left worth lingering over in this secret realm. We should make haste to leave," Meng Qing suggested. Both agreed, and they retraced their steps along the original path. Chapter 97. Rivals in the Grand League. On their journey, the three companions rode their respective beasts. To expedite their passage, Meng Qing instructed Xiao Chong to release their auras, thereby minimizing the interference from the local spirit beasts. What transpired? Upon reaching the place from whence they came, Li Xianxue could not contain his exclamation. Though they had not lingered long in this secret realm, the stone door appeared to have endured the ravages of time. Now reduced to mere rubble, Meng Qing gently touched the debris, causing it to crumble into dust. Indeed, this was the location they had arrived at. The terrain bore witness to the brevity of their stay, at least in relation to the interior of the realm. Mu Yao cast a glance at her compass. Her words were cautious, yet Meng Qing grasped the underlying implication. They had entered this mystical domain, where the flow of time might diverge significantly from that of the outer world. Li Xianxue expressed his frustration. "What is happening? You previously assured us we could cultivate with peace of mind." Mu Yao replied with a hint of bitterness. "This is true, but the architect of this secret realm possesses formidable power. If they have implemented means of interference, what can you possibly do?" Li Xianxue fell silent. Anyone capable of leaving behind treasures and spiritual techniques in this place would undoubtedly be of divine caliber. Such individuals, if they chose to emerge, could obliterate them with but a thought. Enough of this. Our immediate priority is to swiftly seek an exit. Arguing will not resolve our predicament. Meng Qing crouched down to examine the ground intently. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual consciousness emanating from the soil. Just as he was about to unearth the ground, Xiao Dai suddenly interjected, Master, please refrain from doing that. This is a soul guide, if disturbed. It could unleash a calamity upon the entire secret realm. Subsequently, she conveyed to Meng Qing that during their journey, a memory had surfaced in her mind, seemingly revealing the path to their escape. With utmost seriousness, she stated, "The northwest of this realm is where the entrance lies, while to the southeast there exists a stone door that leads to the exit." Meng Qing nodded, urging his companions, who were at a loss, to follow him as they hastened toward the southeast. Along the way, the trio beheld a distant mountain shrouded in colorful clouds, where countless spirit beasts surged forth, as if vying for something. Xiao Chong advanced to investigate, ultimately returning with a radiant heart of the red flower, the apothecary. Moreover, it was a divine medicinal herb, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in healing spiritual injuries. Li Xuanshui's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands rubbing together in anticipation, nearly succumbing to the urge to seize it. Meng Qing carefully stowed it away, then slowed his pace as they pressed onward. They encountered several more mountains exhibiting similar phenomena, yet before Meng Qing could take action, Li Xianshui dashed ahead with exuberance. The bounty was indeed substantial, with nothing of lesser value than that of an apothecary. Mu Yao had also contributed, bringing forth a pure white snow lotus, whose medicinal properties were astonishing. This secret realm truly harbors unique wonders, with an abundance of apothecaries, and given the prowess of the spirit beasts within, such occurrences must be frequent, Li Xianshui remarked earnestly. The compass in Mu Yao's hand spun. The configurations of these mountains are not fixed, they shift frequently, suggesting the presence of a vast spiritual vein beneath. Meng Qing, perplexed, inquired, "Are there spiritual veins within this miniature world? Does it not then form a self-contained system?" Li Xianshui elucidated, "No, the spiritual veins in this small world are likely related to the Yunxiao sect. The reason they are rooted in the Cloud Sea may well be that beneath the Cloud Sea lies a passage to the spiritual veins, which, after millennia of shifting, have become assimilated with them." Meng Qing nodded in understanding. They soon arrived in the southeast, where, as Xiao Dai had mentioned, there existed a stone door, covered in dust and marked with an array of blemishes. "Isn't this supposed to require some bones?" Li Xianshui murmured. Meng Qing retorted with irritation, "Stop with the ominous predictions. If bones are indeed needed, you better transform and provide them." He stepped forward and gently pushed, causing the stone door to swing open, releasing a wave of mist that enveloped them in a serene atmosphere. As the three emerged, they were astonished to find themselves still amidst the vast cloud sea. The stone door closed behind them, revealing a narrow path suspended in midair, which connected the two ends. This was indeed their route back. As they proceeded along the path, Meng Qing suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor. With a subtle motion of his hand,